My elder sister is a superstar. Chapter 111 to Chapter 168. Does it hurt? That bastard didn't hold back at all. Xianxia felt sorry for her son. I didn't see you pleading for mercy just now. Xianxia lay on the bed, full of resentment. I'm not on your side this time. Aze, it's not like you didn't know your father's bottom line. You just had to go and provoke him. Serves you right. Xianxia didn't say anything. Xianxia complained a little more and left. Only Wang Zijin and Xianxia were left in the room. Wang Zijin had just changed into her pajamas. The style was still the same as the old teddy bear pajamas. Her beautiful long black hair, dignified and beautiful oval face, tender and pink skin, and the most outstanding thing was a pair of amorous peach blossom eyes and a well-proportioned and graceful figure. Sister Zijin is so beautiful. Xianxia flattered. Who's prettier, me or your sister? Wang Zijin blinked, a little mischievously. Was this a copy of Who Should I Save First if my wife or my mother falls into the water? Xianxia was a veteran of the internet and had a lot of experience. He knew how to deal with such difficult questions. He said, of course Sister Zijin is prettier. Qin Baobao is a servant. If it was his sister who asked, the answer would be reversed. Wang Zijin laughed and said, Baobao, I'll tell her when she comes back. This? Life is full of tricks. It's either you trick me or I trick you. Xianxia could only laugh dryly. I've let you see a joke. It's so embarrassing. Xianxia said awkwardly. Wang Zijin walked closer and looked at the bruises on Xianxia's back. She felt an inexplicable heartache. She reached out to touch his bruises and pulled her hand back in midair. She said softly, it's really an eye-opener. Who would hit their son like this? There was a hint of indignation in his tone as he continued, I can see that you and Baobao respect Uncle Qin a lot. Otherwise, you're already an adult. If you really don't want to, why would you have to endure this beating? His sister had seen the world in the capital. She had come into contact with all kinds of people. In this world, there were many people who would not even recognize their biological parents once they became rich, let alone friends. But whether it's you or Baobao, you're happy to let Uncle Qin take care of you. If he wants you to hit me, I'll hit you. That's great. Xianxia sneered, I'm like that, but Qin Baobao doesn't have the guts. She's really scared. Don't think so badly of Baobao. She's just a little coy in front of you, but she's really fierce in school. Wang Zijin flicked her finger on his head and said softly, if you want to talk about dissatisfaction, there are some. Uncle Qin is too pedantic. Why bother? Isn't it good to be a superstar these days? The pay for a random movie was worth several years of hard work in the education industry. How many people hoped that their beautiful daughter would become a superstar these days? It meant that money would flow into their home like water. Although Xianxia was beaten up, he was very protective of his father. He retorted, my father is not pedantic. 2 months ago, he said to me, men become independent at 30. Why are you in a hurry to find a wife? When you're 30, find an 18-year-old. Look at how open-minded he is. It's just that the entertainment industry is too deep. There are all kinds of messy things happening. As for our family, we're just a little rich. We can't protect her. Qin Baobao has been beautiful since she was young. The fortune teller said, once she enters Zhaixing Lu, glory, splendor, and wealth will come rolling in. What does that mean? Wang Zijin didn't understand. Xianxia curled his lips. This poem describes a generation's demon concubine, Daji. It says that Qin Baobao has a face of disaster. It's really F***king accurate. At that time, she was only 10 years old. She was a living immortal. Once she enters the entertainment industry, she's a delicious cake that everyone wants to take a bite out of. Do you think my father can be at ease? What if one day, the newspapers expose that Qin Baobao and Qin Baobao went in and out of a hotel with Qin Baobao again the next day? How terrible. Wang Zijin comforted him. You have to believe in your sister. Baobao might emerge from the mud untainted. She said she'll hold her bottom line. Xianxia rolled his eyes. She still thinks she's a little fairy. Wang Zijin hit him hard. Then why are you still supporting her? Xianxia was speechless. He pushed his sister into the entertainment industry partly because he had no choice but to complete the mission. The other reason was that he was soft-hearted and couldn't stand Qin Baobao's coquetry. Furthermore, he felt that with the system in his hands, he had the world. He was confident that he could protect his sister. He was indeed working hard towards his goal. Otherwise, why would he teach Li Donglai so wholeheartedly? Why would he still go when Li Donglai invited him to karaoke even though he didn't like it? He had to expand his network. How could he manage his network if he stayed at home all day to invest in stocks? The current Li Donglai was too immature. He only treated it as a long-term investment. The real short-term investment was still Nanman Pei. He was a Guanyin Bodhisattva. The appearance of the system was equivalent to giving him a peerless divine weapon. On the path forward, he was still the one who had to cut through all the obstacles. Not long after, Qin Baobao came out with a bottle of Huayan Baiyao spray. There was a 24-hour pharmacy in the neighborhood. Wang Zijin said, "I'm going to take a shower first." The siblings were left alone. Qin Baobao asked Xianxia to lie on the bed. She took off her slippers and straddled her brother's waist so that it was convenient for her to apply the medicine on him. Seeing the shocking scars on her brother's back, Qin Baobao's tears flowed down. She scolded, "Damn old man, you don't know how to control your strength. You're his only son. Let's see if he doesn't regret it when you get injured." His sister sprayed the medicine on his back. Xianxia only felt a cooling sensation, followed by a burning pain. Qin Baobao's fingertips were cold. She gently stroked her brother's strong back. She cried and cursed with deep resentment, "You're already so old, yet you're still so hot-tempered. Mom really doesn't know how to pick a man." Xianxia said helplessly, "You only know how to flaunt your sharp tongue after the incident. Who was the one who was scared silly just now?" Qin Baobao was unconvinced. "He can hit me if he wants to, but he can't hit A's." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Who was the one who retreated just now?" Qin Baobao cried, "You're a man. If you don't protect your sister, who will? Sister can only rely on A's. After all, sister, I brought you up with a handful of shit and tears." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "It's good that you know." Qin Baobao said after the fact, "If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to make things difficult for you, I would have fought that damn old man to the death. For A's, I'm even willing to PK him in real life." Xianxia rolled his eyes again. He thought to himself, "You're almost becoming all-mouthy king." But seeing his sister crying so sadly, he didn't expose her. Qin Baobao rejoiced, "Fortunately, you're stubborn. Otherwise, I'd have to send you to Germany's orthopedics department." Germany's orthopedics department. Xianxia looked at his sister with a strange expression. He forgot to pursue the fact that she was stubborn. "What's wrong?" Qin Baobao was at a loss. Where did you learn that term?" A lot of people on Weibo said that without rhyme or reason, they used the words Germany's orthopedics department. Qin Baobao showed a smug expression and was very pleased with herself. "I also know how to use internet memes." Xianxia asked, "Do you know the meaning of this term?" His sister, who didn't watch anime or visit forums, tilted her head and said, "I don't know. There's a bunch of memes on the internet, such as mantis eel, mantis shrimp, and all sorts of other things. Although I often see them, I just don't know what they mean." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, "Promise me that you won't search for Germany's orthopedics department." "Why?" "Because it's poisonous." At this moment, Xianxia felt something dripping from his back. What is it?" "Qin Baobao, did your snot fall on me?" Xianxia's expression changed drastically. "No, it's just tears," his sister quibbled and quickly grabbed Xianxia's short-sleeved shirt to wipe it away. She quickly destroyed the evidence. "Do your tears come in lumps?" Xianxia pushed his sister away and sat up in shock and anger. He looked as if he had eaten a dead mouse and said, "Oh my God, you even used my shirt to wipe your snot. How can you talk to your sister like that?" Qin Baobao glared at him. "Just say it's tears. My sister doesn't have snot." "You're a little fairy," Xianxia sneered and threw the short-sleeved shirt at Qin Baobao's head. His sister's face turned pale and she quickly threw the short-sleeved shirt far away. She put on a posture of catching a tiger in the mountains and a turtle in the sea. Xianxia, you're asking for it. The siblings started a real-life PK on the bed. Qin Baobao couldn't resist more than 10 moves and was easily subdued. Her brother twisted her hands and pressed her into the messy bedding. Qin Baobao's face was flushed and her hair was messy. She glared at her brother angrily with tears in her eyes, but she didn't give in. It was rare for his sister to be so strong-willed. She didn't beg for mercy or act coquettishly. Perhaps she felt that she was losing her dignity in front of her brother these days, although she wasn't like that in the past. Xianxia considerately gave his sister a way out. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Then, the siblings buried the hatchet. Qin Baobao continued to spray medicine on her brother. Suddenly, she said faintly, my kiss can't even repay you. Xianxia didn't even think and blurted out, then I'll serve you in bed. Words that were said were like water that couldn't be taken back. This was awkward. Unexpectedly, Qin Baobao said softly, "Mm." "Mm?" Xianxia was shocked. I knew you wouldn't give up. Qin Baobao waved her hand and hit her brother's head 12 times in a row. She took the opportunity to take revenge. Shameless. The two of them fought until 11 o'clock. Qin Baobao went back to her room to sleep. Xianxia took a shower and went back to his room to lie down. When he gradually felt sleepy, he heard the door handle click. Then, Qin Baobao sneaked in sneakily. It seemed like she was doing some underground work. Why are you back? Xianxia was stunned. Qin Baobao shushed him. Mom and Dad are not asleep yet. They are whispering something in the room. Don't let them find out. His sister lifted the quilt and went in. Xianxia felt a warm and soft body close to him. A delicate fragrance entered his nose. I was just saying. You really came over. Xianxia was a little overwhelmed. What are you thinking? We haven't talked for a long time. I just want to have a long talk with you. A long talk. Qin Baobao hid her face in the quilt, not letting her brother see her blush. Xianxia was very pretentious. 7 years old and not together. How old are you? Qin Baobao was also very pretentious. It's all your fault for wanting to take advantage of me. I had no choice. His sister was a typical case of forgetting the pain after the scar healed. She automatically ignored the wet kiss incident a while ago. The cause was also that she kissed Xianxia first. However, Xianxia was very rational in the sage period. At this time, it was usually Qin Baobao who was causing trouble. Once Xianxia was in the zone, Qin Baobao could only cry for help. How's the song I asked you to practice? Xianxia asked. It's so difficult to sing. I can't sing it at all. Qin Baobao's expression was bitter. Qin Baobao's voice could handle most songs. High notes were not a problem for her. Except for songs like 500 Years from the Heavens, she had no problems. Xianxia had asked her to practice the song. Qin Bao had a hard time. It was too difficult. She often sang halfway and her voice broke. You've been practicing for half a month. You still can't sing? Xianxia reached out to pinch her white and tender face. That kind of note is too difficult to sing. Qin Baobao pinched his nose and said, change the song for me. Your voice can definitely sing. I think you're just lazy. Xianxia was dissatisfied. I can't sing, I can't sing. Qin Baobao twisted her body in the quilt. Don't twist. Xianxia's expression changed. What's wrong? His sister asked. Xianxia did not answer. He sucked in his stomach. Qin Baobao understood and said angrily, you should let Dad beat you to death. You can't even sing a song well. What's the difference between you and a salted fish? Qin Baobao, you're a woman who's going to be a big star. Xianxia changed the topic. His sister's voice was not crisp and ethereal. It was considered heavy and textured among women's voices. They chatted until midnight and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xianxia woke up at 7 o'clock. The sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. Dust floated in the light. Qin Baobao was sleeping beside him. A pair of slender legs were wrapped around his brother's waist. Her face was buried in Xianxia's neck. A faint shampoo fragrance came from her hair. Under her pajamas, the outline of her 36D was so clear. Xianxia's first reaction after waking up was to touch his penis to see if it was in high spirits. Fortunately, it wasn't. Otherwise, Qin Baobao might despise him again. This didn't seem to be something to be happy about. He hugged his sister's waist and prepared to sleep for a while. Just then, the door opened. Mom's voice came, I didn't see Baobao early in the morning. She's not in the room. Did she go to work? You should get up. Qin Ma pushed the door open and entered. She was stunned by the scene in the room. Her son and daughter were lying on the bed, snuggling up to each other and sleeping soundly. Qin Ma was a gentle and kind woman, but her eyebrows still twitched fiercely. Qin Baobao was sleeping soundly. Qin Zhe, who was awake, was so scared that his liver trembled. He felt inexplicably guilty. He deliberately pretended that he had just woken up. He sat up and said in a daze, how would I know where Qin Baobao went? Oh, so she's here. Mom, Qin Baobao is so annoying. She refused to leave last night. The quick-witted Qin Zhe pushed the blame to his sister. Qin Ma said in a low voice, Baobao. Qin Ma saw that her daughter and son were fully dressed and was slightly relieved. Qin Baobao woke up after being pushed by her brother a few times. She squinted her eyes and sat up with a dazed look on her face. When she saw her mother standing by the bed, her body quivered and her sleepiness disappeared. She mumbled, Oh, Mom, it's all Qin Zhe's fault. He insisted on chatting with me last night. The quick-witted Qin Baobao pushed the blame to her brother. Qin Ma's mouth twitched. You're really siblings. Can't you be more serious? How old are you? Why are you still sleeping together? Nonsense. Get up and wash up. We're waiting for you two to have breakfast. Qin Ma reprimanded a few times and left with a frown. Qin Baobao reached out and pulled her brother's ear. She said angrily, Why didn't you lock the door? Why didn't you lock the door? Qin Zhe retorted, You were the one who entered my room. Why didn't you remember to lock the door? Qin Baobao said angrily, Sister was sleeping with you. What's wrong with you locking the door? Qin Zhe was so scared that he peed his pants. F***ck, keep your voice down. If Dad hears us, we'll be dead. Fortunately, it was his mother who pushed the door open. If it was his grandfather, he would have booked a German orthopedics bed. After washing up, the two of them went to the living room. Grandpa Xing was sitting in the main seat that symbolized the head of the family. On his left and right were Qin Ma and Wang Zijin. The old man glanced at his late children and frowned as he reprimanded them. What time is it? You still need your mother to wake you up? Is this the attitude you should have at work? He then pointed at Wang Zijin and said, Zijin has already woken up. Baobao, why are you still not coming out? Wang Zijin remained silent. His sister and Qin Zhe looked at each other, lowered their heads, and quickly sat down to eat the porridge. He looked like he had a guilty conscience. Qin Ma saw this and her face was full of worry. The son and daughter had been close since they were young, but they had grown up. Qin Zhe secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his mother didn't say anything. He thanked his mother for not killing him. Grandpa Xing looked at his daughter and said, Go back and quit your job. Find a better one. Qin Baobao turned to look at her brother. Seeing his indifferent attitude, she hated him in her heart. Dad, the contract hasn't expired yet. If we break the contract, we will have to pay. Fine. Grandpa Xing slammed the table. Our family doesn't lack this money. Qin Baobao said weakly, the penalty is 3 million. Grandpa Xing was a rare person who lacked ambition. Qin Zhe couldn't hold back and laughed. Grandpa Xing was angry. What are you laughing at? Are you itching for a beating? Didn't you have enough last night? Qin Zhe lowered his head and didn't say anything. He and his sister had discussed countermeasures last night. Making a scene in front of Grandpa Xing wouldn't work. When faced with a thorny problem, there were two ways to solve it: force yourself on him or make him cook the rice. Qin Baobao had already signed a contract with Star Art. With the contract, it was legally binding. No matter how unwilling the old man was, he had no choice but to accept it. Unless he could pay the penalty for breaching the contract or bear to see his daughter sued in court. Grandpa Xing was caught unprepared. The ancient people who created these two idioms were really smart. What is this? What is this? Grandpa Xing slammed the table angrily. Wang Zijin said softly, Uncle, Bao Bao's conditions are very good. This path is very suitable. I know Uncle's concerns. My family has some connections with the Shanghai Radio and Television Bureau. I will give them a call later and let them know. Don't worry, Bao Bao won't be bullied. Grandpa Xing heard and quickly picked up a piece of pickled vegetable for Wang Zijin. Grandpa Xing was angry, but his children had grown up. He couldn't force his daughter to make decisions for her future like when they were still students. Although his children still respected him, there was nothing he could do if they disobeyed him. Xianxia knew that Wang Zijin was talking nonsense. She had already fallen out with her family. Her credit cards were frozen and her finances were blocked. She was just using the tiger's skin to pull the flag. Looking at her calm and confident face, she was able to fool the highly skilled old master. This elder sister was not a naive, sweet, and naive woman. After breakfast, Grandpa Xing took his briefcase and went to school. Qin Ma was a full-time housewife and didn't work. Qin Bao Bao went back to her room to practice her singing. Qin Zhe went back to his room to immerse himself in the stock market. In the living room, Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were chatting. Qin Zhe asked Wang Zijin why she didn't go to work. Wang Zijin said she was in a bad mood and took a day off. Okay, as long as you're happy. The TV was on and it was casually playing a period drama. These days, the quality of TV dramas was declining day by day. The special effects were mediocre and the plot was terrible. The selling points were all on the celebrities. However, they didn't have any acting skills and only relied on their faces. Zijin, I heard from Bao Bao that your family is in Beijing? Qin Ma peeled an apple and handed it to Wang Zijin. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Zijin took the apple and took a bite. Yes. What does your father do? Qin Ma asked again. Wang Zijin didn't leak anything. My father is a civil servant. 2 years ago, he was sent to Shanghai to work. I went to high school in Fudan University affiliated high school. Bao Bao and I were desk mates. Mrs. Qin finally understood. So he was the son of a government official. Since she was back in Beijing, it meant that she had been promoted. It seemed that this girl wasn't lying when she said that her family was related to the Shanghai Radio, Film and TV Bureau. Do you have a boyfriend? Qin Ma asked again. Wang Zijin was inexplicably embarrassed. These days, she had been listening to Qin Bao talking nonsense and trying to matchmake her and Qin Zhe. When she turned her head and heard Qin Ma's question, she was particularly sensitive. She thought to herself, are you going to ask me what do you think of our son? No. Wang Zijin smiled. Qin Ma sighed. In today's society, men are not in a hurry to get a wife. But women are different. While they are still young, they should find a good partner. When they become an old lady, no one will want them. No wonder her daughter was always unwilling to go on blind dates. It turned out that there was someone accompanying her. Birds of a feather flocked together. Bao Bao is not reassuring. She is heartless and doesn't even care about marriage. As a mother, I am worried. Auntie, don't worry. I know a lot of handsome young men. I will introduce them to Bao Bao another day. Wang Zijin was very good at chatting. She could always follow Qin Ma's train of thought and make her happy. After chatting for less than half an hour, Qin Ma wanted to take her as her goddaughter. Qin Ma took Wang Zijin's hand and walked into the master bedroom. She opened the photo album of her daughter and son when they were young and showed it to her. In the morning sun, Wang Zijin put the photo album on her lap and looked down. The first page was of Qin Bao and Qin Zhe when they were babies. They were lying in the cradle with the same wrinkled little faces. Qin Zhe was sleeping quietly, while Qin Bao was crying loudly. The color of the two photos was different. They were not taken at the same time. Qin Bao Bao was 3 years older than Qin Zhe. On the second page, Qin Zhe was still a baby in the cradle. Beside the crib, Qin Bao Bao was wearing a white princess dress. She was 2 or 3 years old. She bent down and kissed her brother's forehead. On the third page, Xianxia, who had just been weaned, was sitting in the bathtub. Qin Baobao was squatting beside him. She reached out and pinched her brother's little brother. Xianxia was crying loudly. On the fourth page, Xianxia, who was in kindergarten, and Qin Baobao, who was in elementary school, were taking a photo side by side. They were both carrying small cloth bags. The elder sister hit her brother's head with a karate chop. When they were little, Qin Baobao had a big round face, while Xianxia was thin and small. On the fifth page, Qin Baobao was hugging Xianxia's shoulder. The heads of the siblings were leaning against each other. In the photo, Qin Baobao had grown into a tall little beauty. Her face was no longer round, and her face was thin. Her facial features were beautiful, and her eyes were bright. Xianxia still looked like a child. He was about 12 or 13 years old. He was shorter than Qin Baobao by a head. On the sixth page, the photo was probably taken at the same time as the previous one. The two of them had not changed much. Qin Baobao was wearing a ballet dress. She looked like a beautiful and noble little swan. She was accompanied by an ugly duckling. The girl was playfully pulling her brother's face. The younger brother looked at his elder sister with disdain. The picture was frozen. On the sixth page, the seventh page, the eighth page. Wang Zijin flipped through the photos quietly. It was as if she was looking at the childhood of Qin Baobao and Xianxia. They were always laughing and fighting. Most of the time, it was the elder sister bullying the younger brother. Of course, there were also pictures of the younger brother turning the tables. Until Xianxia entered high school, the two of them rarely took photos together alone. It was either a family photo or standing in a well-behaved manner. Time urged people to grow up, and at the same time, it created an invisible barrier. Every pair of siblings would grow apart as they grew up. They were no longer as close as they were when they were children. Wang Zijin looked at the photos and suddenly felt a sense of loss. She couldn't figure out the reason. It was probably because of the sensitivity and fragility of female hipsters. On second thought, she realized that it wasn't right. Normal siblings might be like this, but according to her feelings of being with them day and night, time didn't seem to have caused a gap between them. The distance in the photos was probably for their parents to see. At noon. After lunch, Xianxia suggested that they go watch a movie. Wang Zijin gladly agreed. "Miss, shall we ride a shared bike or take a taxi?" Xianxia asked. "Take a taxi. The weather is too hot." "I don't want to ride a bike." Wang Zijin's expression was normal. She didn't react as exaggeratedly as Qin Baobao. Xianxia thought to himself, "Sure enough, this title is poisonous to my sister." He had lost more than 30,000 yuan in the stock market today. It was all in the short term. He needed to be comforted by Miss Wang. Unless he could predict the future, he would definitely lose some money. The system explained, "The host's level is too low. Please work hard and help me level up." Xianxia asked, "What level will I be at if I cultivate to the maximum level? Can I reach out and grab a bullet or kick a nuclear warhead?" The system replied, "Please face reality. The purpose of your cultivation is to provide energy for the system. Don't think too much." It also explained the law of conservation of energy and biogenetics in detail. Xianxia could only give up on his dream of being a hero. Xianxia and Wang Zijin had just left the room when Qin Baobao, who had just finished communicating with her manager, walked out of the room. She looked around and asked, "Mom, where are my brother and Zijin?" "They went out. I think they went to watch a movie." Qin Ma was mopping the floor when she remembered something. "Baobao, I helped you look at a few guys. They're quite handsome." Qin Baobao's mood was inexplicably bad. She said impatiently, blind date, blind date. Can't you do something else besides blind dates?" She turned around and went back to her room, slamming the door. Qin Ma was at a loss. This child. Qin Baobao's room was on the south side. From the window, she could see the gate of the neighborhood. She stood by the window and looked out. She just happened to see Wang Zijin and Xianxia walking side by side towards the gate of the neighborhood. The two of them seemed to be talking and laughing. Wang Zijin didn't stand on ceremony and threw her bag to Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao looked at this scene and was in a daze. She was a little regretful. She regretted matchmaking Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin. There was no reason. She just regretted it. At first, she thought that Wang Zijin definitely wouldn't like Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe had repeatedly offended her, so she came up with the idea of making her brother happy. She wanted him to shift his attention away from her. But when she saw her brother and Wang Zijin getting closer and closer, she couldn't stand it. Qin Baobao attributed all this to forgetting his mother after marrying a wife. She was that mother. As for whether Qin Ma had any opinions, she didn't care. She looked at the two figures walking away and was in a daze. That night, Grandpa Xing was watching the financial news in the living room when Qin Ma came over with a plate of grapes. Where are they? Grandpa Xing's eyes never left the TV. They went back in the afternoon. Qin Ma picked a grape and handed it to him. Grandpa Xing snorted. Two ingrates. Don't they know how to stay at home for a few more days? Qin Ma complained, come back to look at your face or come back to be beaten up by you? If you miss them, just say so. Don't be so pretentious. If it weren't for your bad temper, why would Ace and Bao Bao hide outside and not come home? Grandpa Xing snorted. What does it have to do with me? You're the one who arranged the blind dates. That's why our daughter didn't come back. There was a saying that went, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Seeing the couple shift the blame to each other, it was obvious who Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao learned from. Speaking of the blind dates, Qin Ma pushed her husband and said with a frown, Old Qin, let me tell you. Ace is also an intern now. Why don't you let him come back and live here? Grandpa Xing glanced at her and asked curiously, come back and live here? Bao Bao, I don't feel at ease if he lives alone. Qin Ma thought to herself, I don't feel at ease if they live together. Haven't you thought that it's inconvenient for them to live together? Qin Ma said. What do you mean? Grandpa Xing finally moved his eyes away from the TV. If the siblings live together, it'll be difficult for them to find a boyfriend. Bao Bao. Qin Ma thought about it and decided not to tell her husband what she saw in the morning. She was afraid that he would take a broom and kill them. At this time, the financial news ended. Grandpa Xing pressed the remote control to change the channel. Coincidentally, there was a news segment. We often say that the wedding night is one of the 4 joys of life. It should be happy and lively. However, something heart-wrenching and infuriating happened in XX City. There was a younger brother who had a conflict with his sister and brother-in-law on the wedding night and injured the newlyweds. The reason was, I didn't find a girlfriend, and you can't get married. The old man frowned. There are all kinds of people here. Qin Ma thought of something and said with a worried face, I think we should hurry up and find a partner for Bao Bao. I think you're just too free. You have nothing to do at home. On Friday, Qin Zhe and his 2 sisters were sitting on the sofa watching TV. The program was I Am a Singer. Now that his sisters had money, Qin Zhe's song copyright fees, repairing a TV was nothing. Even if he bought 10 TV sets, his sisters would not bat an eyelid. Huang Yuding is a little weak. Qin Zhe commented that popular singer Huang Yuding's performance was average, but compared to Qin Baobao and Wales, 2 rising stars, he seemed powerless. Li Shuigong is the same. He only sings rock songs and occasionally changes to new songs, but he's not particularly good at it. Wang Zijin also commented. That's right. Distance tests a horse's strength. I'm a fine steed. Qin Baobao said proudly. Qin Zhe turned his head. Fine steed, let me ride? Qin Baobao slapped her brother's head and raised her eyebrows. You actually want to ride me? Qin Zhe was stunned. He was just casually ridiculing and definitely did not mean anything else. Qin Baobao was getting more and more dirty recently. Who gave you the courage? Qin Zhe clenched his fist and his bones cracked. I'm wrong. Qin Baobao shrank behind her best friend and unfairly pushed Wang Zijin out to take the bullet. After the show ended, Yin Jia looked at the camera and said loudly, there's an Easter egg at the end. I Am a Singer had already entered the final stage. The Easter egg was an introduction to the finals, such as the competition system, national broadcast, celebrity guest singers. It threw out a few gimmicks to attract popularity. The scene flashed and Huang Yuding was sitting on a chair with the camera pointed at him. This person is my best friend for many years and is also a big star in the music industry. His name is not unfamiliar to everyone, but I can't reveal it yet. Then it was Li Shuigong. My guest singer was also a popular king in the music industry, but now he has been developing in the film industry. He didn't want to come at first because he was afraid that he would be a hindrance. I begged him for a long time before he agreed. The others were the same, full of gimmicks. Who is your guest singer? Xianxia expressed his curiosity. Wang Zijin also pricked up her ears. Her sister started to play around again. Guess. Guess if I'll guess. Guess if I'll guess if you'll guess. Xianxia was so angry that he slapped her butt. Qin Baobao cried out in pain and covered her butt. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to fight Xianxia to the death. Wang Zijin quickly hugged her waist. Zijin, let go. I'm going to clean house today. This guy doesn't see me as his sister at all. Qin Baobao deliberately struggled fiercely. Wang Zijin said, okay, don't lower yourself to his level. Qin Baobao glared. No, I can't let him go like this. Let go. Wang Zijin said helplessly, why? I can't bear to see you humiliate yourself. Qin Baobao said angrily, hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Wang Zijin silently withdrew her hand. Qin Baobao changed the topic. I'm just too lazy to argue with him. Xianxia silently watched his sister's one-man show. He browsed the forums and Tieba. He still didn't like to use Weibo. At this time, he saw a post. The TV series starring Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu, the great general of Ming, will be released in early September. I've been waiting for half a year. I was looking forward to it, but when I saw the trailer, damn, what the hell is the opening song? The lyrics are not classical, and the singing is like a modern love song. It's at least a historical costume drama. There were 999 plus replies. The netizens all liked it. Just treat it as a MV. The trailer looks good, but the song is too bad. It doesn't fit the theme. My expectations for this drama dropped to zero. What a pity, my goddess Chu. It's better not to air the trailer. So bad. Not too good, at least it matches classical songs. Haha, I just finished scolding on Weibo. I'll continue scolding on Tieba. Xianxia was also paying attention to this drama. The actor, Zhang Jinyun, was handsome and good at acting. He was Xianxia's favorite actor. The actress, Chu Yuyu, was one of the most popular female artists. She had a beautiful and refined face. She specialized in costume dramas and was known as the goddess of costume dramas. Her acting was okay. Seeing the scolding online and the reaction was fierce, he was curious. He clicked on the MV uploaded by the original poster. It was indeed spicy. Not to mention whether it fit the theme of the drama, just listening to the song without watching the MV gave people the feeling that it was a family drama. They instantly felt out of character. The next day, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin went out together, leaving Xianxia alone at home to watch the door. He suddenly realized that even though he had nothing to do at home, he was bored after staying for a long time. He felt like moldy tofu. It was fine if Qin Baobao accompanied him at home. He could bully her. But when Wang Zijin and his sister went out together, he was all alone. During this period, other than I Am a Singer, the drama Great Ming's Liang General was the hottest topic. But that theme song was too low class. The fans were scolding and blocking the official Weibo account every day. All kinds of jokes were endless. Can't they change the song? With such a big production team, they can't even find a composer? I don't have the energy to complain about this theme song. I feel like a song will ruin the drama. The production team did it on purpose, right? To make it more popular? I have to say, you succeeded. Well, I don't plan to watch this drama. The first theme song in history to go to the wrong set. If you can't find a composer, we'll recommend you. Don't ruin the drama because of a song. Qin Bao Bao. F*ck, how could I forget that there's still Qin Bao Bao's brother in the music industry? Find a song and ask him for one. Are you afraid that there won't be a good song? Yes, yes, yes. Su Yunhan's new album's title song was written by Qin Bao Bao. F*ck, how could I forget this god? Ask Qin Bao Bao for a song. If you don't know this, how can you survive in the entertainment industry? Great Ming's Liang General Director, there are more and more people scolding us online. Director, it's about time. The hype is enough. If this continues, will it get out of control? It's already out of control. Many people are saying that they want to abandon the drama. Who would abandon the drama for a song? They're just shouting blindly. But if there are too many negative comments, it will affect the ratings. The director said, let the PR department release a statement immediately. If there are people scolding, it means that our hype is very successful. Quickly put the real theme song and make a new promotional video. Life was full of tricks. The crew were not fools. Couldn't they tell if the theme song was suitable or not? Everything was for the sake of self-deprecating to attract attention. Once the hype was up and the goal of attracting attention was achieved, they would start to clean up the mess and put the real theme song on. It was the same as celebrity scandals. It was a hype trick. Soon, the crew's new promotional video was released. The theme song was surging and was suitable for the background of the drama. But, a new promotional video? The theme song is SOSO. At most, it fits the theme. It's really not good. After waiting all day, you're just going to let me listen to this? MDZZ. The production is not attentive. A good song can complement the drama, but a bad song is likely to ruin a good drama. Do you have to go so far? This song is much better than the previous one. Are you watching the drama or listening to the song? That's right. The promotional video is still very good. I'm here for Zhang Jinyun. I'm used to scolding. I just want to complain. What did the crew say on Weibo just now? We'll definitely be satisfied. We'll definitely do our best to choose a good song. IF** King believed them. This song is just SOSO. It's really not good. If they had released this song earlier, even if someone complained, it wouldn't have been so intense. It shows that the crew is not attentive. The drama is probably also shoddy. The most frightening thing was that someone would scold at first, regardless of whether it was good or bad. They would scold at first and talk later. It would lead countless netizens astray. Moreover, the theme song was indeed average and could not be said to be very good. At first, there were still people who defended the crew, but in the end, there was another wave of scolding. The crew of the good general. Director, the investors called and asked us to solve the problem quickly. Director, I also received a call here. The investors said that we've hyped it up too much. We have to change the direction of public opinion. The director stomped his feet. The most hateful thing is the brainless scolding. The crew quickly launched a response strategy. By news to clear our names. Let Zhang Jinyun and Xu Yuyu say something on Weibo. Director, do you want to change the song? The director frowned and pondered for a moment. In the end, he nodded. Let's find a new song first. We won't change it if we can. The phenomenon of losing control of hype was not common in the entertainment industry, but it was not rare. Many stars and crew had experienced and learned their lesson. Although the public was easily influenced, they were not fools. They would believe whatever you said. On top of that, you have to take into consideration the interference of your competitors. The director suspected that some of the haters were hired by their competitors. Later, Zhang Jinyun and Xu Yuyu posted on Weibo to promote the new film and appeal to fans to support it. It was not easy to slightly change the public opinion, but who knew that not long after, what kind of lousy song is this? Listening to it once dirties my ears, listening to it twice will make me doubt my life. Compared to my brother's song, it's trash. A comment appeared on the crew's official Weibo. The person who posted the comment was Qin Bao Bao. Director, Qin Bao Bao is openly criticizing us on Weibo. The staff member in charge of Weibo shouted. Qin Baobao's comment was posted half an hour ago and was pushed to the top of the list by netizens. The netizens replied one after another. Some agreed with it, while others scolded Qin Baobao. Big boobs, sit tight. I'll send you up. Great minds think alike. Big boobs, this isn't good. Do you want to fight? Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu's fans started scolding. Get lost. So what if you can sing well? Did the crew offend you? Why is Qin Baobao joining in the fun? She's causing trouble. The director stomped his feet and scolded. She's trying to ride on the hype. The staff was also angry. She's a newcomer. She's too insensible. She's too full of herself. Director, should we fight back? The crew was already furious because the hype was out of control. Now, Qin Baobao had jumped out to fan the flames and hit them when they were down. The girl who saw Qin Baobao's comment earlier looked embarrassed. That. Director, this isn't Qin Bao's Weibo account. It's a high-quality imitation. The director leaned in front of the computer to take a look and almost vomited blood. What's wrong with you? You're so careless. The people who were scolding her were all silenced. There were too many high-quality imitations on Weibo. Which celebrity didn't have a few high-quality imitations? Other than not having their real names verified, the imitations were almost real. The netizens' nature was to scold someone without saying a word. Then, they quickly realized that this was a high-quality imitation and started another round of scolding. I hate these high-quality imitations the most. Idiots. My whole family will be cremated. Let's disperse. This is fake. A bunch of blind people. They can't even recognize a high-quality imitation. Wei Baobao won't take the blame. Qin Baobao's fans appeared. I'll help you summon Qin Bao. Don't thank me. If you want to sing a song, ask her. Qin Baobao. The director suddenly said, do you have Qin Baobao's manager's phone number? Let me check. Are you really going to ask Qin Baobao for a song? It's not just Qin Baobao. Contact the other composers as well. If there's anyone suitable, we can change the theme song. If not, there's no need to change it. Let the public relations team continue to pay attention to public opinion. The director was not willing to change the theme song from the bottom of his heart. Did he really have to change it just because the netizens said so? What if after the change, he still said that he was inferior? Moreover, this way, the outside world would think that the production team of Great Ming's Liang General had no stance and would be easily swayed. As a director, he would definitely be ridiculed and laughed at by people in the industry. As the director was thinking about this, the woman in charge of contacting the investors came in from outside and shouted, Director, the investors want to change the theme song. They've already called me 3 times. The director said disdainfully, you've never seen big waves before. Small investors just don't have the confidence. Once the people start talking bad, you'll immediately panic. That being said, he couldn't refuse the request of the sponsor. Hurry up and contact them. Find a good song. If there's a suitable one, we'll change it. Xingyi Entertainment. In the office, Qin Baobao and her manager, Li Yanhong, were eating takeout. It was a restaurant that had a good reputation. Although Qin Baobao was a local, she didn't like beets. However, this restaurant's food was cheap. For 2 people, 5 dishes, only 400 yuan. After quickly spending the song's copyright fees, Qin Baobao fell into a financial crisis. The copyright fees from various channels, such as the KTV, were settled once a month. Qin Baobao's account originally had more than 300,000 yuan, but she couldn't keep the money. In Qin Zai's words, she was a prodigal woman. Qin Baobao used to know how to control herself. After all, she had to support her brother's living expenses. Ever since she found out that her brother was overflowing with talent and outstanding ability, she quickly fell and walked further and further down the path of decay. She said with conviction, Sister raised you for so many years. You have to raise sister for a lifetime. When you have money, you have to buy. In addition to buying a set of office wear for her best friend, which was worth 20,000 yuan, she bought 2 sets of summer clothes and a pair of shoes for her brother, which was worth a total of 1,000 yuan. Her parents also had gifts. They gave Qin Ma a 50,000 yuan jade bracelet. Qin Ma couldn't stop smiling. She said that Bao Bao was promising and that her mother didn't give birth to her daughter in vain. Then, her sister bought a pair of leather shoes for her grandfather. Her grandfather also revealed a rare smile and said that his daughter was very sensible. As they spoke, the old couple glanced at their son who was already working but didn't say anything. Xianxia pretended to look around at the scenery. After leaving home and getting into his sister's little red horse, Xianxia fiercely poked his sister's waist and muttered, "You said you would help me with my wife's money." His sister was grabbed by the arm and couldn't escape. She cried and laughed as she struggled. In the end, she collapsed on the seat, babbling and half dead. "Your money is my money." His sister didn't give in. Xianxia pointed his finger like a sword. She quickly changed her words, "I'll compensate you." "Compensate me with money or with my wife?" "I'll compensate you with my wife." His sister vowed. Xianxia was overjoyed. "Are you going to help me chase Sister Ziwei?" That was a tough bone to chew. Qin Baobao said that she would help her brother chase her best friend, but it was really just words and no action. Qin Baobao's eyes were shining and her face was still red. She said shyly, "Hubby, get lost." Xianxia was furious. He felt that he was tricked by his sister again. He poked her waist again. Since then, Qin Baobao didn't like to talk to Xianxia. Xianxia hinted several times that he wanted to take care of his wife's money, but she ignored him. He really didn't expect her to be such a sister. Xianxia thought to himself. His brother's first round of wife's money was gone. Qin Baobao's current equipment, Patek Philippe rose gold ladies' watch, LV bag, and Manolo Blahnik handmade high heels that Li Yanhong's relatives brought back from Italy. Halfway through the meal, Li Yanhong's cell phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Is this Li Yanhong, sisterly?" "We are from the crew of Great Ming Liang General." Li Yanhong was stunned for a few seconds. She finally remembered what Great Ming Liang General was and said, "What's the matter?" "Our crew wants to ask Miss Qin for a song. I think you know that the internet is not very satisfied with our theme song." "Hey, it's just a theme song. It's not that serious. Our director also said so, but the sponsor is worried and asked us to change it. We want to eliminate all the negative impact before the TV series is released. They're quite cautious." Li Yanhong said, "Then why don't we meet somewhere to talk?" The other party said, "No, if you have a song, record a small sample first and send it over. After you confirm that you want it, we can talk about other things." Li Yanhong ended the call and said, "The crew of Great Ming Liang General said that they want to ask you for a song. But they didn't say that we have to do it. They said that we should record a small sample and send it to them. Then ignore them." Qin Baobao buried her head in eating, her small mouth shiny. It was impossible for her to ask her brother for a song just because someone needed one. Xianxia was willing, but she wasn't. Last time, Su Yunhan's new "Can't Stop Loving" made her feel distressed and regretful for a while. But this topic is quite popular. It's also very good if you can ride on the popularity. Li Yanhong said, "The popularity of stars, in addition to their works, is some entertainment gossip. So many stars will let their companies and studios buy news. For example, a certain unscrupulous browser, shocked all day long. Whoever wears this dress, men will be silent when they see it, women will be jealous when they see it. Another example is that the most beautiful person in the ancient costume is not her, but her. It's all flattery bought with money." Qin Baobao asked, "Great Ming Liang General, what's it about?" She was not interested in ancient military dramas and had not paid attention to it. Li Yanhong searched online. Late Ming Dynasty, Early Qing Dynasty, about a famous general who fought against the Qing Dynasty. Qin Baobao said, "Then I have one." "What songs do you have?" Li Yanhong asked. She remembered that Qin Baobao's songs were all written by her brother, but she didn't tell him. Qin Baobao didn't answer. Instead, she scrolled through Weibo. Suddenly, she had an idea and posted, "What do you think about the song request from the cast of De Ming's Liang General? Looking at childhood from afar." She felt that she was now well versed in creating hype. At the same time, she finally understood why those celebrities liked to post on Weibo, even if it was just a selfie. However, Xianxia's Weibo was calm. He didn't respond to his sister's request at all. Immediately, Qin Baobao's fans replied, "Deming's cast asked Qin Baobao for a song? Haha, they really did? Big-breasted girl, your brother is ignoring you. That's awkward. I'm afraid of the sudden silence. Brother, you hurt my heart. This is the most awkward Weibo I've ever seen. Everyone, watch your mouth. Don't post meaningless things. Just shout 666. My goddess is still so funny. I'm still reminiscing about that video." Xianxia was sleeping soundly at this time. The system extracted energy and instantly made him masturbate 7 times in one night. When he woke up, he immediately saw Qin Baobao's Weibo through his phone's notification. In order to prevent the photo album incident from happening again, he turned on the notification. "Get lost." He replied on Weibo. "Ask for a song? I feel that my body has been hollowed out. I don't have the time to play with you." He threw his phone aside and went back to sleep. In the office, Qin Baobao saw her brother's reply and was immediately pushed to the top by the netizens. Her fans made fun of her. She curled her lips. It didn't matter that Xianxia didn't interact with her. Anyway, the song was ready-made. She didn't want Xianxia to write another song. Qin Baobao took out a song sheet from the drawer of her desk. Xianxia wrote it for her a long time ago. She didn't need it and kept it. Sisterly, contact the recording artist. I'll record a demo. At the set of Deming's Liang General. In less than half a day, the film crew had already collected a few songs. There were many people in the entertainment industry who made a living in this industry, and there were also quite a few talented people. Every lyricist could compose all kinds of songs. It wasn't as if they had an order, but they did it when they had the inspiration. It was like a painter or writer. If someone wanted a song, they had a song, have it, they could immediately sell it. The director instructed, if you don't have a small sample, go record a small sample. If you don't have a song, find someone to fill in the lyrics. Let's pick a good song. A good song have a song. The music director clicked his tongue and said, 2 of them are alright, but the rest are just so. Some of them aren't even as good as the one we have. If your thinks a song have 8 ts have you? A su liangs, a sa's 8. 8 ts halves. Estiming u liang test tss. My suggestion is to have a more impassioned song score and find a good lyricist to write the lyrics according to the theme of our TV series. The director looked very worried. Try to hurry it up. Half a month before the premiere. If it's too late, the public opinion will be set. It's useless. The song S, try your best. Let's settle on the song score first. This song sounds alright and can be considered the most outstanding. Was it sent over by Qin Baobao? No, it was written by teacher Han last year. The song asked, which one is Qin Baobao's? That shouldn't be the case. Her brother is very popular. Even if it was rushed, the song he wrote shouldn't be too bad. The director shook his head. She didn't send over any songs. Look at Qin Baobao's Weibo. Her brother said get lost and that he's not happy to help us write a song. What a pity. The song sighed. The music director looked around and finally decided to use teacher Han's song. Then, he prepared to find the lyrics. A female staff member came in with a middle-aged woman. She said, Director, Qin Baobao's manager is looking for you. The director was stunned and went up to greet her with the song. Li Yanhong took out her business card and handed it over. Director Zhu, I'm here to deliver the demo. Demo? The director was a little confused. Li Yanhong nodded. Qin Baobao's song, the song added. Li Yanhong nodded again. Didn't he say he didn't want to write it? The director was puzzled. Sigh, they're just playing around. Li Yanhong waved her hand. I've already delivered the demo. How can it be fake? The director said, then let's listen to the demo first. When Li Yanhong heard this, she took out her phone and opened a recording file. Qin Baobao's voice rang out from the loudspeaker. Along the gentle curves of the mountains and rivers. Central plains of love, northern and Jiangnan of love. After just 2 lines, the song lit up. Good song, the momentum was strong, and the melody was passionate. If it was sung by a strong male voice, the effect would be even better. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that God has given me. A man is brave. Why should a man be afraid of danger? My heroic spirit will not change, year after year. The studio that was originally a little chaotic quieted down. Everyone gathered around and listened attentively. The music director had already given it 10 points. In his eyes, this song was impeccable. It was a rare good song. The director was hesitant. He was a little tempted, but he still held a wait-and-see attitude. Watch the iron hooves trample over the mountains and rivers. I stand at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon as they spin. Blood drowns the world in peace and happiness. I really want to live for another 500 years. When she sang this line, the director's expression changed. He kept repeating it. I stand at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon as they spin. The music ended, the director slammed the table and shouted excitedly, "Good song, good song." The music director beside him was shocked and speechless. He didn't understand why he was so excited. As a professional, he didn't say anything. The director saw the people around him looking and said excitedly, "This song is tailor-made for our TV series." "Good, this is great. Listen to the lyrics." He played the recording again. Watch the iron hooves trample over the mountains and rivers. Blood drowns the world. Rest in peace in old age. Especially this line, I stand on the cusp of the wind and waves, holding the sun and the moon spinning. Everyone didn't understand. The director said loudly, "The sun and moon are bright." The protagonist is a famous general who fought against the Qing dynasty. Isn't he standing at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon in his hands? It's so appropriate. Everyone else understood. Li Yanhong said at the right time, "Not only are the lyrics and music ready, I also brought the accompanying music score." That's great. The music director was happy. He could save a lot of time. The director smiled and said to Li Yanhong, "We'll buy this song." Li Yanhong immediately said, "Bao Bao has a request. The copyright of this song is not for sale. It is only limited to the use of the TV series. Other than that, the crew can't use this song for profit in any way." The director thought for a moment. "No problem. We don't need other copyrights." "Then let's talk about the price." Li Yanhong smiled. The next day, the crew of Great Ming's Liang General released a new promotional video on their official Weibo. On Weibo, netizens were discussing. A new promotional video? Did they change the song? Changed again? Is there something wrong with the crew? Is it Qin Zai's song? It shouldn't be. Didn't you see Qin Bao's Weibo yesterday? Her brother told her to get lost. Get lost? Ha ha ha. The netizens chattered for a while and clicked to watch. The heavy and passionate music exploded in the ears of countless netizens. Along the gentle curve of the mountains and rivers. The central plains of love, the northern kingdoms and Jiangnan. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that the heavens have given me. Not long after, the comments exploded. Damn, this song is amazing. Do I really want to live for another 500 years? Damn, it makes my blood boil, but at the same time, I feel helpless and sad. Borrowing another 500 years from the heavens is probably the most longing wish of the TV series protagonist. Driving out the Qing dynasty and returning the Great Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, the mountains and rivers are broken, and the people's backs are broken. What kind of helplessness is this? Sometimes, humans are poor, so they want to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. This song really took my breath away. Qin Zai is amazing. This song is written for Great Ming's Liang General, right? Look at the lyrics. I stand in the wind and waves, holding the sun and moon to rotate. At first listen, it feels very imposing and domineering. But here, it's not just highlighting domineering. The sun and moon are bright. There's a deeper meaning. Damn it, Qingbao hasn't posted nude photos of her brother recently. It's infuriating. We must firmly resist this kind of behavior. Everyone, go to her Weibo to protest. Let's go, let's go. We want to see our husband's nude photos. Borrow 500 years from the heavens was on the rise. Deming Liangzhang's new promotional video was well received. It could be said that it saved the falling reputation. No, it was more than that. Because of the popularity of the song, the attention of the new drama also went up a level. The promotional video began to spread on the internet. It was completely viewed as a MV. The charm of a MV was that it could perfectly set off the emotions of a song. Many songs sounded ordinary, but once paired with a MV that fit the theme of the song, be it a poignant love story or a touching family relationship, the effect would be completely different. The promotional image of the cavalry and thousands of soldiers facing each other, paired with the passionate and heroic song Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens, the two complemented each other and the quality increased. A few days ago, everyone was complaining, but now they were full of praise. Xianxia's reputation as a music genius rose again. The netizens teased, "I admire Xianxia when it comes to songwriting, the fastest gunman in history," etc. The industry was full of praise. At a certain record company. Have you seen Deming Liangzhang's MV? What MV? That's a promotional video. Anyway, I'll listen to it as a MV. It's so good, it makes my blood boil. This Xianxia is too amazing. Who writes songs like him? How can other musicians live? Excellent songs, he writes just like that. Doesn't he need time to settle down? Leader, have we not thought of recruiting Xianxia into the company? How could we not? We were rejected. Qin Baobao is from Star Art, but Star Art didn't recruit him. Star Art Entertainment. A few small leaders were having a meal outside. Have you heard Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens? This song is not bad. It feels different when paired with the promotional video. I heard that the HR department called Xianxia several times, but they were all rejected. He doesn't seem to be interested in joining the entertainment industry. Say, this Qin Baobao has a good song, but he didn't let the company operate it and made a private single without permission. You can't say that. Didn't the copyright of her songs all go to the company? Most of it is the online copyright. They didn't give it to her. This matter was indeed not handled beautifully. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied. President Kong wants to ban her, but President Huang is suppressing her. Why do you think President Huang likes Qin Baobao and protects her so much? Isn't it just a small matter? I've taken a liking to her. That lady is really beautiful. Her legs can crush someone to death. There was a burst of laughter. In the evening, the big star Chu Yuyu, who had tens of millions of followers on Weibo, posted on Weibo, "Have you seen the new promotional video? The theme song is great and very exciting. I hope everyone will pay more attention to it. Please support Great Ming's Liang General. My younger brother is awesome. Even though I don't know how to sing, I can't help but want to ask you for a song." A date? Looking at childhood from afar, the other lead actor, Zhang Jingyun, gave a thumbs up. Fans supported their idols below and enthusiastically commented. Occasionally, they teased Xianxia, "Is little brother an official title?" Then they continued to talk about other topics, such as Chu Yuyu was so beautiful in ancient dramas. She was so dazzling that no one could compare to her. Who knew that Xianxia, who rarely appeared on Weibo, actually left a message on Weibo? He said, "No." Recently, Qin Baobao's brother complex has become more and more serious. She is trembling with fear. He was trying to forcefully create topics for Qin Baobao and gain popularity. This was lively. It was even more exciting than a certain diva's scandal. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Xianxia's reply was instantly pushed to the top. The netizens were delighted and teased. "Little brother, steady. Sit tight. I'll send you up. You don't even lean against the wall when you pee. IF** King admire you." What did I see? There's so much information. No, my goddess has a brother complex. Ha ha ha, German orthopedics. German orthopedics. You guys are too dirty. I just want to say 666. 666, quick, quick, quick. Go and Qin Bao Bao. Find out the extent of her psychological trauma. If the brother is finished, the sister will go home and serve him with a stick. Qinzhe passed away at. How old was he again? This was not the end. Chu Yuyu silently liked it. Zhang Jinyun silently liked it. Su Yunhan silently liked it. Huang Yuding silently liked it. Chen Xiaotong also silently liked it. Hong Jingyao also silently liked it. The crew of Deming's Liang General liked it. The program team of I Am a Singer also gave it a big like. Tuesday. The finals of I Am a Singer were about to begin. The entire internet was paying attention. Large and small media outlets were scrambling to report on it and increase its popularity. At the same time, the singers were scrambling to buy news and increase their exposure. On the TV station's official website, there was a voting campaign. The netizens could vote for their favorite singer. Each ID was limited to one vote. There were changes in the rankings. There was no such thing as a singer taking the lead. It could be seen that the competition for the finals was fierce. The day before yesterday, Qin Bao Bao used the popularity of Deming's Liang General to rush to the top of the rankings. She was quickly overtaken. Currently, the first place was the mixed-blood handsome man, Wales, a soul singer from the United Kingdom. He joined the program midway and successfully made a comeback. He became one of the most popular singers. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Bao Bao wore a fresh cotton linen dress with a denim jacket. It added a bit of an artistic young woman's temperament to her gorgeous and enchanting beauty. It seemed that she was a lot more virtuous. Qin Bao Bao was bored as she stirred the self-made coffee in her cup. She was waiting for her guest partner. It was a popular little fresh meat. A few years ago, he took part in a music variety show and became popular. He gained a lot of fangirls and became a B-list celebrity. It was a bit late to meet her now, but it was not her fault. It was Sulu's fault. Originally, her guest partner was an A-list singer from Star Art. Sulu was also an A-list celebrity. It had to be said that Star Art really valued Qin Bao Bao. They even pulled out all their cards. But there was a saying that plans could not keep up with changes. Sulu's guest partner had a last-minute job. He was going to film a movie as the second male lead. In order to make a profit, he could not participate in the program. So Qin Bao Bao's guest partner naturally became Sulu's. But Star Art was also kind and helped her find a popular little fresh meat. When Qinzhe slandered his sister for having a brother complex, Qin Bao Bao was in the office fuming. She did not have time to settle the score with her brother. Fortunately, Qin Bao Bao's mentality had improved a lot recently. If she changed back to her glass heart, she would have to call her brother again. Her manager, Li Yanhong, pushed open the door and came in with two people. One was a woman in her early 30s and the other was around 25. He was about the same age as Qin Bao Bao. He was a handsome young man. He was the popular little fresh meat. Qin Bao Bao immediately stood up. She put on a smile and said, "Hello." The little fresh meat said, "Hello." His eyes fell on Qin Bao Bao's face. He couldn't look away. After a long time, he finally looked away. Instead, he looked at Qin Bao Bao's slender waist, perky butt, and long legs. Perhaps it was because of his confidence that he had always been successful, but his gaze was very invasive. Qin Bao Bao's expression did not change. She was used to people peeking at her every day. She couldn't not go out. Li Yanhong was full of smiles. She complimented, "Thank you very much for your help. I don't trust anyone else, but with you as my guest partner, there will definitely be no problem." The little fresh meat smiled politely. His manager said, "It just so happened that my schedule was arranged, so I came. To be honest, we actually took a risk. With our popularity, we can choose not to be your guest partner. If we lose, we will lose fans." Qin Bao Bao's smile faded. She didn't like what she had said. Li Yanhong was a wily old fox. Her smile did not change. She kept saying that she was in trouble. The female manager and the little fresh meat looked at each other. She took out a contract from her bag. Before the rehearsal, there are a few requirements. First, we hope that you can sing our young Master Yang's song during the male and female duet segment. Second, no matter what the outcome is, I hope that you can book a song for us. As she spoke, the little fresh meat and the female manager looked at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao's smile had long disappeared. Her expression was indifferent. She did not speak. She was afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet. This was when Li Yanhong showed her usefulness. She laughed dryly. This doesn't seem to be part of the agreement. It's just a verbal agreement, we haven't signed a formal contract yet, the manager said. Besides, we've mentioned this before and your company told us to discuss it with you in private. But the song has already been decided, Li Yanhong said. The rehearsal hasn't even started, how can it be decided? If it's decided in private, it can be changed, the manager said. Although she was angry at them for raising the price, Qin Baobao held it in. She frowned and said, you want to promote the new song? No way. That's against the rules. Li Yanhong interrupted, and the song request, is it part of the agreement or private? The manager rolled her eyes. Of course it's part of the agreement. Fine, it meant that they were giving a song for free. Li Yanhong was also unhappy. You're raising the price. We didn't sign a contract, how is that raising the price? Young Master Yang is taking a risk by being a guest singer. You have to know that the opponents are all big names in the music industry, how confident are you in winning? It's hard to even get a good ranking. If the ranking is too bad, young Master Yang is in danger of losing fans. Just for appearance fees? Even a commercial costs more than that. Li Yanhong said, no, you have two conditions, at most you can agree to one. No, not one less. The two sides were in a stalemate. Young Master Yang was calm and looked at Qin Baobao playfully. This woman was really beautiful, her body was too hot. The best of the best. Qin Baobao sipped her coffee and said coldly, sisterly, see them out. Li Yanhong was stunned. Young Master Yang's smile froze. The manager raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? I mean it literally. Qin Baobao looked straight at her. Thank you for taking the time to come, but I don't think I need your help anymore. Since it's a verbal agreement, you don't have to pay a penalty for breaking the contract. Think carefully, the finals will start in a few days. It takes time to arrange a guest singer, discuss it, and rehearse it. Don't be impulsive. Star Art has artists who are more famous than young Master Yang, but if they were all available, they wouldn't be looking for us. The female manager said. She had done a detailed investigation and knew that Qin Bao was short on time. Moreover, Qin Bao was a semi-newcomer with a weak foundation and weak connections. It was impossible to find someone in a short period of time. Only then did he have the confidence to ask for a sky-high price. I don't need you to worry about me. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. See the guest out. Then there's nothing to talk about. The female manager grabbed the contract and left with the young hunk. After the two left. What kind of person is he? Li Yanhong spat. Qin Baobao was expressionless. Sister Sue, do you have time? She went up north to hold a concert. Are there really no artists in the company who are available? First and B-list celebrities have very tight schedules. It's definitely not possible to insert one at the last minute. Those who don't have tight schedules might not even be as famous as young Master Yang. After all, he was a popular young hunk. Qin Baobao frowned. Li Yanhong paced back and forth in the office, regretting. I should have agreed with them just now. The company has already arranged a guest for us. It's not right for the company to blow it up like that. Agree? If you take a step back, he'll take 10 steps forward. Believe it or not, he'll create more trouble for us before the competition. Qin Baobao sneered. Then what should we do? Li Yanhong sighed. Although Sister Li hasn't made it big, she's been in the manager circle for more than 10 years. I'll find someone to help. Brother Yang, are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner. Hey, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if our teacher Shang has time for the live broadcast of Popstar on Friday. you don't have time? Alright then, let's meet up some other day. Hey, Dong, does your artist have time on Friday? If you don't have time, then I'll ask you to do me a favor. How would you know if you haven't tried? Let me tell you, Qin Baobao's songs are absolutely exquisite. It's not certain who will win. Why are you scared? Hello? Liu, you still owe me a favor a few years ago. I'll be frank with you. Qin Baobao needs a guest partner. Your teacher Zhou's manager. Are you afraid of losing? Don't talk nonsense. Do you agree or not? Don't talk to me about this. If you don't agree, just say it. After making 4 or 5 phone calls, Li Yanhong returned empty-handed. A group of bad friends, Li Yanhong muttered. It's not that they don't have time, but they're afraid of losing popularity. It's not worth it. They only have their own interests in their eyes. They don't even know how to help their friends. Qin Baobao said in her heart, a group of bad friends is a good word. They're not reliable at all. Sisterly, it's fine if you can't find one. Qin Baobao was very calm. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, which made her 36D look even more spectacular. I'm going to ask my brother for help. Him? Li Yanhong was both amused and angry. She said, Bao Bao, you're too inexperienced. I know your brother is very popular. Even my niece is very obsessed with him. She's shouting that she wants to give birth to a monkey for him, although she's only in junior high school. But you have to understand that internet celebrities and celebrities are two different concepts. Internet celebrities are limited to the internet. They can't be popular in real life. You've never heard of hiring an internet celebrity for a TV series, right? Hiring an internet celebrity for an advertisement? Sisterly is telling you, it's better to hire a third-tier celebrity than your brother as a guest partner. Give birth to a monkey? Qin Baobao was shocked. That's not the point, Li Yanhong said loudly. Don't think that your brother can play the piano, write songs, and release photo albums. He's really unreliable when he appears on TV. Silly girl, don't let your imagination run wild. Li Yanhong's words made sense. Qin Baobao naturally understood. Qinze was famous, but it was not enough to compete on the same stage as a celebrity. However, Qin Baobao had her own thoughts and plans. Qin Baobao was unmoved. I have to discuss this with my brother first. Li Yanhong said, it depends on whether he's willing to come. You said that your brother doesn't like attention. Qin Baobao chuckled and was full of confidence. Don't worry about that. If I ask him to come, he won't dare to not come. How about this, let him give it a try. Whether I use him or not depends on his performance. Okay, you can go out for a while. Qin Baobao often bragged about how dignified she was at home as a big sister and how obedient her brother was. The less dignified she was at home, the more she bragged outside. It was probably a way to find a psychological balance. Li Yanhong walked out of the office in confusion. After the door closed, Qin Baobao grabbed her phone and dialed her brother's number. After a few seconds, her expression changed quickly. A's, I'm being bullied again, sob sob sob, it was time to show her real acting skills. This was a little tricky, so she had to trick her brother first. On the 9th floor of Star Art, in the yoga room, Sulu and her manager were sitting cross-legged on yoga mats. Her hands were twisted from her neck to her back and one foot was pressed against her lower back, showing off her voluptuous and exquisite figure and her supple curves. Sulu was 30 this year. This was the age when women were at their most charming and attractive. She was the target of praise from experienced men. However, for women, after 30, their appearance and skin would go downhill. No matter how well they took care of themselves, could they be as tender and firm as a woman in her 20s? Yoga was the best choice for shaping and fitness. She did 2 hours of yoga every day without fail. Her manager laughed. I heard that Qin Baobao chased away the guest singer? Sulu nodded. Newcomers with results are all arrogant. They don't know how to compromise or give in. Her manager said indifferently, their request was too much. If it were me, I wouldn't agree either. Sulu smiled lightly. Without the guest singer, Qin Baobao was equivalent to cutting off her own path of survival. She couldn't be happier. The workplace was like a battlefield. As one of the female artists in star art, she wanted to protect her position. In recent years, her acting career had reached a bottleneck. It was the time when she felt the greatest sense of crisis. Coincidentally, Qin Baobao appeared out of nowhere and made her smell the danger. Su Yunhan wasn't enough to shake her position. A second-tier singer who could only sing had obvious limitations in terms of appearance and talent. However, Qin Baobao was different. This girl was born with great qualifications. She had a great voice and a brother who was known as a musical genius. She was simply favored by the heavens. It was foreseeable that she would become famous in the music industry in the future. On top of that, Qin Baobao was too beautiful and had a great figure. If a woman like her entered the film industry, she would be able to train for a few years. What kind of scene would that be? She couldn't keep her position as Star Art's #1 artist. Over the years, Su Lu had squeezed out a few high-quality shares. She had used both underhanded and overt schemes. Relying on Kang Xian's support, she had won every battle. When it came to Qin Baobao, she finally hit a wall. She was a tough bone to chew. Star Art CEO Huang Yizong's appreciation of Qin Baobao made Su Lu jealous and confused. However, she also had Kang Xian behind her. Moreover, Kang Xian's relationship with her was definitely not something that Huang Yizong and Qin Baobao could compare to. So far, it seemed that Huang Yizong's appreciation was just that. He didn't have any intention of being Qin Baobao's father. He could help with small matters, but he didn't always pay attention to Qin Baobao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to steal resources from Qin Baobao. By the time Qin Zhe was summoned to Star Art by his sister, it was already 2 in the afternoon. This time, the receptionist didn't need to call Qin Bao as she recognized Qin Zhe immediately. The receptionist threw flirtatious glances at Qin Zhe. The female staff passing by also commented on Qin Zhe, "Look, it's Qin Bao's little brother. So handsome, he's even more handsome in person than in the video. Shallow, look at his body, that's the best. Yes, my desktop is his nude photo. It's super manly." Qin Zhe braced himself and walked over. He found his sister's office with ease and pushed the door open without knocking. Qin Bao was munching on snacks at the moment. When she saw her brother come in, she hurriedly hid the snacks in the drawer and pretended to wipe her tears, crying, "Aze, I feel wronged, I want kisses, hugs, I want to be raised high, wipe your mouth clean before you continue, otherwise it'll be too dramatic." Qin Zhe reached out to help his sister wipe off the snack fragments at the corner of her mouth. He pinched her smooth face and pulled hard. His sister's face was deformed in his hands as she cried, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." After punishing his sister, Qin Zhe went straight to the point, "What are you up to now?" He knew that his sister must have something to discuss with him. Qin Baobao then briefly recounted what had happened. After that, she looked at Qin Zhe eagerly. Qin Zhe wanted to give his sister an expression that said, "Excuse me? So why did you call me?" Qin Zhe hugged his sister's head and pressed it against his chest. "Cry if you want, I'll lend you my firm chest." Qin Baobao used a lot of strength to push him away and almost suffocated to death. She panted and said, "Who wants your breasts? Aren't you here to complain to me?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Although I've known that my younger brother is a good-for-nothing since I was very young, you should think more highly of yourself. Even good-for-nothings can be used." Qin Baobao snorted. "Hey, you've got guts. I haven't heard you complain about me in a long time." Qin Zhe pinched his sister's face again. But she dodged. Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother, please help me." Qin Zhe was confused. "How can I help?" "I've already written the song. I'll be in charge of writing and you'll be in charge of singing. I've already completed my task. All I need to do is shout 666 a few times during the competition. What else do you want from me?" Qin Baobao said, "Are you just a salted fish who only knows how to shout 666? I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to be my guest singer." Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. After a long while, he muttered, "My sister isn't a joker." He touched Qin Baobao's forehead and was even more puzzled. "You don't have a fever. You're the joker. Your whole family is jokers." Bah, bah, bah. Qin Baobao spat at him and pinched her brother's waist. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and say yes. If you say yes, you'll be rewarded. Qin Baobao pressed her finger on her red lips and winked at him. His sister always used such tricks. She also instilled in him thoughts like, I'm no longer an ordinary person, I'm an internet celebrity with countless fangirls, many girls are crying and begging to have children with me. Can you stop tricking me? Can you be less scheming and more sincere? Qin Zhe resisted his sister's temptation. Besides, even if I have a bit of popularity, it can't be higher than a celebrity. Qin Zhe was very rational. He suspected that his sister's IQ had regressed. When it came to business, his sister didn't play tricks. She said seriously, the company previously arranged an A-list celebrity for me, but it fell through. Although the company treated me well, I can't compete with Su Lu. The other B-list celebrities can't get a slot, so they have to make do with a C-list celebrity. I don't have any hope in the finals. Qin Baobao had potential, but she was a newcomer. Su Lu was an A-list celebrity. The difference between the two was huge. And their contributions to the company couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Star art didn't belong to the Qin family. Why would they think of Qin Baobao all the time? Was that possible? She was able to appear on the stage of I Am a Singer as a newcomer and was even paired with an A-list celebrity as a guest singer. Star art already thought highly of her. Which newcomer in the company would receive such treatment? Qin Zhe nodded. It seemed that his sister's IQ was online. The song you asked me to practice, I really can't sing it. But I think it's my biggest chip in the finals. So? Qin Zhe looked at her. The elder sister rubbed her younger brother's head and said gently, but you're good. Didn't you sing it before? Don't talk about the fact that you're a little famous now. Even if you weren't famous, I'm very confident that I'd be able to compete with those singers for the championship with the amazing song you sang. Li Yanhong said that you can't compare to a C-list celebrity. That's true, but a C-list celebrity can't sing that song. She had a lot of confidence in Qin Zhe's song. Qin Zhe said suspiciously, so you're not afraid at all. You wanted to drag me down with you a long time ago. Rejecting the guest singer was just a matter of pushing the boat along with the current. He didn't believe that his sister was a fool. His sister was one of the singers with the highest chance of winning the championship. After his sister realized that she couldn't sing that song, she felt that the championship wasn't in the bag. She had the idea of dragging him down with her. Coincidentally, the guest singer had fallen through, so she took the opportunity to reject the guest singer. Bullied again, I need my brother to make a decision. They were all just acting pitiful in front of him. Everything was going according to her train of thought. Qin Zhe realized that there was a reason why he was bullied by his sister since he was young. Qin Baobao had always liked to act like a weak girl in front of her brother. Seeing that he was coming to his senses, she quickly acted coquettishly and said, Aya, help your sister. He frowned and felt a headache coming on. He was so annoyed. Qin Zhe had been a good child since he was young. He only received a little red flower in kindergarten, the kind that the whole class received. He also received a Good Child Award in the first grade, which was still the standard for the whole class. After that, he basically had no fate with awards. Such a mediocre child, his legs were weak and his tongue was tied when he went on stage to speak. Suddenly, he was pushed onto the stage and stood under the bright lights, facing hundreds of live audience members and countless viewers from all over the country who were watching the live broadcast. He was really scared. Qin Baobao saw that he was silent for a long time. How could she not know her brother's character? She knew that something was wrong and begged, Aze, you're the only child in our family. You're the only man that your sister can rely on. After all, your sister raised you up with a lot of shit and urine. It's been hard on you. You can't be so heartless. Qin Zhe thought to himself, *T, you're the one who raised me up with a lot of shit and urine. You even stole my milk powder when you were 3 and my lollipops when you were 5. I remember it all in my little notebook. Qin Baobao saw that acting coquettishly was useless, so she changed her strategy. If the soft approach didn't work, she used the hard approach. She snorted and said, I don't know who slandered me on Weibo 2 days ago. Xianxia immediately said, wasn't I just trying to make myself popular? Who was it for? Qin Baobao said faintly, if I tell my father, will you die a horrible death? Xianxia's scalp went numb. You've grown up, Qin Baobao. You're even willing to do something like sacrificing yourself to kill 1,000 enemies? Qin Baobao raised her face. Come on, let's hurt each other. Xianxia thought for a few minutes. During this time, Qin Baobao leaned her head on his shoulder and absent-mindedly played with her phone. Let's give it a try. Xianxia sighed. His mission was to help Qin Baobao win the championship. Qin Baobao could shirk her responsibility, but he couldn't. He had to bite the bullet and do it. Xianxia communicated with the system yesterday and asked if he would become a vegetable if his points were reset to 0. To his surprise, the system said no. The reason was that when the system first took over him, his physical condition wasn't enough to pay for the system's departure. But now, he couldn't be compared to before. In other words, he had enough energy to pay for the system's departure. But was Xianxia really willing to give up on the system? Qin Baobao's face bloomed with a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled. Good brother, big sister's kiss reward. After saying that, her small mouth moved over and gave Xianxia a few kisses. Xianxia said, you kiss me every time. It's not fair. I want to kiss you back. Big sister kisses you because she cares. Your big sister is a pervert. It was no wonder that Qin Baobao understood it this way. She inherited the kiss reward routine from Qin Ma. Every time Xianxia was beaten, Qin Ma would hug little Xianxia and comfort him by giving him kisses as a reward. Xianxia felt that although his father was hateful, he still had his mother who loved him at home. His wounded heart was comforted. Qin Baobao watched from the side and understood Qin Ma's routine. Xianxia suddenly understood. When big sister was young, she was very sharp-tongued and clever. She bullied him like a little queen. Now that she had grown up, she was even more childish. She liked to act spoiled and cute in front of her younger brother. Was it because in terms of fighting strength, she had no hope of making a comeback, so she changed her routine and retreated in order to advance? She made full use of her identity as a weak woman and changed her routine to control her younger brother? Damn, my sister is a scheming woman. Thinking about how he was being forced to do something beyond his ability, Xianxia was unhappy. He said in a depressed tone, this road is not easy to walk. You're under someone else's roof, and you're being controlled everywhere. In the future, I'll open my own entertainment company to support you. Qin Baobao was not angry anymore. She was overjoyed. She leaned on the desk and laughed. Her shoulders trembled. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Xianxia was angry. He could not stand his sister's contempt. He raised his hand and slapped her butt. He said angrily, laugh again. I won't laugh, ha ha ha. Ouch, don't hit my butt. Qin Baobao covered her but with one hand and her stomach with the other. Was it so easy to open an entertainment company? First of all, one had to have money and connections. Otherwise, the business would not be good. Her younger brother rarely boasted in front of her. She felt funny when she heard it. It took big sister a long time to hold back her laughter. She picked up the cup and drank tea to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. She asked, do you have any plans? Xianxia said seriously, let's set a small goal first. Make 100 million. Pfft. A mouthful of tea was sprayed on Xianxia's face. Big sister threw the cup away and laughed like crazy. Qin Baobao. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged. Ouch, don't hit me. I'm not laughing at you. Don't be angry. Let big sister kiss you, ha 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 ha. Friday, 4 p.m. Shanghai TV station. I Am a Singer's production team was in full swing. They were moving props, checking the lighting, setting up the set, checking the script. Everyone was rushing to and fro as they worked. The director commanded his minions, just like an emperor commanding his army. The assistant director ran over and said, Director Peng, the singers are here. Do you want to meet them and talk to them? The director nodded. Stay here and check the equipment and lighting. Don't make any mistakes. It's a live broadcast today. The whole country is watching. The director walked out of the set and went to the lounge. Huang Yuding and a middle-aged man were already waiting on the sofa. The two of them stood up. Director Peng. Teacher Huang, Teacher Zhao, you're early. Director Peng smiled and shook their hands. I haven't sung in a long time. Let's rehearse later. Is that okay? Teacher Zhao smiled. Huang Yuding's guest partner was Zhao Nan, an A-list celebrity. He had been in the music industry in the early stages of his debut. He was the type who could act and sing, but definitely could not compare to professional singers. In recent years, the road to becoming a singer was not easy. He had gradually shifted his focus to the film industry and had not sung for many years. However, since he was a guest partner, his singing skills were secondary. It was enough that he was popular. If they really invited a heavenly king, they would steal all the limelight. Moreover, heavenly kings would not come to such a variety show because it was meaningless. Huang Yuding and Zhao Nan rehearsed a few times and were very satisfied. Director Peng led them to the lounge. Teacher Zhao's singing skills have not deteriorated. Zhao Nan waved his hand. I'm not as energetic as before. I used to sing for half a day without panting. Huang Yuding joked, if you continue to develop in the music industry, you might surpass me. Go, go, go. As the three of them chatted, the other singers arrived one after another. Su Lu and her celebrity guest partner had arrived. Teacher Su, Io, Old Chi, long time no see. Director Peng. Director Peng. Li Shiwagong and his guest partner followed closely behind. Teacher Li, you're finally here. Teacher Chu, I've heard a lot about you. I haven't had the chance to work with you. Hello, Director Peng. Then it was Li Rongxing and Wales. Each singer's guest partner was a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. They were either A-list movie stars or B-list stars, but they had a great reputation in the music industry. The number of fans behind him could be said to be massive, and the lineup was powerful. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Director Peng looked left and right. Qin Baobao isn't here yet? He looked at Su Lu. Su Lu put on a fake smile. Who knows? Director Peng was puzzled. She came to rehearse the day before yesterday and she was also alone. I asked her where her guest singer was. She didn't say anything. So mysterious. When the crowd heard this, they immediately became alert. Trying to be mysterious? Could it be that Qin Baobao's guest partner was someone special? Su Lu chuckled. Her? The company arranged for her to have a male idol as her partner, but for some reason, they had a falling out and she didn't have a partner. Everyone was relieved when they heard that. Things were different now. Qin Baobao was already very popular. She was already a B-list celebrity. Her figure and face were all bonus points. There were too many fans who liked her, and too many people were obsessed with her. It was just like how girls liked handsome young men. The internet said that Qin Baobao was the goddess of otakus. Although the goddess of otakus was not worth much, nowadays, even a slightly prettier third or fourth-rate female artist dared to call herself the goddess of otakus. None of the singers present dared to pat their chests and say that they could beat Qin Baobao. It was good news that she didn't have a guest partner. After waiting for a long time, Qin Baobao finally arrived. Behind her was a handsome young man. This young man was not unfamiliar. At least, the program crew and a few contestants recognized him. The guest partner, however, did not recognize him. Miss Qin, you're finally here. Director Peng greeted her warmly but only nodded at Qin Baobao. He grabbed Qin Zai's hand and smiled. Teacher. Qin. This form of address was also awkward. The siblings were in the same boat. Qin Zai nodded. He thought to himself, who are you? Do I know you? He felt that the middle-aged man in front of him looked familiar. His sister's words reminded him. Qin Baobao smiled and said, this is Director Peng, the executive director and planner of the program. Qin Zai then remembered that he had met this director once before. There was a reason why Director Peng was so enthusiastic about Qin Zai. Qin Zai was famous in the music industry. He was a musical genius and a godly composer. He had a bright halo above his head. Most importantly, he was currently a solo artist. Director Peng had always wanted to recruit him into the TV station. He could write songs to make Qin Baobao famous, but he could also make others famous. Although Qin Baobao was popular, she was still someone else's child. It was enough to be polite and not too enthusiastic. Director Peng pulled Qin Zhe aside and chatted for a while. After that, he looked around. "Miss Qin, where's your guest partner?" Qin Baobao pointed at her brother. "It's him. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" Director Peng was stunned. In the spacious lounge, more than 10 celebrities looked at Qin Zhe in unison. "Guest partner, him?" Zhao Nan whispered to Huang Yuding beside her, "Who is he? A new idol in the entertainment industry?" Qin Zhe was not a celebrity after all. It was not to the extent that Zhao Nan did not know him. "He's Qin Baobao's brother. He's good at writing songs. Do you remember him?" Huang Yuding explained softly. Oh, so it's him. I've heard of him, but this is the first time I've seen him. He's so young." Zhao Nan smiled. "But can he sing well?" Although the guest partner doesn't have to be a professional singer, his standards should be guaranteed. What Zhao Nan meant was that being good at writing songs did not mean that he was good at singing. "Who knows? I've never heard him sing before. Whether he sings well or not has nothing to do with us. But if we make friends with him, it'll be easier to ask him for songs in the future." Huang Yuding said, "We can't be like Su Lu and attract hatred." "Su Lu and Qin Baobao have a grudge?" Zhao Nan's eyes lit up. Celebrities loved to gossip too. Qin Baobao's position was originally Su Lu's. Anyway, they're in the same company. It's just a matter of fighting for resources and status. "You're familiar with this," Huang Yuding said. In their careers, they had all played the role of Qin Baobao or Su Lu. Zhao Nan's doubts were shared by everyone else. Everyone knew how good Qin Zhe was at writing songs. Looking at the most popular songs on the internet, 5 out of 10 songs were written by him. Qin Baobao was a newcomer. In just 2 months, she climbed to the bottom of the B-list. She could not rely on her beauty alone. Most of it was due to Qin Zhe's efforts. But how did he become a guest singer? He was not a professional singer at all. Also, could he hold the stage? Did an ordinary person have the mental fortitude to perform in such a big event? Did he have the foundation of popularity? In everyone's heart, internet celebrities and celebrities were different. Celebrities were the glorious path, while internet celebrities were the unorthodox path. They were not presentable. Although live streaming platforms were very popular, there were still good and bad people. Besides, they were limited to a small area. Once they left the live streaming platform, they were nothing. They had never heard of internet celebrities acting in movies or doing commercials. Qin Zhe was not a live streamer, but he was indeed an internet celebrity. The so-called rehearsal was actually just going through the motions. After going on stage, they knew where to stand, where to stand, where to stand, where to stand, where to stand. The singer had to be careful not to look at the camera. As for the song they were going to sing, they had already rehearsed a few days ago. The sky was getting dark, and the time for the finals was getting closer. Outside the venue, Peiziki and a few friends were waiting at the entrance. The ticketing and security checks had already begun. "Why isn't Li Donglai here yet?" Peiziki was getting impatient from waiting. There were 2 men and 3 women beside her. If Qin Zhe were here, he would definitely recognize them. They were the children of the rich and powerful officials that he had met at the KTV that day. Li Zhongwei, who liked Peiziki, and Zhang Wangyun, whose mother was a big entrepreneur in Shanghai. The 3 women were Yi Rou, Ge Qing, and Chen Qingyuan, who was not enchanting and did not wear smoky makeup. Yi Rou said, "Let's wait a little longer. Maybe there's a traffic jam on the way." She was dressed like a pretty girl from a humble family. She was exquisite and beautiful. Peiziki glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and pursed her lips. Her best friend had a good impression of Li Donglai. Li Donglai was not handsome, but he was loyal and lively. He was also the roguish and sunny type. Yi Rou had a soft personality, so the 2 of them complemented each other. It was just that Li Donglai was not enlightened. He was just a piece of rotten wood. If he turned a blind eye to the little beauty's good impression of him, he would be single for the rest of his life. Pei Ziqi thought so and then glanced at Chen Qingyuan. Among her best friends, only Chen Qingyuan's figure and appearance could be compared to hers. This girl had been ill recently. Yes, lovesickness. Ever since the KTV incident, she had fallen hopelessly in love with Qin Zhe. Because of one sentence from him, she no longer wore seductive and smoky makeup. She stayed at home obediently and behaved like a good girl. Her parents were so scared that they thought their daughter had some mental illness. They even called her. When they found out that their daughter had someone she liked, the old couple was quite pleased. They did not oppose or support this matter and just looked on coldly. If that boy could turn their daughter back on the right path, they would be happy to see it happen. However, Chen Qingyuan complained to Pei Ziqi several times. Why is Qinggu ignoring me? He doesn't even reply to my messages. Has Qin Zhe come to your house recently? Ziqi, can I go to your house as a guest? Ziqi, can you ask Qinggu out to play? She was another unrequited resentful girl. Pei Ziqi really wanted to tell this silly girl that she should stop thinking about him. He wouldn't be interested in her at all. He had a big sister who was a calamity. Who knows, he might even drool at the sight of her sister every day. How would he be interested in a little girl like her? A cool breeze blew, and it started to rain heavily. Pitter-patter, the rain curtain was endless. Li Donglai got out of the car. He shrank his head, bent down, and ran in the rain like a defeated dog. Damn, it's raining just like that. Li Donglai patted the raindrops on his body. I didn't bring an umbrella. Thank you. He took a pack of tissues from Yuro. Chen Qingyuan looked into the rain and said disappointedly, Li Donglai, where's your teacher? How would I know? I've already started school. He can't teach me for long. It'll be over in September. I haven't seen him for a few days. Li Donglai said. Chen Qingyuan looked at Pei Ziqi unhappily. She said that Qinggu would come, so I came to watch the show. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to watch any show. Pei Ziqi rolled her eyes. Don't worry, he'll definitely come. Maybe he's already in the venue. His sister was Qin Bao. How could he not come on such an important day? When Chen Qingyuan heard this, she immediately said, the ticket inspection is starting. Let's go in. Love struck. At the venue. 321 The director announced the time in person. With a loud bang, all the cameras were in place and the live broadcast signal was connected. The live broadcast of I Am a Singer officially began. The host, Xianxia, appeared in a splendid outfit. Smoke puffed out from both sides of the aisle from time to time. Welcome to I Am a Singer, sponsored by Liangji Cosmetics. I am your host, Xianxia. Hello to the audience at the scene, and hello to the audience in front of the TV. This is the live broadcast of the finals of Singer. Tonight, we will decide the champion among all the singers. Applause and cheers. The audience was enthusiastic. The audience held LED boards in their hands. On them were Huang Yuding, Wales, Su Lu, Qin Bao Bao, Li Shuigong, Li Rongxing. Each singer had their own fan club. Then Xianxia left the stage and the screen switched to the backstage. In the singers' lounge, the singers were chatting and talking. At this time, someone pushed the door open and came in. The singers looked over and then exclaimed. Oh, it's you. Li Rongxing was stunned. Why is it you? Oh my god. Li Shuigong was stunned. So were the other singers. Their acting skills were superb. Long time no see, long time no see. Huang Yuding stood up with a smile. This is my guest partner. The more surprised they were, the more curious the audience was. But they couldn't see who it was because the man's face was pixelated. Who is it? Damn, do you have to keep us in suspense? Judging from his clothes, it's a man. The singers are all surprised. Who is it? Damn, I'm so curious. I really want to rush backstage to see which big shot is coming. Huang Yuding's guest partner is definitely not an ordinary person. Is it from the music industry or the film industry? The audience felt as if there was a cat scratching their hearts. Then, Li Shuigong, Su Lu, Li Rongxing, and the guest partners appeared one after another. The singers showed off their skills, but the audience couldn't see the guests' faces. Their curiosity was about to explode. Especially when the guest partners of Wales and Qin Baobao appeared. The former was shocked and had a huge reaction. The latter was dumbstruck and speechless. It formed a strong contrast. On the internet, the analysts could no longer sit still. Wales's guest singers seemed to be very influential. Looking at the expressions of these singers, it's obvious that they're different from the others. I dare say that she is a big shot, at least an A-lister, or even a heavenly king or heavenly queen of the music industry. Meanwhile, Qin Baobao's celebrity guest partner paid attention to the expressions of the singers. They all looked very shocked and confused. The contrast was too obvious. If they were also heavenly kings and queens, or big shots of the same weight class, they would probably have the same reaction, shock. But that wasn't the case. I felt that the singers were a little confused, so I judged that Qin Baobao's guest partner's identity might be out of everyone's expectations. At present, we only know that it's a man, and he's quite tall. Are you for real? You sound so logical. It's impossible for a heavenly king or heavenly queen, right? Would someone of that level really come? There aren't any heavenly kings and queens these days. Even if there are, it's just a result of flattery. There are hundreds of flowers blooming in the entertainment industry. What's impossible? In the current entertainment industry, there was a new generation every 3 years. Even the heavenly kings and queens did not mean that they could look down on everyone. Don't deify them. That's right. A heavenly king or heavenly queen has an advantage, but it doesn't mean that they will definitely win. That's why they are unwilling to participate in this kind of variety show. If they win, they should, but if they lose, they will lose face. Let's see the results. The program team is really smart. They are so curious about the celebrity guest partner. The audience was shouting excitedly. They were looking forward to seeing the celebrity guest partner's face, especially the celebrity guest partner of Wales and Qin Baobao. The effect that the program team wanted was still achieved. They successfully aroused the audience's curiosity. Next was the drawing of lots. The first round of voting was given to the 500 audience members present, but it was no longer a one-on-one competition. The order of the singers was decided by the drawing of lots: Li Shuigong, Li Rongxing, Huang Yuding, Qin Baobao, Su Lu, Wales. Xianxia announced loudly, "Let's welcome our first singer, Li Shuigong." Li Shuigong was not singing the rock song that made him famous. Instead, he was singing a slow song about fatherly love. Coupled with his deep and hoarse voice, it was very emotional. The audience was not stingy with their applause and cheers. His fans were even more excited. Nice. Professionals are really different. Hurry up and vote for him. Under the auspices of Xianxia, the voting results were announced: 459 votes. Applause for our teacher Li Shuigong. The fans screamed. Li Shuigong was temporarily in first place. The remaining singers took turns to appear. Huang Yuding was temporarily in first place. This ranking changed after Qin Baobao appeared. In a place far away from the city. In my fertile and smoky hometown. There's a place called the Beacon Tower. I used to be with a girl named Chu. Leaning on each other to watch the moon. Smelling the faint fragrance of osmanthus flowers, Qin Baobao's song was, of course, an original. Qin Zai's song must be the best. This was the consensus of most of the audience, unless they did not know who Qin Zai was, such as the absent-minded Chen Qingyuan. She did not pay much attention to the entertainment industry and only occasionally looked at the little fresh meat. She did not pay attention to Qin Baobao at all, so she had no way of knowing the relationship between Qin Zai and Qin Baobao. Pei Ziki did not say anything because she felt that this girl had no chance. Why bother? Li Donglai could not tell that Chen Qingyuan was drooling over his master. Why would she say something for no reason? Huang Yuding nodded. This song is very flavorful. There's a sense of vicissitudes in it. The rhythm is very comfortable. Li Rongxing echoed, Qin Baobao's breath is long and a little low. She mastered this song very well. It doesn't sound out of place. Li Shuigong nodded slightly. Sulu simply remained silent. Wales mumbled something. There was no need for his assistant to translate. Everyone could understand English. Wales said, "This song is not as good as the previous ones. Why didn't she choose a good song for the finals? It seems like everyone chooses not to sing their best song." Li Rongxing secretly rolled his eyes. This foreign boy was really a straightforward boy. It was not easy to explain. After all, the national conditions were different. Chinese people liked to put good things as the finale. Moreover, the first performance was just a warm-up. The real battle was yet to come. The voting channel had not been opened yet. All the audience watching the live broadcast could cast their votes. If they showed their trump card early, would they still be able to play later? The other singer smiled and did not explain. Miss Chu was a very flavorful song. It was very chewy. It was not amazing at first, but the more one listened to it, the better it sounded. Of course, there was a gap between it and the exaggerated and melodious blue and white porcelain that tore people's hearts apart. Now we will announce the results of the live voting, 470 votes. On the screen, Xianxia announced the votes for Qin Bao Bao. The whole venue cheered. Miss Chu is so beautiful. It is full of vicissitudes and has a unique charm. There is an indescribable flavor. Qin Bao Bao's singing has improved. Her voice does not even tremble. Sister is so amazing. Pfft. Sister? Her younger brother is my husband. Is there a problem? Ha ha ha. The next contestant was Sulu. Sulu's votes were not as good as Qin Bao Bao's. Her votes were even lower than Huang Yuding's and Li Shuigong's. She only had a dozen votes more than Li Rongxing. On the stage of singers, her popularity was not as good. Quick, vote for Sulu. Do you guys have good taste? An A-lister only has so many votes? Damn, her singing is much better than Qin Bao Bao's. How come there are so few votes? The last singer, Wales, appeared on the stage. The audience suddenly burst into cheers. Especially the female fans, who screamed non-stop. Wales's looks were undeniable. His facial features were well-defined. Because he was of mixed blood, he had the gentleness of an Asian. He was not as rough as a Westerner. Speaking of which, he was similar to Qin Bao Bao. They relied on their good looks to become popular quickly. They both started from scratch. Wales, hubby, damn, I really have to hand it to you women. You call everyone hubby. Yeah. Didn't you say that Qin Bao Bao's younger brother is your hubby? Humph, it's none of your business. He's handsome and righteous. That's right. Anyway, Xianxia is not on this stage. There's no conflict. I'm here today because of Wales. He's so handsome. Mixed blood is so handsome. He's so handsome, so handsome. It was an interesting phenomenon. Xianxia's fangirls and Wales's fangirls did not conflict. This was because women were fickle. They called both Wales and Xianxia hubby. There were many hubby online. They were as worthless as the otaku goddess. Female fans always liked to call the little fresh meats hubby. It was a term they used voluntarily. She was known as the goddess of otakus, and it seemed that she never asked for the opinions of the otakus. Wales went on stage wearing a British-style coat. He was 1.8 meters tall, and if described in Korean dramas, he would be a proper long-legged oppa. As soon as the mixed blood went on stage, he threw flirtatious glances at the audience. His gaze attracted countless girls. This guy was singing in Russian. It was indeed a good song, and his singing skills were also very good. He followed the high-pitched style of his soul singer, loud and penetrating. It was very unique. The audience could not understand, but it did not stop them from being intoxicated. The song itself was not bad, and it was sung by Wales. When an idol sang, even if he sang like a piece of sh*t, the fans would still be full of praise. The audience was still okay. At least there was a translation on the big screen. The singers in the waiting room were confused. They could not see the translated subtitles on the screen. What was he singing? It sounded so high-class. They could not understand a single word. If it was English, it was still okay. Everyone knew it. but Russian was at a loss. Li Rongxing saw Qin Baobao clapping to the beat and mumbling. It seemed like she was singing along. Li Rongxing was confused. Baobao, you know this too? The other singers all looked over. Qin Baobao smiled and said, of course. When translated into Chinese, this song is called The Girl Who Broke My Heart. It's a Russian rock song that's been around for more than a decade. She frowned. Wales's pronunciation is not accurate. He didn't sing a lot of the lines. How am I supposed to respond to that? Li Rongxing smiled bitterly in his heart. Baobao is a foreign language major? Qin Baobao shook her head. No. If it's not a foreign language, how can you say that his Russian is not accurate? Heh, this young lady sure knows how to brag. Everyone was speechless. Sulu curled her lips in disdain, but she did not question or mock Qin Baobao. It was not that she did not want to, but the venue was not suitable. There were cameras here. Speaking of Russian, Qin Baobao could be considered half an expert. At least, it was not worse than English. Her grandfather was proficient in Russian. When he was young, he felt that his son's aptitude was lacking and that there was no one to carry on what he had learned. Thus, he set his sights on his daughter. Qin Baobao had it tough when she was in elementary school. In addition to going to school, she had to take ballet, violin, and drawing classes. When she returned home, she had to be caught by her father to learn Russian. The older sister with her hair in pigtails would often crawl into her younger brother's bed in the middle of the night. Without saying a word, she would cry and encourage her younger brother. Ace, elope with me. I've had enough of crazy women and crazy old men. I'll marry you in the future to repay you. At that time, Qin Zhe was at most a kindergarten teacher. He wanted to do it, but he did not have the ability. He was also very unromantic. He would complain, Mama, Qin Baobao wiped her snot on my new clothes. Fortunately, he was unromantic at that time. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the orthopedics department in Germany at such a young age. On the other side, Wales finished his performance and entered the voting segment. The voting results will now be announced. Xianxia said loudly. 468 votes. Applause sounded. The singers applauded. Li Rongxing said, not bad, not bad. He's in third place. Sulu also smiled and said, behind Brother Huang. Wales performed quite well. His singing skills were online. According to the voting on the program's official Weibo account before the finals, Wales, Huang Yuding, and Qin Baobao were the three favorites to win the championship. The top three positions were always alternating between them. Li Shuigong's status in the music industry was similar to that of Huang Yuding, but his style was very limited. The fans who liked him were very fanatical, and the ones who didn't like him wouldn't even listen to him. Not everyone likes rock and roll. In terms of audience, he was not as good as Huang Yuding and Qin Baobao. Although Qin Baobao ranked first, everyone was still quite relaxed. First of all, the difference in the number of votes was not that big. The difference in the number of votes was only a few dozen, and the difference in the number of votes was only about 10. Moreover, the voting channel had not been opened yet, and there were only 500 people in the audience. The real majority were the users who were watching the live broadcast. They were about to enter the group singing segment, and the highlight was about to begin. Whether it was the live audience or the audience in front of the TV, everyone was in high spirits. Somewhere in the front row of the audience, Chen Qingyuan looked left and right. What she saw was a black mass of heads, and the neon lights were dazzling. She nudged Pei Ziki beside her. Ziki, where do you think Qinggu will be? How would I know? Then why did you say that he will be there? Chen Qingyuan was angry. She felt that she had been fooled. Anyway, he will be there. Why don't you call him after the show ends and ask him yourself? Chen Qingyuan heard that and felt that it made sense. We can also ask him out for barbecue. After a pause, she said with a bitter face, I don't dare to call him. Ziki, ask him out. We'll talk about it after the show ends. Pei Ziki thought to herself, this girl is really hopeless. Chen Qingyuan pinched her arm and angrily took out her phone. She typed a text message, read it carefully several times, and hit send. This was a live broadcast, and the TV station did not set up a signal jammer. There was no need. Xianxia was in a lounge backstage at this time, watching the live competition through the screen in the room. His phone rang. It was an unknown number. "Xianxia, I'm at the live broadcast of Singer. Ziki said you're there too." It was a short line, and the girl deleted and changed it for 5 minutes. Xianxia's expression was strange. He knew who the owner of this number was. She was called something like Chen something. After that day at the KTV, this girl often sent him harassing messages, such as, "It's going to rain today. Remember to bring an umbrella when you go out, Xianxia. Xianxia, thank you for helping me that day. My parents said that they want to thank you properly." She probably wanted to treat him to a meal, but did not dare to say it. Then there were the complaints of some little girls. "My mom always tries to reason with me, but she can't do it herself. My dad didn't come home today. My mom is furious. It's terrible at home. It's not warm at all." Naturally, she did not get any response. But she was never tired of it. She could even play single player so happily. Although Xianxia was not a veteran in the field of love, he was not slow. He figured out that this girl was interested in him. Girls' feelings were always poetic. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not like things like campus love at his age. He had stepped into society and was an adult. High school JK did not suit his taste. Girls with big breasts, big buttocks, and long legs were the most sexy. How can you win people's hearts if you don't have big breasts? What about flat-chested girls? He had that. He put the phone back in his pocket and, as usual, dealt with it coldly. On the stage, Xianxia said, "Now we'll enter the next part of the competition. First, we'll announce the results of the draw. Please look at the big screen." The results of the draw were as follows: Li Rongxing, Su Lu, Wales, Li Shuigong, Huang Yuding, Qin Baobao. Friends in front of the TV, the voting channel has been opened. The singer's numbers and voting methods will appear at the bottom of the screen. Cast your vote and choose the champion in your heart. Xianxia said, "Next, let's invite Li Rongxing and his guest partner to come on stage." The audience craned their necks to look at the stage and guessed the guest partner. Who did Li Rongxing invite? Who knows? Let's see. In the Easter egg of the last episode, it was said that it was a strong singer. I don't know who it is. Come out quickly. Behind the stage, fireworks exploded and smoke spewed out. Li Rongxing and a young man walked side by side. Their footsteps were neither fast nor slow. The lights did not shine on them immediately. The audience could only see the two of them. Who was it? The accompaniment sounded. Li Rongxing stepped into the circle of light and sang, "The sky will still be bright, the wind will still rise, will you still come back? My friend." The man walked out of the shadow and sang, "The clouds will disperse, the rain will stop, I still remember you. My friend." Screams and shouts could be heard from the audience. "It's Fang Qingmin. He actually came. Fang Qingmin. I didn't expect it to be him. So it's him. I knew it was him. I knew it was him. I also guessed it was him. But didn't the news say that they had a falling out last year? You even believe entertainment news? Fang Qingmin and Li Rongxing were a duo when they first debuted. They were very popular. Later on, they went their separate ways. The two of them were well known in the entertainment industry as close buddies. After the song was finished, Li Rongxing said, "I would like to thank my best friend of many years. Thank you for coming to this stage and lending me a helping hand." Fang Qingmin said, "Before I came, my manager told me that this stage was too strong and that all of the opponents were weaklings. He told me to think twice before I acted. Even so, I still came. With so many years of friendship, I wouldn't hesitate to go through fire and water for you. I hope that everyone can support us." The two handsome men hugged. The audience was chattering. "Hurry up and vote for them. My best friend for life. That's enough. I'll just vote. Call my family and get them to vote together." Not long after, the results were announced on the big screen. 1,380,000 votes. Li Rongxing was the first. As for the number of votes, he was temporarily in first place. The second singer quickly went on stage. It was Su Lu. She was wearing a big red-eye pomegranate dress. Her entire person was luxurious and bright. On the night of the 7th of July, you came knocking on my door with roses. Soon, the guest partner also went on stage. It was a man in a suit. Lu Weiqiang, an A-list celebrity. He was also a half-song and half-shadow celebrity. Like Su Lu, he was an artist under Star Art Entertainment. There was no suspense. Many netizens had already guessed it. It's really him. There are only a few A-list artists in Star Art. The only ones who can sing well are Lu Weiqiang and Su Lu. Su Yunhan is also not bad, but she's a B-list celebrity. Is Jin Baobao's guest partner Su Yunhan? I don't think so. Su Yunhan is holding a concert in Beijing. The timing doesn't match. Who is Jin Baobao's guest partner? Can anyone guess? I'm more curious about Wales's guest partner. Is the online rumor true? I'm not sure. Let's continue watching. Su Lu's votes were out. More than 2 million votes. It was Wales's turn to go on stage. He shook hands with all the singers and walked out of the lounge. Li Rongxing's smile was a little lonely. He had no chance of winning the championship. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. Just look at the popularity of these few episodes. There was a burst of screams on the screen. Wales went on stage. The first line he sang surprised the audience. He sang a Chinese song. Wales had appeared on so many shows, but this was his first time singing a Chinese song. A foreign singer singing a Chinese song in the finals was undoubtedly a hit for the Chinese people. It was a popular song. After this Valentine's Day, I don't feel any better. A loud and pleasant female voice was heard. The guest singer walked out from the shadows. It was a tall woman with a round face. She was still attractive and had a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. When she appeared, the audience's eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped. Everyone was too familiar with this person. Yang Lina, the top singer in the music industry. In the music industry, Yang Lina was one of the top singers. She had been singing for more than 10 years. Many of the audience were her fans. Her status was similar to that of a diva. The title of Heavenly King and Queen was very popular in the early years. If you sang well and the media hyped it up, you might get the title of Heavenly King. That was the name of the entertainment industry in the early years. Nowadays, stars were everywhere. A new generation replaced the old. Heavenly King and Queen were described as a certain level, not just a few people. Yang Lina's status in the music industry was higher than that of Huang Yuding and Li Shuigong. It's really her? Damn, the internet said that Wales signed with Yang Lina's studio. Is it true? Sister Yang is here to support her artist. I liked listening to her songs when I was in school. Although I like Qin Baobao more now. It's full of memories. I don't like Wales, but Sister Yang is his guest singer. I've decided to vote for him. Is Yang Lina planning to support Wales? That's too impulsive. Isn't she afraid of capsizing? Capsizing? How's that possible? Why not? Huang Yuding's popularity is not for show. Li Shuigong also has a lot of loyal fans. Qin Baobao too. Anyway, I want to support Sister Yang. On the stage, Wales and Yang Lina were singing passionately. Wales, when did this heart get tired? Yang Lina, this love will be hard to forget forever. Wales, looking back on the past many years later. Yang Lina, is it dull or sad? A man and a woman sang together, their high voices rising. When love is a thing of the past. Just like the full moon hiding Shui Donglu. A tenor and a soprano. They complemented each other and shocked the audience. This male and female duet was one of Yang Lina's masterpieces. It was extremely popular back then and was a must-have in karaoke. Whether or not one could sing the song flawlessly became the benchmark for one's singing skills. Wales's Chinese was very poor. His pronunciation was not accurate, but he sang in tune. In the end, the two of them were still exchanging high notes. Their breaths were long, and their lung capacities were heaven-defying. The long notes lasted for a full half a minute. Livestream bullet screen, 666 whales is already a sonar cannon, and now there's another one. It's a perfect combination. That's amazing. They're not even human. How did they get up there? I was out of breath halfway through at most. This is professional. It doesn't lose out to a recording studio at all. It's a technical job. Let's vote. Quick, let's vote. Although I'm not a fan of whales, I'm a true fan of Xianxia. Damn it, my boyfriend said that he's saving his vote for Qin Bao Bao. I'm so angry. A boyfriend like that, I'll definitely pledge my allegiance to him, haha. Then here's the problem. My girlfriend is desperately voting for whales. What should I do? Pledge your allegiance to him. It's best if they both pledge their allegiance to him. That way, the single dogs will be happy. The big screen showed the final voting result, 3.02 million votes. The audience was in an uproar. The votes were too high. Sulu only had about 2 million votes, which was a third of the total. As for Li Rongxing, he was completely crushed. Whales and Xianxia hugged and thanked the audience before leaving the stage. In the waiting room, several singers applauded and congratulated them. Li Shuigong whispered, "Old Huang, this is going to be a little difficult." Huang Yuding nodded. The votes are a little scary. They had expected the results, but they did not expect the votes to be so high. Li Shuigong said, "I'll go up first." Good luck. On the stage, Xianxia said, "The votes are amazing. So far, 3 singers have finished their performances. Can the next singer recreate the peak? Let's welcome Li Shuigong." Li Shuigong went on stage. He had prepared a rock song for himself on the stage of the grand finals. It was the song that would make him famous. His guest partner came on stage. Old Joe? It's him. He's also a strong rock singer. Old Joe can do it. He started out as a folk singer. His rock status is only a little lower than Li Shuigong's. Quick, let's vote. Let's vote. This rock performance is really exciting. I don't like rock. It's not as amazing as Xianxia. There's a huge difference between their statuses. It's none of my business. I've already voted. I'm saving my vote for Huang Yuding. I'm not voting. Li Shuigong's votes were 2.38 million, placing him in second place. At the same time, it meant that he had no chance of winning the grand finals. After leaving the stage, he went to the waiting room with his guest partner and shook hands with the singers. Then he patted Huang Yuding on the shoulder. Old Huang, we're counting on you. No matter what, we can't let an outsider take the grand finals. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no one in the domestic music industry? What you're saying? Huang Yuding shook his head and laughed. On the other side, Xianxia was chatting with whales in English. He's your biggest rival. Whether you can win the grand finals or not will depend on his votes. Whales nodded and watched as Huang Yuding left. After that, Huang Yuding and his guest partner, Zhao Nan, went on stage. Ah, it's Zhao Nan. A big shot. Huang Yuding invited him? He's my idol. I like him so much. Another A-lister. This lineup is too luxurious. This grand finals will be interesting. The grand finals should be between Huang Yuding and whales. Yeah, the other singers are out. Qin Bao Bao still has hope. Let's see what song she can come up with. Well, I'm also looking forward to her guest partner. If it's someone at Xianxia's level, it's hard to say who will win. Qin Bao Bao, Huang Yuding, and whales. The 3 of them are the favorites to win the grand finals. It's time for Huang Yuding to go on stage. Soon, the 3 will become 2. Qin Bao Bao's popularity is weak. It depends on her guest partner. But I think the grand final should be either whales or Huang Yuding. Don't joke around. It's impossible to have a second guest partner like Xianxia. I support Huang Yuding. Hurry up and vote. I want to leave my vote to the big boobs. The song Huang Yuding sang was a folk song. After the song was adapted, it was mixed with pop music elements. Just like his usual style, this singer liked to sing songs with feelings. Zhao Nan was very popular, but she hadn't sung on stage for many years. She seemed a little nervous, or her singing skills had deteriorated. She didn't handle a few details well and there were flaws. On the big screen, the votes kept changing. 500,000, 1 million, 1,500,000, 2,500,000, under everyone's gaze, the votes slowly stopped. Over 2,900,000. The audience was in an uproar, some were excited, some were pounding their chests, some were sad and disappointed. The votes were almost certain that Huang Yuding wouldn't win the grand finals. Although the voting channel was not closed and there would be more votes, it was only a small number. The voting was at its peak when the singers were singing. On the way to the waiting room, Zhao Nan sighed. Sorry, I made a mistake just now. Huang Yuding was more carefree. The other party is too strong. Sister Yang is too popular. It's not a sure win. The two stopped at the door of the waiting room. Huang Yuding took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Zhao Nan looked at his good friend's actions and felt a little melancholy. He said that he was carefree, but how could he not care? In the show singer, Huang Yuding's popularity and singing skills were top-notch. He was the most likely to win the grand finals. Who would have thought that a dark horse would appear out of nowhere? Wales' singing skills were excellent, and he was signed by Yang Lina. In order to make an artist of the studio popular, the #1 singer in the music industry personally sang for him. After adjusting his facial expression, Huang Yuding pushed the door open and entered with a smile. Several singers stood up and shook hands and hugged Huang Yuding. You sang very well. It's so good. This song will definitely be a hit. Thank you, thank you. Huang Yuding said with a smile. Li Shuigong sighed, looking disappointed. Huang Yuding patted him on the shoulder. The next one is Qin Baobao. He was implying something. Li Shuigong looked at him angrily. So what if it was Qin Baobao? Could she do anything? Her popularity was slightly lower than his, and the guest singer she invited was not even a celebrity. She was an internet celebrity who could not even be considered an artist. Yang Lina smiled. Wales was also full of smiles, feeling that victory was in his hands. They whispered in English, your championship is in the bag. Wales nodded. Qin's songs are very good. It seems that a lot of people like her songs. It's very good, but it's not enough to just rely on the songs. This is the grand finals, and there are guest singers. At this time, popularity is more important than good songs. Yes, her brother is not a singer. He's not even an artist. They whispered and were not afraid of being heard by others. Moreover, it was a live broadcast. Qin Baobao was going on stage. At this time, the camera would definitely follow the singer and not them. In the waiting room, several singers were talking about Qin Baobao's songs. Yang Lina smiled and said, during the rehearsal, what song did Qin Baobao sing? Li Rongxing said, she prepared 3 songs. One was a duet, one was Miss Chu, and one was a foreign song. I don't think she'll be singing that foreign song. Whale said in English, that duet was very nice. Several singers smiled. It was nice, but a good song was not enough to push Qin Baobao to the championship. How should they put it? It was not amazing enough. It was not shocking enough. On the screen, Yin Jia's voice sounded, next, let's welcome the last singer, Qin Baobao. There was thunderous applause and cheers. Many of the audience were waiting for this group. They wanted to see who Qin Baobao's guest partner was and what kind of song she would come up with. It had long become a habit for the audience to look forward to Qin Baobao's new song. And what kind of song would she come up with in the finals? Although Miss Chu sounded good, it was still inferior to Pompous, Blue and White Porcelain, and Li Guo. Among the 3 favorites to win the championship, Wales beat Huang Yuding. He was obviously the most likely to win the championship. Qin Baobao's last chance. What kind of song would she come up with? The audience was full of anticipation. Qin Baobao's tall and proud figure shuttled through the colorful lights and slowly walked to the stage. Clouds of smoke puffed out from both sides of the aisle. The moment she stepped into the center of the light beam, the accompaniment music started. In the front row of the audience, Li Donglai was very excited. She's here, she's here. Do you still have your tickets? Quickly vote for her. Zhang Wangyun chuckled and said, I know. I'll also leave my ticket for her. Li Weizong also wanted to vote for Qin Baobao. He glanced at Pei Ziki and said, I'll vote for whoever Ziki votes for. Li Donglai said, then it's Qin Baobao. Ziki hasn't said anything yet. She'll vote for Qin Baobao. How do you know? Li Donglai thought, nonsense. That's Qin Ji's sister. Li Weizong cast a questioning look at Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki said impatiently, why are you looking at me? Vote for whoever you want. Li Weizong was shocked. You're really voting for Qin Baobao? Don't you hate her? Why do you care? You speak too much nonsense. Pei Ziqi's temper was extremely bad. It was true that she didn't like Qin Baobao, but she was Qin Zhe's sister. Although Pei Ziki ignored Qin Zhe and even spoke ill of him, she didn't actually hate him. Yiro said, I gave my ticket to Huang Yuding. Guqing said, I gave my ticket to Wales. Chen Qingyuan said, I don't pay much attention to Qin Baobao, but I still have my ticket. I don't want to vote for her. She had tirelessly sent Qin Zhe harassing messages and had forgotten to vote. This girl was absent-minded throughout the entire program. Pei Ziki reminded him, don't regret it. Chen Qingyuan was stunned. When she was about to ask why, Qin Baobao's voice was still heard. She looked at the stage in shock. Pei Ziki also turned to look at the stage. What song is this? At the same time, the title and lyrics of the song appeared on the big screen. In the waiting room, Li Rongxing was confused. Which foreign song is she going to sing? What are the guest singers going to sing? It wasn't a chorus. Li Shuigong's face darkened. Sulu rejoiced in his misfortune. What language is this? It doesn't sound like English. Wales said in English, it's Russian. She can sing a Russian song? He was a little surprised. He had sung a Russian song just now, but the audience didn't buy it. Why did Qin Baobao choose to sing a Russian song? Huang Yuding frowned. This song isn't a chorus, right? Two people sharing a song? Although it was possible, it still didn't feel right. It wasn't perfect. The guest singers were also discussing and laughing. The rhythm is quite bright. It sounds good. It's okay. I'm not familiar with opera, so my appreciation is limited. Wales can sing a Russian song. Ask him what he thinks. The singers looked at Wales, and Yang Lina translated for him with a smile. Wales thought for a moment. It's not bad. His Russian was half-baked, and his standard was not as good as Qin Baobao's. His appreciation was better than the other singers, but it was limited. So he gave a pertinent evaluation. Everyone immediately knew what to expect. Qin Baobao's voice was clear and melodious. The house is completed. Feel my loneliness. The door slammed shut behind me. The autumn wind is blowing against the windows. The live audience was shocked. They didn't expect Qin Baobao to sing a Russian song. They couldn't understand it at all. They only thought that it was a good song, but it didn't seem good enough to be used in the championship. On a certain live streaming website, the bullet screen was full of all kinds of comments. Amazing. Qin Baobao can sing a Russian song? Was it really written by her brother? Russian? Does he have to be so talented? His technical skills are indeed a little amazing. But this song sounds good, but it can't beat Wales at all. Even Huang Yuding's songs are better than this. Both siblings are amazing. I'm a Russian student, and I can confidently say that Qin Baobao's Russian is very good. It's even better than Wales's. Wales's Russian is at most at the level of an ordinary college student like us. She's not singing a Chinese song for the championship? What does that mean? Even Wales sings in Chinese. I want to say that this song doesn't sound like a duet, right? Where's Qin Baobao's guest partner? Qin Baobao's guest partner hasn't appeared yet? Don't tell me she doesn't have a guest partner? Qin Baobao continued singing. Sobbing softly above my head. It's raining heavily at night, and foggy in the morning. The sun has completely cooled down. The pain of a long time ago comes one after another. At this moment, a loud, clear, and pure voice rang out. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the audience. It was transmitted through the sound amplification equipment and filled the entire venue. This voice. The audience looked over in shock. A young man with an upright posture walked out from the shadows. He was wearing a black suit and shiny leather shoes. He held a microphone and his voice burst out from his throat. Just this one voice caused goosebumps to rise on the skin of the more than 500 people present. Their expressions froze as they stared at the stage. On a certain live streaming platform, the bullet screen suddenly disappeared, and the screen was terrifyingly clean. In the waiting room, the singer watched the scene through the screen. The room was silent, and the atmosphere was frozen. Even the professional singers were dumbfounded. Qin Baobao turned around and held the young man's hand. They stood on the stage hand in hand and she sang, "Let's meet here tonight. The house has been completed. It's filled with my loneliness." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The door slammed shut behind him. The scrolling credits on the screen came to an end. Everyone thought that the song was over, but the accompaniment was still there. Xianxia held the microphone, and his soul-piercing voice sounded again. Ah. 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 Peiziki slowly shivered. Unknowingly, her back was covered with goosebumps. Chen Qingyuan stood up and stared at the young man on the stage, unable to move her eyes away. The huge venue was completely silent. There was no sound of discussion, no noise, only the accompaniment continued to play. What was that sound? You can sing like this? How could she sing so high? In the lounge, Li Rongxing swallowed. I'll go, I'll go, I'll go, Huang Yuding murmured, oh my god. Li Shuigong's heart was in a mess. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Wales opened his mouth and only managed to squeeze out 3 words after a long time. Oh my god. Several guest singers, A-list celebrities, and B-list singers all stared at the screen. All the online video platforms that were connected to the live broadcast signal were flooded with comments. All kinds of comments flooded the screen. Oh my god. Is there something wrong with my ears? 666666666. How did he sing? What kind of voice is this? It's not an ordinary tenor voice. It's so scary. How can there be such a voice? I'm covered in goosebumps. I'm so scared that I dropped my dried fish. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Important words must be repeated 3 times. This must be fake. I don't believe it. This voice is not scientific. It's obviously electronically synthesized. Is there such a strange person in the world? What a pure voice. It hits the soul directly. Shocking, too shocking. Mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the show, and then she knelt with me. Oh my god. Look who he is. Who? Oh my god? Xianxia? This is Xianxia? Am I seeing things? Yes, he's my idol. I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Ah, honey, I love you. I love you. My husband is here. My husband is here. So handsome, so handsome. This old lady's maiden heart has melted. How can there be such a man? No, no, I won't marry anyone else but him. Xianxia took a deep breath and put the microphone close to his mouth. Again? This thought came to everyone's mind at the same time. The next moment, ah. 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 Ah, it was not an ordinary tenor voice. A tenor could never sing with such a pure and sharp voice. Xianxia did not have any lyrics from the beginning to the end, but his voice was already the most dazzling presence on the scene. This was the duet between Xianxia and Qin Baobao. Xianxia had originally prepared a duet between a man and a woman. It was up to Miss Chu whether she could use it or not, but this opera had to be sung. But her sister's throat could not handle it. She had practiced for more than half a month, but she really could not sing the high parts. Even if she forced herself to sing, it would not sound pure enough, and it would be mixed with a trace of cracking. That would ruin the song. This was a perfect performance. As Xianxia's voice fell, the sound lingered, and the accompaniment quickly lowered and disappeared. The song ended. Qin Baobao did something unexpected. She turned around, tiptoed, and kissed her brother's lower lip. The scene froze, like a princess kissing a prince in a fairy tale. The audience did not feel that it was out of place. Instead, they felt that it was perfect. A perfect ending and a perfect performance. It was full of artistic colors. Just like the ending of a fairy tale. Many years later, there were still people who remembered this scene. There was a moment of silence, as if the audience was still immersed in the music, but also as if they couldn't bear to interrupt this heartwarming scene. Until Xianxia and Qin Baobao bowed hand in hand and exited the stage. The entire live broadcast site was filled with cheers, shouts, screams, and waving hands. Countless people stood up and shouted with all their might. Some people shouted for Qin Baobao, while others shouted for Xianxia. From the west to the east of the huge venue, waves of cheers rose and fell. It didn't seem like a live broadcast, but more like a grand concert. The scene was almost out of control. Director Peng's expression changed. He was both happy and worried. This was a live broadcast, and it was the most prone to accidents. He had to find a way to calm the audience's emotions. Fortunately, Qin Baobao and Xianxia had already exited the stage. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be overly excited audience members rushing out to ask for autographs, or female audience members shouting, "I want to give birth to your babies," or something like that. The staff made gestures in places that the camera couldn't see, but the audience simply ignored them. The enthusiastic atmosphere lasted for a few minutes before it finally subsided. Xianxia took the opportunity to go on stage. This was a shocking performance. It left a lasting aftertaste and made people's hearts ripple. Thank you to the singer Qin Baobao for bringing us opera too. Friends in front of the TV, please pick up your phones and vote for the singers. The voting channel will close in 10 minutes. Quick, vote for Qin Baobao. Of course, I'll vote for her. The opera was too amazing, too amazing. Oh, I just voted for Wales. I'll call my family to vote. This is too shocking. Compared to Xianxia, Wales is too weak. This younger brother is going to defy the heavens. He's overflowing with talent. The sibling pair kissing is so loving. Can you let go of your sister and come to me? No, let go of my goddess and let me do it. I feel that Qin Baobao might not be as popular as her younger brother, ha ha ha. Nonsense. Qin Baobao is about to become a B-lister. After today, she will be a genuine B-lister. Who knows, she might even be able to move up the ranks. Sob sob, I voted for Wales. Can I take back my vote? I want to vote for my husband. Isn't your husband Wales? Nonsense, Xianxia is the one. Cut the crap, hurry up and vote. Those with votes cast their votes, while those without votes contacted their friends and family to vote. The scene was extremely lively. In the outside world, those who were watching the show on their computers or televisions were all shocked by the song. They couldn't understand how there could be such a sound. What kind of structure was his throat? He was simply inhuman. At home, Qin Ma and the old man were sitting in the living room watching a show. The old couple stared at the pair of children on the screen with their mouths agape. Were these really their children? Did we give birth to a pair of fake children? Grandpa Shen slapped his thigh angrily. It's one thing for sister to join the entertainment industry, but why is brother joining in as well? See if I don't beat them up later. Qin Ma's focus was clearly different. She frowned and said, why did they kiss? What is this? You have to beat them up. Bao too. Her voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. Grandpa Shen waved his hand and said, maybe it's the effect of the show. Didn't there used to be a celebrity who kissed his mother on the show? Kissing on the show seemed more open and aboveboard. If they kissed in private, Grandpa Shen would definitely explode. That was why sister never kissed at home as a reward. Qin Ma said angrily, that's different. How can sister and brother kiss? You have to chide them. They've never been proper since they were young. Sister doesn't act like an elder sister, and brother doesn't act like a younger brother either. Grandpa Xian said, look at how old-fashioned they are. Don't foreigners often kiss each other? It's very normal. Qin Ma wanted to say something but hesitated. She just felt that the siblings were old and had to be careful. Being too close wasn't necessarily a good thing. Grandpa Xian didn't think there was anything wrong with it because he didn't see the scene of the children sleeping together that day. Grandpa Xian suddenly said, that phone of yours, vote for them too. Qin Ma was stunned. You still support them? Didn't you object to Bao Bao being an artist? Grandpa Xian defended himself. What's the use of me objecting? Didn't she still go? Since she's participating in the show, why not take the championship if she can? Grandpa Xian muttered, ask Ace to come back tomorrow. I heard that he sold the copyright of his song for a lot of money. Qin Ma rolled her eyes. You're even thinking about our son's money? I'll save that money for our son to use when he marries a wife in the future. Bao Bao, don't spend all your brother's money for a wife. Grandpa Xian criticized, they say that a loving mother will spoil her son. You've spoiled him too much. I don't spoil Ace too much. I don't see him spoiling him too much. That's because I taught him well. Why didn't you educate your daughter? Hey, don't argue. The old couple also knew that although their sister was smart and promising, she also had a lot of bad habits. She was arrogant, lazy, and didn't know how to do housework. Qin Ma said, ask them to come back this weekend. Xianxia introduced me to a good young man. I think he's quite good. Let Bao Bao meet him. Grandpa Xian pondered and said, Bao Bao's career has just started. It's not good. Damn old man, you're a university professor. Do you have a brain? If you like him, hurry up and get married. Bao Bao can settle down and stop being an artist. Qin Ma sneered. That's a good idea. Grandpa Xian nodded. Qin Ma couldn't wait to take out her phone. I'll contact Xianxia now. Xianxia was Grandpa Xian's sister and Qin Zhe and his brother's aunt. Later, we're still watching the show, Grandpa Xian said. On TV, the show had already entered the voting segment. On the big screen, Qin Bao Bao's votes rose sharply. 500,000, 1 million. 2 million. At this time, Qin Bao Bao's votes were ranked third. The first two were Huang Yuding and Wales. The voting channel was not closed. Their votes had been rising, but it was rising very slowly. Especially after Qin Bao Bao finished singing, their votes almost stopped. They were 2 million and 5 million respectively. However, Qin Bao Bao's votes were still rising crazily. 6 million. 8 million. 1 million. 2 million. At this time, the voting channel was about to close. 10, 9, 8, 7. Votes, 3 million. 4 million. 45 million. 2, 1. The voting channel closed. The big screen showed the final votes of all the singers. Qin Bao Bao, 7 million. Wales, 5 million. Huang Yuding, 2 million. Xianxia went on stage and announced loudly, the champion of the second season of I Am a Singer, Qin Bao Bao. At this moment, the whole venue was filled with cheers that almost overturned the dome. It was too wonderful. The finals were too shocking. Every singer was very strong, but Qin Bao Bao, who emerged from many competitors, was even stronger. It was the first time they heard such a voice that seemed to penetrate the soul. This kind of surprise and shock had surpassed the song itself. Opera 2 was enough to cause a sensation in the domestic music industry. The program team was overjoyed. This season's reputation was even better than the previous season. It could be foreseen that the topic of I Am a Singer would be on the headlines of major entertainment news. The ratings were even more anticipated. They wondered if they could break the record of variety shows. Backstage, Qin Zhe heard a ding in his mind. The system sent a notification, successfully helped Qin Bao Bao become the champion of I Am a Singer. Mission accomplished. Reward, 500 points. The second season of I Am a Singer came to a perfect end. The audience left one after another. In a small private room, Qin Baobao sat in front of the dressing table, carefully applying makeup remover. Her sister was humming a little tune happily. Qinzhe sat beside her, playing with his phone out of boredom. Qin Baobao suddenly said, do you think mom and dad will watch the show? Do you still need to ask? Their daughter participated in the finals. Although they said no, their bodies were honest. Qinzhe curled his lips. Qin Baobao said worriedly, will they see sisters kiss as a reward? Qinzhe shrugged. It's okay. Didn't you see Jiao Maji kissing his 17 or 18-year-old daughter on the internet recently? This is called a kiss of affection. Qin Baobao snorted. Damn it. Kiss of affection. At this moment, a text message came in. Qin Ge, are you still at the TV station? I'll come to you. This girl was really annoying. Qinzhe typed in the text message. I'm not at the TV station. Before he could send it, there was a knock on the door. His sister kicked him with her foot. Open the door. Maybe it was someone from the TV station. Qinzhe thought. The door opened and a staff member led a group of young boys and girls in. Miss Qin, they're looking for you. The staff member said and left immediately. Qin Baobao was stunned. Looking for me? Master, you're amazing. Li Donglai was full of admiration and couldn't wait to give Qinzhe a bear hug. Qinzhe slapped him on the sofa. They all laughed and greeted Qin Ge. Qinzhe nodded at them. He wasn't curious how these guys got in. They were a bunch of rich and powerful second-generation officials. Qin Baobao blinked and didn't understand the situation. Chen Qingyuan walked to Qinzhe, raised her little face, and called out softly, Qin Ge. Her voice was soft and her face was slightly red. The girl's bright eyes were shining with admiration, shyness, nervousness, and joy. It vividly showed a girl yearning for love. The young boys and girls had playful looks in their eyes. Chen Qingyuan liked Qinzhe. It wasn't a secret in their circle. This girl didn't intend to hide her feelings at all. She would look for Pei Ziki or Li Donglai to ask about Qinzhe. Li Donglai, who was slow to react, was stunned. He looked at Chen Qingyuan and then at Qinzhe. He finally understood. Damn, so Chen Qingyuan likes Qin Ge. I found out. Hee hee. Suddenly, he found Yi Ro looking at him with hidden bitterness. Li Donglai was confused. Qin Baobao narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, it's over. This girl is obviously coveting my brother. Her face was rippling with amorous feelings. The only thing missing was the words I like you written on it. Qinzhe nodded and smiled at her, which could be considered as a greeting. He asked Li Donglai, didn't you start school? You're in the 3rd year of high school. Don't fool around. I only came because I knew you would come. Li Donglai hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Chen Qingyuan immediately took over the topic, Qin Ge, Ziki said you would come. I didn't believe it. You're really here. I didn't come in vain today. Qinzhe couldn't stand this girl's valiant style of speech. He looked at Pei Ziki, did you find your piano teacher? Pei Ziki glanced at him angrily, I've been learning for half a month. Qin Baobao looked at Pei Ziki again and was slightly shocked. Damn, another fresh cabbage. Suddenly, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Qin Ge, let's go eat barbecue. I know a good barbecue restaurant. Chen Qingyuan suggested. Not going. Qin Ge refused. You're a rich second generation. You don't want to eat seafood and abalone. You want to treat me to barbecue? Let's go. Treat it as a celebration for you winning the championship. Li Donglai said. Qinzhe looked at Chen Qingyuan. The latter had a look of anticipation. Qinzhe turned his head to look at his sister. She was today's main character. His sister had just won the championship. He couldn't leave her behind. Qin Baobao thought in her heart, is it finally my turn to go on stage? I've had enough of this cold seat. Not going. Qin Baobao said, I still have something to do at the TV station. Chen Qingyuan said, then we'll go after we're done. I won't go even after I'm done. I'm tired today. Qin Baobao crossed her legs. She looked like a goddess. Chen Qingyuan said angrily, Qin Ge, who is she to you? You're even singing for her. Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Baobao also looked at her brother. Their eyes met and both of them trembled. The quick-witted brother saw his sister's expression and immediately guessed what she was planning. Without a trace of hesitation, he lunged towards his sister. The equally quick-witted sister also instantly understood her brother's thoughts. Her heart sank. Not good, I have to be quick. In the end, the agile brother was one step faster. Qin Zhe's big hand covered his sister's face and pushed her onto the sofa. She's my sister, Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe rushed to answer. The older sister sat on the sofa with a bitter face, watching her younger brother chatting with a few kids. After a long while, Qin Zhe finally coaxed the group of high school students away. Chen Qingyuan looked disappointed. She walked to the door, turned around and said, Qin Ge, you look so handsome in a suit. Qin Zhe laughed. Yeah, I think so too. Chen Qingyuan's heart was instantly filled with sweetness as he left. She turned around and closed the door. At this time, she heard the coquettish woman's voice from inside. A suit doesn't suit you. Don't wear a suit in the future. Then Qin Zhe's voice came. Really? I think so too. Chen Qingyuan was expressionless. She reached out and wiped Li Donglai's back. Li Donglai's face changed. What? What did you wipe on me? Chen Qingyuan said, it's the trust between people. As soon as the crowd left, the elder sister aggressively rushed over. She rolled up her sleeves and pretended to hit someone. She tenderly reprimanded, day and night, I still let you go outside to attract bees and butterflies. Qin Zhe, how many girls did you flirt with outside? What girls? I didn't even flirt with you. Qin Zhe argued. Qin Baobao's face flushed instantly. She said anxiously, you. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Zhe was shocked. Oh my god, you're talking about Sister Ziwei. Don't think too much. Bah, who's thinking too much? Qin Baobao stared at her younger brother for a few seconds and sighed. My son has grown up and can't be stopped from looking for a wife. Bah, whose mother are you? Where do you put our mother? I'm like a mother. I raised you up with all my might. I'm half a mother. Go away, I'm the one who raised you up. Bullshit. It stinks. The elder sister's verbal skills were not as good as her younger brother's. She was so angry that she used her face-scratching technique. Qin Zhe pressed his hand on her forehead and tilted his head back. He could not let her scratch his face. I haven't settled the score with you just now. Idiot, even if you want to be a demon, you have to look at the occasion. Some of them know about our relationship. What's the point of you calling me husband? His expression just now was exactly the same as before. Fortunately, Qin Zhe reacted quickly. At that time, that little cabbage didn't know about their relationship. Qin Baobao could make a fuss, but Li Donglai and Pei Ziki knew about their relationship. Qin Baobao called out sweetly, Hubby, is this the coquettish bitch you've been messing around with outside? Do you want my image or not? I don't care about my reputation. There's always a blind cabbage thinking about my pig. Qin Baobao said disdainfully. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Qin Zhe took out a cigarette and lit it. Just as he took a puff, Qin Baobao took it away and threw it into a mineral water bottle. With a puff, it went out. Smoke less, okay? You can smoke a pack every 3 days and slowly quit. Qin Baobao lectured her younger brother. You never care about me. Qin Zhe said gloomily, can't we play properly? Isn't it natural for an elder sister to take care of her younger brother? Qin Baobao put her hands on her hips and tried to show the majesty of an elder sister. Zijin said that she was often bullied by him because she did not have the image of an elder sister. Humph, it was all his fault for not being obedient. Do you want to be beaten again? Qin Zhe squinted. Qin Zhe, can't you give me some face? Qin Baobao stomped her feet angrily. After dealing with the follow-up matters, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Qin Baobao drove, and Qin Zhe, as usual, held his sister's 8,000 yuan high heels. Qin Baobao went on stage in 10 centimeters high heels. It was impossible to drive in such shoes, and she could not even step on the brakes properly. The next day, the major news networks kept pushing the news of I Am a Singer. I Am a Singer perfect ending. Opera 2 sensational audience. Godlike voice. The talented little heavenly king of the 90s. You see, shocking, she's the winner in the end. This time, Baby Chin was famous. She was really famous. Although it was easy for celebrities to create hype nowadays, and it was easy to make a celebrity famous, it would also cause a phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Many years ago, when a group of big names dominated the entertainment industry, the era had long passed. Now, celebrities were like leeks. Before the old leeks were yellow, new leeks had already appeared. However, it was easy for celebrities to create hype, but difficult to maintain popularity. After being popular for a while, it would fade away. It was hard to say whether Qin Baobao would be a flash in the pan, but she was definitely the fastest rising celebrity. In just 2 short months, Qin Baobao had become one of the most popular female artists on the variety show. The most talked about new female celebrity in the entertainment circle. It was Saturday. Qin Baobao sat on the sofa like a duck, making a phone call. She was dealing with her agent, Li Yanhong, who was unable to contain her excitement. Xianxia was also making a phone call. It was a call from the top music charts. Wang Zijin sat quietly on the sofa watching TV series. This sister seemed to have this hobby. She usually wrote manuscripts, flipped through books, and watched TV series. Qin Baobao put down the phone and rolled around on the spacious sofa excitedly. Feeling that it was not enough, she kicked her brother a few times with her long legs to vent her excitement. Xianxia's phone fell to the ground and he looked at her angrily. Qin Baobao was so scared that she shrank back and leaned towards Wang Zijin. Xianxia picked up the phone and hurriedly ended the call. You didn't sell the copyright of the opera? Wang Zijin took the opportunity to ask during the commercial break. Yes, but it's a share of the profits. It's only limited to the online copyright. Xianxia answered. Then he pounced on his sister and grabbed the sole of her foot. Qin Baobao screamed and begged for mercy. At 10:30, Qin Baobao suggested that they go on a trip. Speaking of which, Wang Zijin had been in Shanghai for 2 months, but the 3 of them had not gone on a trip together. Xianxia was a little tempted. He said in a low voice, "Won't you be recognized?" His sister could not be mentioned in the same breath. If she were to walk on the street, 5 out of 10 people would recognize her. Qin Baobao ran into the room barefooted and came out wearing a pair of sunglasses and a large brimmed hat. I have a magical weapon. I guarantee that even my own mother won't recognize me. Xianxia looked at her. The sunglasses and the large brimmed hat covered her beautiful hair and enchanting face, only revealing her white chin and rosy lips. His mother really did not have the ability to recognize her daughter by her chin. He was relieved. Wang Zijin was not very willing to go. She still had a few episodes before the finale. She could not resist her best friend's insistence. She asked her to download it first. The siblings ignored her and started to discuss where they were going to play in a low voice. Qin Baobao said that they should go to Disneyland. They had not been there since it was built last year. Xianxia rejected her. One of the reasons why Disneyland was controversial, there were too many people. This would increase the chances of Qin Baobao being recognized. He did not want to be stuck in Disneyland. Besides, he hated too many people. Waiting in line was endless. Qin Baobao said that they should go to the zoo. Xianxia rejected her again. Qin Baobao said that they should go to Hangzhou Westlake. Xianxia rejected her again. After a few times, his sister began to make trouble. She said that they should go to the Great Wall of Beijing and tour Xiangshan. Then she said that they should go to Mount Putua to pray that her only son could marry a wife soon and have children for the Qin family. As soon as she finished, she said coquettishly, why don't we go on a road trip to Tibet? My biggest wish is to travel all over the country with you. Xianxia could not stand her. He slapped his sister's bouncy butt and said angrily, go away, go away. Qin Baobao covered her butt and pulled her best friend to her side. Zijin, he hit my butt again. Help me scold him. Xianxia opened the map and searched. Considering that they did not have much time on the weekend, it would be best to go somewhere closer by car. He proposed to go to an ancient town in the suburbs. There's an ancient town there, and there are drifting and fish ponds. We can fish there. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. Let's go fishing. Qin Baobao objected. I'd been there when I was a child. It's boring. I don't want to go. Qin Zhe said, then let's vote. In the end, his sister was alone and passed with 2 votes. The ancient town was 60 kilometers away from Qin Zhe's house. Today was the weekend and the road was congested. It took them an hour to drive to the highway toll gate. Qin Baobao parked the car in the parking lot and asked her brother to drive. Qin Zhe said, damn, you want to die with me, right? He had enough driving experience, but he did not dare to drive on the highway because of his lack of practical experience. Wang Zijin said, let me do it, let me do it. Qin Zhe ran to sit in the front passenger seat. Qin Baobao grabbed him and pushed him back to the back seat. She said angrily, look at you. You're becoming a lapdog. She glared at Qin Zhe with jealousy. Then she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. On the highway, the car was fast and stable. Qin Baobao felt sleepy and fell asleep leaning on her brother. Qin Zhe hugged his sister's waist and sniffed her fragrant perfume. From this angle, his sister's face was simply beautiful. She had a fair and tender face, thick and dense eyelashes, a round nose, and a thin chin. He looked at her like this. He had looked at this face for more than 20 years and had never gotten tired of it. How many more years could he look at her like this? At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Zijin followed the GPS, turned into the turnstile, and drove off the highway. After driving around for half an hour, they finally arrived at the ancient town. Qin Zhe shook his sister awake. Qin Bao looked around in a daze. Qin Zhe gently wiped away the suspicious tears at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps this action was not something he should do as a younger brother, so Qin Bao was a little shy. The ancient town was located in the center of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. It was near the international airport to the east and connected to Pingwang to the west. The golden waterway Chongqing River flowed through the town. The houses with white walls and black tiles were built near the river. It was a real family that slept in the water. Qin Zhe knew that Wang Zijin had never been here before. Half of it was based on his memory, and the other half was based on the information he found online. Although it can't be compared to Wuzhen, this is the first ancient town in Shanghai. It has the characteristics of a Jiangnan water town. There are bridges and bluestone paths. I heard that it's going to rain today. I don't know if I'll be able to enjoy the beauty walking through the long alley with an oil paper umbrella. Wang Zijin smiled. Qin Bao waved her snow-white wrist and said, I'll do it, I'll do it. Ace has such a perverted idea. I can only reluctantly agree to it. Go away. Qin Zhe scolded. When I was in primary school, my parents brought us here a few times. It has changed a lot. At that time, the water was clearer, the houses were older, and the arches on the river were modeled with time. They walked on the ancient town's flat street. I remember that there were many cobblestone roads here. Now, they're all replaced with stone slabs and cement. It's a pity. In the past, baby Qin had even fallen on the cobblestones and hurt her knees. She had cried her eyes out. I was beaten up by the old man. Wang Zijin burst out laughing. Why did he beat you? Qin Bao said unhappily, he chased me, that's why I fell. Qin Zhe recalled. I remember that you stole my snacks and ran away. In the end, you fell flat on your face. Qin Baobao was very naughty when she was young. She always bullied me. Wang Zijin sighed, so it's all retribution. Qin Baobao glared at her best friend. Whose side are you on? Coincidentally, as they turned the corner, there was a stone bridge in front of them. The river was tranquil, and restaurants were built along the river. They were all in a retro style, with white walls and black tiles. Diners could enjoy the river scenery. Qin Baobao said excitedly, quick, take a picture. She stood on the bridge with one hand on her waist and the other making a peace sign. The background was the quiet flowing Chongqing River and ancient buildings in the style of Jiangnan water towns. Xianxia said, "You don't even show your face, so there's no need to take photos. Come, Zijin, let's take a picture together." Qin Baobao immediately took off his hat and sunglasses. "Hey!" the two of them called out to her. In the end, the three of them stood side by side. Xianxia's hands were long, so he was responsible for holding the phone and adjusting the angle. With a click, the picture froze. Xianxia stood in the middle. On his left was his sister Wang Zijin, and on his right was his sister Qin Baobao. When Xianxia pressed the shutter, the mischievous sister chopped his head with a karate chop. Wang Zijin noticed her best friend's action and looked over with a half-smile. She looked very much like the funny brother in online emoticons. Only Xianxia's expression was normal. After that, Wang Zijin chased Xianxia and asked him to delete the photo. Qin Baobao snatched the phone and ran away. She said that she wanted to send it to the high school group. At noon, they had lunch at a restaurant near the river. Qin Baobao generously asked for a small private room. As soon as her sister entered the private room, she took off her sunglasses and big-brimmed hat. Her face was flushed and she was dripping with sweat. "It's so hot. I can't wait to dive into the Chowching River." The waitress following behind suddenly called out. Qin Baobao was shocked. She thought to herself, "Oh no, I've been recognized." The waitress excitedly pointed at Xianxia. "I recognize you. You're Xianxia. You're so handsome. You're even more handsome than in the video. Can you give me an autograph?" Xianxia said, "No problem. Don't tell anyone." Then he signed. During the process of ordering, the waitress's eyes never left Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to order pork trotters. "The taste of this dish is average. I suggest you eat river fish. It's freshly caught in the river. It's very fresh," the waitress suggested. Xianxia felt that stir-fried wild vegetables were not bad. The waitress immediately said, "Actually, it's not wild vegetables. These days, wild vegetables are more delicate than domesticated ones. Everyone eats wild vegetables. They've long been sold out. Stir-fried preserved meat with garlic moss is not bad. It's cured meat made by the farmers in town. It tastes good," the waitress strongly recommended. Xianxia ordered 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 soup. The waitress reluctantly left the private room. Throughout the process of ordering, she did not notice Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao touched her face and then her head. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin asked. Qin Baobao said dejectedly, "I'm seeing if I can get another hat and a pair of glasses. I'm a fake star. There's a terrible unspoken rule in Shanghai's restaurants, there are only a few dishes. All businessmen are unscrupulous." The taste was not bad, but in the eyes of Xianxia's 2 sisters, it was simply too low class. You can't expect a restaurant in a scenic area to be delicious. After the meal, Xianxia and the sisters strolled around the ancient town. Qin Baobao passed by an art shop and personally picked a pair of sunglasses for her brother. It was the kind of sunglasses used by military advisors during the Republic of China era. As a result, the number of people turning their heads was even better. Every time Xianxia walked past, there would be people looking at him curiously. Wang Zijin joked, "Yo, 2 big stars. I'm just a passerby." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Baobao said that she was tired. She hid in a Western restaurant to enjoy the air conditioning and ordered 3 desserts on her own initiative. This Western restaurant was elegantly decorated. The waitresses were all dressed in European and American style. The price was twice the price outside. Many tourists were sitting in the hall for afternoon tea. On a hot day, they came in to drink desserts and drinks when they were tired. There was also a piano in the middle of the hall. A waiter was playing it. If the tourists were interested, they could also play a song, but they had to pay a small fee. Qin Baobao bit the straw and took a big gulp. She stuck out her tongue and licked the sweet cream. She narrowed her eyes happily, "It's so comfortable. I finally feel alive." She turned her head to look at the blazing sun outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The bright sunlight reflected in her dark pupils. "I just want to hide under the air conditioning and be a salted fish. I don't want to go out and bask in the sun." Xianxia sneered, salted fish sister. Go away. Qin Baobao wanted to hit him, but Xianxia and Wang Zijin were sitting opposite her. She couldn't hit them. Baobao, how's work recently? I heard from A's that there's a girl named Su Lu who often makes trouble for you. Wang Zijin said meaningfully. Not often, but I can't compete with her for resources. Qin Baobao said, I'm a kitten now. My claws and teeth are not sharp. When I become a big tiger in the future, I won't be afraid of her. Xianxia complained as usual, a tigress? She couldn't hit him, so she ignored him and dug a spoon of dessert. This is called enduring hardships. Xianxia's eyes wandered around, and he saw a young couple sitting diagonally across from them. They should be tourists from Shanghai like them. The young man and the girl whispered for a moment. The girl's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Then the young man stood up and walked to the central piano. He whispered a few words to the piano waiter and handed a 100 yuan note to the waiter. The waiter stood up and gave his seat to the young man. Some of the tourists around looked over, while others chatted among themselves. The young couple looked at each other and smiled. The young man straightened his back and opened his shoulders. It was obvious from his standard posture that he had practiced. Xianxia was a little surprised. In this day and age, if you asked a child if they knew how to play the piano, the probability of them nodding was quite high. But if you asked an adult if they knew how to play the piano, 9 out of 10 people would shake their heads. Children nowadays were miserable. They had endless homework to do and endless interest classes to attend. Driven by parents' desire for their children to succeed, piano classes? Go. Painting classes? Go. Dance classes? Go. Swimming classes? Go, 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 go. They didn't care about the children's feelings at all. In the eyes of most parents, their children were like long-out yin. They were talented in everything and had to learn everything. It was also because the economic conditions were better now. Like Xianxia when he was young, he was abandoned by his parents because of his poor aptitude. Even so, he only learned for a year and a half. Because of economic reasons, he stopped. The light and melodious sound of the piano floated in the hall. It was like flowing water, like silver bells. The melody was excellent. To Qin Baobao, a tourist said. This song is very nice. I've heard it many times. To Qin Baobao? A white-haired uncle was puzzled. It was composed by a female celebrity's younger brother. It was very famous a while ago. The daughter who accompanied her father explained. It's quite nice, but it's a little soft. The uncle said. It's about love. The daughter laughed. The uncle was stunned. Love? Composed for his sister? This young man's thinking is very dangerous. After the song was played, there was sparse applause. If you casually played the piano and the whole hall cheered, then that would be strange. But the goal of attracting attention was achieved. All the guests in the hall were paying attention to the couple. This is A's song? Wang Zijin said. Yes, yes. Qin Baobao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She emphasized, it was composed for me. Wang Zijin automatically ignored the second half of the sentence and suggested, A's also play a song? She had never seen Xianxia play the piano, except in videos. Xianxia asked, what do you want to play? Wang Zijin said, anything. He looked at his sister again. His sister also said, anything. Xianxia thought for a moment. Then let's play that song. Don't. Isn't that a slap to his face? Qin Baobao said. That's cool. Urban novels all like this kind of routine. Xianxia said. Qin Baobao pursed her lips, cool your sister. When did he offend you? You want to slap his face. This is called forcing a routine. Xianxia said, but if it's not a routine, it'll feel too plain and boring. If the routine is too intense, the readers will feel like their intelligence is being insulted. Qin Baobao sighed, that's why I say that acting cool is a skill. Xianxia looked at her, you don't have to act cool. You were born with this skill. You're asking for a beating. Qin Baobao pounced on her brother and twisted his ear. Xianxia quickly dodged. Xianxia said, then how about a fairy tale? No. Wang Zijin said, Bao Bao often sings fairy tales in the middle of the night. My ears are getting calluses. Why are you singing a fairy tale? Qinzai looked at his sister. Qin Bao Bao said anxiously, it's none of your business. It's exaggerated, right? Qinzai said again. No, the two sisters said in unison. Qinzai looked at them, didn't you say anything? Fine, this is very feminine. He stood up and suddenly thought of something, I'll be recognized if I go up like this. This was the suburbs of Shanghai, not another province. Someone might recognize him and implicate his sister, and the trip would become a fan meeting. Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment, put on the sunglasses I bought for you. She felt that it was not safe, so she put her woman's top hat on her brother's head and giggled, this way, even my own mother won't recognize you. Qinzai went over, can I use this piano? The waiter looked up and stared at the strangely dressed customer, yes, 100 yuan per song. It was not common to see restaurants with built-in pianos. Some restaurants allowed diners to play the piano, while others did not. After all, if you played randomly, the customers would be annoyed and leave. But Qinzai had never seen a restaurant that charged a fee. Considering that this was a scenic spot, it was understandable that all kinds of weird charges were charged. It was a grand piano. It was black and shiny, and it was quite new. Grand pianos were suitable for large-scale performances or professionals. Most people used upright pianos at home. Qinzai had never played an upright piano before. Among the people he knew, only Pei Ziki had a piano, and it was a flashy grand piano. Qinzai sat upright in front of the piano. His back was straight, and he was as strong as bamboo. Qin Bao Bao pointed at him and said, my brother is handsome, right? Wang Zijin, yes, yes, yes. The most handsome thing was not his face, but his spirit. Although the system had helped him make some minor adjustments to his face, his foundation was still there. It would be a lie to say that he was handsome enough to shock people. He had upgraded from a good-looking little guy to a handsome guy in the traditional sense. Wang Zijin's family was not ordinary, and the number of handsome guys she had seen could not be counted with her hands and feet. Qinzai was actually above average among them. Qin Bao Bao wrinkled her nose, not for you. Wang Zijin was stunned and rolled her eyes. While they were talking, the sound of the piano floated. The melody was beautiful, soft and firm. Invisible Wings. Qin Bao Bao immediately recognized her debut work. She curled her lips and said, it's all right. Wang Zijin, yes, the melody is relatively simple. At this time, in the middle part of the rhythm, there was a glissando, and the bright melody suddenly became melodious and ethereal. Huh? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Did it go wrong? Qin Bao Bao wondered. Ethereal with a hint of sadness, melodious with a touch of sadness. It was the song she had sung before, Legend. She thought her brother might have made a mistake and mixed up the two songs. Is that so? Wang Zijin had never heard of Legend. How embarrassing. Luckily, I wore sunglasses. Qin Bao Bao covered her face. Did he play it wrong? It was Invisible Wings, right? The melody is very familiar. I remember that song's name. It was Invisible Wings just now. This is also Qin Bao Bao's song called Legend. He must have played it wrong. Forget it, let's just listen. He's not a professional anyway. Many tourists in the hall could tell. Qin Bao Bao's songs were popular all over the country. Qinzai played Invisible Wings. They thought it was quite nice and thought that this young man had some skills. There were many people who sang Invisible Wings, but not many who played the piano. Qinzai had no other thoughts. He lowered his head and focused on playing the piano. His hands danced on the black and white keys, hitting the keys steadily and forcefully. Everyone had already accepted that Invisible Wings had become legend. But as they listened, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Was Legend so elegant? This melody, damn, blue and white porcelain? When did it become blue and white porcelain? Why didn't they recognize it? Why is he playing blue and white porcelain again? I just realized. Did he play it wrong again? How is this playing wrong? This is a skewer. It's so seamless. It doesn't feel abrupt at all. It's very smooth. Yeah, if I hadn't heard these songs, I would have thought it was the same song. This young man is quite good. The tourists whispered to each other. At first, invisible wings didn't catch their attention. They were just chatting. When they realized that the young man had played it wrong, they laughed and talked about it. But now, they realized that it wasn't a mistake. It was a skewer. Wang Zijin sighed. He played it so well. Qin Baobao hid her surprise and snorted. He only knows how to be in the limelight. It was easy to flirt with girls if he was too eye-catching. The melody of the blue and white porcelain entered its final stage. It slipped away in melancholy and gradually fell into a slump. Everyone thought that this was the end of the piano series. Qinzai's 10 fingers paused for a moment. Suddenly, he stepped on the pedal and his 10 fingers danced on the keys. In the next moment, the impassioned sound of the zither exploded without any warning. From the bass to the treble, from the ending to the climax. For 3 consecutive songs, Qinzai stepped on the soft pedal. The songs were either beautiful, ethereal, or classical. He played them with a relatively soft voice. It was obviously very abrupt, and the connection was not smooth at all, but it gave people a kind of pleasure and resonance from being suppressed to being raised. Music and speeches were powerful tools to evoke resonance. Exaggerated. A middle-aged man blurted out. This was one of Qin Baobao's most famous works, but it was different from the highly praised blue and white porcelain. Although exaggerated was very popular, it was not suitable for Qin Baobao to sing. It was criticized by some fans who felt that Qin Baobao was still a little lacking. Most of the fans who liked this song had some social experience. Adolescent children and rich second generations who did not eat the food of mortals probably did not have a sense of immersion. How could they understand that kind of unwillingness without the experience of being in the dust? How could they have the ambition to like a sudden high song without being a passerby for more than 10 years? There were very few people who had the protagonist template, just like the lyrics of the lyrics. In the world, there are too many ordinary and ordinary roads. Which house do you live in? Resonance. Exaggerated was the song with the best resonance effect that Qin Baobao had ever sung. Many tourists hummed along with the melody. Qinzai gradually immersed himself. His movements of hitting the keys became bigger and bigger. His body leaned left and right with the melody, like a crazy performer. The notes climbed steadily, layer by layer. It ended at the craziest and most resounding part, just like the song ended with a roar. The song was finished. Qinzai let out a long breath. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause, and the tourists cheered. Wonderful, too wonderful. Few people could connect several songs so perfectly without any sense of disharmony. The tourists just felt that the level was good and deserved applause. But if there were music professionals present, they would probably be stunned. This required good talent and understanding and proficiency of these songs. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky quickly became cloudy. The weather forecast said that there would be a rainstorm today. The summer rain clouds were thick and clear at a glance. It was rainy in winter, and the sky was light gray. Qinzai saw that the dark clouds in the sky were faint and would not come down for a while, so he said that the weather was good and they should go fishing. The 3 of them left the restaurant. When they went out, Qin Baobao pointed at Qinzai's arm and turned to ask Wang Zijin, "Do you want to hug him?" Wang Zijin did not react and said subconsciously, "I don't want to hug him." Qin Baobao was immediately relieved and said happily, "That's good." She hugged Qinzai's arm and jumped up and down. 2 kilometers away from the ancient town, there was a big fish pond for tourists to fish. The fee was based on a daily basis, 300 yuan per person per day. The fee was simply a scam. There were many people fishing. Fortunately, the fish pond was big enough for them to gather together. Qinzai, Wang Zijin, and Qin Baobao chose a place where there was no one, put on the bait, and cast the hook. They sat on the stool provided by the fish pond owner and began to fish. Some people liked fishing very much. Even if they could not catch anything, they could sit for a whole day. Some people hated fishing the most. They did not have the patience to wait for the fish to take the bait. They felt like idiots sitting there with nothing to catch. Wang Zijin was the former, and Qin Baobao was the latter. Xianxia was in between the two. After the sister threw the hook into the water, she did not care anymore. She sat on the stool, played with her phone, browsed Weibo, and read novels. When she was bored, she would use her foot to tease her brother. She would rub against his thigh. Qin Baobao came out in low-heeled sandals. Her toes were painted with dark red nail polish. The soles of her feet were white and tender, and her toes were round. It was a great benefit for a foot fetishist. Xianxia was not a foot fetishist, but he liked to see young ladies in short skirts. His sister happened to be wearing a pleated short skirt today. He was aroused by his sister and said angrily, "Can you behave? You're exposed." Qin Baobao hurriedly retracted her long legs and pressed down the hem of her short skirt. She said angrily, "How dare you look at my naked body, pervert?" Wang Zijin looked at Xianxia in shock. I. Damn, Xianxia glared at his sister and communicated with his eyes. "You did it on purpose, didn't you? You're ruining my image in front of Wang Zijin." Qin Baobao raised her sharp chin and gave him a "come and hit me" look. Wang Zijin's buoy suddenly sank, and the water rippled. A fish was hooked. The fish was not small, and the fishing rod bent in a sharp arc. Qin Baobao excitedly rushed over. "Let me do it." Xianxia grabbed her. "I'll pull you into the water later." He was afraid that his sister would not control her strength and pull off the hook. Wang Zijin was a fishing master, and she knew the secret of entanglement. She entangled with the fish in the water neither too fast nor too slow. "You can struggle as you like. When you're tired, I'll drag you." Until the fish was exhausted and was dragged to the shore. Xianxia picked up the net and caught the big fish, which was half the length of his arm. However, it was a very common grass carp. The meat was hard and tasted bad. Qin Baobao excitedly squatted by the bucket and looked at the fish. Xianxia smiled and said, "Sister Ziwei, let's have a competition? Let's see who catches more fish." Wang Zijin was excited. "Okay." Qin Baobao immediately said, "I'll join, too." Xianxia said, "Whoever loses will sweep the floor and wash the dishes for a week." The fish pond was very large and could be regarded as a small reservoir. The water was drawn from the Chowqing River, so there must be a lot of fish. However, all businessmen were evil. The fish pond owner fed the fish until they were full, so it was not so easy to hook them. Moreover, there should be no precious fish in the pond, so no matter how many fish were caught, they would not feel distressed. After an hour, Wang Zijin caught 4 fish, Xianxia caught 3, and Qin Baobao did not catch a single fish. It was not that no fish took the bait, but the key was that she did not know how to fish. She lifted the rod as soon as the buoy sank, and sometimes the fish just tested the bait under the water. Another reason was that she pulled too hard and forced the hook to be unhooked. Qin Baobao unhooked another fish. She angrily threw the fishing rod away, stamped her feet, and cried, "Xianxia, the fish here are as annoying as you." Xianxia disdainfully said, "What does it have to do with me? Don't answer her. Once you answer, she will pester you and use all kinds of skillful techniques to push the blame to you. Finally, she will throw the punishment of cleaning to you. The longest road I've ever walked in my life is my sister's trick." Qin Baobao saw that her brother did not take the bait, so she pouted and sat on the small bench, facing him sideways, sulking alone. Xianxia and Wang Zijin chased each other. Although the fish they caught were all cheap, they came here to fish for fun. It did not matter what kind of fish they caught. The game was in a stalemate. Suddenly, with a splash, a stone fell into the water, scaring away the fish that Xianxia had just caught. The mischievous sister patted the mud on her hands, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Seeing that her brother was angry, she hurriedly shouted, "There's a problem with my fishing rod." Xianxia came over to take a look. "There's no problem." Qin Baobao quibbled, "There's a problem. I want to go drifting. I don't want to fish." "Then you lose. You have to sweep the floor when you go back." Qin Baobao pretended not to hear, twisted her body, and quickly walked away. A few minutes later, Qin Baobao walked around the fish pond and came back. She kicked the bucket, causing the fishes to jump in panic and splash water everywhere. His sister set in. A sweet voice, "A's, fishing is boring. Play drifting with me." Xianxia said, "It's quite interesting." His sister pinched Xianxia's arm and asked, "Is it interesting? Is it interesting?" "Not interesting, not interesting." Xianxia gritted his teeth. "Bao Bao, don't disturb us fishing." "Go drift by yourself," Wang Zijin said unhappily. "Why are we fishing so many fishes?" "We can't eat all of them," Qin Bao Bao said. "Who wants to eat them?" "Pick a few good ones to take away and let the rest go," Wang Zijin said, amused. "Then there's even less need to fish." "Ace, let's go drift." "No, Ace is fishing with me." "We don't have time to drift." "Your brother is still my brother." Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. "Does it matter?" Wang Zijin squinted. The two best friends looked at each other, and it was as if there were crackling electric arcs. After a long time, Wang Zijin took a deep breath and gathered qi in her dantian. She said, as if she was saying the Buddhist 9 syllables, "Where do watermelons grow?" Qin Bao Bao answered, "Watermelon vines. They grow on the ground." Wang Zijin asked again, "Where do peanuts grow?" Qin Bao Bao answered, "Peanuts. They grow underground." Wang Zijin asked again, "Where do strawberries grow?" This was a little difficult. Qin Bao Bao said uncertainly, "On trees?" Xianxia slapped his forehead. Wang Zijin said, "Once." Qin Bao Bao guessed, "Underground?" "Twice." "Could it be in the water?" "3 times." "You lost." Wang Zijin said proudly, "Strawberries grow on the ground." "Strawberries grow on the ground, how dirty would that be?" "I don't believe it," Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. "Every time you ask me, this time doesn't count, it should be me asking and you answering." "That's for next time. Don't even think about getting away with it." I. Qin Bao Bao lost the battle of wits. She looked at her brother with tears in her eyes. A's, Xianxia thought to himself, "You two really know how to play. Excuse me, are you idiots? Using such a method to determine the winner? Could it be any more boring?" It was normal for her sister to be unable to differentiate between the 5 grains. Qin Bao Bao was born and raised in Shanghai. She had never been to the countryside in her life. She had eaten a lot of fruits, but she was at a loss when she asked about their growth status. The school didn't teach this either. She didn't watch the news, and the news occasionally had agricultural information. Xianxia was touched by his sister's soft and cute appearance. He asked, "What are rapeseed used for?" Wang Zijin replied instantly, "To extract oil." "Where do sweet potatoes grow?" "In the soil." "What about sweet potatoes?" "In the soil." Potatoes. This question stumped Wang Zijin. If sweet potatoes and sweet potatoes grew in the soil, where did potatoes grow? It couldn't be in the soil, right? That was too simple. It definitely wasn't. She couldn't fall into the trap. Speaking of which, what were potatoes? Wang Zijin's eyes flashed with wisdom. On the trees. Xianxia shook his head. On the ground. Xianxia shook his head again. Wang Zijin fought like a cornered beast. Could it be in the water? Xianxia sighed. It's the 3rd time, Sister Ziwei. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and laughed complacently. Xianxia turned his head away, not wanting his 2 sisters to see his MDZZ exclamation. Damn, I really want to laugh. It's so uncomfortable to hold it in. Only then did he remember that Wang Zijin was the daughter of a rich family, not much better than Qin Bao Bao. No wonder they used such a stupid way to duel. It turned out that they were evenly matched. They both felt that this was a very difficult question. MDZZ. Wang Zijin was not convinced. Then where do you think it grows? In the soil. Xianxia said, "Potatoes are potatoes." Wang Zijin said, "I don't believe you." She threw the fishing rod and took out her phone to Baidu. After a while, she said with a face full of dissatisfaction, "How do you know so much? How do you know so much?" Xianxia was shocked. After all, one from Fudan University and the other from Peking University. What's the use of having a high IQ? Xianxia had heard his grandfather say that when they were young, they would go to the countryside from time to pay tribute to the revolutionary seniors with their sweat and bear in mind the spirit of hard work. That was called labor class. Times were developing, but education was getting worse with each generation. Therefore, common sense had nothing to do with intelligence. Xianxia had seen a variety show about intelligence competition before. One of the contestants was a top student from a famous university. When he went on stage, he showed off his powerful memory and recited the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was amazing. In the end, he was stumped by a question from his opponent, who asked him how bats sleep. This guy had never seen bats since he was young and was at a loss for words. In the end, this guy said with a face full of shock, "How could there be creatures in the world that sleep upside down? Wouldn't they have a brain hemorrhage?" This was not scientific. To hell with science. Qin Baobao snorted. When he was young, he had to go to the countryside with his mother for a while every summer vacation. Qin Ma's ancestral home was in Jia province. When she was young, she grew up in a small county in Jia province. When she was in junior high school, she moved to Shanghai with her parents. The ancestral home was still there, but no one had lived there for many years. Qin Ma brought Xianxia to live in the home of one of her good friends. In his memory, that aunt was very gentle. When Xianxia was in junior high school, she died of an illness. Wang Zijin sat on a small stool and looked at Xianxia from the corner of her eyes. She said faintly, "You are indeed siblings." It was easy to hear the hidden bitterness in her voice. Xianxia was stunned. Was Miss Wang angry or jealous? Either way, he was happy. There was a saying, when you start to care about someone, you will feel happy, angry, sad, and happy because of them. Qin Baobao lost the battle of wits. Although her brother helped to regain face, she lost in the end. So Xianxia and Wang Zijin continued to fish. Qin Baobao moved the small stool to her brother's side, took off a low-heeled sandal, and put her foot on Xianxia's leg. She looked around in boredom, sometimes picking up small stones to play with, and sometimes teasing her brother. Looking at his profile, she rolled her eyes. Xianxia ignored her, so she took out her phone to check Weibo. The people Qin Baobao followed on Weibo were all people she met after entering the entertainment industry, such as Huang Yuding, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan updated her Weibo half an hour ago. The concert in Beijing has ended successfully. Next stop, Jin City. Su Yunhan attached a photo of herself in the dressing room, and the hairstylist behind her was changing her hair. Fans commented below, "Let's go together. I'm in Beijing anyway, not far from Jin City. Wherever Yunhan goes, we'll accompany her. When will the concert tickets be sold? The goddess is so beautiful. She's beautiful even without makeup. I like your new look the most. 100 likes. When is the national tour? I'm looking forward to it." She clicked on Huang Yuding's Weibo, which had not been updated. Then she clicked on Li Rongxing's Weibo. This guy had recently been a judge in a variety show and often posted photos of his interactions with the student contestants. The number of fans' replies was also astonishing. Times were changing. In the past, the little fresh meats walked the path of pure idols. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they praised themselves high and mighty, and did not eat the food of the common populace. With the development of the internet, the number of platforms for celebrities and fans to interact with each other increased. Many celebrities often posted on Weibo, and it was good to post some photos of their daily life. If there were some funny and witty material, it might make the entertainment headlines. Popularity was the life of a celebrity. Although it was a small path to make one's presence known, works were the brilliant path. However, an excellent work could only be found by chance. Her brother's side profile was quite good. Qin Baobao took out her phone, turned on the camera function, adjusted the angle, and captured Xianxia's profile as he seriously fished, as well as her long legs. Then she clicked on Weibo, uploaded it, and captioned, "You only know how to fish, fish, fish." She updated her Weibo. Qin Baobao's Weibo followers had reached the tens of millions. She posted on Weibo, and netizens immediately saw it. Killer side profile. Here we go again, Qin Baobao, you crazy brother boasting demon. I just want to say, send another dozen photos like this. My brother is handsome. No, my husband is handsome. Am I the only one who thinks this pose is very provocative? Qin Baobao, is it really okay for you to flirt with your brother like this? Hey, is this Xiao Zero? There's a pair of German orthopedic doctors here, and they're enough to threaten social peace. Police uncle, that's her, crazy brother flirt demon. Hurry up and take her away. My brother is mine. The goddess's long legs are really tempting. They're straight, long, white, and tender. To be honest, they make my heart beat. Where is this? People with big boobs, answer me. Where is this? Fish pond? Where is the goddess having fun? It's a little familiar. I think it's a tourist attraction in an ancient town near Shanghai. Yes, yes, yes. I went there last year. Oh, my workplace is only 10 kilometers away. I'll drive there to take a look. Let's team up and block Qin Bao Bao. Let's go together. Let's go together. Qin Bao Bao happily replied. When she saw this, her beautiful face turned pale. Oh, our location has been exposed. Xianxia turned his head and looked at her blankly. I took a photo and posted it on Weibo, and someone accidentally recognized this place. Everyone said that they would come and block me. This time, Xianxia was no longer calm. He used to watch the entertainment news, and there would always be a certain celebrity being blocked by fans at the airport, and thousands of fans would come to pick him up. The idol would call on the fans to calm down, and then hide in the airport, not daring to come out. He was happy to see this at that time, but now the tables had turned. If they were blocked in the fish pond, wouldn't they be pushed into the water by the fans? Sister Ziwei, stop fishing. Let's go. Xianxia picked up the fishing rod and prepared to leave. Let's go immediately. Maybe there are fans in the town, Qin Bao Bao said. The three of them picked a few of the biggest fish and set the rest free. They returned the fishing rod and other things and left in a hurry. When they returned to the town and blended into the sea of people, they were no longer nervous. They wanted to walk around the commercial street, but Wang Zijin suddenly received a phone call. She walked away and picked it up. After a while, she came back and said, I'm going to Hangzhou Airport. Qin Bao Bao said, I'll send you there. It's not far. Wang Zijin said, I'll take a taxi. Don't come. Qin Bao Bao frowned and whispered, what's wrong? Wang Zijin curled her lips. My second aunt is here. The siblings both knew about Wang Zijin's family and were on guard. Wang Zijin waved her hand. It's okay. She can't do anything to me. But my second aunt is stubborn and likes to vent her anger on others. I can't let her know that I live here. Bao Bao's career is just on the right track. Don't complicate things. Qin Bao Bao said, okay, you go. Xianxia looked at his sister with dissatisfaction. After Wang Zijin left, Qin Bao Bao and Xianxia continued to walk around the commercial street. When they saw interesting antique shops, they went in to have a look. Qin Bao Bao usually bought a few small things. I'm tired. Qin Bao Bao stood still and shamelessly asked her brother to carry her. You're sweating on such a hot day. Don't you feel sticky? Xianxia was unwilling to be his sister's two-legged mount. You carry me. Qin Bao Bao stomped her feet. Xianxia bent his knees slightly and looked helpless. Qin Bao Bao's pretty face immediately lit up with a bright and beautiful smile. She trotted a few steps, and with a kick of her legs, she fiercely pounced on her brother. Xianxia, who was caught off guard, was almost pounced on like a dog eating mud. Ouch! Qin Bao Bao hurt her breasts. She rubbed her 36D and said angrily, you're a burden. Xianxia had a different view. How can you win people's hearts if you don't have big breasts? Qin Bao wrapped her arms around her brother's neck and blew into his ear playfully. Xianxia shivered and had goosebumps all over his body. He scolded, Qin Bao, don't mess around. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the Chaoqing River. Go ahead. You are willing to throw away such a beautiful sister. You are capable. Qin Bao took the opportunity to hit Xianxia with a chestnut. Xianxia was too lazy to bicker with her. Qin Bao threatened, if you don't throw her away, you are not a man. Xianxia's head fell back and hit his sister's forehead. She cried out in pain. Where did you get so much resentment? He said. Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks. I want to slander your sister Ziwei. Qinzhe was suddenly interested. Go ahead. Qingbao thought for a while and seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. Then she said, do you know why your sister Ziwei came to our house? She doesn't have many close friends in Shanghai, so she sought refuge with you. Then why does she only have me as her best friend? Because sister is a little fairy. Of course, little fairies are popular. Qinzhe's flattery skills were perfect. Bah, disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded, but in her heart, she was very pleased. She snorted and said, your sister Ziwei may be gentle and generous, but in fact, she is a black-bellied woman. What do you mean? Qinzhe said. In the first year of high school, she had a flirtatious female classmate who was in a relationship with a big gangster in school. That classmate didn't like Zijin, so she bullied her everywhere. She threw her quilt on the ground and threw her toothbrush and towel in the toilet. Zijin didn't say anything. She just quietly bought new ones and bought new ones when they were thrown away. Everyone thought that she was easy to bully and was a softie. Just like that, half a semester passed. During a certain physical education class, a female classmate and her boyfriend kissed in a secluded corner, and their hands touched all over each other. Zijin finally got the chance to take a picture. That day, he applied for leave from school and printed the photos in full color. Then, he distributed them all over the school. Even the principal was alerted. So cool? Qinzhe was shocked. What happened after that? Just expel him. As long as you don't expose your relationship in high school, the teachers won't care. This is an unspoken rule. But if it was exposed, it would be different. The school wanted to save face. If it was only discovered in private, the teacher could give him a warning. However, the entire school knew about it. What else could he do other than expel him? Wait to appear on the news? We're studying at a key high school. Or someone from the Ministry of Education? Even the school leaders are afraid. It's fine if you don't make a move, but if you do, you'll definitely kill. Qinzhe praised. He had also experienced school violence. Every student who had experienced school violence would leave behind a shadow that was difficult to erase for the rest of their lives. Qinzhe didn't think that Wang Zijin had gone overboard. He just wanted to return the favor. There's more. Qin Baobao continued to expose more information. He wanted to take revenge for his loss in the battle of wits just now. When she was in her second year of high school, a rich second-generation heir pestered her. His family had some connections with the school. When the rich second-generation heir saw Zijin, he felt that his life's partner had already appeared. He pestered her all day long. Unfortunately, he was heartless. He sent her roses, luxury goods, and all kinds of ways to win her over didn't work. Once he got angry, he wanted to force himself on her. So arrogant? Is his fatherly gang? Qinzhe was angry. That's why I said that Zijin was two-faced. She turned on the recording function on her phone and recorded all the filthy words of the rich second-generation heir, including the fact that his family had connections with the school. No matter what he did, he would be able to settle it. If he said it out loud, he would be punished. I just want to know how she escaped being forced on. Qinzhe was more concerned about this. That's not the point. Qin Baobao knocked his chin on the back of his brother's head. He directly submitted the recording to the Ministry of Education and complained to the school leaders. He even found lawyers, police, and reporters. A group of school leaders were blocked in the office and didn't dare to come out. Then the rich second-generation heir transferred schools and the principal was laid off. Oh my, it shocked a group of onlookers. She's the second generation of an official. Her family has a background. Qinzhe was afraid that his sister didn't know. Qin Baobao nodded. But who would say that they're the second generation of an official with great fanfare? At that time, I didn't know her family background. Regardless of whether it was her classmates or teachers, they all stayed away from her. She's too two-faced. Her methods are vicious and ruthless. If she was thrown into ancient times, she would definitely be an expert in domestic fights. For such a woman, not to mention her second aunt, even her own mother might not be able to handle her. Qin Baobao said. Not to mention her own mother, even her own father couldn't handle her and ran away from home. Xianxia deeply felt the same. Suddenly, he was stunned. That's why you let her go to the airport alone. Sister, I'm wrong. Xianxia immediately apologized. Just now, he was worried that his second aunt would bring a group of servants and lackeys and forcibly kidnap Wang Zijing back home. He was familiar with Qin Baobao, and Qin Baobao was also familiar with him. That dissatisfied look from before clearly hurt his sister's heart. No wonder her resentment was so strong. I'll bite you to death. Qin Baobao painstakingly washed away the insignificant stain on her bright and imposing image. She was too concerned about her image in her brother's heart. Bah, so salty. Qin Baobao bit Xianxia's ear and quickly spat. This is not a loss. Xianxia laughed. Wang Zijing didn't have any friends in Shanghai, and she probably didn't care too much about it. In terms of personality, she was such a person. There was a sense of calmness and indifference about him. It could also be said that she was too opinionated. It could be seen from the fact that she ran away from home. In terms of being smooth and slick, Qin Baobao was better than Wang Zijing. His sister had been very outstanding since she was young, not only in terms of IQ, but also in terms of EQ. Qin Baobao could take care of every circle of her in an orderly manner. She could handle every circle of her classmates, family, and friends. At home, she was a good daughter, and at school, she was a good student. She was so good that the teacher couldn't even find a reason to visit her home. Including her coquettish and cute behavior in front of Xianxia, it was actually part of her high EQ. The soft-hearted brother always took care of all the household chores under his sister's sugar-coated bullets. However, Xianxia was a wretch, and he enjoyed it very much. Even in the working circle, she did well. Before she left, her previous boss even helped her get an interview spot. Although it was a small matter, would the boss care about an ordinary employee? His sister often said that large companies were annoying, and that there were schemes everywhere. There were often employees who criticized her in private and said bad things about her. However, she was able to stand firm in the position of the CEO's secretary, which was enough to prove her ability. You can't expect to be praised everywhere you go, and you can't expect everyone to be your ally. In Xingyi Entertainment, Qin Baobao was doing well. She didn't have any bad relationships with anyone, which was commendable. She only had a tacit understanding with Su Lu, but that was a fight for resources, and it was an unavoidable battle. In the eyes of parents, a daughter's only weakness was that she didn't have any life skills. This was the norm for delicate girls in big cities. Now, she had another weakness, which was that she didn't want a boyfriend. However, Xianxia felt that compared to Wang Zijing, his sister lost in terms of wisdom. He had never seen a sister who pretended to be pitiful in front of her younger brother every day. Fortunately, she was the older sister, and she had to consider her sister's prestige occasionally. If she was the younger sister, after walking in silence for a while, Qin Baobao rested her chin on her younger brother's shoulder. She tilted her head and stared at the face that was close to her. The angular outline, the handsome bridge of his nose, and the bright black eyes. There was an intoxicating masculine aura. Time passed so quickly. Back then, he was still a little kid who followed behind her and called her sister. That punching bag that she could bully at will had grown into a man of indomitable spirit with the passage of time. Qin Baobao sighed faintly. When your birthday is over, you'll be 23 years old. A yearning heart is like a yearning heart. It's said that the sky wants to rain, and the mother wants to get married. There's no stopping it. I just want you to get married later, and we can play around like we did when we were young. How happy would that be? In the future, when you swindle someone's fresh cabbage, you can start a family. As for me, I'll probably have my own family and children. Do you think we won't be so good in the future? I can't kiss you casually, or your wife will be jealous. You can't hit my butt either, or your brother-in-law who knows which corner of the world will be jealous too. After that, we'll live our own lives, with our own husbands, wives, and children. We'll see each other during festivals, chat, and continue to work hard for our lives and for our families. Xianxia thought that this might be the best ending. She had her sister's family, and he had his family. The pain of youth, the pain of first love, was the most meaningless. The 4 seasons passed, and the years were peaceful. After a few years, they might be able to talk about their playful childhood, their happy youth, and their conflicted present would become distant youths. They would be surrounded by their own children, chasing and playing. Xianxia's heart ached for no reason, and he scolded, "What's there to be sad about? You have to get married, and I have to get a wife. There's nothing I can do about it, but I raised you up with my own hands." Xianxia rolled his eyes. This sentence again. Unexpectedly, his sister changed the topic. "I can't accept that the pig I raised was slaughtered. I was caught off guard when your car flipped over." Xianxia pinched his sister's butt. Qin Baobao hugged his neck tightly. "Let's talk about the future in the future. Don't get married so early, okay?" Xianxia was silent. She emphasized her tone with a hint of pleading. "Okay?" Xianxia still didn't speak, and he stared blankly at the road under his feet. Qin Baobao's eyes reddened. "Mom asked me to go home for a blind date again tonight." "Oh," Xianxia replied. Qin Baobao stared at the side of her brother's face, trying to see something in his eyes, but she couldn't. She said bitterly, "I'm going home now, and I'll marry whoever I like." Xianxia's footsteps paused for a moment, and then he took another step forward and replied with an indifferent "oh." Qin Baobao's tears flowed down immediately, and she leaned on his shoulder, sobbing. After walking for a long time, they were already out of the ancient town, but she was still crying. This was a sister who would never stop crying. Xianxia said impatiently, "What's there to cry about? Mom arranged a blind date for you, and I can't stop it. But if any bastard dares to pester you, I'll break his legs, no, his third leg too." Qin Baobao sniffled and nodded hard. "Okay." Still crying. Xianxia glared at her. Qin Baobao chuckled and wiped away her tears with both hands, and said in a nasal voice, "Impudent, do you still see me as your sister?" Xianxia had never been in a serious relationship in his life. He had never even thought about getting married. It was too far away. Qin Baobao got into the little red horse. Her eyes were still red and she didn't dare to look at her brother. She thought about it and said, "Forget what happened just now." Xianxia had a blank look on his face. "What just happened?" Qin Baobao snorted and smiled. "At least you know what's good for you." Xianxia said, "I don't remember someone crying and begging me not to get married. I'll kill you." Qin Baobao was furious. She rushed over and strangled Xianxia's neck. The sound of fighting could be heard in the carriage. Qin Baobao leaned on her brother's chest. Her hands were twisted behind her back. She gasped for breath and didn't forget to hit her brother's chest with her head. She cursed in a low voice, "Bastard, bastard, I think it's because you're not young anymore. It's time to get married. As for me, it's still too early to get married." Xianxia freed a hand and pinched his sister's face. Strangely, Qin Baobao didn't struggle. A dejected look flashed in his eyes. "I won't get married. I'll be a single dog for life," Xianxia said. Qin Baobao's face glowed. She said happily, "That's the best. What's so good about it? Didn't you say that I'm the only child in the family? It's not good for the Qin family to die. Why don't you press the coffin lid for Grandpa?" Pitter-patter. A bean-sized raindrop hit the window. Then, the rain poured down. The sound of the rain filled the whole world. The rainwater flowed down the window, forming a layer of transparent water film. The rain fell violently, splashing the ground with a dense rain mist. "It's raining?" Qin Baobao raised her head with difficulty and looked out the window. "Yes." Xianxia let go of her hand and helped her up. The rain in summer was always rapid and fierce, giving people a sense of oppression for no reason, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. "I have a donkey, but I never ride it." The phone rings, and the brother and sister reach for their pockets at the same time. The two of them have bumped into each other every day, but it is still Qin Baobao's phone that is ringing. Xianxia has been a passerby for 22 years, so his phone is destined to be lonely. "Mom." Qin Baobao picked up the phone and called out. "Are you back?" It was Qin Ma's voice. "I'm just about to come back," Qin Baobao said. "You don't have to come back," Qin Ma said helplessly. "Baobao, let me tell you, the blind date is over." Yellow? Qin Baobao's face lit up. She said angrily, why did it turn out like this? I was already dressed up and ready to go out. Why did he turn out like this? What does he mean? Does he look down on me? Do you know how serious I am about today's blind date? Xianxia glanced at his sister's messy appearance. Her short-sleeved shirt was wrinkled, and her collar was crooked, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders and a patch of white on her chest. What kind of meticulous dressing is this? Qin Baobao was still complaining about how solemn she was and how much she looked forward to it. In the end, it turned out to be a failure. She was very disappointed and hurt. Qin Ma heard this and felt guilty. Baobao, it's okay. There are many good men out there. Mom will keep an eye out for you. Come back next week. Qin Baobao's face turned pale. Oh, Mom, I just want to say that you don't have to waste so much effort. It's so tiring. I want it. No. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Who asked you to be so stubborn? After hanging up, Qin Baobao looked dejected as if she had lost the battle of the house. Qin Baobao meant, Mom, you are so unreliable. You made me look forward to it for nothing. Please don't do such things in the future. The older, the wiser. Qin Ma pretended not to understand. She interpreted her daughter's meaning as, my daughter likes blind dates very much. Today's matter is my fault for not doing my job well. I will reflect on myself and strive to do better. Off topic. It was a perfect deviation. Don't you know whose belly you are? Do you think you can hide such petty thoughts from our mother? Xianxia was disdainful. Shut up. Qin Baobao snorted. Xianxia went to touch his sister's head, but she slapped his hand away. This was the correct way to kill someone, by touching their head. Originally, his sister did not resist her younger brother touching her head. But one day, after touching his sister's head, Xianxia laughed and said, this is the famous smiling and touching a dog's head on the internet. After being chased around the house and beaten by his sister, Qin Baobao did not like her younger brother touching her head. Instead, she smiled and touched her younger brother's head enthusiastically. About the blind date, the man went back on his word. He was an ordinary working-class man with a clean family background. He had a house in Shanghai and was 30 years old. Xianxia's aunt introduced him to Qin Ma. Qin Ma saw him and thought, oh, he is quite handsome, owns a house, and is also a local. She showed him Qin Baobao's photo. But when the man saw it, he was terrified. Who did not know the superstar Qin Baobao? He was just an ordinary person. He could not control her at all. He knew his place very well and tactfully rejected her. He left with excitement and disappointment. He estimated that he could boast to his family and friends for a few years. How did Aunt have the time to introduce you to someone? Xianxia asked. Her son is living in our house. Qin Baobao said. What happened? He didn't do well in the middle school exams. Maybe he was delayed by playing games. Uncle was very disappointed and angry. But after thinking about it, he felt that his son must be sad. So he decided to take him out to play and relax. He asked his younger cousin to apply for an ID card. Qin Baobao's tone was full of gossip. But that little bastard ignored him. He only knew how to play games like you. Uncle was furious and gave him a good beating. He beat you even harder than Dad beat you. Aunt dotes on her son too much. So she sent him to her brother's place to avoid the trouble. A loving mother leads to a useless son. Xianxia joked. He doesn't want to come to our house either. The old man talks about principles all day long and feeds him poisonous chicken soup every day. You also know that a loving mother leads to a useless son. Qin Baobao gave him a funny brother expression. A loving mother leads to a useless son. Xianxia said. Nonsense. You are the only son. Mom dotes on you the most. She dotes on you the most. When the old man beat me, she did not stop him. Useless son. Useless daughter. The siblings bickered every day. Regarding this topic, neither of them could convince the other. Mother Qin could be considered impartial. As for the old man who served his son with a stick every day, It could only be said that their education methods were different. Beating was a sign of affection, scolding was a sign of love. This sentence described parents. But compared to his obedient daughter, Xianxia felt like he was a gift from a top-up. At the same time, at home, the old man sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and opened a newspaper. Xianxia hung up the phone and sighed. That wretched girl must be very happy. The old man shook his head. She's so worrisome. With her current status, it's not suitable for her to go on blind dates. If the paparazzi secretly take photos of her, her career will be ruined before she gets married. Xianxia was about to refute when her phone rang. She glanced at the number and her expression changed. She subconsciously held the phone tightly as if to hide the phone and the ringtone. The old man looked up. Why didn't you answer the phone? Xianxia forced a smile. It's an unknown number. Maybe it's a sales call. She rejected the call. Xianxia was in a daze for a while. She stood up and said, I'm going to the market. The old man nodded and lowered his head to read the newspaper. Xianxia carried the cloth bag that housewives used to buy groceries on her arm and went out with an umbrella. When the elevator went down to the first floor, she could no longer maintain her calm face. She was shocked and angry. The rain fell wildly and the sound of the storm filled the world. The raindrops as thick as a finger fell and the world was white. Xianxia stared at the torrential rain in a daze. Then the phone rang again. It was the same number. Xianxia held the phone tightly. After hesitating for a while, she chose to answer the phone. Xiaolan, I'll be in Shanghai soon. A man's calm voice came from the phone. Xianxia's heart sank. What are you doing in Shanghai? I'm here to see you and the child. The man said. Xianxia's voice suddenly became sharp. See what child? Which one is your child? It has nothing to do with your family. The man was silent for a moment and sighed. Can you let me see the child? I haven't seen the child for many years. After all, blood is thicker than water. Xianxia sneered. Blood is thicker than water? Why are you pretending to be affectionate and righteous? Do you regret what you said? It's too late. The man said in a deep voice, Xiaolan. Xianxia interrupted him angrily. Enough. I'm warning you. Don't disturb my life again. The child has nothing to do with you. Her surname is Qin. The man said, let's not talk over the phone. Let's meet and talk, okay? It's not worth it. Xianxia said angrily. Go back to where you came from. I'll be at Xianxia station in 10 minutes. If you don't come, I'll go to your house. I remember the address. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll go now. Hangzhou Airport. Wang Zijin got out of the taxi, passed through the airport security, and entered the departure hall on the second floor. She was wearing a printed plaid shirt with a small vest, a pair of light white cropped jeans, and canvas shoes. She was dressed in a youthful and beautiful way. Her hair was tied into a bun that matched her oval face. All the male tourists who came and went couldn't help but glance at her. She received a text message. Waiting for the ferry. I'm on the departure floor on the second floor. Do you want to meet somewhere? No, let's go to the Starbucks here. Wang Zijin replied and put her phone in her pocket. Her peach blossom eyes, which Xianxia privately said were not inferior to his sister's phoenix eyes, were looking at the tourists aimlessly. It was raining heavily outside. Wang Zijin ordered 2 cups of coffee at the Starbucks and waited for her second aunt. She was not flustered or nervous about being questioned. She was never the kind of obedient girl that outsiders thought she was. Although she appeared dignified, elegant, and calm, everyone in the family knew what kind of person she was. When it came to playing tricks, her best friend, who only knew how to throw a tantrum and act cute in front of her younger brother, was a far cry from her. She was born in ancient times. Her family would definitely sigh and lament that she was not a man. The children who grew up in the same courtyard as her all knew that Wang Zijin was a spicy little radish. In this era, women could do a lot of things. They were not inferior to men at all. Her family was very satisfied with her. Her grandfather said that she was clever and quick-witted. Her father said that she was neutral and peaceful. But she was too opinionated. A big family like the Wang family preferred moderate and docile children. If they followed the path that their parents had arranged for them, they would naturally reach the peak of their lives. Their sharp and untamed qualities were suitable for leaders or pioneers who could cut their way through thorns and thorns. Not long after, she saw her second aunt coming over. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses. The smartly dressed assistant was dragging a small suitcase and following her step by step. Wang Zijin immediately pouted. Did she think that she was a celebrity? Why would she wear sunglasses? She was not Qin Bao. Her second aunt glanced at the Starbucks and walked straight past it. You didn't wait long, right? The woman took off her sunglasses. She was a mature woman in her 40s, wearing an expensive casual dress. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to Wang Zijin's, but not as exquisite. His gaze was especially sharp, and when he looked at people, there was a sense of majesty. Half an hour, Wang Zijin said and pushed the Starbucks to her second aunt. Where do you live now? Wang Lingyan took a sip of coffee and asked casually. Stay in a hotel, Wang Zijin said. You're full of lies, Wang Lingyan said angrily. I'm really staying in a hotel. After all, I've stayed in Shanghai for 2 years. There are still a lot of people who admire me. Wang Zijin smiled, giving off a "I'm just saying nonsense to fool you" calm. Your father is very angry and wants you to go back quickly. Listen to your aunt. Don't be angry with your family, Wang Lingyan advised. Angry? I'm just here to have fun and get some fresh air. Of course, I'll go back when I'm done playing. Wang Zijin blinked. Wang Zijin did not follow her train of thought. Although she had never played games, she knew that it was fatal to be led by others. Wang Lingyan smiled bitterly. Her stomach full of words was stuffed back. This niece of hers had been difficult to deal with since she was young. Your grandfather is also very angry, Wang Zijin laughed. Second aunt, don't fool me, okay? Why is he angry? When I was young, I tore up my parents' marriage certificate, but he didn't let my father hit me. You're already so old and have your own opinions. However, I still have to advise you. Yes, it's not popular to use your parents' words as a matchmaker, but marriage is such a big thing. It can't be entirely based on your personality and preferences. You must abide by your elders' opinions. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. You're talking as if I'm going to find a poor scholar to marry off. That's the same as using your parents' words as a matchmaker. Second aunt, don't go off topic, okay? When it came to marriage, the elders' feelings had to be considered. Otherwise, where would the phrase "meeting the parents" come from? However, she did not accept a blind marriage. Actually, it was not a blind marriage. She was very familiar with the groom. They grew up together. How could they not be familiar with each other? When Wang Zijin slapped him, he would kneel down and call her sister. She was used to bullying him since she was young. Off topic? Wang Lingyan was stunned. It's a term used on the internet. It means to deviate from the main topic and change the concept, Wang Zijin said. She learned it from Qin Zhe. Wang Lingyan looked at her. Zijin, you've changed. She felt that her niece was about to become an otaku. What's wrong with Mingqing? He's been sensible and hardworking since he was young. When the elders talk about him, they always give him a thumbs up. He also grew up together with you, second aunt said bitterly. Wang Zijin waved her hand. It's because we're too close that I don't feel anything. He stole our family's money when he was 6. When he was 10, he smashed his grandfather's antique and framed his younger brother. When he was 15, he went around looking for an experienced driver to bring him a big sword. I have a lot of his dark history, and he has a lot of mine. Second aunt, it's really impossible for us to be together. I've always treated him as an elder brother. She liked to get to know him slowly and get along with him slowly. Using Qin Zhe's words, love grows with time. However, she did not like the idea of a childhood sweetheart. For example, some men liked seductive wives or innocent schoolgirls. There were also men who liked black stockings, older sisters, uniforms, queens, lollicons, and so on. Then what was she a fan of? A younger brother? Bah. Wang Zijin lightly slapped herself twice. She did not want to be infected by Qin Baobao. I've always treated him as an elder brother. Wang Lingyan thought that if Mingqing heard this, he would probably cry himself to death. You should go home first. Although it's free outside, it's not as warm as home. The food outside is also not hygienic. How can it compare to the special? Before Wang Lingyan could finish, Wang Zijin interrupted her and said, don't say the word special. You have to be harmonious. Besides, I eat quite well. It's better than what I eat at home. I won't be satisfied if I don't eat at least 2 big bowls of rice now, Wang Zijin said. My best friend is a foodie. The first to act will get everything. Wang Lingyan looked at her for a while and wondered, you've really gained weight. You've gained weight recently. Such words were undoubtedly a blow to any woman's heart. Wang Zijin's expression changed. Second aunt, did you bring a mirror? She came out to play today and did not bring her bag. Wang Lingyan dazedly took out a makeup mirror from her designer bag and handed it over. Wang Zijin looked at herself in the mirror. She did not know if it was because of her imagination, but she felt that she had indeed gained a lot of weight. Her oval-shaped face was rounder and her complexion was better. However, the word fat was unacceptable. Wang Zijin's face was sad. I told you that if you eat like this every day, you'll definitely gain weight. I hate him to death. It's all Qin Baobao's fault. That foodie snatches food from me every day. But Qin Baobao is not fat at all. Xianxia is not fat either. I really envy foodies who don't gain weight. Wang Lingyan's ears perked up. Who is he? A chef. I recently found a very good restaurant. Second aunt, I'll take you there when I'm free. Wang Zijin talked nonsense without changing her expression. Wang Lingyan said with a faint smile, Zijin, do you think the family can't find out about your connections in Shanghai? Don't argue with me, okay? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. Second aunt, don't do anything unnecessary. You'll get angry. Forget it. I came to Shanghai this time to discuss a business deal and also to see you. Wang Lingyan did not want to continue arguing with this cunning niece. The aunt and niece said goodbye at the airport. Wang Zijin watched her get into the commercial car sent by the company's driver. Second aunt was testing her. She did not show any signs of changing her mind. She should be very disappointed. There was a reason for second aunt's painstaking persuasion. In the system where second uncle was in, Zhang Mingqing's father was the leader of the Zhang family. It was self-evident what this meant. Sometimes Wang Zijin hated that family. No matter what she did, she always put the family first, including her marriage. Her parents were in a political marriage. Although there was no internal strife, she did not want to be too careful. Over the years, her parents respected each other more. Although they were as loving as before at home, Wang Zijin knew that there was a woman in her father's heart. Although her mother did not cheat, she had been disappointed in this marriage for a long time. She looked at things more and more utilitarian. She was very satisfied with her current life. She was very satisfied with Qin Baobao, her best friend. As for Xianxia, she was very satisfied. The siblings were always fooling around, but the older sister relied on the younger brother a lot, and the younger brother doted on the older sister a lot. There was something wrong with this pair of siblings. Anyway, it was very heartwarming. Uncle Qin was more old-fashioned. When he beat people up, he was very ruthless. It was obvious that he valued his son very much. She heard from her best friend that the old man finally hoped for his son to be successful, but he was very frightened. He probably felt that his son's way of life was wrong. However, Qin Baobao said that the old man lost confidence in his way of education and started to doubt life. After all, the ugly duckling in the family flew out and returned as a white swan. The old man felt that he was the ugly duckling, so he taught an ugly duckling. Qin Ma was also very interesting. She was always worried that her daughter would not be able to get married. When she was at home, she was busy arranging blind dates. In recent years, it had become worse. It was said that it started after the siblings lived together. How good would it be if she grew up in such a family? Hello, Aze, are you home? She called Xianxia. On the way back. Can you come to Xianxia to pick me up? Wang Zijin hesitated. It's raining a bit heavily. Okay. Wang Zijin hung up the phone with a gentle smile on her lips. Extra spring came, and it was mating season again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qinzhe was awakened by the murderous aura in his crotch. He irritably reached inside and scratched. The young man was 22 years old and had never tasted abalone in his life. But it didn't matter. He believed that day was not far away, because not long ago, he finally left the singles club and successfully hooked up with the beautiful cabbage. He got up and dressed in one go. After washing in the bathroom, he knocked on the door next door. It's 8 o'clock, get up quickly. He reminded his sister to get up as usual, then took out the key from the bag and went out to buy breakfast. When Qinzhe came home with soy milk, fried dough sticks and soup dumplings, his sister had already got up and washed. Cheerful singing came from the crack of the bathroom door. He lived with his sister, Qin Baobao. His sister was 2 years older than him and had already worked. It was worth mentioning that his sister, who had been praised as beautiful since childhood, was also single. The single siblings left their parents and depended on each other in an 80-square-meter house. Qinzhe's expenses all year round were paid by his sister. Sister, my living expenses are not enough. Give me another 200 yuan. Qinzhe chewed the bun and showed a flattering smile on his face. Qin Baobao's well-trimmed eyebrows slightly frowned. Didn't I give you 500 yuan at the beginning of the month? It hasn't even been half a month, and you're already out of money? Qin Baobao, calm down. What I'm going to say next may make your mentality explode and fall into the abyss of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Qinzhe laughed and waved his hand. I'm not who I used to be. From today on, please call me Qin has a girlfriend. Zhe. Qin Baobao's face quickly fell, and her expression gradually became ferocious. You used my money to pick up girls? Bah, scum, I won't give you a cent ha, I knew you would be jealous. Qinzhe was proud. Last time, didn't you say something like, if you have the ability, find a girlfriend back? Are you stupid? It's not like I can't find a girlfriend. Qin Baobao's face suddenly turned red. Gnashing his teeth, he said, why are you looking for a girlfriend so early? You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend before you graduate from college. You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend if you don't have a stable job. You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend if you don't have 5 million yuan in savings. Bah, then I'll just be a single dog for the rest of my life. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. Anyway, I won't give you a penny. Don't even think about using my money to pick up girls. Qin Baobao said loudly. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't. I won't ask Mom for it. If she knew that I found a girlfriend, she would be very happy. Who wants your money? Qinzhe said disdainfully. I. Qin Baobao choked and suddenly rushed to Qinzhe with bared fangs and brandished claws. She scratched his face and said angrily, you black-hearted maggot. I'll scratch you to death, you heartless thing. His sister was always like this. She didn't have enough words, but she used force to make up for it. When she was flustered and exasperated, she would be like an angry cat. However, after entering puberty, her force was declining day by day. She was even worse than a middle-aged man. The siblings were exchanging punches at each other at the dining table. The battle was extremely intense. Qin Baobao's chest was heaving up and down, and she was panting heavily. After barely holding on for a few minutes, she was quickly defeated. She didn't know how many times she had been bullied by her brother. She leaned against the chair and sniffled. Tears fell down. Hey, you didn't hit anything, right? Qinzhe stopped playing and said nervously, did your hand hurt? It's none of your business. Qin Baobao turned her head to one side and said with a sobbing voice. I won't ask you for money, okay? Qinzhe muttered. It's not about money. Qin Baobao yelled at Qinzhe and turned back to the room. Not long after, she changed into a neat office lady suit and walked out in women's leather shoes. Her eyes were still red. She ignored Qinzhe and went straight to work. Qinzhe lived in a neighborhood not far from the University of Finance and Economics. He got off the subway when he was one stop away from the University of Finance and Economics. He ran to a famous breakfast shop nearby and bought the signature crab roe buns, pan-fried pork, soy milk, and tofu pudding for 4 people. He then returned to the subway station and went to the University of Finance and Economics. There were no professional classes in the morning, so Wang Dandan and her roommates were still asleep at this time. Since he had successfully hooked up with the cabbage a week ago, it had become Xianxia's daily routine to deliver breakfast to the girls' dormitory before 9 o'clock. His living expenses were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, he had less than 300 yuan in his pocket. What could he do with 300 yuan? With the level of consumption in Shanghai, he could spend 300 yuan in 4 days. He sent a text message at the girls' dormitory door. A few minutes later, Wang Dandan, who was scantily dressed, ran down the stairs with her slender legs. She looked like she had just woken up and was washing up. Her forehead was pasted with bangs, and her delicate face was white and delicate. She was a cabbage with a 6+ rating. If she put on makeup, she could get a 7. Xianxia felt that a 7 out of 10 was the minimum requirement for a girl with the beauty standards cultivated by his family member. Xianxia felt that 7 out of 10 was already the minimum requirement. Thank you. Wang Dandan took a big bag of breakfast and smiled sweetly at him. She pinched a crab roe bun and stuffed it into Xianxia's mouth. Here's your reward. Xianxia opened his mouth and swallowed it. He said vaguely, after class in the afternoon, let's go watch a movie. Okay. Wang Dandan nodded. Xianxia took advantage of the situation. Tomorrow is Saturday. I'll take you out for lunch. I found a very good Hong Kong restaurant. Wang Dandan nodded again and waved her hand. I'll go up first. Xianxia looked at her back and smiled. He had met this little cabbage at a dormitory party that was gradually becoming less and less popular. From junior high to university, he had never taken the initiative to pursue any girl. This time, it was Wang Dandan who had struck up a conversation with him after the party. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Xianxia felt that it was good enough that he could find such a girl in his life. Wang Dandan returned to the dormitory with breakfast. There were 4 girls in the dormitory. 2 of them were still sleeping in bed, and the other one woke up with her. She sat at the table and put on makeup in front of the mirror. Her roommate immediately came up to her and helped her spread the breakfast on the table. The other 2 who were sleeping also woke up, but they didn't get up. Now, they couldn't bear the hunger and got up. It's good to have food to eat when you wake up every day. A girl climbed down. She had not washed her face or brushed her teeth. First, she picked up a crab roe bun and stuffed it into her mouth. With a splurt, oil spilled out. She hurriedly held it with one hand and pulled out a tissue with the other. These buns are really delicious. Another girl said, Dandan, your boyfriend is a local, right? His family has a big house of more than 100 square meters. Wang Dandan nodded. His father is Professor Qin from our department. Wow, are you serious? Professor Qin? Qin Jianzhang? A professor from our university can easily earn a few million yuan a year. Wow, he's a rich guy on the Dandan list. The girl sighed and said that rich people eat as much as they can. It's like robbing the rich to help the poor. Although the girls in university knew how to look at money, they hadn't really stepped into society. In a few years, they would be more than envious. When they enter society and want to continue living in Shanghai, they will know how desperate the housing price is and how important it is to find a well-off local boyfriend. Wang Dandan smiled. That's why you shouldn't stare at Zhang Mingyu. He's a rich second generation. He won't like us. If you want to stay in Shanghai, find a local boyfriend or a well-off boyfriend who has the intention to develop in Shanghai. Those poor and talkative men are basically bottomless pits. Even if he has potential, when will he be able to afford a house? 10 or 20 years later? It'll be too late by then. One of the girls agreed. Yes, yes. And when he's rich in the future, he might find a mistress. One of the girls who found a poor and talkative man curled her lips and said unhappily, then your boyfriend will be loyal? Dandan, you should be more careful. I heard that people in Shanghai like to find a local boyfriend, regardless of gender. Don't accompany him through university and get kicked out after graduation. Wang Dandan smiled slightly. I know. Seeing her like this, the other two girls were relieved. They smiled and said, that guy looks honest. It'll be easy for Dandan to control him. That's right. I guarantee that he'll be obedient. There are many boys chasing after Dandan. Xianxia's ordinary but good-looking face popped up in Wang Dandan's mind. She smiled confidently. For girls who were obsessed with looks, Xianxia's appearance was at most passable. Girls who were beautiful themselves would not be willing to spend the rest of their lives with such a man. However, she felt that Xianxia's personality was not bad. Moreover, girls who had passed the age of fantasy would realize that material things were far more important than appearance. Not to mention other things, just a house in Shanghai that was worth tens of millions was enough to make 80% of men cower in fear. Moreover, his father was a university professor. Even if his son was not very successful, his life would be smooth sailing. Moreover, this man was easy to control. At least during the short period of their relationship, Wang Dandan always held the dominant position between the two of them. She could feel that Xianxia did not have any experience in love. Li Xianyu borrowed 200 yuan from each of his roommates and gathered 600 yuan. It was enough to treat little Cabbage to a meal on Saturday and play for a day. Since he could not get money from his sister, he decided to ask his mother for money. Although Qin Ma was a housewife, she was in charge of the family's finances. Although the family was not rich in recent years, they still had a decent standard of living. Although his sister was not willing to give his brother money to pick up girls, all mothers in the world were happy to spend money on their sons picking up girls. After watching a movie in the afternoon, his sister came back not long after. Usually, Xianxia was not willing to cook before the end of the month and before his sister's finances dried up. Today was no exception. However, his sister did not order takeout tonight. Why didn't you order takeout? Xianxia said, I'm hungry. His sister, who had changed her mature and attractive office attire into a pleated skirt and a black slim-fit t-shirt, sat on the sofa boldly and looked at him with her small eyes. I've eaten. Huh? Then what about me? Xianxia was stunned. What does it have to do with me? Qin Baobao looked at him with disdain. Go find your girlfriend. Xianxia pursed his lips. Stingy. I'll eat instant noodles myself. Tomorrow, I'll bring my girlfriend to eat a big meal, humph. Tomorrow, a big meal, Qin Baobao immediately raised her eyebrows. Her small face was full of anger. However, after her bright eyes turned, she suddenly restrained her anger and smiled like a little fox. Where do you have money? Xianxia, I have a lot of friends, so I borrowed it. Qin Baobao said, you're borrowing money to pick up girls. You're a fool. Xianxia said angrily, it's none of your business. Qin Baobao immediately said, how about this? Bring your sister along tomorrow. Treat it as my treat. Xianxia stared at her suspiciously, trying to find clues from that foxy face. You're that kind? Qin Baobao sighed and said, when a brother grows up, he can't be kept. Since you're looking for a girlfriend behind my back, of course I have to help you. What if you meet a flirtatious slut? I'm being kind, but you still suspect me. That's too much, sob. Xianxia looked at her silently. Then, okay. She's a girl with her own opinions. Don't find fault with her. Qin Baobao pretended to be angry. What do you mean? Do you think I'll ruin your relationship? Xianxia, that's not what I meant, Qin Baobao said, don't say it yet. If she knows that you're going with her, she'll be more cautious. Then I won't be able to see her sincerity. For example, if a girl really likes you, she'll dress up especially grand on her first date with you. She'll put on makeup and carry her favorite bag, is that so? Yes. The next day, 10 a.m. Xianxia knocked on the door of the living room. That's enough. Do you need an hour to put on makeup? We'll be late if we don't leave now. Hey, it's my first official date. His sister said that she was going to put on makeup and change into decent clothes. Then, she locked herself in her room for an entire hour. Xianxia thought that she must be using this opportunity to stall for time so that he would be late for the date. She was trying to trip him up. Just as he was cursing in his heart, the door opened and his sister walked out of the room. His sister, who rarely put on makeup even when she went to work, meticulously put on exquisite makeup. She drew eyebrows and eyeliner, which added charm to her bright eyes. She drew a faint nose shadow on the side of her handsome nose, giving her facial features the beauty of a Greek sculpture. Her small mouth was smeared with watery lipstick, her dressing was also full of scheming. She was 1.72 meters tall in high heels and was about the same height as Xianxia. She wore a pair of light white denim shorts. Her too tight and fair legs fit perfectly when she stood up straight. Her upper body was a V-neck t-shirt that reached her waist. Between the jeans and the t-shirt, her fair waist was exposed. Her belly button was covered with shiny accessories, which made her look sexy and cute. Xianxia was dumbfounded. "Hey, how do you feel?" Qin Baobao turned around, her hair flying. She showed off her charm in front of her brother. Xianxia was speechless. He had an illusion that his sister was full of fighting spirit, like a female general who was about to go into battle. She had armed herself to the teeth and was ready to go. They arrived at the Hong Kong-style restaurant as promised. It was the weekend, so there were many diners. Fortunately, Xianxia had booked a table in advance. Qin Baobao was afraid that her meticulous makeup would be ruined by her sweat, so she held her brother's hand and said, "Let's go inside and wait." Xianxia said, "If it's too hot, you can go in by yourself. As your boyfriend, I should wait outside. That way, it will show my sincerity. Romantic girls will be touched when they see it. At the very least, it will be a bonus." Qin Baobao secretly curled her lips. She hated him in her heart, but she put on a dignified and virtuous smile and said, "Then, of course, I will wait with you." The appointed time was 11 o'clock, but Wang Dandan was 20 minutes late. Xianxia talked to the waiter in the first 10 minutes, and the waiter promised to reserve a table for them. 10 minutes later, Qin Baobao went in to order, and then the table was reserved. Qin Baobao bit her duck tongue and walked out of the restaurant under the astonished gazes of the men in the restaurant. She kicked Xianxia at the door and said, "Little pervert, what kind of girlfriend did you find? Why is she so arrogant when eating?" Xianxia was about to speak when he saw his little cabbage on the escalator. He said happily, "They're here." Qin Baobao followed his gaze. Wang Dandan also happened to see Xianxia and Qin Baobao. She was dressed very modestly today. Coupled with her delicate appearance and temperament, she gave people the impression that she was a very quiet and well-behaved girl. She put on light makeup and was a little beautiful. After her attention was on Qin Baobao, her real boyfriend was automatically ignored. The woman beside him was really too outstanding. First of all, this woman was extremely tall and curvy. She had a bulging chest and two straight and round legs. Even a girl like Wang Dandan couldn't take her eyes off her. Secondly, her face, which was sharp and charming, gave Wang Dandan, who was also a girl, a great sense of oppression and threat. Perhaps she was very attractive to men, but she was definitely not attractive to the same sex. In the end, she noticed that the woman had quietly grabbed her boyfriend's arm the moment she appeared. Xianxia happily waved at the little cabbage. "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay." Xianxia didn't seem to care. Wang Dandan smiled reservedly, and her eyes stopped on Qin Baobao's face. "This sister is, oh, she's..." Before Xianxia could finish, the sister beside him said coquettishly, "Hey, hubby, is this the flirtatious slut you've been flirting with outside?" "Xianxia?" Wang Dandan's eyes widened. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and pouted. "She has no breasts and no butt. She's not that good. You don't want me because of her?" Xianxia, sigma, degree winky face. "I knew it. I knew she wasn't that kind. What about helping to check?" "It's all bullshit." After acting coquettishly, the sister stopped talking and looked at Wang Dandan with disdain. The latter's face was livid as she glared at Xianxia. She was waiting for this man's explanation. She wanted to know what he meant. Did he ask her to come over just to show her his power? At the same time, she was also puzzled. Since when could a man like Xianxia hook up with a woman of the same level as him? But this time, Xianxia, who appeared to be gentle and indecisive in the process of love, even a little submissive, opened his mouth. His face was conflicted, but he did not say a word. Wang Dandan understood. She glared at the adulterous couple and turned to leave. In front of such a woman, she could not muster up any fighting spirit at all. She also did not think that Xianxia was worthy of her disregard of her image. Hey, she left just like that. Qin Baobao twirled her hair with her fingertips, looking valiant and spirited like a little hen that had just won a battle. But her tone was innocent. I was just testing her for you. In the end, she turned around and left. She clearly doesn't care about you. Xianxia gritted his teeth. You're the eldest. Whatever you say. Qin Baobao said indifferently, go after her. Go after her and make things clear. Tell her that I'm just an older sister. Once you make things clear, she'll change her mind. Xianxia turned his head and looked at her silently. Qin Baobao snorted coldly. If you're not going to go after her, then let's go in and eat. I'm starving. Anyway, I didn't order her food. She turned and walked into the restaurant. The corners of her mouth curled up into a happy arc. P.S. I'll upload this to the VIP group tomorrow or the day after. Normally, there should be 1 or 2 more chapters. After writing this chapter, I'll prepare a new book. Xianxia turned on the radio and tuned to the traffic station. The radio was broadcasting a red rainstorm warning that the rainfall would reach more than 50 millimeters in 3 hours. The highway was a vast expanse of white, and the visibility was very low. The highway could be controlled at any time. Xianxia parked the car in the emergency parking space and turned on the double flash. The car lights flashed in the heavy rain, reminding the cars behind. The view is not good. You drive. Xianxia turned to his sister in the passenger seat and said. The weather was clear, but he was still careful. Now it was raining heavily, so Xianxia did not dare to drive. Qin Baobao curled up in the seat and played with her mobile phone. Hearing this, she curled her lips and said, what's the use of having you? Xianxia said sincerely, yes, I'm useless. Sister is the experienced driver, the racing god of Mount Akina. Little brother admits defeat. You speak in a strange way. Qin Baobao chopped her brother's head with a hand knife. She was angry and coquettish. Don't think that she didn't understand the meaning of Xianxia's words. It was raining heavily outside, so there was no way to get off the car and change seats. Qin Baobao bent over to the driver's seat and leaned on the steering wheel in a half-squatting and half-lying position. She urged her brother, go quickly. It's so tiring. Xianxia glanced at his sister's round buttocks. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but it was bigger and rounder. Speaking of women's buttocks, Xianxia learned from the eyes and standards of an experienced driver. His appreciation skills were at the highest level. A woman's buttocks should not only be big but also be round and perky. That was the best. However, the bigger the buttocks, the better. It mainly depended on the body proportion. A petite girl's buttocks were too big. Qin Baobao was 1.72 meters tall and had to be matched with a round and perky butt. Only then would it not be a waste of her talent. Is it the result of diligent exercise after practicing dancing? Or is it beaten out by me? What are you doing? I said it's very tiring. Qin Baobao saw her brother not moving and impatiently urged him. Oh. Xianxia immediately propped himself up. However, due to the narrow space in the driver's seat, his lower abdomen bumped into Qin Baobao's, but when he straightened his body, his sister's head hit the windshield with a loud thud. Qin Bao was so angry that she cried, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Are you trying to hurt me to death? Mom?" Xianxia reached out and slapped his sister's buttocks. Her buttocks rippled. "Don't keep taking advantage of me and our mother. Do you believe that I won't tell Dad?" In this terrible weather, the speed could only be controlled at around 60 kilometers per hour. The double flashing lights could not be turned off, so that the cars behind could see them at all times. Fortunately, the highway was only about 30 kilometers long. After exiting the highway, the little red horse turned into the overpass leading to Hongqiao Airport. There were obviously more cars. Hongqiao was a place with a lot of tourists. Unlicensed taxi drivers were everywhere. When the weather was bad, taxi drivers would also take on unlicensed taxi drivers and rip off tourists. Hongqiao Railway Station, departure level. Qin Ma got out of the taxi and closed the door behind her. Thank you, sir. She watched the taxi rush into the rain. She did not enter the waiting hall. Instead, she opened a big umbrella and walked to the bus stop next to her. The railway station and the airport were next to each other. They were connected by a bus lane that was 100 meters long. It only took tourists 5 minutes to walk from the railway station to the airport. It was raining heavily, and pedestrians were in a hurry. There were few people here. She dialed a number and told them where she was. Not long after, a man in a suit came out of Xianxia railway station, followed by his assistant. The man looked around and fixed his eyes on Qin Ma in the distance. He whispered to his assistant to wait there and opened a big black umbrella. He walked over with steady steps. Qin Ma saw him in the crowd at a glance. She watched him walk towards her. He walked into the bus stop and then closed the big black umbrella. Xiaolan, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've changed a lot. The man smiled gently. It's best if we don't see each other for the rest of our lives. Qin Ma sneered. I came to Shanghai this time to talk about a business deal. I also want to see my child. The man said. Qin Ma did not speak. She just looked at him coldly. The man smiled bitterly. After so many years, you're still so cautious. I don't want to disturb your life. I just want to see the child. Just one look. Qin Ma shook her head. Since you've already made a choice, why bother? The child is no longer your family's. Everyone had their own difficulties back then. Didn't you? The man hesitated. If it weren't for you back then, shut up. Qin Ma suddenly shouted. Her dignified and elegant face was a bit ferocious. Don't mention what happened back then. Let it rot in your stomach. No matter what you plan to do, I won't allow you to see the child. Absolutely not. She seemed to have been provoked. Her body trembled and her lips trembled. She glared at the man for a moment and cried. Arong, don't come to me again. Don't disturb my life. I beg you. The little red horse stopped from time to time and arrived at the departure level of Hangzhou Airport. His sister took out her phone to call Wang Zijin. Qinzhe looked around in boredom. Suddenly, he saw two figures at the bus stop next to Hangzhou railway station. Qinzhe felt that the woman looked familiar. The rain was so heavy that the water formed a transparent film on the car window. Qinzhe squinted and looked carefully. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. That woman was his mother. He could not be wrong. Qin Ma and a middle-aged man seemed to be arguing. They were talking about something emotionally. The passers-by with umbrellas around them looked sideways. Why was Mom here? Who was that man? Why was she arguing with someone? Was she being bullied? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, before Qin Zicheng could get out of the car, the man's action made him sit in the parking space, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The man wiped Qin Ma's tears with his sleeve. Then, he pulled Qin Ma to the waiting hall of Hangzhou Airport. Qin Baobao put down the phone and followed her brother's gaze. She saw Qin Ma's side profile and was stunned. Is that our mom? Why is she here? The rain was a little heavy. His sister was not sure. Qinzhe felt a sharp pain in his heart. Great fear and anger exploded in the bottom of his heart. He did not know the man, so he ruled out the possibility of him being a relative. If he was an ordinary friend, why would they be so intimate? What was the relationship between that man and Mom? Why were they meeting here? Mom, she betrayed Dad? Qin Baobao looked around and said, It seems to be Mom. Why is she here? Help me find an umbrella. I'll go out and take a look. No, you're mistaken. Qinzhe's voice was hollow and numb. T, my eyesight is too. 5. Qin Baobao threw herself into the groove of the back seat to look for an umbrella. I'm not mistaken. Let's go down and take a look. I said I'm mistaken, so I'm mistaken. Qinzhe said sternly. Qin Baobao stared at him blankly. She was so scared that she did not dare to move. You're mistaken. Qinzhe's face was ferocious. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He punched the car door and made a loud bang. He roared, "You're King mistaken, do you know?" Qin Baobao's charming face was dull. She stared at him blankly. Then, her eyelashes trembled and tears flowed down her cheeks. Xianxia had never looked so ferocious in her life. He had never been so fierce to her, not even once. The car was silent. Outside, the sound of rain could be heard. Qin Baobao suppressed her sobs. She covered her mouth and sobbed. Her eyes reddened instantly. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She was frightened. A heavy and strange atmosphere filled the room between the siblings. Xianxia rubbed his face hard and leaned against the seat. His eyes were emotionless. "I'm sorry." The words "I'm sorry" cut through the tense atmosphere like a knife. Qin Baobao burst into tears. She was sad and aggrieved. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still weak. They could bare their fangs and brandish their claws in front of you, arrogant and unreasonable, just like a cold and arrogant cat. But if you yelled at them, they would cry. At the end of the day, women needed to be protected. Wang Zijin held her head and ran in the heavy rain. She found the little red horse and got in. "It's raining so hard. My shoes are wet," she choked on her words. Qin Baobao wiped her nose and sobbed. Her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had cried a lot. Xianxia, the suspected culprit, leaned against the seat and stared at the roof of the car in a daze. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin probed carefully. "Nothing." Qin Baobao looked up at her brother. After saying "I'm sorry," he didn't say anything else. He turned a deaf ear to her crying and didn't coax her as eagerly as before. Her heart ached. Tears flowed down her cheeks again. It was already 6 o'clock when they got home. The sky was gloomy. The heavy rain turned to moderate rain. Xianxia went into the bathroom without a word, leaving the two sisters looking at each other. Wang Zijin asked, "What's wrong with him?" Qin Baobao bit her lip. She looked aggrieved and nervous. Her eyes were still red. She didn't know what happened to Xianxia. Her brother, who had never been fierce to her, was so scary. Qin Baobao was scared, nervous, and sad. She didn't even think of the possibility of Qin Ma. Usually, her sensitive sister would have noticed it. But now, her mind was in a mess. She cared too much about Xianxia. In the bathroom, Xianxia washed his face and looked at himself in the mirror. His face was pale, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He wanted to rush home immediately and ask his mother who that man was. He told himself to calm down. He had endured it for so many years. Should he really say it? What about Dad? Would his parents divorce? Could he and his sister still live as happily as they were now? He was in a terrible mood. He didn't even dare to talk to his mother in private. Some things, once exposed, were difficult to go back to the way they were. Forget about it. Forget about it. Don't think about it. Xianxia walked out of the bathroom. His sister and Wang Zijin were not in the living room. The door was closed. He went back to his room, stood by the window and lit a cigarette. He looked at the rain outside the window in a daze. At this time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky was dark. Cars came from afar and then drove away, splashing the mist. Xianxia's fingers burned. He was shocked to find that the cigarette burned his fingers. The door was pushed open. Wang Zijin came in with pajamas and put them at the foot of Xianxia's bed. She whispered, "What's wrong with you guys?" "Bao Bao is crying in her room." "Nothing, nothing," Xianxia said perfunctorily. "Something must be wrong." Wang Zijin pinched Xianxia. She had learned Qin Bao's bad habit. "I've never seen your sister cry like this. Don't worry about it. I'll go take a look later." Seeing that he didn't want her to interfere, Wang Zijin sighed. "Talk nicely. Don't make your sister angry. Are you still siblings?" She hugged the pajamas, shook her head and sighed. Then she went to take a shower. Xianxia waited for the sound of water to come from the bathroom. He walked to his sister's door, grabbed the handle, and pushed it in. The crystal chandelier in the room was bright, and there was a faint, indescribable scent. Was it the scent of shower gel? The scent of shampoo? Was it the perfume of her sisters? Or was it the scent of the sun from yesterday's quilt? Qin Baobao sat on the bed, sobbing and wiping away her tears. Unlike their usual bickering, this time they were really screwed. Qin Baobao had never been yelled at by her brother like this. She was more pretentious and liked to dwell on insignificant matters. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Similar situations were probably when a young couple in love wanted a divorce, or when close friends had a falling out. Qin Baobao thought, what's wrong with my brother? He looks so scary. Can we still be like before? After a crack appeared in our relationship, should we go our separate ways and gradually drift apart? Just then, Xianxia came in. She looked up at him timidly and quickly turned her head away. Xianxia felt a little guilty. He had lost control of his emotions at that time. No matter what, he could not yell at her. She did not know. Although his sister was heartless, she was devoted to him. One could imagine how wronged and sad she was at that time. She was so scared that she did not dare to speak. Although she did not feel that she had done anything wrong, she still felt like a wronged little girl who had done something wrong. She only dared to wipe her tears. Sister. Xianxia called out. He felt that his voice was a little hoarse. Qin Baobao bit her lip and ignored him. She thought to herself, are you finally coaxing me? What were you doing earlier? Don't expect me to forgive you. Let me sing you a song. To her surprise, Xianxia did not play by the rules. He wanted to sing the moment he came in. I'm not listening. Bastard chanting scriptures. Qin Baobao cried out with reddened eyes. Xianxia ignored her. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. He sang in a low voice, the wind blows and the rain becomes flowers. Time. Can't catch up with the white horse, the sleep talk in your palm when you were young. Are you still holding it tightly? Qin Baobao covered her ears. The clouds turn into summer. Tears evaporate with time. You and me on this road. Is anyone lost? We agreed not to separate. Always, always together. Even if it means going against time. Even if it means going against the whole world. Hearing this, Qin Baobao loosened her grip, her eyes sparkling. Xianxia held his sister in his arms. Qin Baobao struggled symbolically for a moment and then gave in half-heartedly. The wind blows the snowflakes and whitens our hair. You once said that you won't separate, that you'll always be together. Now I want to ask you. Is it just a child's babble? I can't bear to bully the innocent years. I won't let you down in your absurd youth. After Xianxia finished singing, he found his sister secretly wiping her tears. He said gloomily, why are you still crying? I won't be fierce to you in the future. Shut up. Qin Baobao wiped her tears and said in a nasal voice, what song is this? Didn't you ask me to shut up? Xianxia saw his sister raise her eyebrows and quickly said, time boils the rain. Quite a charming name. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. If you're fierce to me again, I'll cut ties with you. I won't. You're so beautiful, I can't bear to be fierce to you. Xianxia coaxed his sister as usual. What if there's a next time? Make my D*ck 5 centimeters shorter. That's so vicious. Do you have 5 centimeters? Qin Baobao was shocked. Xianxia choked. He definitely couldn't show it to his sister, so he changed the topic. Sister, I heard that Grandpa didn't agree to our parents' marriage back then? Yes. Qin Baobao nodded. He seemed to think that our father was poor. Later, when he heard that our mother was pregnant, Grandpa had no choice but to agree to the marriage. As expected, Xianxia became more and more certain of his guess. What are you thinking about? Qin Baobao asked. No wonder Grandpa didn't like you since you were young. Xianxia smiled. Grandpa is a classic example of favoring boys over girls, okay? How can a granddaughter be more likable than a grandson? Qin Baobao curled her lips. Xianxia was just thinking about the identity of that man. Now, he had a better idea. Qin Baobao was too beautiful and lively, and he belonged to the type that was easy to look at. Even if the system had plastic surgery, he was still considered handsome. However, when he was together with his sister, they still didn't match. If his sister wasn't Grandpa's biological daughter, wouldn't it make sense? Then, did Grandpa know about this matter? It was true that Grandpa was upright and magnanimous. However, based on Xianxia's understanding of his father, he wasn't someone who would be willing to take over. Could it be that he had been kept in the dark all this time? Did his mother really not feel guilty at all? However, after so many years of living together, he still couldn't find any clues. Perhaps there was something else that no one knew about. The sound of a lock came from the living room, and the bathroom door opened. Qin Baobao immediately jumped out of her brother's arms and took out her pajamas from the closet. Her face was red. "I'm going to take a shower." The siblings had let bygones be bygones, but there was still a knot in their hearts. After taking a shower, Qin Baobao didn't talk much to Xianxia. Xianxia saw that his sister's hair wasn't dry, so he went to the bathroom and took a towel to cover her head. This trivial matter made Qin Baobao smile again, and the knot in her heart was completely untied. Qin Baobao said, "I haven't played games in a long time, and I'll play a few rounds with you." Xianxia didn't agree, so she wrinkled her nose and played by herself. His sister said that she played games to accompany her brother, but she was actually addicted to it. Qin Baobao was a player who played games by hand, so she didn't have a good view of the big picture. She often didn't lose online, but in a team game. When they played games, Xianxia was the one who took the lead. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. She could see that her best friend and brother had reconciled. This pair of siblings was the weirdest pair of siblings she had ever seen. They were actually siblings, but they also looked like siblings. After spending some time together, they even felt like husband and wife. Xianxia had gradually bid farewell to games and focused on the stock market. He saw the stock market as the place to make his first bucket of gold. He had a plan for the future, but it was very vague. In the past few days, Xianxia realized that his social experience was too shallow. Even if he made a windfall one day, he didn't know how to plan and how to invest. The stock market had ups and downs, and the bull market only lasted for 1 or 2 years. Moreover, he didn't earn money every day in the stock market, and he would occasionally lose money. Now that the bull market was here, it was still in its initial stage, and it would be more terrifying in the future. He had about 500,000 yuan on hand, which was a lot, but in the eyes of those financial institutions, it was nothing. Xianxia sat next to his sister and played computer games. He received an email. It was a reply from a large public company. "Dear Mr. Xianxia, hello, thank you for submitting your resume to XXX. After careful consideration and evaluation, we feel that you are not suitable for this position for the time being, but we are still full of confidence and respect for you. We believe that you will find a more suitable stage for you, and we sincerely wish you the best." They didn't want him. The threshold for large companies was high. Although the University of Finance and Economics was good, it was not as popular as the freshmen from famous universities. He had been idle at home for 2 months, and after the golden period for freshman recruitment, he had recruited all the freshmen. He didn't want to go to a small company, and it was a waste of time. The situation was similar to his dilemma of finding a partner. He didn't like mediocre girls, and the beautiful goddess didn't like him. Xianxia couldn't help but stare at his sister who was playing happily beside him. She was the one who abused his aesthetic standards. His sister felt her brother's fierce gaze, and said in a helpless and wrong tone, "What?" "The resume I submitted was rejected," Xianxia said gloomily. His sister came over and took a look. "Ha ha ha." She laughed out loud. "You want to join this company? Forget it. Who asked you to be so weak? I had stayed up all night to tutor you, and you couldn't even get into Fudan University." Xianxia was angry. He grabbed her arm and raised his hand to hit her buttocks. Qin Baobao struggled to break free. With tears in her eyes, she hugged her computer and shrank to the other side of the sofa. "Don't always bully your sister." Wang Zijin reprimanded them indifferently. She was too lazy to care about them. In any case, this pair of siblings always ignored her words. On the left side of the single-seater sofa, Wang Zijin hugged her knees and watched a variety show. There were several stars singing awkward songs, and the bullet screen was floating. After watching I Am a Singer, all the music variety shows are trash. After listening to Qin Baobao's songs, all the songs are trash. Opera 2 is really F***king shocking. Forget it, that high note is fake. It's electronically synthesized. Yes, it's impossible for a person to sing like that. Trash, you can't sing like that, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Then, there was a never-ending debate between the rational party and the fan party. The fan party won a big victory. Wang Zijin looked up and said, "A's, the song you sang in I Am a Singer has been questioned. Those people are really annoying." Qin Baobao played the game and didn't look up. "I knew it." Someone said it the next day. "Popular people have a lot of trouble." Yes, there are a lot of people online who want to sleep with you. Qin Zhe took the opportunity to take revenge on his sister. His sister hit him with the remote control. "Why didn't you go on a blind date today?" Wang Zijin asked. "It's over." Qin Baobao snorted, "Sister, you're such a talented and beautiful woman. People think they can't match up to you. You're a little fairy." Qin Zhe said sarcastically. "Anyway, sister is already the champion and the mission is completed. I can just continue to be a salted fish." "Who cares about the rumors on the internet?" Qin Baobao ignored him and said in annoyance, "It's really annoying to my mom. She's afraid that I won't be able to get married. I told her not to go on blind dates, but she won't listen. I can't throw a tantrum at her. As a child, it's okay to have a little temper, but you can't be angry with your parents. You have to have a conscience." Qin Zhe exposed her, "You're talking as if you dare. Dad's ears are big." After being exposed again and again, Qin Baobao pointed at Qin Zhe and said angrily, "Look at him, look at him. So annoying." Wang Zijin glared at him. Qin Zhe grinned. He already knew part of Wang Zijin's dark history, and she should be more concerned about it. Last time, Qin Bao vented her anger on him because of a problem with the TV. He and Qin Bao fought, and his sister was pressed on the sofa to beg for mercy. Since it was to no avail, she asked her best friend for help. Wang Zijin refused, and Qin Bao threatened to reveal her secret. At that time, Wang Zijin compromised. In the end, she was betrayed by her best friend. At first glance, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin had very different personalities, but they had a lot in common. For example, both of them were more indifferent. Qin Bao was also a goddess outside, but in front of her younger brother, she became a clown. Therefore, in terms of relationships, both of them were the type that developed feelings over time. Falling in love at first sight was not suitable for them. That was why they could become best friends. Thinking about it this way, his mother was worrying for nothing. She did not even understand her own daughter. The men she introduced did not fit Qin Bao's pattern of choosing a partner. Because of this personality, his sister was very resistant to being forced to be in a relationship with strangers. But it could also be that his mother was expanding her circle of friends and shopping around. It was not good for her brother to be the only male in her circle of friends. Qin Zhe was suddenly so shocked that a layer of sweat appeared on his back. After dinner, Qin Zhe went out to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he returned, he found that the messy dining table was still intact. Wang Zijin was lying on the sofa and watching TV. This sister was gentle and generous, but she did not have the awareness to do housework at all. It was probably nurtured by her family since she was young. His sister was sitting on the sofa with a sad and miserable look on her face. There was a book on her knees. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe asked curiously. "Life is so difficult. There is really no attachment." Qin Baobao revealed a sad expression and pointed to the book on her knees. "Sister is very sad now, very melancholy, and wants to sleep immediately." Qin Zhe glanced at the book. The title of the book was The Year of Innocence. The quote on the cover read, "In the midst of faint sorrow, I slowly finished my journey." It was a young novel. Life is so difficult. Why read these messy books and add to your sadness? Qin Zhe said angrily, "It would be strange if you read this kind of book. It's Sister Ziwei's, right? You just don't want to wash the dishes." Qin Baobao immediately bared his teeth. He never read melancholy literature that forced people to write new words. Just as he said, life was already so difficult. Why should he read these books? It was pointless. This was especially true for themes such as the pain of youth, the pain of growing up, the pain of first love, and so on. Other than making people cry, what else was there? If I have the time, I might as well read web novels. It's so refreshing and exciting. Su Hui, a high-end private clubhouse. Two women sat at a round table drinking tea. The one who made the tea was Nan Man Pei. She was wearing a bathrobe, her hair was tied up, and her face was beautiful. Facing the woman, her hair was draped over her shoulders. She leaned on a rattan chair and stared blankly at the light rain outside the window. In terms of facial features, she was 3 times more delicate than Nan Man Pei. Her temperament was cold and cheerless, and she had the charm of an orchid in an empty valley. Behind them, the entire wall was filled with shelves filled with a dazzling array of antiques. Of course, they were all fakes. On the west wall, there was a huge ink painting. "How's work recently?" Nan Man Pei poured her a cup of tea. "Bad." An orchid in an empty valley sighed. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "These words sound gloomy. When you tricked me into investing, this was not what you said. Within a year, your assets will increase tenfold." These bold words still ring in my ears. I was young and insensible. An orchid in an empty valley sighed again. My dad said that he would let me be at the helm of the investment company. But now that I've made some achievements, my ambitious but incompetent brother can't wait to intervene. My dad believes in the patriarchal system. He couldn't stand my brother's entanglement and forced him to intervene. He's even the vice president. I'm so angry. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Do you need my help?" It's not good to have a falling out with the family. An orchid in an empty valley sighed. Then there's the establishment of a new company. There's a shortage of talent. I studied economics. I'm good at macroeconomics and management. I said that the stock market will be hot this year. There's at least a year to cut this capital. That's right. The stock market is indeed gradually warming up. But in terms of market manipulation, I'm not even as good as a rookie. The company's idiots, even the mathematical model has to be entrusted to a university professor. In 2 months, tens of millions of capital stock, not even a tenth of the profit can be earned. I want to cut the cake, not lick other people's leftover cream. The company is newly established. Talent is hard to come by, Nan Man Pei comforted. Didn't a group of graduates join last month? When those little rookies grow up, the stock market will be cold. An orchid in an empty valley complained, "It's easy for you to be a hands-off shopkeeper." Nan Man Pei listened to her nagging and complaining, laughing without saying a word. At the beginning of the year, her friend tricked her into becoming a shareholder and formed a medium-sized investment company. She said that her father, Feng Ting Group, intended to shift its focus to capital operations and lacked a partner. Nan Man Pei symbolically invested 50 million, holding 20% of the shares. Talents were poached from various financial companies or securities companies. In fact, it wasn't as bad as she said. There were still talents. It's just that the company had been established for too short a time and its foundation was shallow. How could it suddenly rush to the sky? Her friend's requirements were too high. For Nan Man Pei, this was just one of her countless investments. It was good to be able to make money. Let's not talk about these annoying things. An orchid in an empty valley drank a mouthful of pu'er. Her bright eyes flashed with a smile. Have you encountered any interesting things or people recently? I heard that your ex-husband came to see you again. Nan Man Pei gently frowned. Let's not talk about him, okay? An orchid in an empty valley was not afraid of the queen's aura. She clicked her tongue and said, "It's really a sentimental chin shimmy." With a new love, he still can't forget his wife. Pei Nan Man chuckled, "A wife who went through hardships?" Killing intent fluctuated. Change the topic. An orchid in an empty valley tactfully changed the topic. I want to hear about some mistakes in the officialdom. You should be clear about this. For example, your brother-in-law went to the district for inspection. There are a few interesting things, but I don't want to say it. I feel like I've become a comedian. Nan Man Pei hesitated. There is one person. Let's hear it. An orchid in an empty valley was listening attentively. A relatively interesting young man, Nan Man Pei said. I met him by chance. I felt that his skills were good, and he wasn't an unorthodox person. I originally wanted to hire him to work in my security company, but I didn't expect the young man to be so arrogant. Later, my nephew was in his third year of high school. His academic performance was terrible, and he came into contact with my background. He only thought about fighting and killing all day long. If this goes on, sooner or later he will be wasted. His grandmother was quite dissatisfied with me occupying her 2 grandchildren. So I thought of him. He graduated from the University of Finance and Economics. His academic qualifications are passable, and he has a few skills. He is most suitable to be Dong Lai's tutor. You said that being a person is like investing in stocks. When you encounter a potential stock, there is no harm in investing. Who would have thought that it wasn't an ordinary potential stock? The first day he came to tutor, Dong Lai slapped a paper on the table and made a request. 40 minutes, 120 points or more. I watched coldly from the sidelines, mainly to test this guy's temperament. Guess what the result was? An orchid in an empty valley asked, "You did it?" More than just did it. Nan Man Pei chuckled, 20 minutes, 150 points. That godly? She was cold, but she couldn't help but widen her eyes, and then suspiciously, "You're lying." Senior year's paper, 20 minutes, full marks? She was also a top student. It wasn't that she didn't get full marks in math, but 20 minutes was a bit shocking. Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Knowing that she never exaggerated, an orchid in an empty valley sighed, "Amazing IQ. There is something more interesting. Qin Baobao should know. A new female singer, of course I know. His sister. Biological? Don't tell me you picked her up?" Nan Man Pei said angrily. Hey, an orchid in an empty valley was taken aback. "You mean Qin Zhe?" Nan Man Pei nodded. An orchid in an empty valley laughed, "A bit interesting. Women like to pay attention to the entertainment industry." She thought of something and asked with great interest, "Was the song Opera 2 lip-synced?" The internet said it was an electronically synthesized voice. Nan Man Pei said helplessly, "I don't know." At the beginning of September, Qin Zhe went to 2 financial institutions for interviews. One didn't hire him, and the other was a little small, so he didn't join. Today, he was still alone at home. After helping his 2 sisters wash their clothes, he sat on the sofa and smoked in boredom. Occasionally, he would chat with his 3 roommates in the group. Ever since they found out that Qin Zhe had a beautiful sister, they couldn't stop talking about Qin Baobao. After Lu Zicheng begged and Li Liang used the house rules to pressure him, Qin Zhe sent a picture of his sister sitting on the sofa and acting cute. The 3 guys shouted excitedly. Lu Zicheng said, "My goddess, acting cute is my food." Qin Zhe enjoyed chatting with his roommates. He didn't feel that he was different from before, and his mentality was inflated. His grandfather had a lot of principles, and he remembered most of them. For example, his grandfather often said that a person's character was judged by his attitude towards himself when he was poor, and by his attitude towards his friends when he was rich. Although his grandfather never thought that his ugly duckling would be rich one day. His sister went to work today. It was said that the company arranged for her to film a variety show. Qin Baobao became famous overnight and singer. Before the popularity of winning the championship died down, she should show her face more often. A good management company knew how to operate. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Baobao looked at a certain contract. After confirming that the contract was normal, she signed her name. Qin Zhe was always worried that his sister would be tricked outside. He felt that his sister was so beautiful that the salty men in the entertainment industry would want her. The main reason was that Qin Baobao didn't act as a proper sister in front of her younger brother. When she was free, she would act cute, argue with each other, and occasionally fight in real life. She didn't act like a sister at all. She made her younger brother think that his sister was a plump koi fish that would starve to death if he didn't feed her. Thus, he ignored the fact that his sister's IQ was higher than his. Qin Baobao was well aware of the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. Although she didn't do everything personally, she would personally go through the contracts and make sure there were no loopholes before signing them. Li Yanhong said excitedly, "Bao Bao, this variety show is one of the branded shows in Zhejiang province. The ratings are pretty good." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them took the company car to Zhejiang Province television station. The new building of Zhejiang Satellite TV was built in 2005 and completed in 2008. It was the tallest building in the area. The glass walls reflected the dazzling sunlight. In the meeting room, Qin Baobao met with the program team's director and host. Director Chen. Qin Bao said with a smile. The director was a skinny middle-aged man with an amiable smile. Behind him stood a male and a female host. They were the hosts of this program. The man's name was Wang Jiyu, and the woman's name was Chu Luhua. The two of them were about the same age, around 30 years old. They were all well-known hosts. Qin Baobao shook hands with them and said with a smile, "I used to watch you guys on TV every day. Now I'm finally meeting you in person." Chu Luhua also smiled. "Bao Bao, I'm your fan." Li Jiyu teased, "I'm also your younger brother's fan." Qin Baobao smiled and took it as a joke. Many artistes liked to tease her about her younger brother. The netizens also teased her that she was a female artiste who relied on her younger brother to get to the top. She was the only one in the entertainment industry. It was fine if she sang her younger brother's song, but even the champion was helped by her younger brother. The director was a busy man. He left after greeting her. Chu Luhua and Wang Jiyu accompanied her. "Our show will start recording at 7 p.m. There will be a dance performance when you appear. We'll inform you in advance. It's just the effect of the show. There's no need to be too professional. You can rehearse with the backup dancers later." Wang Jiyu said, "Let's take a look at the script first. You can go through the questions we have to ask during the recording and think about how to answer them. Then there's the structure of our show. An assistant will tell you about it." Qin Baobao thought to herself, "I finally have a chance to show off my dancing skills. I thought I practiced for nothing." This show was actually a celebrity symposium. The production team liked to invite some celebrities who had become popular recently. Firstly, the appearance fee was not fixed yet, so it could be negotiated. Secondly, with enough popularity to support it, the ratings would be guaranteed. This time, the production team invited 3 new celebrities. Qin Baobao was left for last. It was considered the finale. At 5 p.m., the audience entered through the security check. At 6 p.m., the show started recording. Qin Baobao waited until 7 p.m. before it was her turn to go on stage. "Next, we're going to invite our friend. She's a singer who became famous with her excellent original songs." Chu Luhua deliberately paused. She has a younger brother who's known as a music genius. Before she could say anything, there was a loud cheer from the audience. "Qin Baobao! Qin Baobao!" The audience's cheers. This was the effect they wanted. Chu Luhua and Wang Jiyu said in unison, "Then let's welcome our Qin Baobao." The stage lights changed, and rhythmic music sounded. The revolving door opened, and the backup dancers in golden costumes filed out. Qin Baobao walked in the middle, surrounded by the backup dancers. When she reached the center of the stage, the backup dancers scattered. Qin Baobao twisted her waist and danced to the rhythm. She had the kind of sexy figure that was especially attractive when she twisted. It was suitable for a hot dance that showed off her figure. The audience, especially the men, had their eyes shining. This was Qin Baobao's first time dancing. She did not dance on the stage of singer because dancing while singing was no longer popular. As a qualified singer, dancing was still a necessary skill that could be used at any time. After the dance, there was a warm applause. Qin Baobao turned to leave, and the staff quickly removed the props. Not long after, Qin Baobao returned to the stage. She had changed her outfit and was wearing denim shorts with a black gown. The gown was the kind that reached her thighs, and covered her denim shorts. It gave people the feeling that she was not wearing any pants, and only had a pair of long, straight legs. Qin Baobao's figure was a big highlight. To an experienced driver, her figure was far more attractive than her face. "Bao Bao, this is your first time on our show," Chu Luhua said. "That's right." Wang Jiyu continued, "She's prettier in real life than on TV. Please accept my love." He made a heart shape in front of his chest. "Bao Bao only debuted this year, so you can be considered a pure newcomer." Chu Luhua opened the topic. I heard that you didn't graduate from a drama school, and you didn't receive any professional training before joining Star Art. To be able to get to where you are today, it must be very hard. It's quite hard. To be able to get to where I am today, I'm also very surprised. Qin Baobao replied. Usually, celebrities who become popular overnight will need a long time to adapt, or their family members will not be able to adapt. Wang Jiyu interrupted. Of course. In the past, I could go out and play openly, but now, I don't even dare to go out without wearing sunglasses or a hat. Qin Baobao said. The audience laughed. Then, family members will also have this kind of trouble. Family members too? Chu Luhua laughed. Are they going to be recognized as Qin Baobao's parents as soon as they go out? Wang Jiyu immediately said, Hey, the two elders in front of me, I know you're Qin Baobao's parents. Quick, give me your autographs. The audience laughed. No way. Qin Baobao also laughed. Actually, it's my parents who don't want me to be an artist. Yes, the older generation is more conservative, Chu Luhua replied. Actually, when I was in high school, there were talent scouts who tried to poach me. Because of my family's objection, the matter was left unsettled. At that time, my father gave me a good beating. Really? Chu Luhua was shocked. How could he do that? Wang Jiyu fully played the role of Qin Baobao's diehard fan. How could he bear to lay his hands on such a beautiful daughter? Uncle is too strict. If I had a daughter like this, I would dote on her so much that she'd melt in my mouth. Chu Luhua glanced at him and studied his face. Don't worry, you can't give birth to such a beautiful daughter. The audience laughed and applauded. What about now? Your parents should have accepted it, right? Did they beat you? Wang Jiyu asked nervously. Qin Baobao nodded. They did. The audience was in an uproar. Qin Baobao changed the topic. My brother took the blame for me. The audience was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. I feel sorry for Qin Zhe for 3 seconds. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. The sister gets beaten up? This brother must be a free gift. Chuwani held back her laughter. Your brother is so pitiful. Is this how you guys get along since you were young? The sister gets into trouble and the brother takes the blame? The audience pricked up their ears. The selling point of this show was to talk about the love lives of celebrities and the ups and downs of their careers. Gossip about celebrities was always something that the public liked and paid attention to. Qin Baobao said, That's not true. I've been obedient since I was young. He was often beaten up by my dad. If my dad snorted, he would reflexively stand at attention. We all know that smart children are especially naughty, Wang Jiyu said. Qin Baobao thought to herself, *T, he got beaten up because he was too stupid. But she definitely couldn't say anything bad about her brother on the show, so she said, Yes, my brother is the smartest. Previously, there was a rumor on the internet that said those songs of yours couldn't have been written by one person because they were really too amazing. Now, I'm very curious what kind of talented person could write so many good songs. Chuwani said, I'm your brother's fan. Can you briefly explain his writing process? Qin Baobao bragged, most of the inspiration was given to him by me. He's been very talented since he was young. At the same time, I'm very grateful for the songs he wrote for me. My brother is the best. Baobao's career is smooth sailing. How about your relationship? Chuwani asked. The audience was instantly interested, especially the male fans. They couldn't wait for their parents to give them another pair of ears. In celebrity gossip, what could compare to a relationship? What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Jiyu said angrily. My goddess has no love life. My goddess must be a single dog. Ah no, a single aristocrat. Qin Baobao defended herself. Because I live with my brother, I haven't thought about relationships for the time being. She answered very carefully. She definitely wouldn't say that she had a boyfriend. Indeed, she didn't. But she also wouldn't say that she had never been in a relationship. No one would believe her. Instead, they would think that she was pretentious and embarrassing. Wang Jiyu asked, Is it because you've always liked your younger brother? Qin Baobao spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course not. It is indeed inconvenient. The audience burst into laughter. If it were me, with such a talented and good-looking younger brother, it would be hard for me not to fall for him. Qin Baobao panicked. Actually, my mother has been arranging for me to go on blind dates. It's just that she hasn't found a suitable partner yet. She thought to herself, what kind of godly development is this? Are we going to discuss some taboo topic? Please end it quickly. Chu Ruowei was surprised by her reaction and changed the topic. It's none of my business whether you have a boyfriend or not. I'm more concerned about whether my brother has a girlfriend or not. Qin Baobao said, where would he find it? He doesn't have it. She almost blurted out, how can he find a girlfriend? Is it because he's an otaku? Wang Jiyu said, I remember you once said on a show that your younger brother is an otaku. Qin Baobao thought to herself, I did say that. Even if I did, I wouldn't admit it. It's probably because he practices piano and composes songs. Chu Ruowei said, he has to look for inspiration everywhere. He often locks himself in his room for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Baobao nodded and tried to salvage the situation. He usually writes songs and plays the piano. That's why he always stays at home. My younger brother is amazing. Of course, he didn't play the piano. Last time, she said that her younger brother was an otaku and he was unhappy. She finally managed to smooth things over. There must be some inconveniences when you two live together, right? Will there be friction between you two? Chu Ruowei realized that as long as they talked about Qin Baobao's younger brother, the audience below seemed to be very interested. She tried her best to bring the topic in this direction. Sometimes he is disobedient. When he was young, he listened to everything I said. Will there be times when he will drive people crazy? That won't happen. He usually respects me. I'm his older sister. At home, whatever I say goes. Qin Baobao said confidently. It's good to have such a younger brother. Chu Ruowei expressed her envy. I also want to have a sister like Baobao. Wang Jiyu said. There wasn't much time left for the program. Chu Ruowei said loudly, then let's enter the last interactive segment. The live audience will vote. We can decide to let our guests do one thing. Several options appeared on the big screen. Dance, sing, acrobatics, crosstalk, and so on. There was also a call the person closest to you. Dance, I want to see Qin Baobao dance. Sing, Qin Baobao sings well. Acrobatics is more interesting. Don't joke, how can a goddess perform acrobatics? Then crosstalk? Choose the last one, call the person closest to you. This is good, this is interesting. The results of the voting were out. The last interactive game had the highest number of votes. Call the person closest to you. It seems like you also want to know who Baobao's closest person is. Qin Baobao blinked and said wittily, of course it's my mom. Who? Boos came from the audience. They said they wanted to see you talk to your parents. What's there to talk about? A female audience member in the audience shouted, I want to talk to Xianxia on the phone. The audience's eyes lit up and they cheered, Xianxia. 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 Wang Jiyu suggested, good idea. Bad idea. Qin Baobao wasn't too willing, but she had to cooperate with the program's request. In any case, it's just a chat. Little brother can handle this. You don't need to call, just give me his number. Chu Ruowei suddenly changed the topic. Qin Baobao didn't mind and gave out Xianxia's number. Wang Jiyu gave the number to the staff. Now, let's call the backstage. When Xianxia received the call, he was busy in the kitchen. It was 7:30 p.m. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The call came. Who is this? Xianxia answered. At the scene, Xianxia's voice spread through the loudspeaker. Chu Ruowei made a hush gesture to signal the audience to keep quiet. She cleared her throat and said, hello, I'm Chu Ruowei, the host of Date with a New Star. Are you Mr. Xianxia? Was I won the second prize by the TV program? The prize is a laptop and 10,000 yuan in cash, but I have to pay a processing fee of 1,000 yuan. On the other end of the phone, he sneered. Funny, this is a trick from hundreds of years ago. After that, he hung up the phone. Chu Ruowei blinked and stood there blankly. She looked confused and pitiful. The whole place was silent. A female audience couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Then, the whole place burst into laughter. The noise of laughter was like a wave. Ha ha ha, he hung up. Ouch, my stomach hurts from laughing. Scam call? 666-inch, there's nothing wrong with that. I've received this kind of call before. It's so funny. Look at the host's expression. I'm looking for psychological trauma. I like this segment the most because there's no script. It's very careful. Chu Ruowei had to signal the audience to be quiet again. Staff, get ready. I'll call again when I count to 3. During this time, I ask the audience to calm down and keep quiet. After communicating through the phone again, Chu Ruowei went straight to the point. Mr. Xianxia, I'm Chu Ruowei, the host of Date with a New Star. Qin Baobao is on our show. Xianxia was stunned. He knew that Qin Baobao was on a variety show. But, why did she call him? Speaking of which, her opening sounded too much like a scam call. Xianxia said cautiously, is Qin Baobao beside you? I want to talk to her. Don't worry, we won't ask you for anything. If you have anything, you can hang up immediately, then I'll hang up. He was very straightforward. Don't. Our program team called you because there will be a call later. I want to let you know in advance. Chu Ruowei hurriedly stopped and finished speaking in one breath, afraid that he would hang up again. Go ahead. The director also breathed a sigh of relief and said to the staff beside him, there's no need to edit this part. Just put it up like this. Calling you is actually an advance rehearsal. Baobao will be on the show later. There will be a call like this. Let's talk first. I have a few questions to ask you. You can answer as usual so that everyone knows what's going on. Xianxia didn't know when the show started recording and when it ended. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been scammed. He said, okay, ask away. Chu Ruowei thought for a moment. Does Baobao have a boyfriend? No. She still didn't have a boyfriend. Many of the audience members were surprised. They felt that a high-quality goddess like Qin Baobao couldn't have a boyfriend. Qin Baobao said she didn't, but they didn't believe her completely. Now, Xianxia also said he didn't have one. Chu Ruowei asked, Baobao said that it's because you live together, so it affects her finding a boyfriend. Do you have any objections? Qin Baobao was originally calm, but when she heard the question, she knew that something was wrong. She and her brother had each other's backs for 20 years. Actually, my mother arranged for her to go on blind dates, but it didn't work out every time. Why? She has a bad temper. I won't take the blame for this. In the audience. Pfft, someone couldn't hold it in and laughed. Fortunately, the sound wasn't loud. Under Chu Ruowei's reminder, the laughter died down. Mr. Qin, I heard that your family's sister is in the entertainment industry, right? But in the end, the person who got beaten up was you. How do you feel? Xianxia thought to himself, I don't know if I should say MMP. It can't be helped. My dad is rigid and serious. He's a university professor. In high school, Qin Baobao wanted to enter the entertainment industry and was taught a lesson by him. Qin Baobao has been afraid of her dad since she was young. When she saw her dad get angry, she was terrified. What can I do? I can't just watch her get beaten up. This time, I have to take the blame even if I don't want to. Xinhuan looked at Qin Baobao and tried to hold back her laughter. Countless audience members were looking at Qin Baobao. Why was it different from what was said just now? It shouldn't be that the younger brother's legs went soft when he saw his father get angry. Some people were already laughing out loud. They really couldn't hold it in. What's that sound? Xianxia asked. Oh, it's nothing. The show here is about to start, so it's a little noisy. Xinhuan played Tai Chi and said, I can see that the relationship between the siblings is very deep. Will there be any friction in your lives? Yes, Qin Baobao is always at home. She doesn't have the ability to take care of herself. I'm usually the one taking care of her. Being both the younger brother and the father sometimes makes me feel tired. When I ask her to help with the chores, she'll only act coquettishly. It's inevitable that there will be friction. The audience below the stage whispered. What does a goddess act coquettishly like? Damn, it's such a blessing. With such a beautiful sister acting coquettishly, I'm willing to do anything. I didn't expect him to be such a warm guy. He's liking Xianxia more and more. He can write songs, play the piano, and take care of the house. I want as many brothers like him as there are. The image of a goddess suddenly became clear. It turns out that she's a lazy person at home. Ahahaha. I feel that their daily lives are quite amusing. When Qin Baobao comes home, the little universe will definitely explode. Xianxia still doesn't know that he's been tricked. Qin Baobao is the older sister after all. If she wants to beat the younger brother, Xianxia won't dare to fight back. Qin Baobao's mouth twitched. She couldn't wait to get into the phone and have a real-life PK with Xianxia, but she had to force a smile on her face. The production team was too good at stirring up trouble. Then how will you coordinate? Chu Liuyu held back her laughter. It's usually a fight. Oh right, that's not a good answer, right? I should change my answer on the show later. I'll say that it's a reasonable allocation of chores. Everyone was shocked. They were really fighting? How old were they? Qin Baobao felt wronged and said, usually, it's him who presses me down on the sofa and beats me up. The audience below the stage burst into laughter. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. How funny. Xianxia really hit his sister. If I had such a beautiful sister, I definitely wouldn't bear to hit her. That's out of love. Didn't you see Qin Baobao's expression? This is so interesting. I like Xianxia and Qin Baobao very much. With such a big commotion, Xianxia would be really stupid if he still couldn't hear it. What's going on? Why do I hear laughter? Are you recording a show? Qin Baobao, are you there? Chu Liuyu motioned for Qin Baobao to speak. Qin Baobao smiled with a knife hidden in her eyes. I must have a good chat with you when I get home today. Xianxia pretended not to hear it and stiffly changed the topic. Hello, host. Hello, audience. Chu Liuyu replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Xianxia. Actually, we were recording a show just now. It's all a trick. Xianxia sighed. Let's cut the part just now. Let's pretend that nothing happened and call again, okay? The audience burst into laughter again. Okay, thank you very much for joining our show, Mr. Qin. The call ends here. Chu Liuyu ended the topic with a laugh. Audience, say goodbye to Mr. Qin. Words of goodbye sounded. Xianxia said helplessly, goodbye. At home, Wang Zijin stood at the side and listened. She couldn't help but laugh. From Zhejiang Province TV? How funny. And scrupulous. Xianxia put away his phone. Qin Baobao can't make it back in time. Let's eat. Wang Zijin complained, you haven't cooked the food yet. How can you eat it? Don't worry. Show me what you can do. At night, Qin Baobao rushed home. She kicked off her high heels and swung her bag. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, she pounced on Xianxia and shouted, Zijin, I'm going to clean up the house. Unrelated people, please leave. Wang Zijin replied with an "oh" and went back to her room with the computer. After a while, Qin Baobao shouted for help in the living room. Zijin, the enemy is ferocious. Help us quickly. Zijin, help. Ahahaha. Don't poke my waist. Xianxia, if you continue like this, I'm really going to be angry. Don't poke, good brother. I'm begging you. I forgive you. No, it's my fault. Good brother, good A's, boo-hoo. You only know how to bully me. Wang Zijin put on her headphones and turned a deaf ear. She had already given up on treating the siblings. In the living room, the pillows fell to the ground. The coffee table was askew. Xianxia sat on his sister's lap. Qin Baobao was like a salted fish, panting. Her swollen chest rose and fell violently. Her hair was messy, covering her flawless face. The hem of her t-shirt was lifted in her struggle, exposing her small waist. The siblings had fought for the umpteenth time, but Qin Baobao was still defeated. Qin Baobao lay on the sofa with her arms and legs spread out, looking like there was nothing left to live for. Get up. Qin Zhe poked her waist gently. Qin Baobao ignored him in a fit of pique. His sister's disheveled appearance was too unsightly. Qin Zhe helped her pull up the hem of her t-shirt. Let's call a truce, Qin Baobao said. She stretched out a tender arm and said coquettishly, pull me up. Qin Zhe heard this and reached out to pull her up. However, she used all her strength to pull him up, causing him to stumble. Then, she lowered her shoulders and put her long legs on his shoulders. She twisted and pulled. Qin Zhe's head bumped into his sister's lower abdomen, and the siblings both cried out in pain. Baby Qin, who had succeeded in her sneak attack, did not care about the pain. She hugged one of Qin Zhe's arms and wrapped her legs around Qin Zhe's neck. She exerted strength from her small waist and kicked up and down. Damn, Qin Baobao, you shameless bitch. Qin Zhe struggled a few times, but he couldn't break free. She was really strong. Her months of dancing were not in vain. You actually used a sneak attack. Qin Baobao used all her strength to resist her brother's resistance. Her face was red and she panted, all is fair in war. Sister said to clean house, so I will clean house. Don't say I didn't warn you. On the way back to Shanghai, she specially searched for ways to defeat the strong with the weak. In order to learn how to use strength, she watched several teaching videos. You disrespectful little bastard. Sister will teach you a lesson today. Qin Baobao used all her strength to wrap her legs around her brother's neck. This move was called the deadly scissor kick. How to teach him a lesson. Suffocate me between your legs. Qin Zhe felt that his neck was about to break. He could force himself to stand up, but he might pull his neck. Let's call a truce. Hurry up and say you were wrong. I was wrong. Do you dare to be rude to sister in the future? I won't dare, I won't dare. At least you know what's good for you. Hurry up and shout 3 times, little fairy sister, spare me. That's too shameful. Can't you change the way you address me? No, hurry up and say it. I can't hold on any longer. Bah, I still haven't used my strength. Qin Baobao panted as she spoke. She was also exhausted after using so much strength. Qin Zhe admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Qin Baobao was satisfied. She quickly loosened her legs and jumped up from the sofa. After hiding to a safe distance, she looked up to the sky and laughed 3 times. She sang a Beijing opera, I'm an idler on Wulong Ridge. I'll go up the mountain to kill a tiger. I'll go down the sea to catch a dragon. I'll pull up a mountain with unrivaled strength. I'll take the enemy's head in the midst of an army of 10,000. Her shoulders shook. She clenched her fists and continued to sing, I'll use a sledgehammer to punish a little thief. There's no one like me in this world. Then she walked back to her room with her head held high, I'm leaving. The door closed with a bang and locked from the inside. Inside the room, the sound of her sister and her best friend boasting about their heaven-defying comeback echoed. Qin Zhe touched his nose. There seemed to be a delicate fragrance lingering around. The second week. Date with a New Star was broadcast. Although it could not be compared to Singer, it was still a popular variety show. As a new female singer in the entertainment industry, Qin Baobao's popularity of winning the competition had not faded. It was still very eye-catching. This kind of variety show was usually recorded a week or even 2 weeks in advance. In the new episode, there would be an Easter egg. On the internet, many viewers were looking forward to it. Some were fans of the show itself, and some were watching because of Qin Baobao. This episode has Zhang Yunchu as a guest. He loves Appa the most. Chu Xianxia will be on the show too. It should be to promote her new movie. Her acting is good. Yes, among the new actresses, her acting is considered good. I'm here to watch Qin Baobao. Watch Qin Baobao +1. +2 +10086. I wonder if Qin Baobao will release a new song or album. Yes, I'm looking forward to her new song. Qin Baobao pulled her best friend and brother to watch the show together in front of the TV. She wanted to see how her first appearance on the show would turn out. This was a completely different variety show from Singer. Xianxia had seen this variety show before. It was quite interesting. The theme was actually some gossip about the new stars, life, and career. It fully satisfied the audience's curiosity. Every celebrity's appearance would be arranged for a talent show, either singing or dancing. 2 stars went over quickly. In the end, it was Qin Baobao, the most popular of the 3, who went on stage as the finale. Xianxia realized that only his sister's interactive segment was a phone call. As for the other 2, one was performing acrobatics, and the other was dancing. Next, we're going to invite our friend. She's a singer, and she's made a name for herself with her masterpieces. She has a younger brother who's known as a musical prodigy. Before Qinwan could finish her sentence, the audience started shouting baby Qin's name. Qin Baobao went on stage and gave a hot dance. The accompaniment was European and American hip-hop style music. It was well received. It was Xianxia's first time seeing his sister dance. He was quite amazed. Her swaying waist and swaying hips were simply tempting him to commit a crime. She also had 2 long legs that walked like a cat, tsk tsk tsk. Sister, in the future, dance more at home. Don't neglect this skill. Xianxia said. Qin Baobao looked at her brother's shining eyes and spat, get lost. After a pause, she couldn't help but ask, is it beautiful? Was it really beautiful? I don't really know how to dance. This time, even Wang Zijin couldn't stand her best friend's antics. She rolled her eyes and said, not nice, not nice. Qin Baobao hit her angrily. Wang Zijin looked at Xianxia with tears in her eyes. Your sister bullied me. Qin Baobao sneered, what a joke. This is my younger brother. Wang Zijin looked at Xianxia, imperceptibly giving him pressure. Qin Baobao hurriedly took her brother's arm and raised her seductive face to show Wang Zijin. Let's watch the show. Xianxia tried to smooth things over. But the 2 sisters were not satisfied. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes, and Qin Baobao pinched Xianxia's arm. Xianxia finally understood the pain of a married man between the cracks. What about now? Your parents should have accepted it, right? Did they hit you? Wang Jiyu asked in the show. Yes. My brother took the blame for me. The audience burst into laughter. Then Qin Baobao and the host talked about some trivial things in life, as well as topics related to Xianxia. Soon, it was the last segment. Talking to the person closest to you on the phone. It seems that you also want to know who Baobao's closest person is. Of course it's my mother. The audience was not satisfied and asked to call Xianxia. After the host dialed Xianxia's number, it was rejected as a scam. The audience laughed, and the audience in front of the TV were also overjoyed. It was too interesting. The image of a celebrity instantly came to life. Does Baobao have a boyfriend? No. Actually, my mother arranged for her to go on blind dates, but it didn't work out every time. Why? She has a bad temper. I'm not going to take the blame. The call ended in laughter, and the show came to an end. Xianxia turned his head and looked at his sister's beautiful face. How much money did you make on this show? Qin Baobao's face was full of vigilance. Why? It's none of your business. Since you can make money on your own, shouldn't you return my song agency fee to me? Qin Baobao was like a cat protecting its food. I already said that I'll save it for you. Don't be so annoying. I'll take care of your wife for you. Xianxia sneered. Then you can spend it all with a clear conscience. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qin Baobao was stunned. She was most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Xianxia was shocked. What I mean is that you're embezzling my wife's money. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Her sister also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, Dad's coffin lid is finally pressed down. Xianxia stated his purpose. Give me some money to spend. What for? I'm not going to drink with girls. Xianxia rolled his eyes. That's good. Qin Baobao fell down and grabbed her bag from the other end of the sofa. She took out a pink wallet and a stack of money. In the future, you have to report when you spend money. You're not allowed to indulge in debauchery. You're not allowed to spend money either. Do you know what a big sword means? Xianxia was disdainful. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Qin Baobao waved her hand and slapped him twice. If you dare to go to a big sword, I'll break your legs. Her sister was still very generous to Xianxia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have raised him for 2 years. It was just that she loved to care about money too much. She wanted to control all her brother's money in her hands. He didn't know where she learned this bad habit. Hey, Qin Baobao, you've been quite arrogant recently. Xianxia put on a fake smile and cracked his knuckles. With the experience of turning defeat into victory last week, his sister straightened her chest and didn't panic at all. Come on, I want to fight 10 of you. Seeing that the siblings were about to fight, Wang Zijin hurriedly stopped them. Okay, stop it. It's getting late. Didn't you say that you have to go home tomorrow? Tomorrow was the death anniversary of Xianxia's grandfather. According to customs, the descendants had to go to the grave to pay respects. Qin Ma was afraid that her children would forget this, so she specially called to remind them during the day. How could she not know her own children's morals? Xianxia and his sister had indeed forgotten. They couldn't even remember their parents' birthdays. Old Master and Qin Ma didn't like to be extravagant and wasteful. It didn't matter whether they celebrated their birthdays every year. Except for big birthdays like their 40th birthday, they would cook a few dishes at home and invite their relatives and friends for a meal. Young people nowadays would treat their birthdays to a meal, wine, and karaoke as if it was their 60th birthday. Xianxia and Qin Baobao were influenced by their parents and didn't celebrate their birthdays. Every year, his sister would be satisfied as long as she took away her younger brother's pocket money for her birthday. For her younger brother's birthday, she spent hundreds or thousands of yuan on a pair of sneakers and backpacks. The Louis Vuitton shoulder bag that Xianxia used was bought by his sister for his birthday 2 years ago. During those few days, his sister nagged in front of him every day, saying that the bag was too expensive and that it cost her 2 months' salary. You have to earn a lot of money in the future to repay your sister. Xianxia was annoyed by her nagging and said, okay, I'll let you keep all the money I earn in the future. Now, it seemed that his sister took it seriously and took action. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. The next day, in the entertainment news section, the netizens commented on the news of a date with a new star, this episode is really good. It's full of negative points and also full of negative points. Xianxia's phone call was hilarious from the beginning to the end. The production team was too considerate. They were really considerate. Qin Baobao was bragging on the show. She probably didn't expect that the last segment would be a phone call to her younger brother. She was accidentally exposed by her younger brother. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who has a different focus? Qin Baobao said, my younger brother is the best 3 times and my younger brother is the best 6 times in one show. Goddess, you're awesome. We know that your younger brother is the best, okay? Ha ha ha. After the brother boasting maniac, the netizens who loved to see and hear gave baby Qin a nickname, brother boasting maniac. They also took screenshots and made them into an emoticon with the caption, my younger brother is the best. When they despised everything and others, they would post such a picture. Early in the morning, Xianxia led Wang Zijin for her morning exercise. The two of them circled the park again and again. At 6:30, the sun had already risen, and the sunlight was slightly scorching. Wang Zijin was so tired that she was sweating profusely. Her oval face was flushed. Usually, at this time, she would stop and walk slowly. She would wait for Xianxia to return from his second lap before running together with him. Today, she clenched her teeth and persevered with Xianxia. Take a break? Xianxia was considerate. Wang Zijin shook her head. Exercise can't be done overnight, Xianxia said. But it's urgent to lose weight. Wang Zijin said. Her face was indeed rounder than when she first arrived. In order to prevent her from becoming as fat as a pig, she had to increase her exercise. Xianxia glanced at Sister Wang's well-proportioned and exquisite figure. It's okay. Sister Tishu's figure is still so good. When Wang Zijin heard that, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, Xianxia looked at her face and changed the topic. Your face is really round. Wang Zijin's face instantly turned stiff. She glared at him and said angrily, I'll hit you. Wang Zijin was envious. Qin Baobao eats so much every day. Why isn't she fat? It's probably the legendary talent. Wang Zijin snorted. Curse her to become as fat as a pig. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He imagined such a scene. If Qin Baobao was here, she would definitely cross her arms in front of her chest and assume a defensive posture. She would loudly say, reflect the curse. At 7:30, there were more and more commuters riding shared bicycles, mixed with electric scooters. These guys were scarier road killers than female drivers. In their eyes, there were no traffic rules and they were rampaging. Among them, the electric scooters were the fiercest. Xianxia suggested running in the park to avoid the bicycles and electric scooters. However, Wang Zijin couldn't take it anymore. She was panting and said that she wanted to go home and rest. They returned home at 8 o'clock. Wang Zijin took a shower, ate breakfast, and went out with the siblings. Xianxia and Qin Bao drove the little red horse to the Yongla public cemetery in the suburbs. When they arrived at their destination, the old man and Qin Ma were already waiting for them under the 6-meter-high stone memorial arch. The memorial arch was engraved with the words Yongla Cemetery. The old man was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie. It was rare to see him dressed so formally. After all, it was an important day for him to meet his father. His face was stiff and solemn as he frowned at his son and daughter who were walking over. The elder sister held her younger brother's arm. What kind of day is this? Why are you wearing casual clothes? Didn't your mother tell you to wear a suit? The old man reprimanded his son. It was said that a man must have a pure black suit in his wardrobe. It would be used in 2 occasions, funerals and weddings. But Xianxia did not have a suit. In the past, he was a child in the eyes of his parents, so he could be more casual. Now that he had graduated from university and stepped into society, he was a real adult. He was not an 18-year-old adult. I don't have a suit. Xianxia defended himself. The old man was stunned. Your company doesn't require you to wear formal wear. All high-class companies had uniform requirements, especially in the real estate and finance industries. Formal wear was a rigid rule. Our company is just a small one. We don't have such requirements. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly lied. He lied to the old man that he had found a job. Investing in stocks at home was as unreliable as his daughter entering the entertainment industry. His daughter was already so annoying. If the old man knew that his son did not want to improve himself, he would be furious. What a lousy company. The old man grumbled. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard his sister say, Dad, Ace is lazy and doesn't work at home. You have to educate him. F***ck, Qin Bao, are you trying to cause trouble? Sure enough, the old man immediately frowned. Qin Ma saw that the situation was not right. She used her 20 years of experience to smooth things over. Okay, let's talk when we get home. Don't beat my grandson in front of me. The family went to the cemetery to buy incense, candles, paper money, and other things. The siblings were left behind. Xianxia pinched his sisters but hard. Ouch. Qin Baobao wailed. What's wrong? The old man turned around. Dad, Ace hit me. Qin Baobao complained. Dad, I didn't. Qin Baobao is slandering me. Xianxia's expression did not change. When it came to character, the old man favored a son who he had brought up hands-on rather than a daughter who he doted on. The old couple knew that the older sister had bullied the younger brother since she was young. However, they did not know that the tables had turned. You're always fooling around. Be more serious later. The old man scolded. When he turned around, he heard his daughter screaming again. The old man said angrily, What's wrong now? Are you done? Qin Baobao said with tears in her eyes, I sprained my ankle. However, her hand was rubbing her butt. Xianxia said fiercely, Who told you to hit me when I'm down? Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. I'm doing this for your own good. What's the point of being a salted fish at home all day? Qin Baobao felt that her younger brother's mentality and state of mind were not right. Many young people were useless because they were idle at home. Another thing was that his mentality of speculating was not right. He was always thinking about making a profit in the stock market. He was a typical lazy gambler. Nonsense. I just haven't found a suitable job. Besides, I've made a lot of money in the stock market. How much? Qin Baobao quickly asked. She was very concerned about her younger brother's family background. She was like a housekeeper who smelled her husband's secret stash of money. Xianxia flipped his palm and said proudly, "It's doubled." Qin Baobao was stunned. She smiled and patted her younger brother's head. "Where did you learn to brag? You're talking nonsense with a straight face. I'm telling you. After all, I was raised by you." Xianxia mocked her. "You've raised such a good-for-nothing." Qin Baobao was heartbroken. She waved her small hand and said, "Send him back to the furnace to be remade." Xianxia glanced at her lower abdomen. Qin Baobao was furious. She chopped her younger brother's neck with her hand. There was a building in the cemetery that resembled a church. There was a large cross on the roof. The lobby was also empty like the church. However, there was no statue of Jesus. Instead, there was a Taoist. 3 pure ones. It was a little out of place. There were shops selling incense and candles beside the church. People who came here to pay respects to their ancestors would buy them directly from the cemetery. These things were handled by Qin Ma. Qin Baobao assisted her. Xianxia and the old man stood aside and smoked. Xianxia learned to smoke after he went to university. His dorm mates, Li Liang and Zhao Baliang, instigated him. Before that, the old man did not allow him to smoke. If he was caught, he would be beaten up. Of course, he would not smoke now. Xianxia was about to turn 23. He could not take care of him for the rest of his life. Moreover, the old man also smoked and drank. It was not a bad habit. As long as it was in moderation. After Qin Ma bought the incense, candles, and other items, she received a call from Xianxia's aunts. They said that they had already bought the items to pay respects to their ancestors in the cemetery. After hanging up the phone, the family of 4 waited for their relatives. The items to pay respects to their ancestors could not be bought by others. This was because it was filial piety to the deceased elders. It could not be bought by others. The old man was the eldest in the previous generation. He had 2 younger sisters. The eldest aunt was 3 years younger than the old man. The youngest aunt was 6 years younger. The eldest aunt was called Qin Ruyue. The youngest aunt was called Qin Ruyan. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 aunts and their uncles came together. Accompanying them were Xianxia's cousins. The eldest aunt's daughter was 18 years old. The youngest aunt's son was Xianxia's 16-year-old Chinibu cousin. The 2 aunts only had 1 child. The city was different from the countryside. In the countryside, if the first child was a daughter, they could still have another child. After all, in the countryside, the son was the main force. Xianxia heard from his parents that Qin Ma hid in their hometown in Zhe province to give birth to him. When he was naturalized, he was fined a lot of money. When Qin Baobao was a child, she always laughed at her brother for being superfluous. Xianxia cried and looked for his mother. At that time, the gentle and virtuous Qin Ma would gnash her teeth and beat Qin Bao. After a few times, Qin Bao did not dare to laugh at her brother like that. "Brother!" The Chinibu cousin ran to Xianxia's side excitedly. This kid was called Jiangqing. His eyes were like his mother's, and his nose was like his father's. He had inherited the best genes of his parents. According to his own bragging, he was the most handsome person in junior high school. In this generation, he and Qin Baobao were the most outstanding. The Qin family's genes were strange. It seemed that good genes were passed down to the females but not the males. When the 2 aunts were young, they were both beautiful. The old man's appearance was not good enough. In this generation, Xianxia was ordinary, but Qin Baobao was a seductive vixen. "Brother, why do I feel that you have become more handsome?" Xianxia said with a smile. She had neat bangs, which made her look a bit cute. "I have developed. Qin Baobao said sarcastically. Go away. Qin Zhe stared at her. The family went deep into the cemetery. They lit candles in front of the old man's grave, burned paper money, and wiped the dust off the tombstone. When they were paying their respects, the old man held a stick of incense and closed his eyes. The second was Qin Zhe. He was the eldest grandson of the eldest son. The only son of the Qin family. Qin Zhe followed suit. Qin Baobao stood on the side and did a funny dub. Grandpa, please bless me to marry a beautiful wife like my sister. Then I will make a lot of money and buy 10 villas. Ha ha ha. Qin Ma knocked her daughter's head with a chestnut and scolded her softly. Be serious. Grandpa will be angry. Qin Bao covered her head and stuck her tongue out at Qin Ma. She kicked her brother angrily. Qin Zhe immediately turned around. Dad, she's so annoying. Grandpa Qin pretended to hit his daughter, and she ran away in fear. They all burst into laughter. After the big brother's family finished paying their respects, it was the big aunt and little aunt's turn. She was probably asking her father, grandfather, to bless her family and make sure her career was smooth sailing. Little aunt added one more request. She asked their father to bless their son to be obedient and not make his father angry. Little uncle and cousin had been in a cold war recently and ignored each other. Xianxia stayed at his uncle's house for a week before going home. He really couldn't stand the old man's chicken soup and could only listen. He had been in awe of his uncle since he was young, and it hadn't changed. He dared to talk back to his father, but he didn't dare to talk back to his uncle. Perhaps it was because of the shadow in his heart when he was young. One year, when he played at his uncle's house, he saw how his uncle beat his cousin. It could also be because of the aura. Little uncle was a businessman, while the old man was a university professor. One was smooth and sly, while the other was rigid and serious. At this point, the worship was more or less over. A few years ago, they could still set off a string of firecrackers, but now they couldn't. Grandpa passed away when Qin Zhe was in elementary school. He seemed to have died of liver cancer, the kind that was contagious. Qin Zhe only went to the hospital a few times, but his family didn't let him go. The old man's appearance in his memory was already blurred. Then, everyone left the cemetery and drove to Qin Zhe's house. They were going to have a meal at the Qin family. Only then did the worship come to a successful end. Although it was the anniversary of the old man's death, the atmosphere at the table was very warm. After all, the old man's father had died for so many years, and the sadness had faded long ago. It was rare for relatives to gather together. Bao Bao, I told you that you'd be beautiful when you grow up. Look, you're already a big star. Little uncle was a businessman and was very good at drinking. Bao Bao, our family has a big star like you. We bring glory to our ancestors. Let me give you a toast as well. His uncle worked in a state-owned enterprise, and drinking was a compulsory skill. Both of his uncles were alcoholics. They drank beer like it was water. They often said that beer was only used to moisten the throat. White wine was the drink for men. Old Master was too strict, and they didn't like to drink with Big Brother. Moreover, the old man's expression was a little unnatural. Qin Zhe said in his heart, Eldest uncle, can't you see that my father's face has turned black? You still want to bring honor to our ancestors? Qin Baobao also likes to drink. This is the reason why Qin Zhe does not trust her to play nightclubs. Baobao's singing is really good. I've been watching it since the first episode. Little uncle said, I boasted to my business partners that this is my niece. Hey, no one believed me. The old man's expression changed slightly. You already knew that Bao Bao would be on the show? Little uncle was stunned. He let it slip. The old man looked at his daughter with a murderous look and sneered without saying a word. Little uncle hurriedly said, A's asked me to keep it a secret. He said that Big Brother doesn't want to Bao Bao to be a star. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's so glorious to be a star. The old man looked at his son with a murderous look. Little uncle's heart hurt. Qin Zhe was angry. Little uncle, don't betray me, okay? My father will punish me later. Eldest aunt also interrupted, you're used to it since you were young. He really wanted to flip the table. Qin Zai's mouth twitched. Qin Baobao called her cousins to let them know. How could she hide it from her parents? Qin Zai still had to clean up her mess. However, he didn't expect to hide it for so long. It was an unexpected gain that it was revealed on the eve of the finals of Star Singer. The sister looked at her brother, touched. Eldest uncle tried to smooth things over. Let's drink, let's drink. At first, Qin Baobao drank all the wine in her glass. Then, she couldn't take it anymore and pulled Qin Zai over to drink. Because it was at home and it was rare for relatives to gather together, the old man and Qin Ma didn't stop her. Cousin Jiangqing was eager to drink and wanted to drink for his sister. However, he was too young and didn't have the right to drink with the elders. Qin Zai didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol in the past. But ever since he exercised and tempered his body every day, his liver's ability to detoxify alcohol was abnormally strong. He was actually on par with his two uncles. Now, he couldn't stop. His two uncles kept urging him to drink. Qin Baobao sat beside her brother and helped him pour wine. She was as obedient as a little wife. Qin Ma chatted with her two aunts. Other than daily necessities, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and some gossip, the other topic was Qin Baobao's marriage. She mentioned that her youngest aunt was very keen on being a matchmaker these years and had brought several couples together. She was the one who introduced the blind date last time. Baobao is getting old. I don't expect her to get married immediately, but she has to find a partner. Qin Ma sighed. There are still good men. It's just that with Baobao's current identity and profession, it's not easy for her to find a partner casually. After all, she's a celebrity. Her youngest aunt analyzed, or someone in the entertainment industry is more suitable. Her eldest aunt shook her head. No, the entertainment industry is too open. Look at the news. It's not this one cheating, it's that one cheating. If Baobao marries someone in the entertainment industry, it might be a marriage tragedy. Qin Ma was unhappy. My daughter hasn't married yet, and you're already predicting a marriage tragedy. Her youngest aunt said, then marry a rich businessman. All female celebrities like to marry rich businessmen. Once you enter a rich family, it's as deep as the sea. Rich people are also fickle people. Jiangqing interrupted. Scram. Her youngest aunt slapped him. Qin Ma was even more worried when she heard this. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and continued to pour wine for her younger brother. It's not that she doesn't have a good partner. It's just that she's too stubborn and doesn't want to date. Otherwise, with our qualifications, how could she not find a Baobao? Qin Ma said. Celebrities aren't allowed to date. Jiangqing interrupted again. Scram. This time, her eldest aunt slapped him. Maybe she hasn't met someone she likes. Baobao is so beautiful, it's normal for her to have higher standards. Her eldest aunt said. Baobao, what type of man do you like? Her youngest aunt asked curiously. She knew her niece's taste, so she could find a good man. Qin Baobao was absent-minded. So. Like A's. Her eldest aunt laughed. Hi, that's easy. You can find a bunch of them. Qin Zai felt as if an invisible arrow had pierced his heart. Her youngest aunt was suspicious. Don't try to fool me. If you really have such standards, you would have gotten married and had children long ago. Another arrow was shot. Qin Ma opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Qin Zai's face was flushed red. He took a sip of wine and said, Mom, talk about something else. The three women changed the topic and talked about their youth. Then, they talked about Qin Zai's grandpa and grandma when they were young. They talked about how tough it was back then. The place they lived in was barren. Now, there were many skyscrapers. Things were different. Her eldest aunt said, Sigh, I remember when our mom was young, she gave birth to twins for the first time. Unfortunately, they died after a few months. Isn't that right, brother? The old man took a sip of wine and recalled. There was such a thing. I heard about it from Dad when I was young. Mom almost got depression back then. Her youngest aunt smiled. Fortunately, she got pregnant with you the next year. Her eldest aunt continued, I heard that twins can be inherited. Maybe Bao Bao or A's children will be twins. Qin Ma's eyes flickered. She casually changed the topic. Which high school is Ching'er studying in now? Jiangqing was eating happily. Suddenly, he felt the atmosphere in the living room turn solemn. There was a murderous aura. What high school? Go to a technical school. Her youngest uncle snorted. Her youngest aunt glared at her husband and said helplessly, I wanted to be like Bao Bao and study in Fudan University High School. This child's grades are usually good, but he screwed up his middle school exams. He's studying in Annan High School now. Annan High School was only average. The old master tapped his nephew with his chopsticks. The senior high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination are important events that will decide your life. You're still young, so you don't have the feeling. But you'll understand in the future. A good high school will decide which university you'll go to in the future. A good university will decide your future. Jiangqing was unconvinced. Nowadays, it's all about the father. I lost when I was just born. Her youngest uncle was furious. What did you say? I'll beat you to death. The old man waved his hand to stop his brother-in-law. He said earnestly, since you know that you lost when you were born, why don't you work harder? Jiangqing was still unconvinced. Cousin is studying in an average university. I have a role model. I'm not afraid. Qinze gave him a slap on the head. Jiangqing immediately changed his words. Cousin is studying in Fudan University. She'll be a celebrity after graduation. She's not even as good as those art school students. Qin Bao gave him a slap on the head. Jiangqing said again, so, I'll study in an art school and be a celebrity in the future. Seeing that her youngest uncle was about to slap him, he quickly lowered his head and ate without saying a word. The meal lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two uncles were defeated by the younger generation. Elder uncle sang Beijing opera when he was drunk. Younger uncle's tolerance was better. When he was drunk, he would lie down on the ground like a dead dog. Your Highness, please take a look. What is this? This is a horsetail whisk made from a civet cat. What do you mean? This thing is hidden in the palace. It often reminds us to be vigilant in times of peace. Elder uncle spoke with a Beijing accent. He had stayed in the capital for many years when he was young. Elder aunt helped her husband stagger out the door and coaxed, Your Highness, don't look. Let's go home quickly. Qin Ma helped to support her husband. On the other side, the old master carried younger uncle out. Jiangqing and Zhang Yunqi waved. Cousin, goodbye. Qinze narrowed his eyes. Goodbye. Qin Bao pushed her brother. Are you okay? Qinze burped loudly. Qin Bao covered her nose because of the smell of alcohol. Qinze laughed. Waiter, 10 more jars. Then he plunged into his sister's swollen breasts. Qin Bao hurried to support her brother. She said in her heart, fortunately, my sister has big breasts. Otherwise, I can't hold a drunkard like you. Qinze pushed his sister away again and sang loudly with a red face. If you don't believe me, you can drink as much as you want. I'll keep you company, Qin Bao coaxed her brother. Okay. I'll keep you company. Let's go somewhere else and continue drinking. Come with me. What song was this? It sounded quite interesting. Let's fight to the end today. Don't be afraid of being tired. You won't come back even if you vomit blood at dawn. Qinze began to howl again. Brother, you've worked hard. Brother and the two uncles are both injured. I'll give you a kiss later as a reward. Qin Bao continued to coax him. Qin Bao helped her drunk brother to the room. When they passed by the washroom, Qinze pushed his sister away and threw himself beside the toilet bowl to vomit. Qin Bao hurriedly followed him and gently patted his back. Drink less if you don't know how to drink. Qin Bao complained. This was the first time she saw her younger brother so drunk. The old man forbade his children from drinking, but Qinze's stomach was not good since he was a child, so he rarely drank. Sister will help you back to your room to rest. Qin Bao pressed the flush button and flushed the vomit away. Qinze suddenly flung her hand away. He raised his bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Sister? I don't have a sister, I don't have a sister." "Then who am I?" "Your mother?" Qin Baobao said angrily. Qin Zhe stared at her for a long time and chuckled. "You are a girl, a beautiful girl. Looks like he's really drunk." Qin Baobao couldn't be bothered to argue with her drunkard brother. "Fine, I'm a girl. I'm a girl, okay?" Her younger brother and two uncles drank 2 bottles of white wine and more than 10 bottles of beer. Qin Zhe flung his sister's hand away again and laughed. "Sister, do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, I don't mind having one. If you do, how about changing to another one? What do you think of me? Do you want to consider me?" Qin Baobao thought to herself. "Are you really drunk? You are quite articulate." She replied, "No, no. I don't want to have one for the time being." "Forget it. I'm your sister." "I can't be your sister. I'll be drowned in a pig cage." Qin Zhe looked at her for a while. Ugh, he vomited again. Qin Baobao covered her nose and patted his back. After Qin Zhe finished vomiting, he lay down beside the toilet and dozed off. Qin Baobao tried to support him. She couldn't let him sleep here. What if he drank a mouthful of alcohol when he was thirsty? Drunk people are the easiest to get thirsty. Qin Baobao said, "Sister will take you back to your room. There is a girl waiting there." Qin Zhe was happy to hear that. He followed his sister back to his room. When he passed by Qin Baobao's room, he dove in and mumbled, "Where's the girl? Where's the girl?" Qin Baobao tried to drag him out and coaxed, "There's no girl here. The girl is next door." "Liar." Qin Zhe suddenly pushed his sister away and staggered. His face was full of anger. "Mom said that my girl is here. She is here. You, don't try to lie to me." Qin Baobao was stunned. Looking at her brother who was blushing and delirious, she thought of an old incident from many years ago. Qin Zhe was ordinary since he was young. Although he was a little handsome, there was no harm without comparison. Qin Baobao was adorable when she was young and would be praised by adults wherever she went. Her parents were proud of her. Compared to her sister, her brother was an ugly duckling. Qin Baobao liked to show off her superiority in front of her brother and laugh at him for not being able to find a wife in the future. As a child, Qin Zhe felt that he would not be able to find a wife and ran to his mother to complain. Qin Ma comforted her son, "It's okay if you can't find a wife. Sister will be your wife in the future." Finally, she coaxed her son into smiling. Qin Ma, of course, coaxed her son. She did not expect him to remember it for so many years. Qin Baobao's heart was touched. She held her brother's arm and said softly, okay. The girl is here. Go to bed and sleep. The girl will come later." Qin Zhe was relieved and lay down on his sister's bed. However, he could not sleep. His head hurt badly and he groaned on the bed. Qin Baobao sat at the head of the bed and massaged his temples. She looked at her brother's face. The room was silent. A song appeared in her mind. Time is like a carefree song. But it is full of notes of growth. Some were distressed, some were sad, and some were happy. That boy's face is blurred in my memory. His back view is fading away. I only remember the proud declaration. Reaching out to embrace the world. A few years have passed in the blink of an eye. Frivolous words have settled. Passionate feelings are buried deep in the soil. We are all compromising. Compromising, Qin Baobao's heart was in turmoil. She touched her brother's face, the corner of his eyes, the tip of his eyebrows, the bridge of his nose and lips. We are all compromising. A's. Qin Zhe seemed to be uncomfortable. He moved his head and opened his drunken eyes in a daze. Then, he pulled baby Qin, who was at the head of the bed, into his arms. Qin Baobao was shocked and struggled. Then, she heard Qin Zhe murmur, "Sister, I like you." Qin Baobao's heart skipped a beat. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes and kissed Qin Baobao. It seemed that he wanted to kiss her lips, but he missed and kissed her cheek instead. Qin Baobao straightened her brother's head. Seeing that they were about to kiss, Qin Zhe said again, "Sister Ziwei, I like you." Qin Baobao, who felt like she was struck by lightning, suddenly sat up straight and stared at Xianxia. Her eyes were complicated. She took a few breaths and felt sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy feelings in her heart. She waved her hand and slapped her brother's face twice. Xianxia was like a dead dog, motionless. Qin Ma, who pushed the door open, saw this scene and shouted, "What are you doing? Why did you hit him?" Mom was shocked and angry. Qin Baobao's eyes reddened. She choked and said, "He bullied me." "Nonsense. He should be thankful that you didn't bully him." Qin Ma took her daughter and pushed her out. She scolded with a straight face, "Go and make a cup of hangover soup, brat." Qin Ma touched her son's forehead and complained, "You drank so much that you didn't even notice." She tucked her son in, lowered the temperature of the air conditioner, and walked out of the room. In the empty room, Xianxia opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Then he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. The weather in September was unbearably hot. The sun was scorching the earth, and the air was scorching hot. Qin Baobao was sweating during the ancestral worship and her brother's smell of alcohol. Holding a change of clothes, she walked to the bathroom with a gloomy face. There were 2 bathrooms in the house, one big and one small. The big bathroom had a built-in bathtub. Taking a cold bath in the hot summer or taking a hot bath in the cold winter was a pleasure in life. The only regret was that when this house was bought, Xianxia and Qin Baobao were already in elementary school. They didn't have the luck to swim in the bathtub. Xianxia and Qin Baobao both liked to swim. Before middle school, they often went to the swimming pool to play. Qin Baobao rarely went after middle school, because she couldn't stand the stunning and invasive eyes of her uncles. Her parents also didn't allow her to go. When she was in high school, her sister's figure was already above all the other girls. Xianxia also objected to her sister going to the public swimming pool. This kind of benefit couldn't be enjoyed by outsiders. Qin Baobao often said, "Brother, when you are successful in the future, you should buy a villa with a swimming pool. Sister will wear a swimsuit for you every day." Xianxia, a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers, patted his chest and promised. Later, Qin Baobao felt that it was impossible to count on her brother in a lifetime, so she didn't say such things. She changed her words and said that in the future, he must make a lot of money and buy a villa with a swimming pool. In fact, with Xianxia's family background, he didn't need to worry about not being able to find a wife. He just needed to bring a girl home for a walk and the marriage was settled. Qin Ma reckoned that because of this confidence, she was not anxious about her son's marriage. Baby Qin rolled up her short sleeves to get rid of it. Then, she took off her pleated short skirt and peeled herself into a white and tender lamb. She had straight and slender legs, a tight and slender waist, and chestnut-colored curly hair. She looked at her figure in the mirror. Since she started dancing, her figure had become more exquisite and sexy. It was full of the vitality of a young woman and the charm of a mature woman. The bathroom door knocked a few times. Qin Ma said, "Bao Bao, Mom will wipe your back." Qin Baobao put on a bathrobe and ran to open the door. "Mom, there's no need." She had grown up. Even in front of her mother, she was not used to it. Qin Ma was holding a bottle of ointment in her hand. "You're a star now. You need to know how to take care of yourself." This bottle of ointment was sent by a relative in Zhejiang province. It can whiten the skin and shrink the pores. It's easy to grow burrs and blackheads on the back. In the future, you should wear backless clothes on the red carpet. It's too rough and will damage your image. "Oh, then Mom, help me take a look. Is my back rough?" Qin Baobao hurriedly took off her bathrobe. Qin Ma took a closer look. Her daughter's back was smooth and white. Under the light, she said, it's good. My daughter's skin is fine, unlike your brother's. It's old and rough." Qin Baobao laughed. "Rough man." Then, she said with a straight face, "Don't mention him to me. He's so annoying. He's not as obedient as he was when he was young. When we were young, you bullied him. Now, it's his turn to bully you." Qin Ma joked. Every dog has its day. Qin Baobao was lively since she was young. She took pleasure in bullying her younger brother. Grandpa Qin let him do whatever he wanted. He said that his son was not so delicate. On the other hand, he was very satisfied with his daughter's intelligence. He said that a smart daughter would not be afraid of being taken advantage of in the future. Qin Ma was impartial. If her daughter was too noisy, she would stand up for her son. If Qinzhe didn't do well in his exams, she would occasionally play a couple with old Master Li. Most of the time, she would play the role of the good cop. Qin Baobao took off her bathrobe and stood in the bath. Qin Ma looked at her daughter's body and was very satisfied. Her eyes moved down and stared at her daughter's buttocks. Suddenly, she was shocked. "Bao Bao, why is there a bruise on your buttocks? Who pinched you? What bruise?" Qin Baobao turned her head to look at her but blankly. Of course, she couldn't see anything, but her heart trembled. Who else could it be? Your son. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not say that it was his younger brother who had pinched him. If he said it out loud, his grandfather's coffin would not be able to hold back. Fortunately, baby Qin and his younger brother were of the same character. They were able to lie as soon as they opened their mouths. Without changing their expressions, they said, "Zijin pinched me. I was playing with her when I woke up and accidentally got a bruise." He could only push the blame to Wang Zijin. Qin Ma replied with an "oh" and felt relieved. Although she was focused on finding a partner for her daughter, she was afraid that her daughter would fool around with a wild man behind her parents' back, especially now that she had entered the entertainment industry. Mom knows that the entertainment industry isn't as bad as your father thinks. You're so smart and know how to protect yourself. Mom wants to say, don't be too ambitious. You'd rather earn less than fight for the title of diva or popular actress. We don't lack money. The more you get, the more you have to give. I know, Mom. Qin Baobao said, how much savings do we have now? Qin Ma patted her daughter's head. Why are you worried about this? Mom only has 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Your father has about 1,000,000 yuan, but that's all for A's wedding. Qin Baobao complained, he always says that he was picked up. I'm the one who was picked up. Qin Ma was stunned and didn't respond to her daughter's words. There was a moment of silence. Qin Ma helped her daughter wipe her back and apply the ointment. Looking at her daughter's beautiful face, she felt emotional. Her daughter was beautiful, so as a mother, she was naturally happy. She was also very proud. Qin Baobao was praised everywhere she went. When she carried her out for a walk, the aunties in the neighborhood fought to carry her. However, Qin Ma always felt that this daughter of hers had gone astray. When she was young, she had big eyes and a round face, but now she had phoenix eyes and a foxy face. She had a vixen charm. After junior high school, she began to change 18 times. Her pink and cute appearance disappeared. At a young age, she gave people the feeling of a troublemaker. And this figure, she didn't give her hormones. Why was it so big and so perky? Her son was still the best. Her son had been mediocre since he was young. He didn't have to worry about growing astray. In fact, Qin Ma preferred daughters like Wang Zijin. They were dignified, beautiful, and had a natural and graceful personality. She had the demeanor of a lady from a respectable family. It was a great blessing for her son to be able to pursue Wang Zijin, even though it was unlikely. At least he had a target. But her daughter had grown up and didn't even have a partner. She used to say that her son couldn't find a wife, but now it seemed that the one who should be worried was her daughter. Oh right, Zijin said that her family has connections. She will call the leaders of the Shanghai SARFT to inform them. Have you called? Qin Ma asked. Yes, Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm already so old. Don't worry about me. Qin Baobao said, you should worry about your son. He didn't even go out to look for a job during his internship. Don't waste your time at home. Qin Ma asked, what is he doing at home? Playing games? Not to that extent. He trades stocks all day. Don't let your father know about this. He will definitely belt you. Did he make money? I don't know. He's so mysterious. He won't even let me see his stock account. Qin Ma said worriedly, I guess he lost it all. Qin Baobao and her mother had the same opinion. That's right. Otherwise, how could he hide it so well? Luckily, I helped him save his wife's money. It's the royalties for those songs of his. Why did you save his wife's money? If I'm not satisfied with the wife he finds in the future, I won't give him any money. Stop worrying. You should worry about yourself. Qin Baobao said, I want to care. She paused and said in a huff, I want to care. Qin Ma lectured her. Only A's will let you do as you please. If it were someone else's brother, who asked the elder sister to care about his wife's money? Qin Baobao twisted her body in annoyance and slapped the surface of the water. The water splashed onto Qin Ma's face. Hey, you child. You should let your father beat you up. When Qin Zhe woke up, the sky was dark and his head was throbbing. This was his sister's room. The curtains were drawn and it was dark. Qin Baobao didn't live here for a long time. There was no light fragrance of his sister in the air. He took a posture in the room and practiced a set of internal training methods gifted by the system. He immediately felt refreshed. Ding. Host, please pay energy. The system's long-lost voice sounded. Counting the days, today was the auspicious day for it to recharge. System, you haven't talked to me for a long time. A low-level system like me that can't let the host punch Europe and America, step on Fusong, and blow out Korea, should. Try not to make my presence known. Why do you say that? You actually know how to complain. Isn't that right? The readers all call me a low-level system. The system next door can easily change the world. This is really a sad story. System, it seems that there are no missions recently. Seeing that the system was so pessimistic, Qin Zhe changed the topic. Host, your laziness really makes me despair. Since Qin Baobao won the championship, have you no more pursuits? You don't even have the desire to show off. The system said, really a low-level system for a low-level host. The host next door already shook hands with the chairman, and you're satisfied with taking advantage of your sister every day. I have pursuits, okay? I should go out to work. Although I can make money by staying at home, I can't accumulate work experience and network. But you've looked for so many jobs and still haven't been hired. The opportunity hasn't come yet. As long as the host is happy. After a moment of silence, the system said, now a new mission is issued. Please join any company within 3 days. There is no limit to the size, only the right profession. 150 points will be awarded for success. The corresponding points will be deducted for failure. Qin Zhe was the son that the old man called a failure. The main reason was that he was lazy and unmotivated, which made the old man hate him. Other than that, he didn't have many shortcomings and had many advantages. Not to mention his gentle and introverted temperament, his strongest point was his ability to see the big picture. This could be seen from his gaming. Of course, the old man didn't know this because of his gaming. When Qin Zhe took the college entrance examination, with his results, not to mention Fudan University, even the University of Finance and Economics would be in danger. The old man ordered his daughter to help his son with his homework. Qin Baobao wasn't cut out to be a teacher. When the old man said to teach, she taught. She taught both liberal arts and science. She taught more than 10 subjects to her brother. Qin Zhe stopped. He knew that it was not reliable to study at the last minute. If you sharpen your spear at the last minute, no matter how well you sharpen your spear, you won't kill anyone. He majored in biology and chemistry, which were his best subjects. In 2 months, he improved by leaps and bounds, barely reaching the cutoff score of the University of Finance and Economics. The door opened and the light rushed in. Qin Baobao stood at the door and said coldly, "Time to eat." Then she turned and left. Qin Zhe followed her out. In the living room, the family was eating. Qin Ma was concerned about her son's health and asked, "Does your head hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. Mom's hangover tea is very effective," Qin Zhe said. "That's your sister's tea." "Thank you," Qin Zhe said to his sister. His sister snorted and ignored her brother. After the meal, Qin Zhe was full of energy and sat at the desk thinking about things. The door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Qin Zhe knew who it was. In the whole family, only the head of the family knew how to knock. The old man's face was gloomy as he came in with his teacup. Xianxia quickly gave the chair to his father. The old man sat while his son stood beside him. He took a sip of tea and stared at Xianxia. "Why didn't you go to work?" Xianxia knew that he was going to talk to him. He did not say anything at the dinner table. Firstly, Grandpa Xing did not like to talk during dinner. Secondly, he wanted to save some face for him. What he was going to say next would probably not be pleasant to hear. For example, he was incompetent and lived off his parents. His son was already so old, and he wanted to save face. "Do you think that you can live off your parents and not work because you have a car and a house at home?" Grandpa Xing said directly in private. Xianxia was about to defend himself when Grandpa Xing said, "Mountains of gold and silver will be exhausted one day, let alone my insignificant savings. You can live off it for 8 to 10 years, but can you live off it for the rest of your life?" Xianxia asked curiously, "Dad, how much savings do you have?" Grandpa Xing said angrily, "Do you really care about my retirement money? Aren't you paying your pension?" "Of course, pension is one thing, savings are another." Xianxia quickly lowered his head and listened like a good son. Grandpa Xing said slowly, "Not much, about 1.2 to 1.3 million. When he said this, he tried hard to suppress his pride. In fact, for the locals, 1 or 2 million was really not much. As a university professor, Grandpa Xing was well known for his good treatment and good fortune. The key was that he had a lot of money. Don't think of the old man as an upright gentleman. As long as he didn't violate his principles, he wouldn't be soft-hearted if he could make money. For example, when a graduate student graduated, he would give them a red packet to show filial piety. As long as the other party was not a pile of shit, Grandpa Xing would not mind giving them a few pointers. Another example was taking private jobs, just like the mathematical model Xianxia did 2 months ago. However, the family owed more than 1 million yuan in loans. Grandpa Xing used all the money he earned over the years to repay the loans and pay the interest. The economic crisis had caused a lot of trouble for the family, but they did not need to take the blame. For this reason, Qin Baobao and Xianxia were full of complaints. However, they were suppressed by Grandpa Xing and Qin Ma, so they did not show it. "I have been looking for a job recently, but there is no suitable one," Xianxia said. "It's because no one wants you. The recruitment craze for fresh graduates is over. Everyone who should be recruited has been recruited. What's the point of having so many rookies?" The old man sneered. He was a university professor and knew a lot about this. Xianxia felt awkward. "Father, can you give your son some face? Why don't you find a job?" "I found a tutoring job some time ago." The old man scoffed, "How much can tutoring earn?" "That family is quite rich and powerful. I think it's always good to make some connections in society. Moreover, my sister has entered the entertainment industry. I can't protect her for the time being, so I want to pull some connections, just in case." Xianxia was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was also curious about Nan Man Pei and had some thoughts that all men had. He didn't say that out loud. The old man sneered again. "Useless. You think you can become a member of the upper class just by making friends with the rich and powerful? If you don't control it well, others will treat you like a slave. Besides, with your abilities, do you think you can protect your sister? You're a big shot in the entertainment industry." These words were really hurtful, but they were very sincere. The old man always hit the nail on the head and pointed out the problem. "The tutoring job is already over. I get along well with that family, and I didn't show too much enthusiasm," Xianxia said. The old man reprimanded, "You wasted more than 2 months of time. That family has accumulated 2 months of work experience, but you only did a tutoring job." Xianxia was not convinced. "I also invest in stocks. I also made money." "You still invest in stocks?" The old man's eyebrows immediately raised. Although he relied on the stock market to make money and survived the first wave of difficulties for his family, investing in stocks could only be done through speculation. It must not be his main business. Some time ago, his daughter said that his son was investing in stocks. He didn't pay much attention to it. As someone who studied finance, he couldn't avoid the stock market. But if He didn't go out to work and invest in stocks as his main business, he couldn't do it. Because investing in stocks was not stable. When it made money, it was all smiles. When it fell, it was a dead end. The pleasure of earning money in the stock market was like becoming a millionaire overnight. It was hard to quit. The old man knew this very well. You can play for a while. Just treat it as understanding the stock market. It will also help your profession. But you still have to work. The old man drank a mouthful of strong tea and pretended to give advice to his son. He said lightly, "How much is the capital?" "It's a loss." "It's okay. Just treat it as tuition." Xianxia stretched out a hand. 5,000? You invested all the money you earned from tutoring in the stock market. The old man said, "Wow. 500,000. Xianxia whispered. "How much?" The old man picked his ear. 500,000. Xianxia said loudly. The old man said blankly, "Where did you get so much money?" "I invested all the copyright fees of those songs in the stock market." All invested in the stock market, the old man was furious. He slammed the table and got up to pull out his belt. "See if I don't beat you to death, you prodigal son." Xianxia saw that the situation was not good. He turned around and ran. He didn't have time to explain. The old man probably wouldn't believe him even if he said that he made money. The old man held his pants with one hand and waved the belt with the other. He chased after him. Mother Qin and Sister Qin were watching TV in the living room when they were startled. Xianxia ran out as if he was running for his life and said loudly, "Mom, Dad wants to kill me." Qin Baobao subconsciously pulled her brother behind her. She suddenly realized that she was going to have a cold war with him. She said, "It's best if you kill him. You annoying thing." Qin Ma went forward to stop the old man. She complained, "What's wrong? Why are you pulling out your belt?" At this moment, the old man was furious. He was the type that would not cool down until he beat his son to death. He shouted, "Let go of me. I must beat this thing to death." "Calm down, calm down." Mother Qin tried to persuade her. The old man was so angry that his finger trembled. He pointed at Xianxia and said, "Ask him what he did. He didn't take the right path but went astray. He went bankrupt to invest in the stock market." Xianxia cursed in his heart. It was quite F***king rhyming. Mother Qin said, "Is there a need for you to be so angry? Your son is just fooling around. Just scold him. Put away the belt." The old man said hatefully, "His capital is 500,000 yuan. How much?" Qin Ma picked her ear. 500,000 yuan. The old man said with heartache. Qin Ma let go of her husband and said lightly, "Just beat him to death." The old man waved the whip and came over. Qin Baobao, who was protecting her brother like an older sister, quickly retreated to a corner. "She's really my mother." "Yes, and my sister." Xianxia took out his phone and shouted, "Dad, I really made money. Look if you don't believe me." He opened the stock market software and logged in. The old man strode over and snatched the phone as if he was afraid that 500,000 yuan would fly away. When he looked at it, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Baobao jogged over while swaying her butt. She leaned over to take a look. Her sister's mouth was wide open. She saw the bright red numbers. Total assets, 108 million yuan. This is what you earned? The old man came back to his senses and stared at his son. Xianxia nodded and was wary of the belt in his hand. For the first time, the old man felt that his position as the head of the family was not stable. He looked at his son's recent trading operations. There were patches of red that represented profits. There were frequent short-term operations. There were profits and losses, but overall, it was profitable. The scary thing was that the long-term stocks only increased the position and did not reduce the position. The profit was 300%. Qin Baobao looked up and glared at him. "You made so much money and hid it from me. You have a bad conscience." Xianxia said disdainfully, "Why should I tell you? I won't give you a chance to ask for money." Qin Baobao was furious. She stretched out her leg to kick her brother. Xianxia grabbed his sister's foot and swept her onto the sofa with a dragon tail sweep. Qin Baobao cried, "Dad, look at him. Beat him to death." The old man ignored his daughter and handed the phone back to his son expressionlessly. He walked away expressionlessly. My son has finally become something. How wonderful. My way of educating him was wrong. Xianxia did not react. He asked blankly, "Dad, what's wrong?" Dad's considerate daughter curled her lips. "Son, it hurts." Xianxia immediately said, "Mom, she took advantage of you." Qinma patted her daughter's head gently. When he returned to his room, he found the old man still sitting at his desk. Xianxia was stunned. Before he could say anything, the old man said, "I have something to say. Come here." Xianxia stood aside. The old man hesitated. Is the stock market really that good? He was a professor. Of course, he could analyze the general trend of the stock market and invest some money. He did make some money, but not as much as his son. Dad, there's been a lot of downward pressure on the domestic economy recently. Apart from the aging economic system, labor isn't cheap anymore. There's also the real estate bubble that's on the verge of bursting. Then there's the inflation of prices. People are panicking and depositors are keeping their money in the bank. If the money doesn't circulate, the economy can't survive, the old man said in annoyance. Do I need you to teach me? The country's economy has been booming for 20 to 30 years. This bottleneck will come sooner or later. Xianxia said, the country has introduced a series of policies. This year alone, there have been 2 interest rate cuts, but depositors still don't move their money. That's because the worse the economy is, the greater the sense of crisis the people feel and the less they will spend money. This is a classic sign of inflation turning to deflation. Then it's understandable that the stock market is soaring this year. When the industry is depressed, the stock market will definitely soar. The government won't let the economy sink like a salted fish. I think you're just a salted fish. The old man reprimanded. Dad, look at the 3 long-term stocks I bought. Xianxia didn't answer his father. He took out his phone and showed it to his father. Under the premise that the stock market is recovering, choosing stocks is the most important thing. If you choose the wrong stocks, not only will you not make money, you might even lose money. The old man looked at his phone. They're all internet-related stocks. That's right. In the middle of the year, the country organized a meeting of the leading internet companies in Xia province. The signs are very obvious that the direction of policy will be toward the internet in the next few years. That's true. The old man nodded. The father and son chatted for a while. He said, do you plan to find a securities company? Investment companies, private placement, public placement, Xianxia said. You can make a lot of money by trading stocks. Why do you need to find a job? The old man mocked his son. Did I hear wrongly? Why do I feel like there's a sour taste in his mouth? Xianxia had a stomach full of complaints, but he didn't dare to complain to his father. You can reap huge profits in the stock market. Have you ever thought of starting a business after getting your first bucket of gold? It's tiring to work. The old man tested his son. What are you saying? How can work be as tiring as starting a business? Xianxia said. That's why I said you're a salted fish. The old man snorted. Hey, this damned old man. Is he upset because of the blow? He's mocking me. Dad, it's hard to run a business now. I don't have enough money. Also, there are no winners in the stock market forever. I can't bet everything on this. It's safer to find a job. He treated the stock market as his first bucket of gold. His second step was to join a large financial institution and understand its operation model, business scope, management style. Every successful person had a corresponding foundation and accumulation. He had his own ambitions. There were many things that could be exchanged in the system. If he set up an investment company, then he could build an investment industry chain. The only drawback was that the exchange cost was very high, and the points reward was not high. If there was a day when the system changed its nature and could reward him 1,000 points for kissing his sister's lips, then Xianxia's spring would come. She couldn't say these thoughts to the old man. Otherwise, she would be reprimanded by him for daydreaming. Xianxia talked about the predicament of his resume being rejected repeatedly. After hearing this, the old man frowned. If a big company doesn't want you, why don't you try a small company? The University of Finance and Economics was actually one of the top universities in Shanghai. It was only second to famous universities like Fudan University and Jiaotong University. Although his son's grades were not particularly good, it was not difficult to find a small financial institution. Xianxia said that small companies had no future and were a waste of time. The old man raised his hand and was about to cut off his scalp. Xianxia took a step back, unconvinced. You haven't even learned how to walk and you want to run away. Didn't those successful people start from scratch and accumulate experience step by step? The old man sneered. No, I'm not a rich second generation. Xianxia said. Then are you a rich second generation? The old man squinted his eyes. It's not my fault that I failed to compete with my father. Xianxia also squinted his eyes. You're asking for a beating, just like Jiangqing. The old man was angry. You haven't graduated yet. During your internship, don't worry too much about the size of the company. You should study hard and accumulate experience so that you can better enter a large company. A small company has its advantages. It's small in scale and low in competitiveness, and it's easy for you to come into contact with the ways of the industry. Big companies are more competitive, and even if there are resources, it won't be your turn. The old man advised earnestly. When it came to the ways of the world, the old man was a wily old fox. A professor's position in the University of Finance and Economics wasn't something that could be obtained by just relying on knowledge. There were many old pedants. Countless people fought for the title of professor until their heads bled. The old man was definitely good in the workplace. When Xianxia's grandfather was still alive, the old man would bring his wife and children to his father-in-law's house whenever he had nothing to do. He would talk to his father-in-law about income and career as if nothing had happened. It was a slap in the face. Wilted radish and spicy heart. It wasn't called that for nothing. Xianxia nodded and said yes, yes, yes. Dad was right. The old man wanted to raise his hand to hit him again, but he suddenly sighed. You're not young anymore. You should think about these things yourself. How many more years can I take care of you? Your sister is enough to make me worry. After that, he took his teacup and left. The next day, Xianxia and his sister left after breakfast. Last night, Qin Baobao received a call from her manager, Li Yanhong. She said that she had an event today. Xianxia asked and found out that it was an advertisement. His sister was now a celebrity. As her fame grew, she would be busier. Xianxia curiously asked about the advertisement fee. Qin Baobao wanted to keep him in suspense and didn't tell him. Qin Baobao only bragged to her parents. Qin Ma didn't care. The old man was happy but also very sad. His son and daughter were successful. An advertisement was worth a few months of his income. Qin Baobao held the steering wheel and looked ahead. When they were waiting for the traffic lights, she glanced at her brother in the front passenger seat. I'll buy you a car later. You found your conscience? Xianxia was shocked. His sister angrily knocked him on the head. Xianxia quickly blocked. It's your birthday next month, Qin Baobao said. You're so heartless. I don't want to buy you a car. Why don't I give you this small BMW? I'll buy a new one myself. Qin Baobao didn't remember her parents' birthday, but she remembered her brother's birthday. If the old man and Qin Ma knew, they would be furious. Your car is for women. I don't want it. Xianxia said. Qin Baobao said angrily, I'll buy it for you on your birthday. With your wife's money, you won't be able to get a wife. Xianxia rolled his eyes. You're crazy. Qin Baobao said with a straight face, I'm thirsty. Give me a bottle of water. Xianxia took out a reserve of mineral water from the door and handed it to her. Qin Baobao said coquettishly, feed me. Xianxia unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. With water in his mouth, he said, put your mouth closer. Disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded. You said you want me to feed you. Xianxia deliberately disgusted her. Little sister. Don't call me that. Qin Baobao felt disgusted when she heard this. Qinze became playful. Little sister, little sister, little sister, Qin Baobao glared at him. After thinking, she said, little brother. Qinze shuddered. You win. Qin Baobao snorted proudly. This is not the way home. You got on the wrong highway. Qinze found that his sister took the wrong road. Yes. I woke up late this morning and rushed to the venue to shoot the advertisement. Little brother, come with me. Qin Baobao said with a smile. Stop it. I was wrong. Qinze said angrily. Being called little brother by his sister made his hair stand on end. Qin Baobao stuck out her tongue. Ha ha ha, half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the designated studio. Advertisements were usually done in small studios, but there were also outdoor ones. There was no need for a big production. As long as the advertising message was good and the stars were hired, it would be a good advertisement. Li Yanhong was waiting at the door. When she saw Qin Baobao's little red horse, she immediately waved. Qin Baobao was filming a sports drink advertisement. The location was inside the company and a temporary studio was set up. There were a total of 11 or 12 people, including the cameraman, lighting technician, logistics, and the director. Director, we're here. Li Yanhong greeted a middle-aged man. The director hurried over and shook hands with Qin Baobao while calling out Miss Qin. Then his gaze fell on Qinze. This is... Oh, Miss Qin. I've heard a lot about you. He also hurriedly shook hands with Qinze. He called both siblings Miss Qin. Qinze thought to himself, what do you mean by heard a lot about you? You were stunned for a few seconds before you recognized me. The only time Qinze truly showed his face in front of the public was during the grand finals of Singer. The videos that were circulating on the internet before were too limited. It was like an online streamer. No matter how popular you were, how many people would recognize you if you walked around? You might not even be as good as a third or fourth tier celebrity. Hey, Qin Baobao is here. Ask for an autograph. Oh, her brother is here too. I like Qinze very much. He's even more handsome in person than on TV. His figure is so good. He's my sister's idol. Ask for an autograph from him too. The staff came up to ask for an autograph. Do. To the influence of someone who uploaded Qinze's photo album without permission, whenever female fans saw Qinze, they would subconsciously pay attention to his figure. The director chased the staff away. Go, go, go. Ask for an autograph later. Let Miss Qin change first. The content of the advertisement was very simple. It was just a dance and then a slogan. It was an energy drink. Originally, the beverage company wanted to find an athlete to shoot it, but they couldn't negotiate the advertising fee. Instead, they found Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao changed into a light white denim shorts and a white shirt. The hem was tied at the waist, revealing her tight waist and belly button. She wore a pair of running shoes. The male colleagues present were all amazed. The director was also very satisfied. Qin Baobao's figure was indeed a big selling point. Qin Baobao practiced a few rounds of gymnastics and was full of energy. It was pleasing to the eye. The director felt that it was enough and asked Qin Baobao to go backstage to touch up her makeup. Lights ready. Machine number 1, turn on in 3 seconds. Action. This was Qinze's first time watching a commercial shoot up close. He felt that it could only be described as comical and disappointing. There were no post-production effects or music. Qin Baobao walked and danced in front of the green screen and said her lines seriously, like a fool. The slogan was, choose a good energy drink and challenge yourself. When it comes to energy drinks, I only drink Laihua. The director shouted, cut. Then he thought for a moment and said, let's do it again. The second time. Again. The third time. Again. The staff said, Director, this is already very good. Yeah, there's no problem. I took a look at it just now. After post-production, the effects should be very good. The director waved his hand and frowned. I keep feeling that something is not right. Costume? Gymnastics? Hairstyle? Is the slogan wrong? I keep feeling that it doesn't fit, Xianxia suddenly said. Yes, it's the slogan. The director's eyes lit up. This slogan is not good, we have to change it. Xianxia looked at it 3 or 4 times. He was a bystander, but the staff were involved in the planning and filming. After their thoughts were fixed, they could not feel the difference. Yes, the star has changed, so the slogan needs to be changed. The slogan is tailor-made for sports athletes, it's indeed a bit uncoordinated. Challenging a new self. If it's a sports star, it's not a problem, but Qin Baobao is not suitable. She's not an athlete. Inform the colleagues in the planning team and quickly think of a slogan. The staff immediately reacted and whispered to each other. The beverage company's original intention was to find sports stars to do the advertisement. In fact, the slogan was not bad, the audience might not care about the details. If the director did not mention it, it would be over. Immediately, a staff member contacted the planning team. The director brought a few bottles of water for Qin Baobao and the others. He sat on the chair and chatted. I'm sorry, please wait a moment. He knew that the time of a star was precious. It was not an exaggeration to say that time was money. Qin Baobao smiled. It's okay. As a new star, she had not experienced the pressing life of time is money. Speaking of which, this was the first advertisement she had accepted. Including the previous singer and a date with a new star, there were only 3 advertisements. Qin Baobao habitually teased Xianxia. Little brother, do you want a drink? She handed the energy drink to Xianxia and suddenly realized that the surrounding air was silent. The director and Li Yanhong looked over at the same time. Their shocked expressions made Xianxia so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Baobao, isn't he your brother? Li Yanhong frowned. At her age, she did not know how to joke. He likes it when I call him brother. Qin Baobao did not change her expression and pushed the blame to her brother. What a bastard brother. Li Yanhong thought to herself. The director chuckled and said, I've listened to all of Miss Qin's songs, and she especially likes to exaggerate. It reminds me of the past, so she's very attentive. When are you releasing your new album? Qin Baobao looked at her younger brother. Li Yanhong also looked at him. Xianxia said, we'll see. Qin Bao secretly pinched Xianxia. Xianxia immediately returned the look. His sister was in so much pain that she almost cried. Her small brows wrinkled, but she didn't dare to make a scene like she did at home. She had to pay attention to her image outside. Xianxia knew this very well. Not long after, the planning department finished writing the new advertising message and sent it over. Drink to create new motivation, love youth, love beauty. The director threw out the advertising message. We are making energy drinks, not health supplements. Life lies in movement, and the only function is fire. I am Qin Baobao, and I only drink fire energy drinks. The director threw out the advertising message again. What's the difference between this and the original advertising message? Fire energy drinks, sour and sweet as me. The director tore the advertising message to shreds. Don't randomly add in the lines of yogurt. Thinking of the advertising message was also a headache, and the planning department needed some time to prepare. Qin Baobao and Xianxia continued to wait, and the director personally accompanied them. Qin Baobao was extremely bored, so she asked her younger brother beside her, do you have any good ideas? Xianxia nodded. Yes, I have a lot of classic advertising messages. The director's eyes flashed, and he was excited. Let's hear it. Xianxia said seriously, Director, you can let Qin Baobao shake her butt a few times, and then say to the camera, not every drink is called fire. The director was stunned. Li Yanhong stared. Xianxia said again, are you not satisfied? I have more here, feel like your body is hollowed out? It's okay, give me a bottle of fire. I want fire. Soft in the mouth, a line in the throat. Don't be afraid of back pain, drink it early, relax. Drink fire every day, and in the future, you will be better and stronger than you. Fire energy drinks, a bottle every day, white and tender. What kind of advertising message was this? It was extremely dirty. Qin Baobao couldn't listen to it anymore, and she knocked her younger brother's head. Shut up. The director secretly wiped his sweat and forced a smile. Good idea, but it's not suitable for our product. Li Yanhong's mouth twitched, and she thought that her younger brother was a pervert. In the afternoon, the director treated everyone to a meal, and they ordered takeout from a nearby restaurant that had a good reputation. Then, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the planning department finally came up with a more creative advertising message. With the advertising message, the shooting was very fast. It passed in one shot. At home. Qin Ma came out of her daughter's room with a mop and went to the bathroom to wash. Her phone rang. Qin Ma looked at the caller ID and was surprised and happy. She picked up the phone and scolded with a straight face. You black-hearted maggot, you still know how to call your sister? Sister, my wife fell sick a while ago, and the 2 children refused to take my money. The man said in distress. Sister, help me send some money home, in your name, and don't mention me. I'll transfer the money to your card later. Your wife's health is fine, but our mother's health is getting worse. You don't think it's right for you to not come home for a whole year. Mother talks about my guang every day. Where is my guang? Where is my guang? The man was silent for a long time. Sister, I made some money this year, and I'll be able to return home soon. I'll return the money to you. As for mother, help me take care of her. You can keep that little bit of money for yourself. Xiaoru and Xiaozong will be going to college next year, Qin Ma said. Bao Bao is a star now, and she doesn't lack money. Bao Bao, this girl is promising. The man was very happy. Ace is promising too. He's much better than my 2 children. Qin Ma showed a gratified and proud smile and then sighed. Bao Bao now has another reason not to fall in love, this stubborn child. Bao Bao is still living with Ace? Yes. The man thought for a while and said in a low voice, let nature take its course. They're not biological anyway. Qin Ma's expression changed. Don't mention this again. Okay. Qin Baobao still had something to do at the company. Li Yanhong wanted to go with her, but her sister insisted on sending Qin Zhe back. I'll send my little brother home first. Qin Baobao held her brother's arm and went to the red pony. Are you addicted to calling him that? Qin Zhe squinted. Qin Baobao shook her butt and called him little brother, little brother, little brother. The sun was high in the sky, and the air was scorching hot. The red pony had been under the sun for a long time, and it was very hot in the car. Her sister's face was flushed. She took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Suddenly, she realized that it was the bottle that her brother had drunk before. Why are you pretending to be serious? Qin Zhe muttered. What did you say? Qin Baobao glared at him. Nothing, Qin Zhe said. It's good to shoot commercials. Other than shooting movies, commercial performances and commercials are the most profitable for stars. Her sister nodded. Did anyone ask you to shoot a lingerie commercial? Qin Zhe looked at her sister's hot body. Her sister's body was the favorite of lingerie businessmen. There really was. Qin Baobao started the car and drove out of the parking lot. And the price was very high. The company originally arranged for me to shoot a lingerie commercial. I said I didn't want to do it, but Li Yanhong said that I couldn't refuse unless I became a big shot in the future. Only then would I have the right to speak for myself. Don't be fooled by the appearance of stars. In fact, they are still working for the company. Their life and death are all in the hands of the management company. Qin Baobao was indeed popular, but she was still a distance away from the A-list. There were many stars in star art who were more popular than her. His sister didn't have the right to act like a big shot. Li Yanhong's advice was unpleasant to the ears. She had been in the management circle for so many years, and she had seen many new stars who rose like comets and fell like meteors. Don't be fooled by the fame of stars and making a lot of money. They weren't qualified to compete with the big shots. The number of stars who were blacklisted at the peak of their career couldn't be counted with both hands and feet. Then why didn't you do it? Or did you come back to the company just to shoot a lingerie commercial? Qin Zhe's face was a bit ugly. He didn't want his sister to shoot a lingerie commercial. It was rare for him to see his sister in lingerie. I definitely don't have this kind of desire. Host, you do. The system suddenly interrupted. F***CKU. If you have the ability, then give me a mission. Xianxia tried to provoke the system. Sorry, the host's desire is full, but the conditions are not right. It is an impossible mission. The system's voice was flat. You can't ask your sister to take off her clothes in the car. The whole world is dull. Xianxia complained in his heart. Qin Baobao glanced at her brother's face and the corner of her mouth raised. I said it myself. I told the company leader that I don't want to shoot a lingerie commercial. Then he agreed. Qin Baobao said. That simple? Xianxia was stunned. Then what she said just now was just a joke. Li Yanhong said that the CEO appreciates me and secretly takes care of me. Qin Baobao was proud. The CEO? Xianxia squinted his eyes. Qin Baobao quickly turned her head and looked at Xianxia. She looked straight ahead and focused on driving. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but spread. She said happily, so jealous. Jealous your sister. Xianxia rolled his eyes at his sister. But I haven't seen the CEO of Star Art. I only know that his surname is Huang. I don't usually see him in the company. Qin Baobao said, you must be confused. Me too. I don't understand why he appreciates me. Nonsense. Xianxia tried to cover it up, I don't want to ride you. What? His sister didn't understand. Qin Baobao's phone rang. She said, help me connect my earphones. It's Mom. Xianxia connected her earphones and put them on for her to answer the call. Mom. Qin Baobao slowed down the car. Why did you suddenly mention him? Qin Baobao listened to the phone and suddenly frowned. No, he didn't contact me. Did you call Ace? Let me ask. Qin Baobao said, Mom asked us if Uncle called you. Xianxia shook his head, no, why mention him all of a sudden? Mom, Ace said he didn't. Okay, I'm hanging up. Xianxia said, Mom, what do you mean? Qin Baobao looked disinterested, who knows? Why do you care so much? The siblings were silent. Qin Ma's phone call was like a spray of coagulant in the air. They didn't want to talk about that person. September 5th. After Xianxia was rejected by 2 large financial companies again, he finally changed his strategy and submitted his resume to the Chinese and Xiaxing financial companies. He was now taking the subway to the second company for the interview. With his bachelor's degree from the University of Finance and Economics, the small and medium-sized companies would be happy to meet him. Of course, he was also picking a company. These few days, Qin Baobao taught her younger brother about the workplace experience. She said that the more resumes he submitted, the better. If there were interviews, he would go. The company would pick the person, and the person would also pick the company. The principle of comparing goods and services was applicable everywhere. The next company for the interview was in Pudong. 20 years ago, Pudong was still a desolate area. Now, it was the financial center of this international metropolis. All the major banks, securities companies, and financial institutions were gathered here. Anyway, those who were in the financial industry felt that it was better to set up their company here. The headquarters of his sister's previous Fortune 500 company was also in this area. Xianxia hated that his home was not in Pudong. Otherwise, the Qin family's wealth would increase by several times. Huihong Building was only 200 meters away from the subway station. The first to third floors were occupied by the Bank of Communications. Xianxia walked according to the GPS. After 3 minutes of walking, he was covered in sweat. The sun was really fierce. There were many cars on the street, but not many pedestrians. The sanitation workers were hiding in the shade with a sad face. In recent years, the temperature changes were getting stranger. The summer was not like the summer, and the winter was not like the winter. The temperature in the summer was abnormally high, and when it was not supposed to snow in the winter, there was a snowstorm. The government said that these were normal, and everyone should be at ease. Entering the lobby from the main entrance of the building, the cold air blew on his face. Xianxia felt that his life was given by the air conditioner. According to the message, he took the elevator to the 25th floor and found the investment company. There were 6 offices on the first floor, and 3 of them were for investment companies. During this period of time, Xianxia had interviewed several companies, both big and small. The scale of the profits was not good, but it was good. Xianxia asked the receptionist and said that he was here for an interview. The receptionist was pleasantly surprised. It was rare for a high-quality young man to come to the company for an interview. He took Xianxia to the reception room of the office next door to wait. The interview started at 10:30 in the morning. Xianxia came a little early. After that, several young talents came for the interview one after another. Including Xianxia, there were a total of 10 people, 6 men and 4 women. After everyone had arrived, a staff member from the Human Resources Department led them into a large conference room and gave each of them a test paper. There was a written test before the interview, and Xianxia was already familiar with it. He answered the 30 questions smoothly. The difficulty level was not too high. It was not the college entrance examination, but it was more professional. Many of the questions had to be answered according to his own internship experience. These questions were very damaging to Xianxia. When it was close to noon, the HR staff collected the papers and told everyone that the interview would be held at 2 in the afternoon, so don't be late. The group of people then dispersed and went out to find food and clothing. While waiting for the elevator, a girl stared at Xianxia and hesitated before she asked, "Handsome, have we met before?" "Girl, your pickup line is too stiff." The men looked at Xianxia with envy. If a man used this line to pick up a girl, he would be despised. If a woman used it, it would be a different story. Xianxia was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, he felt guilty and turned his head away. He thought, could it be that I met a fan? But looking at the girl's hesitant expression, it was at most a fake fan. The girl who hit on him was a little embarrassed. "What is this? Give me the back of the head? I don't want to lose face." Ding. The elevator rose and a woman in an office lady's suit walked out of the car. She had straight black hair, nude stockings on her legs, and a skirt that wrapped around her round buttocks. This woman had a simple and elegant temperament that made people forget vulgarity. It was rare to meet a goddess in an office lady's suit. Xianxia, who was raised by his 2 sisters, could not help but take a few more glances at her, let alone the other men. The woman habitually glanced at the crowd and walked away in her high heels. She left the crowd with a slim and graceful back view. Everyone entered the car and took the elevator downstairs. The young talents excitedly discussed the woman just now. "So beautiful, is she from our company? It should be an investment. There are 6 office areas on this floor, and 3 of them are occupied by a Muri. Hey, we haven't been hired yet. I have worked in Huijin for 2 years. There should be no problem. The woman just now, I give 9 points. I give 8 points. Her temperament is too light. I don't like this type." Several girls looked at the man who was talking with a disgusted look. When they saw a beauty, it was like seeing their own mother. Of course, it was also related to some kind of jealousy. Xianxia felt that the mature woman just now was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. In the general manager's office, Suyu called her assistant. "Send me a copy of the resume and information of the newcomers who are going to be interviewed today." The assistant immediately went out to prepare and sent it to her desk in a few minutes. Suyu flipped through it quickly and finally found the resume. Name, Xianxia. Gender, male. Age, 22. The big picture on the resume showed a stiff expression. At first glance, it was obvious that he was nervous on camera. In the blazing sun at noon, Suyu stretched, showing her slim and sexy figure. "What a coincidence," she whispered. After lunch, Xianxia and his sister talked on the phone for half an hour and reported today's written test. He also said that he had just met a super beautiful goddess-level OL, whose beauty was comparable to his sister's. Qin Baobao was extremely smug. "Is there a natural beauty who can compare with my sister? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. It's most likely a plastic surgery." Xianxia said, "Maybe I was wrong. Although she can't compare with his sister, she is at least at the level of Sister Ziwei." Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. "A's, you admit that your sister is more beautiful than Wang Zijin?" I'll talk to her after work. Xianxia quickly changed the topic, saying that the beauty looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Qin Baobao sneered and said, "Do you think you are Jia Baoyu?" Xianxia laughed. Jia Baoyu's Dumas, when he first met Lin Daiyu, said, "I've seen this sister before." His flirting skills were extremely brilliant, even better than Xianxia's flirting with his sister. Unfortunately, he was a heartless man who killed without caring about the burial. When Qin Baobao was in junior high school, she and her brother read the 4 great classical novels in the bookstore. After reading Dream of the Red Chamber, she sighed and said, "Nowadays, urban stallion novels are all following the plot of Dream of the Red Chamber." Xianxia asked, "How do you know?" His sister said, "Jinling's 12 Hairpins book has many copies, and there are 36 beauties on the list. The main character is surrounded by rare beauties. The most outstanding beauties are either childhood sweethearts, maids, or concubines. Even his niece-in-law Qin Keqing has an ambiguous relationship with him. Isn't this the usual plot of urban novels? For example, beautiful sister-in-law falls in love with me, my childhood sweetheart Little Beauty, and my beautiful CEO." His sister said, "They're all trash who don't push girls. Maybe they'll pull back from the cliff and turn over a new leaf. Anyway, as long as they keep him in suspense, they won't push girls." Xianxia was unconvinced and picked up an urban novel. "How do you explain this book?" When Qin Baobao saw the title of the book, Marrying a Sister as a Wife, she knocked her brother's chestnut without saying a word and then didn't speak to him for a week. Anyway, from then on, Xianxia couldn't look at Dream of the Red Chamber directly. Every time he saw Dream of the Red Chamber, he would think of urban stallion novels. Qin Baobao complained to her brother that she was so busy with work recently that she didn't have time to take care of her brother. Xianxia automatically ignored the last sentence. Xianxia knew that his sister had a commercial performance at the end of the month and then AMD. It was said that the company was helping her collect songs and wanted to release an album. Seeing that Xianxia's birthday was next month, his sister planned to buy a car for him. She was actively raising money. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at the company on time for the interview. The 10 people were reduced to 7. When the interview started, the remaining 3 were nowhere to be seen. They were probably eliminated during the written test. The interview was held in a medium-sized conference room. As for the order of the interview, it was hard to say. It could be based on the results of the written test, or it could be randomly selected by the interviewer. The interview proceeded at a speed of 10 to 15 minutes. Those who were selected shared their experiences with those who weren't. They asked about some knowledge in the industry, as well as their views and insights on the current investment market, as well as their previous work experience. They gave me a question. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult. They didn't test me on anything. They just talked about the salary and benefits and asked me which department I preferred. They wanted to recruit you. Congratulations, congratulations. Xianxia was the 4th in line. It was finally his turn. After entering the meeting room, Xianxia did not look at the long brown lacquered table and the 4 interviewers. Instead, he looked at the broom on the floor. Qin Baobao knew that her brother had failed many interviews. She felt that it was because her brother didn't put his heart into the interviews, so no one wanted him. She took out a book she had bought when she graduated, 108 Tests for an Interviewer. She told her brother to pay attention to the details and to use the most exaggerated attitude to judge the interviewer. Xianxia spent 2 days to finish reading the book. He thought to himself, damn, the interviewers really know how to play. It was a typical case to not help a broom that had fallen to the ground. But the book gave 2 opinions. One was to help a broom that had fallen to the ground. According to the normal answer, the interviewer should quickly pick up the broom on the floor and attend the interview. This was seen as being careful and responsible. The other was not to help a broom. This could also be the opposite of the interviewers. If you helped a broom, they would think that if you did not know your job well, you would not be able to do great things in the future. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Should he help a broom or not? He asked his sister, but she could not give him an answer. She said vaguely, it depends on the situation. What the F***ck? It depends on the situation. He quickly glanced at the floor. Luckily, there was no pretentious test about helping a broom. He had interviewed for so many companies, but he had never encountered such a test. It must be the old trick. Xianxia looked at the 4 interviewers. He glanced at their nameplates. They were the marketing manager, investment manager, human resources manager, and the assistant to the general manager. There were 2 men and 2 women. A pot-bellied uncle and a man in his 30s. There was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and a young woman. The interviewers were also considering Xianxia. This young man was handsome and had a good figure. He looked very energetic. Among the 50 to 60 people in the company, there were not many who were more handsome than him. The HR manager was the first to speak. The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses, and a sharp light flashed through her lenses. Xianxia, your resume doesn't show any work experience. What have you been doing during your internship? It was a sharp question. Xianxia sat on the chair, put his hands on his knees, straightened his back, and answered truthfully, I've been speculating in stocks for the past 2 months. The marketing manager immediately smiled and said, Is it convenient to ask about your rate of return? Sure. Xianxia nodded. The average rate of return is around 90%, with the highest being 300%. The minimum is 40%. The marketing manager raised his eyebrows. It was a shocking yield. But considering the recent rise in the stock market, it was not unacceptable. The other interviewers were not surprised. After all, it was impossible for them to ask him to hand over the receipt. Whether it was true or not was still to be determined. The investment manager, a man in his 30s, chuckled, Let's talk about the recent trend of the stock market. Some say that the market will continue to rise, and some say that it's just the market hitting the bottom, and it's a normal phenomenon. After this period, the market will return to its slump. Xianxia said, The stock market is going to rise. The investment manager made a please gesture. Please start your speech. Pfft, Xianxia almost burst out laughing on the spot. Please start your speech was listed as a sarcastic remark on the same level as haha. He did not know whether this guy did it intentionally or not, but the joke was so seamless. The interviewers looked at Xianxia. During the interview, some said that spring had come for the stock market, and some said that it was the final radiance of the setting sun. The yes and no answers were not what the interviewers wanted to hear. They wanted to see how the interviewers would debate. Xianxia chose his words for a few seconds and said slowly, There are 3 reference methods to determine whether the stock market has the foundation of a medium and long-term bull move. First, economists often say that the stock market is the economic barometer, and the general direction is correct. Therefore, whether the stock market moves or not depends on whether the macroeconomy has begun to recover. And whether the macroeconomy recovers or not, first look at the economic situation of the European and American countries. Their economic situation directly affects the global financial market. As for how to look at it, the PPI data released by the National Bureau of Statistics and the PMI data released by HSBC can tell us the answer. The investment manager interrupted directly. As far as I know, the economies of the European and American countries are not doing well. Our country's real estate market is declining, and the policy income is declining, leading to a huge downward pressure on the national economy. This guy's name was written on his nameplate, Li Linfeng. Xianxia said calmly, The world is never black and white. You can't say that the stock market must be bad if the economy of a foreign country is bad. The stock market is called investment abroad, but in China, it is called stock speculation. Stock speculation, stock speculation. If you can see the general trend so easily, can it still be called stock speculation? Li Linfeng nodded and agreed with his point of view. He smiled and said, Go on. Second, look at the stock market trend of the major economic countries and foreign countries. Their markets determine the global stock market. The domestic stock market will follow the trend. Li Linfeng frowned. Then all the more we should not be optimistic. The story of the United States, Britain, France, and other countries is a mess. This is related to the third point I mentioned. Xianxia said. Li Linfeng leaned forward slightly and pretended to listen. The other 3 interviewers also became serious. Among the interviewers, Xianxia was the most talkative, regardless of whether what he said was right or wrong. Every country's national conditions are different. The trend of the domestic stock market can only be used as a reference. The reason why I think the stock market will rise is because the domestic economy is declining, and the real estate bubble is getting bigger. Huh. The marketing manager laughed. The domestic economy is poor, so the stock market should be depressed. Under normal circumstances, it should be like this, Xianxia said. But the government introduced a series of policies in March and July this year. They lowered interest rates twice, but it also reduced investment returns. There are fewer risk-free and high-return investments. This caused the banks to have a lot of spare cash. Where will the money go? Also, in the past 2 years, the industrial market has hit new lows. The market is in a downturn. Last year, even the IPO was suspended. To support the industry, there will be new shares to be issued. If the IPO is to be restarted, the market will need a wave of rise, and it must be a stable market. Only under such circumstances can companies use the IPO to raise funds through the capital market. The marketing manager furrowed his brows. Li Linfeng was deep in thought. Everything you said, is there any data to support it? Without a long period of market research and analysis, it is just an armchair strategist. Of course there was. Xianxia had been doing this for the past 2 months. He had read the stock market for the past 2 years, the recent policies, and the data released by the Bureau of Statistics. If he could understand it, he would understand it himself. If he could not understand it, he would exchange it for knowledge from the system. He left a thick stack of draft papers at home. I am just expressing my own views. If there are any mistakes, please feel free to criticize me, Xianxia said. This kind of academic debate was not something that could convince anyone. Everyone had their own views. The industry was also debating whether the stock market should rise or fall. Old Master Qin wanted it to rise, but his views were conservative, so he invested a small amount of money. Xianxia wanted it to rise and felt that the stock market would soar, so he went bankrupt. Li Linfeng smiled and picked up his teacup. Very thoughtful. He only agreed with part of Xianxia's views. This was an interview, not an academic debate. There was no need to argue about whether the stock market should rise or fall. His purpose was to test Xianxia's professionalism. The answer was already out. The investment manager, Li Linfeng, gave a score in his heart. Qualified. It was rare to see a young man who could talk so much. He bragged so seriously, but his bragging was very reasonable. The HR manager was not very satisfied with Xianxia because he had no work experience. The marketing manager, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude because his department was already full. The only one who did not express any opinion was the CEO's assistant. At this time, she finally showed her big move. This delicate and pretty woman in her late 20s took out a set of exam papers from a folder and pushed it to Xianxia. She smiled and said, I have a college entrance exam paper here. I will give you half an hour. If you can get full marks, the company will hire you. There was such an operation? The few managers were shocked. The CEO's assistant was pleasant throughout the interview today. She did not deliberately make things difficult for the young people in front of her. The questions she asked were all reasonable. Why did the style change completely when it came to this? Julie was only a medium-sized investment company. There was no need to be so uptight. The college entrance exam did not require the top scorer in science to get full marks. They looked at Xianxia with pity in their eyes. Perhaps this young man had offended her. The woman with 2 dimples smiled faintly. Is there a problem? Xianxia said, no problem. Give me a pen. Then he moved his chair to the table and answered the questions. His pen flew, natural and smooth, with Xianxia's skill level, getting high marks was not a problem. It was not impossible to get full marks, but half an hour was too rushed. He finished the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and handed the long and complicated answers to the system. Half an hour, no more, no less. Xianxia put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Done. Done. The managers were suspicious. Are you kidding me? How long has it been? Are you sure you can get full marks in half an hour? The CEO's assistant concealed the shock in her eyes. She slowly took out a printed answer and compared it. Then she looked up at Xianxia. She compared it again and looked at Xianxia again. She was not satisfied. She compared the answer again and said in a doubtful tone, "How did you do it? Full marks?" The HR manager, a middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses, asked impatiently. The female assistant nodded silently. "I don't believe it." Li Linfeng stood up and took the paper and the answer. He compared it personally. After a while, he looked up and said in a doubtful tone, "How did you do it?" "I'm more talented in mathematics," Xianxia said in his heart. F***ck, I'm just taking an interview. What do you want? He felt that this was familiar. The female assistant adjusted her stiff expression and cleared her throat. "Come to work on Monday." Xianxia stood up and left the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, a few young people who did not go for the interview came up. "What took you so long? What did they ask you? You've been in there for 40 minutes. Xianxia scolded the interviewer. "They're crazy. They asked me to do the college entrance exam." "College entrance exam?" The young people looked at each other. The interviewer really knows how to play. "Should we download a copy of the science college entrance exam as backup? It's been a few years since we graduated. We don't know if we can still pick up the high school knowledge." In the general manager's office, the assistant stood outside the door and heard the sound of the mouse in the office. As soon as she knocked on the door, the sound stopped. "Come in." The general manager's cold and pleasant voice came. She walked in with the results of today's interview and gently put them on Suyu's desk. 10 people were interviewed today, 3 were eliminated in the written test stage, 2 were eliminated in the interview stage, and the remaining 5 were divided into A and B levels according to their academic qualifications, work experience, etc. "Mr. Su, please take a look." Suyu's eyes swept over and looked at it one by one, and said lightly, "How did he do?" The female assistant immediately pulled out the test paper and the answer from the file. Suyu compared the test paper and the answer, and his elegant and picturesque face finally showed a touch of color, and he said, "I really gave him a full score. Man didn't fool me." "Did it really only take half an hour?" The female assistant smiled bitterly. "Mr. Su, what is the origin of that guy? He said half an hour and it was half an hour." There was no mistake in any question. The answer of the question is more detailed than the reference answer. The whole paper sat down, and it was called neat. He didn't use the draft paper, and he didn't think much about it. If I didn't print this paper randomly from the internet, I would suspect that he had memorized the answer in advance. You didn't see the faces of the interviewers. It's quite abnormal. Suyu smiled, like a glacier thawing. You didn't think that he couldn't answer it? The female assistant said. Manager Lin and the others looked at me strangely. They probably thought that I was a slut and made things difficult for a young man. Someone told me that he could finish a college entrance examination simulation paper in 20 minutes and get a full score. I didn't believe it, but now I have to believe it. Everyone has a brain. Some people are 250, and some people are 250. The female assistant said in her heart, I just thought that he was 250. You didn't think about it. What if he can't answer it? Suyu chuckled. If he can't answer it, he can't answer it. This paper has nothing to do with the interview. He raised the evaluation in his hand. Why is it B? Xianxia's evaluation report. The female assistant said, no work experience, in turn, ability to be verified. For the time being, it can only be evaluated as B. Suyu got up and walked to the corner and put the papers and answers into the slot of the shredder. Arrange him to the investment department and mix with Li Linfeng for a while. She was about 1.7 meters tall, a head taller than the female assistant. The female assistant hurriedly nodded. Among all the new employees, this kid was the only one who was personally assigned to a position by President Su. After the female assistant left the office, Suyu trotted back to the computer, and the mouse clicked. No matter how much he cheated, he couldn't cheat his teammates. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen the Almighty online for a while. It was already so difficult for her to get a gold rank. From stubbornness to unyielding, when could he reach the shore of glory? At 7:30 p.m. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin went home hand in hand. As long as Qin Baobao went to work, she would give Wang Zijin a ride. The place where Miss Wang worked was a little far from the subway station. She had to take the bus first and then transfer to the subway. It was troublesome to get to and from work. When he was at home, he would give the car keys to Wang Zijin and let her drive herself. As soon as they entered the door, the two smelled the aroma of food. The living room table was full of delicacies. "Oh, what day is it today? So rich." The elder sister was surprised. "Qinze, do you want to raise me into a little fat pig?" Wang Zijin complained, swallowing her saliva betrayed her. "Today I succeeded in the interview. Are you happy? Are you surprised?" Qinze stood at the table, opened his arms, and made a come and congratulate me gesture. Qin Baobao blinked. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qinze closed his arms and opened them again. The two sisters still didn't understand. "What's so good about finding a job?" Wang Zijin was the first to react and pretended to say, "Oh, congratulations, A's is amazing." The elder sister also finally understood. She shouted as fake as possible, "Wow, our A's actually found a job. I'm so happy and relieved. I must reward you with a kiss." "Go away." Qinze pushed his sister away dispiritedly and sat down quietly. It turned out that he was just being arrogant. In the eyes of the two sisters who graduated from famous universities, finding a job was not something to be proud of. Qin Baobao aside, Wang Zijin came to Shanghai to seek refuge with her best friend and didn't even bring her graduation certificate. Of course, this could be found online. But her work experience and professionalism were all broken down and she had to start from scratch. Now, her monthly salary was more than 10,000 yuan. She was no longer a girl who left home and lived under someone else's roof. Occasionally, she would give Qinze some pocket money. She didn't care whether he needed it or not. Qin Baobao reached out to pick up the chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qinze picked up the chopsticks and hit her hand. The elder sister felt pain and quickly retracted her hand. 666, Ace finally doesn't have to stay at home and be a loser without a job. The elder sister retaliated with a venomous tongue. Wang Zijin heard this and hit her. Qin Baobao was furious, "Whose side are you on?" Wang Zijin raised her hand and said innocently, "It hit me by itself." Qin Baobao went to strangle Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin quickly hid behind Qinze. Qin Baobao judged the situation and felt that she had no chance of winning against the two of them. She pouted and ate silently. After dinner, they played on their own in the living room. Qinze checked the scope of the investment company's business and thought about which department he would enter. Wang Zijin recently found a tear-jerking soap opera and was enthusiastically following it. The elder sister held her pink laptop and browsed Weibo. They didn't go back to their rooms. They gathered together happily and felt the passage of time. Finally, they took a shower and went to sleep. Qin Baobao stretched, rubbed her sore neck, and sighed, "I have to shoot an advertisement in a few days, and I have to release an album next month. I'm so tired." Wang Zijin was stunned, releasing an album so fast? "I think other celebrities take at least 2 months to release their albums." Qin Baobao said, "It's hard to say. The fast ones release an album in 4 or 5 days. The slow ones release an album in a few months. I really want to live a life of idleness." Wang Zijin threw a funny brother emoji. "Isn't this Qinze's life pursuit?" Little sister's heart hurt. Qinze glared at her. Qin Baobao's cell phone dinged, a text message notification. She raised her cell phone and looked at it. She screamed happily and rushed to share with Wang Zijin, "Tissue, my advertising fee has arrived. CCB's card is so slow." The money was transferred 24 hours a day. The company's finance department transferred it out before work, and it was only now on her salary card. "So much?" Wang Zijin was shocked. "Amazing, right? There's another sum in a few days. It's my salary for participating in New Star." Qinze curiously came over, wanting to see his sister's salary. Qin Baobao protected her cell phone in front of her chest. She shrank back and kicked her brother, "I'm not letting you see, I'm not letting you see." She was taking revenge on Xianxia for hiding his profits from the stock market and secretly hiding his money. His elder sister was like this. She always liked to argue with Xianxia over small matters. Show off. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Amazing, amazing, give me a kiss. Wang Zijin said. The two women hugged each other and kissed each other. It's the weekend tomorrow. Shall we go shopping? Sure, I was just thinking of buying a bag. Xianxia smiled and patted his sister's head. Amazing, amazing. Head patting reward. Qin Baobao immediately knelt down on the sofa and patted his head. It's okay, it's okay. Xianxia patted her again. Amazing, amazing. His sister wanted to pat him back. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Zijin's face was full of excusing expression. She didn't understand this pair of siblings. What was there to compete about? Of course, she didn't know that ever since Xianxia told the story of patting a dog's head with a smile, head patting had become a form of provocation between the siblings. Whoever had their head patted would feel that they were at a disadvantage and would definitely get their head patted back. The siblings went back and forth, and neither of them was willing to be at a disadvantage. Xianxia was annoyed and fiercely rubbed his sister's hair into a chicken coop. Qin Baobao got up from the sofa and bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he aggressively greeted his younger brother. However, Xianxia slapped his sister onto the sofa and turned around to run away. Qin Baobao was mad. She screamed and bumped into Wang Zijin's arms. She didn't care about the pain in her head and jumped up. She chased her brother barefoot to the door of his room. She banged on the door with her two small hands and said angrily, "Open the door, open the door. If you have the guts to pat my head, then open the door." Wang Zijin thought to herself that this sentence sounded very familiar. Had she heard it somewhere before? The next day was a Saturday. They had planned to go shopping, but when her sister saw the blazing sun, she was scared. To prevent herself from getting tanned, Wang Zijin woke up at 5:30 a.m. for a morning run. When the sun jumped out of the horizon, she immediately went home. After taking a shower and catching up on sleep, she woke up after Xianxia had finished cooking lunch. She was wearing Aral's pajamas and a cartoon girl with glasses. She was poking a pile of poop with a stick in her hand. It was Qin Baobao who had bought it for her. Qin Baobao loved teddy bear pajamas and did not like the more delicate and comfortable silk pajamas. She said that was for rich ladies. Her sister was a young girl and should wear a cute style. Xianxia said seriously, "I've never heard of a 25-year-old girl." Qin Baobao hit him. During lunch, Xianxia looked at the two women. "Aren't we going shopping? Aren't we going to buy bags?" Wang Zijin said, "Baobao, the sun is really strong. Even sunscreen can't withstand it. It's not good to get tanned." Qin Baobao said, Okay. Then let's not go. Let's stay at home and rot." The two of them reached an agreement. Xianxia rolled his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. According to Qin Baobao's past behavior, she would definitely drag him along when she went shopping. He would act as a tool to carry bags and shopping bags. Now, she even had to add Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao was playing with her phone. Her alumni group was ringing nonstop. "Professor Liu is giving a lecture today. Is there anyone who wants to go?" "Of course I have to go. I've been at every one of Professor Liu's lectures. Let's go together." After graduation, I occasionally go back to attend his public lectures. The last time I attended his public lecture, it was about social philosophy. It was very deep. I learned a lot. What's the topic today? Emotional ethics. I'm looking forward to Professor Liu sharing his emotional history. Haha. Although it was Saturday, there were no classes on weekends in university, especially in liberal arts. Qin Baobao said, "Why don't we go to Fudan University to attend his public lecture? What's the difference between that and shopping?" Wang Zijin was unhappy. "What open class?" Xianxia said, "Are you crazy? It wasn't easy for you to leave the university and you want to go back and suffer? There's a very famous professor in our university. His surname is Liu. He's a good-looking man in his 30s. Many girls have a crush on him. He graduated from Cambridge University, and his lecturing skills are excellent. Qin Baobao praised. I like him very much. Qin Zhe chuckled. Wang Zijin was stunned. Don't you have a brother complex? What kind of uncle do you like? Qin Baobao spat out a mouthful of soup. Wang Zijin quickly covered her mouth, realizing that she had said something wrong. The public lecture was at 2:30 in the afternoon. Qin Baobao drove her best friend and brother to Fudan University. They bought 3 iced drinks at a nearby milk tea shop. The 3 of them shuttled back and forth in the shadow of the sycamore tree, aimlessly strolling around the campus. There were not many students on the road on a hot day. They would occasionally see Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin's figures. Unfortunately, they were both wearing baseball caps and sunglasses. They had no chance to see their beautiful faces. As for why they were so stunning just by looking at their figures, they were wearing white-fitted t-shirts. Their breasts were perky and their waists were slender, especially Qin Baobao's. They attracted attention wherever they went. Their lower bodies were denim shorts that wrapped around their round buttocks. They had 2 pairs of white and well-proportioned thighs and a pair of breathable jogging shoes on their feet. Wang Zijin did not want to wear sunglasses, but Qin Baobao felt that it would be inappropriate if she was the only one wearing sunglasses. She also urged Qin Zhe to wear the dog-headed military advisor sunglasses that they bought in the ancient town. Qin Zhe refused. Qin Baobao studied in Handan University, which was next to her brother's. They used to go out on dates often. Qin Zhe was familiar with Fudan University. He even knew where his sister lived in the female dormitory. It was Wang Zijin's first time here. She looked around excitedly. Qin Baobao said that her sister used to sing here, which caused an uproar. There was also Guanghua Building, which was built during the 100th anniversary of the university. It was the tallest building in Fudan University. There was a library, a gymnasium, a female dormitory, and a statue of the chairman. The sister pushed her brother and said, "Go and pray. Pray that you can quickly find a wife." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Get lost. Wang Zijin laughed. The public lecture was on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building. It was a large classroom that could accommodate 200 people. Qin Zhe had seen foreign public lectures online before. The classroom was like the Great Hall of the People with a fan-shaped structure. The students' seats were like football spectators' seats. The teacher's podium was also like a leader's podium. The blackboard had long been phased out. It was replaced with a big screen. Looking at the public lectures in Chinese universities, it was like a drama. The attendance rate was about 40%. It was very popular. Today was Saturday, and many people skipped class. Qin Baobao chose a remote corner at the back. She tried not to attract attention. Professor Liu was 32 years old. He wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle, but his posture was straight. He should be a regular at the gym. He was quite handsome. His black hair was mixed with some silver strands. It was not dyed. It was the real white of a teenager. Hello everyone. Professor Liu glanced around the classroom. Many of you are probably cursing me in your hearts for holding this public lecture on weekends. It's supposed to be a day when you are dating or playing games in the dormitory. Instead, you are here to listen to my lecture. With this in mind, I won't mention any names. However, this is the school's arrangement. I won't take the blame. The students laughed. We are here voluntarily. I like Professor Liu's lecture the most. I like Professor Liu the most. Really? That's a surprise. Qin Baobao said something similar in my class. I didn't cherish it at that time. Professor Liu sighed. Ha ha ha. The students laughed. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister beside him. You seem to like this type of food. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. Nonsense. When did I say that? Professor Liu gestured for the students to be quiet. I'm just kidding. It's an honor for our school to have a superstar who used to be my student. I don't want to brag, but I feel sorry for her. Qin Baobao was very famous at Fudan University. She was the campus belle. Nowadays, there were many campus belle who were extremely beautiful. However, there were not many campus belles with big breasts and long legs. There were many boys who coveted Qin Baobao's beauty. It was rumored that Qin Baobao's boyfriend was a rich second-generation heir because she was often seen fooling around with an ugly guy. If he wasn't a rich second-generation heir, how could he pursue the goddess of Fudan University? Now, Qin Baobao was even more famous. The whole school knew that the superstar in I Am a Singer was a graduate of Fudan University. Countless juniors who didn't have the chance to meet Qin Baobao sighed. They regretted not meeting her before they graduated. Otherwise, they would have been able to pursue the goddess. The seniors from the previous years were all losers. Those seniors who had graduated earlier than Qin Baobao had the same mentality. When they were in school, their juniors were all good-for-nothings. Only those who were in the same year as Qin Baobao knew how difficult it was to pursue her. This semester, I'm going to talk about emotional ethics. In the last class, I said that humans are the most emotional animals. What built today's society? Is it wisdom? Law? Order? Yes, of course. But what is the basis of these? It's emotions. Sociology, ethics, and psychology all originated from emotions. Even the moral standards that have been passed down for thousands of years also originated from emotions. Respect for the old, love for the young, respect for brothers, the three cardinal principles. If there were no emotions, morality would lose its meaning. But from another perspective, morality has the effect of suppressing emotions. For example, we often say that we shouldn't covet our brothers' wives, and we should guard against fire, theft, and girlfriends. Why do we say that? Because morality suppresses emotions. It's against morality and unreasonable to tell you that it's against morality. Another example is a more sensitive word, discord. What are emotions? Buddhists say that there are 8 sufferings in life: birth, old age, illness, and death, separation, resentment, unattainable desires, and the 5 Ens. The 8 sufferings give birth to greed, anger, stupidity, hatred, love, and evil desires. Confucianism says that there are 8 virtues in life: filial piety, friendship, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Emotions are restrained by morality. Taoism says that the heavens and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. The saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. Therefore, the heavens are selfless and there is no competition. These sayings all revolve around emotions. From this, it can be seen that emotions can give birth to philosophy, psychology, morality, and so on. Then how do we analyze emotions in modern times? I divide them into 4 types: love, family, friendship, and bestie. There is a reason for this order. Love is the most complicated, so I put it first. There is a saying that is very good: love is a kind of purity, friendship is a kind of breadth, and family is a kind of depth. But these emotions are not clearly separated. They blend and change with each other. First, let's talk about bestie. Among the students here, do any of the girls have a bestie? Do any of the boys have a close female friend? Yes. The students responded one after another. Bestie is a state of being more than a friend, but not yet in love. They can be promoted at any time, but they may not be able to get a title in their lifetime. It is mixed between love and friendship. A spare tire, a girl said. Not a spare tire. That would only be an insult to bestie. Professor Liu shook his head. A spare tire is more like a person leaving a way out for themselves. Bestie is a real and indispensable emotion. I believe that everyone has such an experience. When you encounter troubles in life, you don't talk to your family or your best friend. Instead, you talk to a special member of the opposite sex in your life. Usually, this person who you can talk to is not a lover who is better than a lover, or a relative who is better than a relative. Qin Baobao said enviously, I also want a bestie. Wang Zijin complained softly, go find one. Don't just be all-mouthy king. Qin Baobao sighed. I also want one, but all the men who come into contact with me covet my beauty. Wang Zijin turned to look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said agitatedly, Bullsh *T, you have to ask me if I agree. Let's talk about friendship. Friendship is the most indispensable emotion. A person can live without love, or even family, but they can't live without friendship. That will make you feel very lonely. According to medical statistics, 90% of autistic patients were caused by a lack of friendship. Therefore, friendship was a kind of breadth. At the same time, friendship could also be transformed into love. That's where the concept of boyfriend and girlfriend comes from. Some students raised their hands. But not all friendships will turn into love. It's only applicable between the opposite sex. Professor Lu laughed and said, "You're still too young. Where do you think the term gay friend came from?" The crowd roared with laughter. Xianxia also laughed. This Professor Lu's lecture was indeed very humorous and profound. There was a lot of content. It was unlike the web novels he had read, which were full of fake goods with huge waves. As for kinship, it's probably the warmest kind of feeling. Love can change, friendship can betray, and family is the most difficult feeling in a person's life. The love between parents who gave birth to you and raised you, the love between brothers and sisters. It has a strong blood bond and is a lifelong bond. Kinship can also be very complicated sometimes. To a certain extent, it's the transformation of love. Love is like fireworks. It's gorgeous and beautiful, but it may not last long. We often say that husband and wife have a 7-year itch. In fact, it's a manifestation of love that wears away over a long period of time. At this time, because of the fetters of children, most couples will transform love into kinship. Between an old married couple, they lived and interacted more like family. Young couples will be deeply attached to each other. The ancients have long seen through this essence. In their view, a husband and wife who treat each other with respect is the most perfect and reasonable model. But Professor Lu changed the topic and threw out a bomb. Kinship can sometimes transform into love. We call it taboo love. There was a low uproar among the students. This topic was embarrassing. Some of the girls even blushed. *CK, Xianxia said in his heart, "Brother, what are you going to say next? Can we change the topic? This kind of taboo thing will be censored if it's mentioned. I'm still young. Can you withdraw it?" Qin Baobao frowned. In a narrow sense, promiscuity refers to the improper relationship between people who are related by blood. Chaotic, harmonious, relationships in the broad sense, including the narrow sense, were improper relationships between men and women between people of different seniority. It's the traditional sense of the 5 relationships. What are the 5 relationships? Heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher. Professor Lu spoke with fervor and assurance. He was not embarrassed at all. His face had an expression of this as a serious academic exchange. As expected of a returnee who studied abroad. His mind was very open. Xianxia said in his heart, "Promiscuity? That's amazing. Is there a hero in the world?" Taboo love has a very long history. The definition of it will change in every era. For example, everyone knows that cousin marriage is normal and legal in ancient times, but it is not in modern times. In modern times, teacher-student relationships and relationships between superiors and subordinates were very common. In ancient times, it was not recognized and tolerated. The similarity is that the improper relationship between people who are related by blood is not recognized in any era. Today, we will focus on talking about the behavior of family turning into love. Professor Lu said, "Don't feel embarrassed. This is an academic exchange." A boy suddenly raised his hand. "I think the behavior of family turning into love is very absurd and funny. Anyone with ethics and morals would not do this." Professor Lu smiled and said, "This is very in line with the general view. However, this does exist now. It is not very common, but it is not rare. Especially in foreign countries. In ancient times, there were many similar phenomena. Take the Tang dynasty, which was known for its open atmosphere. Emperor Taizong of Tang once wanted to make Li Yuanji's wife the empress. Later, Empress Wu Zetian and Yang Guifei had served the emperor and his son. However, these have nothing to do with what I want to talk about. Let's not talk about it for now. How does family turn into love? From a psychological point of view, there are 2 reasons: environment and emotional needs. Note that it is not a biological need. From an objective point of view, this kind of phenomenon often exists in abnormal or unhappy family relationships. Single-parent families are especially likely to cause a father and mother complex. This is a manifestation of a child's insecurity. Some psychological experts believe that children must get rid of the father and mother complex in order to develop a healthy personality. Some mental and sexual abnormalities in adults are unable to get rid of the father and mother complex. These are psychological diseases and mental illnesses. They are abnormal and unhealthy. Father and mother complex is very common, but it is rare to have an improper relationship. The probability of this is greatly increased between siblings. Professor Liu said, "Are there any 2D fans?" Suddenly, there was a commotion. Most of them were boys. In Japanese 2D works, there is a phenomenon called sister complex. It accounts for almost half of the works. People who have seen similar anime can see that the sisters in the works are very dependent on their brothers. Every sister complex is antisocial and antisocial. In their world, there are very few members of the opposite sex other than their brothers. Their brothers are everything in their world. Therefore, they have a strong dependence on them. If other girls get close to their brothers, they will be very angry. The sisters also have a common attribute, tsundere. They like their brothers, but they do not dare to say it. They obviously care a lot, but they pretend to be, in their eyes, my brother is just a salted fish. The reason is that this is a kind of feeling that is not recognized and accepted. I call it dependent, harmonious, love. This principle also applies to siblings. If you find someone who is very dependent on their brother or sister, then it is very likely that you have a brother complex. A writer once said that novels come from life and are more important than life. It was the same for comics. Japanese 2D comics were exaggerated. In real life, the sister con was very subtle. They probably do not realize that they have such abnormal feelings. They even think that it is normal to be intimate with their brother or sister. Is there anyone with a sister complex here? Raise your hand. Professor Liu joked. There was complete silence. Qin Baobao suddenly said, "Nonsense." She was very angry. It's just a joke. Don't be so depressed. Professor Liu smiled and said, "This kind of relationship is the most complicated. Very few people can correctly recognize their own feelings. If there's dependent love, there's the opposite of dependent love. The two-dimensional brothers are all male chauvinistic. They love and spoil their sister. Dependent love is caused by environmental factors. There's also a kind of love called the sister is too outstanding. Whether it's the sister or the sister, they're both beautiful and smart. Whether it's in terms of interpersonal relationships or academic performance, they're better than the brothers. Standing in front of them, you'll only feel inferior. You have to know that people yearn for beauty. Over time, it will form a kind of yearning. They yearn to be as outstanding as the sister or sister. If they can't be that kind of person, then they'll get her. If the elders continue to add oil to the fire, it will encourage this kind of abnormal feeling. This time, it was Qin Zai's turn to be unsettled. He snorted and said, "Nonsense. I call this kind of love, yearning, harmonious, love. But it's different from dependent, harmonious, love. It seems to be caused by environmental factors, but it's actually caused by psychological needs. This type of brother and brother is a passerby. Beautiful girls won't like them, and people around them won't pay attention to them. They were eager to make a name for themselves, eager to stand in the center of the stage. Have you heard of the song by Qin Baobao, Exaggerated? The quieter the crowd, the more ignored you become. You'll stir up trouble. The description is very accurate. To put it bluntly, it's a lack of love. This is a psychological need for love." Qin Zai suddenly raised his hand, "I don't agree with you. The dependence and yearning between brothers and sisters should be a common phenomenon. This question is too stupid." Professor Liu shook his head, "I didn't say that this will inevitably develop into a taboo relationship. Everyone's feelings are different. Some people can restrain themselves at the brink of the cliff. This is the power of morality suppressing emotions. But some people will desperately ignite the wildfire in their heart. It will burn themselves and others. This process needs some time or opportunity. Our main goal here is to understand the soil and conditions of taboo feelings. Xianxia silently covered his face. He really didn't want to continue listening to this topic. It was too embarrassing. Many girls were already blushing. If forbidden emotions aren't stopped in time, they can be very scary. It was a phenomenon of kinship turning into love, or kinship mixed with love. It was very complicated. Love was originally a wildfire that was not afraid of burning. This kind of person will burn himself crazily and walk towards the abyss of no return. Next, let's talk about love. After the public lecture ended, the students left one after another. On the way back to the parking lot, the female hipster Wang Zijin relished the content of the open class. She felt that her understanding of human nature and emotions had improved. Today's class was very interesting. I didn't come in vain, she said. Qin Baobao spat, I just feel that you're talking nonsense. Nonsense. Xianxia agreed with her. That's right. I have no idea what he's talking about. Wang Zijin blinked. I think it's pretty good. The siblings said in unison, good my ass. Qin Baobao threw the car keys to Wang Zijin and got into the back seat. Xianxia followed her into the back seat. His sister took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it. She burped in an unladylike manner and then stared blankly into space. Her cheeks were red from the sun, and the tip of her nose was dripping with sweat. Her hair was sticking to her cheeks, and her foxy face was enchanting and charming. The air conditioner blew, and her eyelashes fluttered. Only then did she come back to her senses, and her dull face thawed. It's so hot. His sister moaned. She took off her breathable jogging shoes and pulled out her white socks, letting her two white and tender feet feel the cold air from the air conditioner. It stinks. Put your shoes back on. Xianxia covered his nose in disgust. Stinks? Qin Baobao held her feet. Stinks. Xianxia said. Oh. Qin Baobao put down her feet and suddenly kicked Xianxia in the face. Xianxia groaned, and the back of his head hit the car door. You're the stinky one. My sister is a little fairy. Qin Baobao curled up her feet and said angrily. Although women were often described as fragrant and dripping with sweat, how could a person's sweat smell really be fragrant? However, they had only been out for a few hours. Qin Baobao was sweating, but there was definitely no stench. Xianxia just didn't like it when someone took off their socks in front of him. The furious Xianxia reached out and grabbed his sister's leg. He flipped her over onto her seat, grabbed her waist, and flipped her over. Out of habit, he raised his hand to smack her butt. However, he seemed to have thought of something. His hand stopped in midair, and he didn't hit her. Qin Baobao also felt strange. She got up like a frightened rabbit and curled up at the other end of the seat. The blush on her face became more obvious. Wang Zijin entered the GPS location and slowly reversed out of the parking space. She did not care about the quarrel between the siblings. Anyway, she was used to it. She laughed and said, fasten your seatbelts. The racing god of Mount Aquino will take you flying. She had worked in an online media company for 2 months. Now she was familiar with all kinds of online words and was very good at making jokes. Qin Baobao did not even know what a mantis shrimp was, but she could clearly and accurately distinguish between a mantis shrimp and a mantis eel, and the difference between a student card and a cave card. Fudan University was only about 10 minutes away from where they lived. Wang Zijin was slightly disappointed that she did not have time to show her skills as an experienced driver. After returning home, Xianxia turned on the air conditioner in the living room. The three of them took a shower one after another. He changed into big pants and a gray vest. The strong and well-proportioned muscle lines highlighted the masculine beauty of a man. Unfortunately, the two sisters were already used to his masculine appearance. The two sisters changed into cool halter tops and enjoyed the coolness of the air conditioner. The sun was shining outside, and the temperature outside had reached 43 degrees Celsius. In this damn weather, even an egg would be half-cooked if it was rolled on the streets. The weather in the north was better, but the south was miserable, especially in Guangdong province. The people in Guangdong province were complaining that they did not want to live anymore. Teppanyaki could be seen everywhere, and the local people also wanted to go back to Africa to escape the summer heat. Wang Zijin took up more than half of the sofa. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Qin Baobao was sitting cross-legged on the single-seater sofa with a laptop on her lap. Qin Zhe caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eyes. She was actually watching Japanese cartoons. The sister noticed Feng Yu's gaze and quickly looked at him warily. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "I am not doing anything." "Is there a need for such a big reaction?" Qin Baobao covered the laptop and did not let Feng Yu look at it. She kicked it with her leg. "Go do what you are supposed to do." Qin Zhe was even more curious. He quickly snatched the laptop from his sister and looked at it. He had seen this cartoon before. It was a German orthopedic masterpiece called My Sister Can't Be So Cute. Qin Baobao panicked and screamed, "Give it back to me." She was like a cat with its hair standing on end. But because of her sudden movement, she bumped into Qin Zhe's arms. The laptop fell to the ground, and the battery fell out. Qin Zhe held on to the stumbling sister, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Is she watching Japanese cartoons? Is she afraid of being seen by me? Why? Is it because of today's lecture? Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at his sister. Qin Baobao was also looking at him. Her bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Wang Zijin was awakened by the noise and grumbled unhappily, "What are you guys doing? So noisy." The siblings turned their heads at the same time and looked to the side. "Nothing." Qin Baobao silently picked up the laptop and went back to the room without saying a word. Qin Baobao locked herself in the room for the whole afternoon and went back after lunch. When she looked at Feng Yu, her eyes were always twinkling. Wang Zijin was very sensitive to the abnormality of her best friend. She thought that the siblings were quarreling as usual, but found that Qin Zhe was very attentive to his sister and kept putting food in her bowl. He was not as cold as usual. After lunch, her sister went back to the room again and did not come out. Wang Zijin went to the bathroom with her pajamas. The sound of water splashing was heard. Qin Zhe took the opportunity to knock on his sister's door. "Qin Baobao, come out. Let's talk for a while." No one answered. Qin Zhe opened the door and went in. Qin Baobao was lying on the bed and looking at her phone. She was only wearing a loose t-shirt. She had been lazy these days and did not wash her 3 pajamas. Today, she did not wear any pajamas. Qin Zhe came in and happened to see her white and tender thighs and purple underwear. Qin Baobao suddenly turned around and pulled down the hem of her t-shirt in a panic. She said angrily, "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Qin Zhe did not expect that she would not wear pajamas today. He said awkwardly, "I will remember to knock next time." "Why did you come in?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at her brother and said angrily. Qin Zhe was suddenly speechless and did not know what to say. "Don't listen to that stupid professor's nonsense. There is no such thing as German orthopedics. Wouldn't this be more embarrassing?" He did not know why, but he was a little flustered when Qin Baobao searched for German anime the moment she came back. Qin Baobao sat up and hid her white legs under the blanket. She wrinkled her nose. "So this is what German orthopedics means. Disgusting. Humph. This is just a style of anime." Qin Zhe pretended to be indifferent, but he was actually guilty. Sometimes, the more you care about something, the more you will mention it, as if this will make you look open and aboveboard. There are many anime with this theme in Japanese anime. Which anime? Qin Baobao probably had the same thought. Although her eyes were drifting, she pretended to be calm and talked about it. "The one you watched is very ordinary. The author's whole family died because of a bad ending. I recommend Empty Fate to you. The brother and sister live a shameless life all day." "I don't want to watch it," sister said loudly. "Even brother is not bad, but it is too dirty. It is not suitable for little fairy. Watch it." "I don't want to watch it." "Choose another one." Qin Baobao looked very disdainful. Inferior student in Magic High School is also the same. It is just that the brother and sister in it make people feel uncomfortable. The author's thinking is too conservative and not bold enough. Rebellious Leluxiu is also good, but I can't stand the scene of him sending his sister away. There is also Kiss Sister. TSK, this is amazing. The two sworn sisters are always asking for a kiss from their brother, won't this kind of anime be banned? Qin Baobao was shocked. Japanese people have big holes in their brains. Even asterisk 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 is legal, let alone this. Xianxia said. You have actually seen so many. Qin Baobao looked at her brother's eyes from a salted fish to a pervert, damn pervert. How is it perverted? Xianxia was puzzled. Aren't people who have seen so many perverted anime perverted? Xianxia was not convinced. Do you dare to post something on Weibo? If you do, those fans will turn against you in a matter of minutes. I don't care about others. I only think that you are a pervert. Sister threw a pillow at him. Qin Baobao's worldview was refreshed. The next day was Sunday. Qin Baobao and Xianxia had to go home to stay with their parents for a day. After the siblings moved in together at their parents' request, they had to go home every weekend. After all, their parents missed their children too. Ever since Qin Ma unlocked the blind date demon attribute, Qin Baobao rarely went home. I can't afford to offend her. I'll just hide. Now, she went home once every half a month. It wasn't good for her not to go home all the time. Grandpa would explode. He also brought Wang Zijin along. The little sister of the Wang family was two-faced, so she had almost no friends in Shanghai except for Qin Baobao. Xianxia couldn't figure out at first. How did the little homebody battle expert become best friends with his silly sister? Thinking about it carefully, Qin Baobao might not be worse than Wang Zijin in terms of homebody battle skills. One must know that he had been tricked by his sister since he was young. They arrived at their parents' house at 9:30 in the morning. The neighborhood was quiet, and people didn't like to come out in the hot summer weather. Occasionally, there were cars coming in and out. The grass in the green belt shone with the green sunlight, and the leaves rolled listlessly. The guard uncle lay half dead in front of the fan. Qin Baobao honked the horn repeatedly, and only then did he reluctantly open the fence for them. It was rare for Grandpa Wang to be at home. He was in the study looking at stock trading software. He had a special notebook to record the trends and changes of stocks, sectors, and the market. This was a habit he had picked up in recent years. He was old and his memory was not as good as before. Dad, why didn't you go to school today? Xianxia pushed the door open and entered. We have guests for lunch. Grandpa Wang's eyes never left the computer. Xianxia took out a brown box from his pocket. It was beautifully packaged. He put it on the desk and said, Dad, this is for you. He bought the Mont Blanc fountain pen from Shimmy Shopping Mall in the morning. It cost 4,000 renminbi. The body of the pen was pure black and shiny. It was made of acetate fiber plastic and felt very warm when holding it. The design was simple and smooth, and the appearance was grand and elegant. Grandpa Wang looked at the fountain pen and said, Did you take the wrong medicine? Took the wrong medicine, that's too heart-wrenching. It's rare for me to be filial to my father. I made some money in the stock market, so I wanted to buy some gifts for you. Xianxia said in his heart, I can't forget the look in your eyes when you looked at me empty-handed when Qin Bao gave you a present. The old man plays with the fountain pen, unable to hide his fondness. Xianxia doesn't know if a cultured person likes this, but his father likes it. When Xianxia was in elementary school, his grandfather had a Mont Blanc fountain pen. He kept it in his shirt pocket every day. At that time, it was also popular to keep fountain pens in the chest pocket. He loved it more than his own son. It's a lot of money, the old man said. 4,000, brat, you're spending too much money. The old man reprimanded him with righteous words and quickly put the pen into his pocket. Dad, you go ahead. I'll go to the living room to talk to Mom. Xianxia turned around and was about to leave. Wait. The old man stopped him and put on his father's dignity. Give me your phone. What for? Xianxia was stunned. Look at your recent harvest list. The old man's tone was that of a teacher. Your medium-long line looks good, but there are obvious shortcomings in the short term. Let me take a look and give you some advice later. He couldn't say that he had encountered a bottleneck in the stock market recently and needed his son's harvest list for reference and inspiration. As an old man, I don't care about my face. Then I won't leave. Go ahead. Xianxia said. Go go go, don't be an eyesore here. The old man snatched the phone and waved his hand to chase him away. Xianxia left reluctantly. If it was someone else who wanted his phone, he would have slapped them. Even Qin Bao couldn't get it. After all, there was a lot of privacy in the phone. But since his father asked, as a son, he couldn't refuse. Xianxia came to the living room. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, and Qin Ma were sitting on the sofa, watching TV and chatting. There were only a few topics to talk about. Qin Ma said, the daughter of the Zhang family next door is finally married. She's almost 30 years old. The Zhang family can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Aunt Lu on the second floor already has her second child. She has another chubby boy. She looks so cute. Bao Bao, you have to work harder too. Mom is almost 50 years old. Qin Ma couldn't be blamed for being anxious. Most of the neighbors who were about her age had already become grandparents. At the very least, their sons and daughters were married. Look at her. Not to mention grandchildren, her daughter didn't even have a boyfriend. When she went out and met neighbors of more than 10 years, Qin Ma's age, the content of the conversation was nothing more than their children's career and childbirth. A while ago, they were quite proud that the Qin family had a big star. But the older generation didn't pay attention to this. After the novelty passed, the topic turned to their children's marriage. They asked Qin Ma, does your Bao Bao have a boyfriend? When are you getting married? Qin Ma suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Qin Bao Bao sat cross-legged and puffed up her cheeks. Don't talk to her mother. This child, you always have this attitude. I'm so angry. Qin Ma was disappointed. She wanted to take her daughter to see a psychiatrist. Auntie, don't be anxious. Wang Zijin acted as a lubricant and joked. Bao Bao isn't that old. She's only 25 years old. Maybe there will be a man she likes. Don't think that she got married too quickly. Qin Ma patted Wang Zijin's hand and said with relief, Zijin is so sensible. If you were my daughter, I wouldn't have to worry. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and sulked. Mom, do you have watermelon? I want to eat watermelon. Xianxia appeared just in time. Yes, I'll cut it for you. Wait for a while. Qin Ma got up and went into the kitchen. Xianxia walked to his sister and sat down. He bumped her shoulder and gloated. Look at this. Mom might sleep with you tonight. Qin Bao Bao twisted her body in annoyance. She did not want her brother to touch her. Qin Ma came over with a plate of watermelon and handed a piece to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Ma handed her daughter another piece. Qin Bao Bao looked away. Don't eat it. Xianxia said, Mom, don't mind her. I'll eat it. There was a news report on the TV. Recently, there have been high temperatures in many provinces. Please take precautions against heatstroke. At around 8 o'clock this morning, there was a traffic accident on the Yuhe Expressway in the western province. The truck driver fainted because of heatstroke, causing the truck to lose control and crash into the roadside guardrail. The driver died in vain. This is the third traffic accident due to high temperatures in the western province. Qin Ma said, Bao Bao, eat some watermelon to prevent heatstroke. Xianxia burst out laughing. Mom, she stays in an air-conditioned room all day. How can she prevent heatstroke? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at her brother. She put on her slippers and went to the kitchen. She came out with half a watermelon. Qin Ma told her not to eat too much watermelon. She would get diarrhea if she ate too much. Qin Bao Bao said that half a watermelon was more satisfying. She liked to eat watermelon like this since she was young. She would eat a spoonful while watching TV. However, she could not eat all of it. Every time she ate half, she would throw it to Xianxia. Sure enough, her sister ate the essence in the center and handed the watermelon to Xianxia. I can't eat anymore. Xianxia habitually took it and put a spoonful into his mouth. Qin Ma immediately said, Hey, change the spoon. Xianxia said, It's so disgusting. Spit it out. Mom, you're so considerate. Mom, help me change the spoon. Qin Baobao took advantage of the moment when Qin Ma turned around and pinched Qin Zai's waist hard. Qin Zai did not pursue his sister's petty actions. After all, it was his sister who was pressed down on the sofa every time. This was called "you can lose in small matters, but you can't lose in big matters." Wang Zijin looked at the siblings from the corner of her eyes. These two clowns were really putting on an act in front of their parents. At this time, the old man came out of the study. The old man was full of smiles. He returned the phone to his son and patted him on the shoulder. He laughed. "Not bad, not bad. My son is really capable. Although the more you experience this kind of thing, the better, you can't be too half-hearted." The siblings, including Wang Zijin, were dumbfounded. "Dad, what's the matter?" Qin Zai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Qin Baobao looked at her father's forehead. If not for her cowardice, she would have checked if her father had a fever. After being father and daughter for more than 20 years, she had never seen the old man praise his son. "Kid, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me?" The old man's smile was so wide that the corners of his mouth reached his ears. Qin Baobao looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was stunned at first and then felt guilty. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. "What am I guilty about?" the old man smiled. "Who's that Xianxia? What does she look like? Where does she live? Is she your university classmate?" Qin Baobao was stunned. Qin Zai's eyelids twitched. "This girl is a little too enthusiastic. You have to pay attention to your character. You can't just date anyone." The old man paused and then squeezed out a smile. "Chen Qingyuan is also your girlfriend? She keeps calling him Qin Gu. She's younger than you, right?" Swish. Two gazes that seemed to have materialized shot over. Qin Zai felt that the dog days had turned into the coldest days in an instant. The two pairs of eyes were from his sister and the young lady from the Wang family. "Dad, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend." He decided to hide in the kitchen and figure out the situation first. At the same time, he took out his phone. There were 5 unread messages in his inbox. "Little brother, have you missed your sister recently? Ask your sister out to play some other day." "Oh, you're ignoring me? You're not going to recognize me anymore after eating me, are you? Qin Gu, are you free this week? My mom wants to invite you over for a meal." "Qin Gu, don't think that I'm annoying. I'll be a good boy in the future. Qin Gu, reply to me with a text. I don't dare to call you. What the F *ck, this information was too much." Xianxia was the kind of woman who liked to talk nonsense. It was obviously a very serious matter, but she could still start it with a topic that was 18 times forbidden. As for Chen Qingyuan, that girl, she was stubborn and did not have the slightest awareness that she had been banished to the cold palace. She always wanted something to happen between her and Qin Zai. "What would the old man think of me? I've been an excellent son for 22 years, and this damn smartphone." The text message notification would pop up the content. The old man could see everything with a glance. He did not even need to open his inbox to spy on his son's privacy. Suddenly, there was a scream behind him. Then, his shoulder sank. Qin Baobao jumped from the sofa and pounced on her brother's back. She hooked Qin Zai's waist with her long legs and grabbed his neck with both hands. She said angrily, "Qin Zai, you black-hearted maggot. I'm going to strangle you." Qin Baobao really wanted to cry. It was hard to guard against a best friend. Qin Zai struggled hard and tried to shake his sister off. Qin Baobao's legs could crush a person to death. She kept on shaking and not falling. The siblings were in a tug-of-war. "What are you doing? Let's talk nicely." Grandpa Shen was surprised that his daughter was so agitated. Qin Baobao ignored her father and kept on scolding, "You black-hearted maggot. You're a bad egg." Grandpa Shen couldn't take it anymore. If he was a bad egg, what was he? He picked up the remote control and whipped his daughter's butt. Qin Baobao cried out. She covered her butt with one hand and strangled Qin Zai's neck with the other. Grandpa Shen whipped her twice more. She finally jumped down and covered her butt with tears in her eyes. She looked at her father with grievance and innocence. Grandpa Xian scolded, "How old are you? You're acting like a child. Is it appropriate? Your mother is right. You should find a partner for you. You won't be mature if you haven't been in love." It was mainly because Wang Zijin was an outsider. His daughter's behavior embarrassed Grandpa Xian, who prided himself on his strict upbringing. "Dad, you want to hit him?" Qin Baobao pointed at her brother and complained angrily, "He's seducing a married woman." "Married?" Grandpa Xian was stunned. "No." Qin Baobao replied. "What are you blabbering about if you're not married?" Grandpa Xian scolded. "But he's seducing 2 women." Qin Baobao was unwilling to give up. "That's because he has the capital. This won't do." Old Master Shen frowned. "Yes, with outsiders around, the family must be upright. If you're in a relationship, then just be in a relationship. You can't be so half-hearted and two-timing." "Who's two-timing?" Qin Ma heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. "Mom, your son hooked up with a married woman. You and Dad should beat him up." Qin Baobao poured dirty water on her brother to vent her grievances. "Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm innocent. I didn't seduce Xianxia." Qin Zhe tried to defend himself. "Who is Xianxia?" "One of my best friends." Qin Baobao said angrily, "I've already told him not to go after Xianxia, but he doesn't listen. She already has a boyfriend. Who knows when she will get married." Qin Zhe hurriedly looked at Wang Zijin. She was smiling faintly, but there was a hint of sadness and anger in her eyes. "No, I didn't." Qin Zhe defended himself loudly. Qin Baobao cried, "Yes, yes, yes." She suddenly squatted down, holding her stomach and sobbing. Old Master Shen and Qin Ma didn't expect their daughter to have such a big reaction. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed?" Qin Zhe took the opportunity to slander his sister. "Maybe it's because I have a rumored girlfriend and she's upset. Get lost." Qin Baobao picked up the remote control and threw it at him. She looked at Qin Ma with tears in her eyes. "Mom, my stomach hurts," so it was her period. Qin Ma saw it and knew that her daughter was having menstrual cramps again. She hurried to help her up. "Isn't it next week? Why did it come early?" Baby Qin's face turned pale from the pain. She looked pitiful. "Aze bought me a lot of popsicles yesterday." Qin Ma and Old Master Shen looked at their son angrily. "Heh, this black-hearted maggot. Even at this time, he didn't forget to stab me." A woman's early menstruation was related to many factors, such as abnormal temperature and catching a cold. She must have liked the cold at night and turned on the air conditioner to kick the quilt. Qin Baobao suffered from menstrual cramps every time. One of the reasons was that she was afraid of pain. It was said that menstrual cramps were similar to the labor pains before the pregnancy. Qin Zhe searched for this answer on the internet when he was in high school. He laughed at his sister. "Isn't this good? You have a prenatal rehearsal every month." Qin Baobao started a war with him. Qin Ma and Wang Zijin helped Qin Baobao back to the room. Old Master Shen went to prepare the ginger tea. Although his daughter didn't stay at home often, these things were always prepared. The love of parents was in every little thing. After a while, Wang Zijin came out. Little Miss Wang picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it happily. Qin Zhe paused for a moment. "Sister Ziwei, don't listen to Qin Baobao's nonsense. You've seen Xianxia too. She's very flirtatious. We're innocent." Wang Zijin gave him a sideways glance and imitated Qin Baobao's tone. "What does it have to do with me?" Qin Zhe pursed his lips. The Wang family's Miss Wang was very cautious. You couldn't hit her with sugar-coated bullets, and she rarely got angry. Moreover, they weren't close, so Qin Zhe had never coaxed her, unlike baby Qin, who was very familiar with coaxing. Wang Zijin said with a half-smile, "You explain to Bao Bao. She's really jealous." What she said. 10 minutes later, Qin Ma came out of her daughter's room and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. It was time for lunch. "Mom, how is she?" Qin Zhe shouted in the living room. "She's fine. It's a little better now. It won't hurt in a while, Qin Ma replied. Qin Baobao changed into a camisole and changed out of her blood-stained underwear. She lay on the bed half dead and babbled, her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly. The door opened silently. She looked up and saw Qin Zhe poking his head in. Does it still hurt? Qin Zhe walked to the bed. It hurts. Qin Baobao said pitifully. The brown sugar ginger tea is useless. I'll help you rub it. Qin Zhe said and lifted his sister's blanket. Qin Baobao quickly stopped him and glared at him. I don't want you to massage me, you black-hearted maggot. She was half dead and she was still fussing about this. Qin Zhe said helplessly, don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person your best friend is? She's always like that. Don't worry, I didn't seduce your best friend. Qin Baobao said insincerely, why are you explaining it to me? I don't care. You should explain it to Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe laughed. I've already explained it. Why do I have to wait for you to be the first one to explain it? Qin Baobao kicked the blanket angrily. I'm so angry. Her movements were too big. Her stomach was shaken and hurt again. He lifted his sister's long leg and slowly pressed on the Sanyingio acupoint, then the Taichung acupoint on the instep. 3 minutes later, he changed to the Shuahai and Diji acupoints. He repeated the process. Chinese medicine expertise was exchanged at the end of the semester to treat his sister's dysmenorrhea. After that, it was useless. His sister's dysmenorrhea didn't come every month. Fortunately, it came again today. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of points. After 10 minutes, Qin Baobao felt much better. She lay on the bed like a salted fish and was too lazy to move. Does it still hurt? Qin Zhe asked. His sister ignored him. Then I'm leaving. Qin Zhe said and got up to leave. Hey! Qin Baobao hurriedly called out to him. You haven't explained to Chen Qingyuan. What's there to explain to a little girl? I'm not interested. Yes, you have a young lady from the Wang family. Of course you don't like little girls. Qin Baobao said sourly. Seeing that Qin Zhe didn't say anything, she was even more jealous. I don't know who said that he would always side with his sister. Even if he had a wife, he would put his sister first. Qin Zhe was stunned. Did I say that? You did, you did. Qin Baobao shouted under the blanket. A man who doesn't keep his words will never get a wife. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I've said so many sweet nothings to you every day. How could I remember them? Besides, can a man's sweet words be trusted? Sister, you're different now. Qin Zhe said perfunctorily. Then what am I now? Qin Baobao kicked the blanket again. Am I a salted fish? Stop kicking. You'll have a stomachache later. Qin Zhe pressed her leg. You have menstrual cramps because you kick the blanket at night. Sister Ziwei told me. Sleep for a while. I can't sleep. Sing me a song, Qin Baobao said. Maybe I'll fall asleep. Qin Zhe agreed readily. He helped his sister with the blanket, adjusted the air conditioner, and sat on the bed. You're here. Qin Baobao pecked her head expectantly and stared at her brother with shining eyes. Qin Zhe cleared his throat. I have a little horse, but I never ride it, Qin Baobao punched him angrily. What? You sang wrong. You sang wrong? Then I'll sing again. Okay. I have a little sister, but I never ride her. Why did you hit me again? Qin Baobao didn't say anything. She lay under the blanket and punched Qin Zhe's chest with her fists. After coaxing his sister, Qin Zhe went to the living room to get some water. The aroma of the dishes assailed his nose. He glanced at the dining table. Mom, you're so nice. You know we're coming home today, so you cooked so many dishes. Qin Ma smiled in the kitchen. I didn't cook for you. We have guests today. Guests? Who? Qin Zhe remembered that the old master seemed to have said that there would be guests. Your dad's student. You met him in junior high. Qin Ma had just finished speaking when the doorbell rang. I'll go open the door. Wang Zijin, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and watching TV, put on her slippers and ran to the entrance. A man in his 30s stood at the door. He was wearing a fitted casual suit and had a decent appearance, exuding a gentle aura. He was carrying a basket of fruits. When he saw Wang Zijin, he was stunned. Perhaps he suspected that he had entered the wrong door, so he quickly glanced at the house number. "Hello, I'm Miss Jin's student." He sized up Wang Zijin and was slightly surprised. "Miss Jin's relative? Come in." Wang Zijin smiled gracefully. She turned sideways and invited the guest in. Then, she closed the door and bent down to find a pair of cotton slippers from the shoe cabinet. Xianxia poked his head out of the living room and looked at the man for a few seconds before suddenly remembering who he was. This person was called Wang Pei, Old Master's favorite student. When Xianxia was in junior high, he would visit Old Master almost every weekend to ask some questions or help Qin Ma with the housework. After graduating from university, he became busy with work and came less often. After that, Xianxia moved in with his sister. He hadn't seen him for 3 to 4 years. Wang Pei was also stunned. He stared at Xianxia and thought to himself, is this Miss Jin's son? I don't remember Miss Jin's son being so handsome. The students who had been to Miss Jin's house all knew that Miss Jin had a pair of children, a white swan and an ugly duckling. When the white swan just entered junior high, she had a natural seductive charm. When the ugly duckling entered senior high, other than its height of 1.84 meters, its appearance and aura were ordinary. The only thing Xianxia was good about was his height. Qin Baobao was 1.72 meters tall and had to tiptoe to kiss him. Is Wang Pei here? Qin Ma shouted from the kitchen. Auntie, it's me, Wang Pei said with a smile. Xianxia thought to himself, at least you're a little more sensible. Back then, when this guy saw Qin Ma, he kept calling her master's wife, which made Xianxia feel very pretentious. Mother **Ker, do you think you're Ling Huchong? Master's wife? What era is this? Your teacher is in the study room. I'll get A's to call him. Qin Ma said, son, ask your father to come out. Wang Pei had no choice but to face reality. Alright, it was indeed that ugly duckling. It was just that it developed a little slowly. Xianxia poured a cup of hot tea for Wang Pei, then went to the study to call out the old man. When the old man heard that his favorite disciple had arrived, he was very happy and welcomed him with a smile on his face. Xianxia poured another cup of tea for me. Wang Zijin originally wanted to let me do it, but Xianxia didn't let her do it. She didn't even know where the tea leaves were. She was purely trying to curry favor with the old man. She couldn't curry favor with Qin Ma. She didn't know how to cook. If she went in rashly, she would only expose her shortcomings. Moreover, Qin Ma's favor was almost full. Lunch wasn't ready yet. The old man chatted with the students while his son, Xianxia, accompanied him. Wang Zijin didn't feel like an outsider at all. She made a cup of tea for Xianxia and sat next to him as if she were Xianxia's elder sister, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Where's Bao Bao? Wang Pei asked the question in his heart after exchanging greetings with the old man. She's not feeling well. She's lying in her room, the old man said. Then you have to go to the hospital. Don't follow with minor diseases, Wang Pei said with concern. It's okay. I'm not that delicate. The old man didn't want to say that the girl had menstrual cramps. What position are you in now? I'm still the regional manager in Pudong. I haven't moved in 2 years. The old man nodded. Zhongfeng is famous for its deep and muddy waters. What you need to do now is to seek stability. In today's society, no matter how capable you are, it still depends on your qualifications. At your age, even with your father-in-law's help, you've reached your limit. The next step is to build up your qualifications. Wang Pei said, Teacher, what you said makes sense. I'll listen. While Xianxia absorbed the knowledge of stock trading, he also learned about securities companies. Zhongfeng Securities had been rated 2A for 15 years in a row. It was definitely a big shot in the securities industry. Wang Pei could climb to the position of regional manager in just 5 years not only because he was capable, but also because he had a good father-in-law. According to the old man, he seemed to be the second in command of Zhongfeng. It was a classic example of a peacock man marrying a phoenix girl. The most famous peacock man in history was Xianxia. Wang Pei understood the ways of the world very well. He didn't neglect Xianxia next to him and asked, "Is this girl your girlfriend?" Xianxia looked at Wang Zijin, who returned a faint smile. The old man snorted. If he can find such an outstanding girlfriend, there must be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. This was really his biological father. When the meal was ready, Qin Ma called for dinner. "Son, go and wake your sister up for dinner." Xianxia ran into his sister's room. The blackout curtains were tightly closed. Qin Baobao was lying on her side, one of her legs was outside, clamping the quilt. The fluorescent light of the phone shone on her face. Xianxia slipped over and slapped his sister's butt. "Time to eat." Qin Baobao cried out in pain. "You're asking for it." She sat up angrily and threw a pillow at him. Xianxia caught the pillow and threw her back on the bed. "Get up and eat." Seeing that his sister could still argue with him, it meant that her stomach didn't hurt anymore. At the dinner table, the old man sat at the head of the table. On his left were his favorite students, Wang Pei and Qin Ma. On the right were the only son, the eldest daughter, and Wang Zijin. According to the family status, Xianxia's seat should have been his sister's, but his sister was willful and deliberately separated her brother from her best friend. "Bao Bao, are you feeling better?" Qin Ma picked up a piece of fish for her daughter. "Eat this, it's good." Qin Bao Bao ate happily. "Yes, help me massage." "Massage what?" Qin Ma asked. He massaged the soles of my feet. "I feel much better now," Qin Bao Bao said. The old man and Wang Pei continued to talk about the workplace, finance, national policies, and other topics. The old man, who rarely spoke during dinner, was very talkative. Wang Pei could always follow his train of thought. The two even opened a bottle of white wine and chatted while drinking. Qin Ma sighed. "Wang Pei, if only our A's was half as successful as you." Qin Bao Bao retorted, "Mom, I'm afraid you're wrong." The old man scolded, "How can you say that?" Qin Bao Bao pouted and lowered her head to eat. Wang Pei wasn't angry. After all, he had been trained in the workplace for a few years. He smiled and said, "A's is doing his internship, right?" The old man's tone was exasperated. He only knows how to trade stocks at home all day. He doesn't even go out to look for a job. Qin Bao Bao was very protective of her son. She immediately said, "He found a job." The old man glared at her, and she was scared again. Wang Pei said, "You like to trade stocks? Are you interested in coming to Zhongfeng? I'll arrange it for you." Qin Ma was overjoyed. She picked up some food for Wang Pei and said, "I'm sorry. I'll get A's to try it out on Monday." For a long time after the stock market took shape in China, employees of securities companies were prohibited from trading stocks. This was because there weren't many listed companies at that time, and it was easy to control the stock market and make money from it. Now, it was different. There were many listed companies, and employees of securities companies could still trade stocks. They would still lose money. Xianxia said, "Mom, don't worry. I just passed the interview." Qin Ma lamented his misfortune and was angry that he didn't fight for it. "I heard from Bao Bao about your investment company. You can't even find it online. Zhongfeng is controlled by the state. It's stable and has good benefits." Wang Zijin smiled and said, "Auntie, it's not like the past anymore. A state-owned enterprise is an iron rice bowl, and there's even a tube-shaped apartment for you to live in. Now, unless you can enter the establishment, or at least a middle-level management position, it's no different from other places." Wang Pei nodded. "That's right. But at least the pressure won't be great, and the benefits will be better." Qin Bao Bao said again, "That's not necessary. A's can also make a lot of money by trading stocks." Wang Pei looked at Xianxia in surprise. "I forgot that Miss Qin is teaching him by example." The old man suddenly blushed with shame. When it came to trading stocks, he, as an old driver, couldn't beat his son. "Then, after dinner, Ace will come with us to the study for a chat?" Wang Pei said. "No, children shouldn't get involved." The old man hurriedly dispelled the idea of his favorite student embarrassing himself. The few of them ate and chatted. Wang Pei said intentionally or unintentionally, Bao Bao made a friend, right? Did you bring him home to meet your parents? Qin Ma was sad again. She sighed and said, she wants to find me a boyfriend. I wake up laughing in my dreams. Wang Pei was stunned. You don't have a boyfriend? That's right. You're a big star now. It's not convenient for you to fall in love. This has nothing to do with being a star. She's never been in love. Qin Ma felt that her husband's favorite student wasn't an outsider. She had to vent her grievances. How old are you? Why can't you be enlightened in that aspect? Mom. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her face turned red. How could she say these words in front of an outsider? Wang Pei smiled. Auntie, Bao Bao isn't that old. There's no rush. Besides, fate hasn't arrived yet. He looked at Qin Bao Bao and his smile deepened. On Monday, after a morning run, Qin Zhe put on a suit. Black pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. He did not need a suit. His sister said that summer suits did not need a jacket. Wang Zijin quietly took a light blue tie and said that it was a gift for Qin Zhe. She personally tied it for Qin Zhe. But my sister disagreed. She said that she made my Aze silly by tying the tie. She looked at Dumbo. Wang Zijin said, what kind of man is a man if he doesn't wear a tie? Qin Bao Bao retorted, even if he wears a tie, he's not a man. Qin Zhe stared. What did you say? Qin Bao Bao quickly said, anyway, it doesn't look good wearing a tie. It's very silly. Wang Zijin said, my dad always wears this when he goes out. He's been wearing a tie for more than 10 years. Who dares to say that he's silly? Wang Zijin insisted on wearing a tie. His sister insisted on not wearing a tie. The two almost got into a fight. In the end, he still wore a tie and went out. After all, it was Sister Ziwei who paid for the gift. Qin Bao Bao personally drove him to the company. Qin Zhe waved goodbye to his sister in front of the building. His sister in the car blew him a kiss. The little red horse drove into the traffic. When he arrived at the company, he told the receptionist that he was here to join the company. The receptionist looked him up and down and smiled. So formal. Qin Zhe was stunned. With the help of the receptionist, he signed a series of relevant procedures. The receptionist brought him to an office and smiled. Let me introduce a new colleague. She looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe understood and said loudly, hello, everyone. My name is Qin Zhe. Please take care of me. He introduced himself in a formal manner. There were 11 or 12 people in the office, both men and women. The applause was sparse. Qin Zhe glanced at his colleagues in the office and his heart skipped a beat. They were all dressed casually. Not a single one of them was dressed formally. Damn it, didn't his sister say that the big companies were all elites in smart suits and elegant dresses? Could it be that I've joined a shady company? He blended into this group of casually dressed colleagues, like a white swan in a flock of ducks, and a white swan in a tie. It was awkward. The receptionist arranged for him to be seated near the entrance. Every veteran in the workplace knew that the more inconspicuous a position was, the more desirable it was. Because there, you have a certain amount of freedom. Playing games, downloading porn, etc. Once the leaders came in, there would be enough time for them to destroy the evidence. The position at the entrance was miserable. They had to bear the brunt of the leader's inspection. Qin Zhe was a newcomer, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get a good position. There were only 2 seats near the door, and one of them was already occupied. Hello, hello. Hao Han, who also bore the brunt of the leader's prestige, greeted Qin Zhe. This man's hairstyle reminded him of the school hunk, Zhang Mingyu. However, his appearance was not as good as Zhang Mingyu's, but he was still considered handsome. Judging from the smile on his face, he should be someone who is friendly and optimistic. Qin Zhe had some impression of him. They had met during the interview the other day. I'm Yang Jian. Qin Zhe. I'll add you into the group. There's a group in our department. I just added it this morning. Yang Jian took out his phone and added Xianxia into the department's chat group. Wait a minute, let me change my nickname. Xianxia said. Students liked to use Penguin, while adults preferred WeChat. Xianxia was the latter, because his sister didn't use Penguin. Xianxia's WeChat name was originally the same as his Weibo name, but one day, his sister said that they should have a couple's name. It had to be unique and not similar. The internet veteran Xianxia suggested that his sister be called Crossdresser. He was called Crossdressing Loli. It was very unique, and definitely not similar. Qin Baobao gladly accepted. Anyway, he only had a few WeChat friends. Other than his roommates and his sister, there was basically no one else. Yang Jian said, "It's okay. After you enter the group, just change the name of the group and change it to your real name." Xianxia thought to himself, this wasn't a matter of real name or not, this was a matter of personal image. He hadn't thought of a name yet, so he changed his nickname to Xianxia. Welcome newcomer. Welcome, welcome. Handsome little brother has been assigned to our department? 666-inch, let's have dinner together tonight. Let's treat handsome little brother to a meal. Scram, you want to get free food again? Handsome little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Xianxia looked at the chat group, then raised his head and glanced at the quiet office. Everyone's expression didn't change. They looked like they were working hard and didn't have time to chat. This month's performance didn't meet the standards. I feel weak all over. I just want to sleep. Take it easy at night. Your nutrition won't be able to keep up. Xianxia looked up blankly and glanced at everyone. Everyone still looked serious and focused on their work. Motherf asterisk cur, did I really enter a shady company? Stop looking, you didn't join the wrong group. It's not good to chat in the office. If you have something to say it in the group. If you find it annoying, just block it. Yang Jian said in a low voice. When he first joined the group, he was also confused. The contrast was too strong. Xianxia clicked on this guy's personal information. When he saw his WeChat name, he almost spat out blood. Yangpu, Qin Baobao. You live in Yangpu? Xianxia asked. How did you know? Yang Jian was stunned. Your name poisoned me. You like Qin Baobao a lot? Speaking of this, Yang Jian became excited. You also think that girl is not bad, right? I watched I Am a Singer a few days ago and fell in love with her. She's too hot, a goddess of goddesses. Then do you know me? Xianxia asked. Xianxia, didn't you just introduce yourself? Yang Jian was stunned again. I haven't finished I Am a Singer yet. Xianxia concluded. Soon, soon. In 2 more episodes, it will be the championship competition. Yang Jian said, in the end, Qin Baobao won the championship. She's amazing. The colleagues in the group were still chattering. Little handsome guy looks a little familiar. Little handsome guy, what's your name again? Xianxia calmed down. Since he didn't recognize him immediately, it meant that he wasn't a die-hard fan of his. Even if his identity was exposed, he would just be a curious onlooker. Once the excitement died down, he would just be a normal person. In this day and age, everyone was rational when it came to chasing celebrities. Celebrities were also humans, not Martian mutants. There was nothing to be surprised about. Of course, the fangirls of the little fresh meats were an exception. Moreover, he wasn't a celebrity, so he shouldn't overestimate himself. Yang Jian said that interns usually had 3 to 5 days of training. Then, they would do odd jobs for a month or so before they could come into contact with business. He had 2 years of work experience. Xianxia asked him which university he graduated from. This guy said he graduated from Jiaodong University. What about you? Xianxia said he was from the University of Finance and Economics. The University of Finance and Economics was slightly inferior to Jiaodong University. But if he took out his graduation certificate, it would carry a lot of weight. Xianxia sat there for half an hour, but he didn't see any leaders coming out. So, he walked around the 3 major offices of Julie. Anyway, he had the access card, so there was no obstruction. He went through the general framework of Julie. There were more than 100 people in the 3 major offices, and they were divided into the Human Resources Department, Administration Department, Finance Department, Market Research Department, R&D Center, Risk Control Department, etc. There were many departments, such as stocks, futures, angel investment, venture capital. Then, he went downstairs to smoke a cigarette. Now that his sister had banned him from smoking at home, he couldn't take it anymore and gave him a cigarette. Qin Baobao probably felt that she had found her authority as an elder sister, so she didn't get tired of smoking. As for why he went downstairs, it was because in the first half of the year, Shanghai had introduced new anti-smoking regulations. Smoking areas in restaurants, hotels, entertainment, public transport, and other places had been changed to a total indoor smoking ban. All kinds of smoking rooms would be gradually removed. Simply put, as long as there was a canopy overhead, smoking would be banned. Xianxia went downstairs to find a trash can with cigarette butts. He lit a cigarette and took a look at the group chat to see if those idiots were still spamming. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically when suddenly, a person with a toy poodle profile picture said, "I'll give you 3 questions. If you answer correctly, I'll treat you to lunch." The group chat was silent. Xianxia clicked on the toy poodle profile picture and looked at the person's name, Li Linfeng. He remembered the name of the investment manager during the interview. Looks like he will be working under him in the future. The first question came out. 3 people went to the hotel for 30 renminbi a night. Each of them paid 10 renminbi to the hotel owner. Later, the hotel owner said there was a discount today and only charged 25 renminbi. The hotel owner gave the waiter 5 renminbi and asked him to refund the money to the 3 people. The waiter kept 2 renminbi and only refunded 1 renminbi to each person. Now, let's calculate. Each of the 3 people spent 9 renminbi, so the total is 27 renminbi. Plus the waiter's 2 renminbi, the total is 29 renminbi. Excuse me, where did the last 1 renminbi go? After a short silence, all kinds of replies appeared in the group. Damn, where did the last yuan go? Same question. I feel something is wrong, but I can't tell. Why is this question so awkward? I'm trembling with my low IQ. Xianxia was stunned and found the style of the question so familiar. The next moment, he remembered. Damn, isn't this the logic misleading question from UC's Rotten Streets? The core of this question was the logic misleading. It could easily lead people's logic astray. 8 out of 10 people thought there was nothing wrong with it. Even if someone found something wrong, they couldn't tell for a while. But as long as they thought about it a few times, they would immediately notice the trap. Xianxia replied, the 3 people spent a total of 27 yuan. The boss earned 25 yuan, and the waiter earned 2 yuan. It's exactly 27 yuan. Don't be misled. The group entered a period of silence, as if they were pondering over Xianxia's answer. A moment. Later, Li Linfeng sent a thumbs-up emoji. His colleagues suddenly realized, I knew something was wrong. 27 yuan spent and 2 yuan was earned. How can the 2 be added together? Damn it, you've led me astray. Boss, can't you use less tricks and more true feelings? Since ancient times, true feelings can't keep people. Only tricks can win people's hearts. Young people's brains work fast. Amazing. Xianxia, Li Linfeng, Xianxia in the group, let's have lunch together. Thank you, manager. Xianxia replied. UC is really a good teacher and helpful friend. Li Linfeng's second question came. A person spent 8 yuan to buy a chicken and sold it for 9 yuan. Then he felt it was not worth it, so he bought it back for 10 yuan and sold it to another person for 11 yuan. How much did he earn? Everyone gave their answers one after another. Their computing ability could be said to be powerful. Some said he earned 2 yuan, some said he earned 1 yuan. Some said he lost 1 yuan. Everyone had their own opinions. With Xianxia's current mental arithmetic level, he could be called a freak amongst freaks. The moment he saw the question, he was able to figure out the answer. But, he felt that something was wrong. Although there were several small traps hidden in the question, it was too simple. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to enter the answer, he realized that someone had beaten him to it. $2, Yang Jian replied. Li Linfeng sent another thumbs-up emoji. I'll count you in for lunch. Everyone asked why this was the answer, but Li Linfeng did not answer. Instead, he asked a third question. If you're a hero with a broken sword in your hand and a group of bad guys chasing after you, you're lucky that you're riding a horse and they're not. Unfortunately, your horse is exhausted and they will catch you in the end. You have a bow, you are a hero who never misses, but you only have 10 arrows and 40 people behind you. They know you have only 10 arrows. They formed a horizontal line behind you at certain intervals and rushed forward as fast as they could. They're very close to you. They're already in range. Using economic methods to analyze how to retreat safely? No one said anything. The group was silent. Xianxia thought to himself that the first two questions were just appetizers. This question was the trump card. Li Linfeng sent an angry emoji. Does no one know? It's pardonable that the two newbies don't know, but you guys don't know either? At everyone. Then, a crying face emoji flooded the screen. Li Linfeng, Xianxia and Yang Jian. Do you guys know? Yang Jian replied instantly, Boss, we don't know. Xianxia thought for a while and suppressed the answer in his heart. I don't know. A few seconds later, Yang Jian sent him a thumbs up emoji. Xianxia smiled knowingly. You know the answer? Xianxia asked him privately. The first chapter of Friedman's The Economy and Life explained a similar question, Yang Jian said. You've read a lot, Xianxia replied. Reading is my only hobby. Yang Jian said, You've read it too? No. Xianxia typed, but with a few months of operating experience and a psychological analysis, it's easy to get the answer. The stock market is a game, and it's all about psychology. Yang Jian sent another thumbs up. I feel like everyone doesn't know. We newbies should keep a low profile. Xianxia smiled foolishly and said, That's right. The benefits of the profit-generating company were very good. There was a staff cafeteria, which was a restaurant near the company. The average cost per employee was about 100 yuan. Just this benefit alone was enough to put them on par with most banks. Li Linfeng invited Xianxia and Yang Jian to eat in the cafeteria. In addition to the staff meal, he ordered 3 additional dishes. It was quite sumptuous. The dishes were ordered by Xianxia. He and Yang Jian waited in the cafeteria for 10 minutes before Li Linfeng arrived late. He was wearing a navy blue shirt, and his hair was meticulously combed. He was a man in his 30s, and he had a mature and confident demeanor. He was originally a middle-level manager in a securities company. He felt that he would not be able to move up in the next 5 years, so he couldn't stand the time and jumped ship to profit-generating company. Yang Jian. He patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Xianxia. He patted Xianxia's shoulder again. The 2011 City Science Champion, I had to shamelessly beg the general manager to get you. Li Linfeng personally poured wine for Yang Jian. Yang Jian was flattered. He pointed at Xianxia and said, As for you, you are a surprise. Compared to Yang Jian, the science champion, Xianxia's 30 minutes perfect score was still fresh in Li Linfeng's mind. The first question is a logic misdirection question. You can react in such a short time, which shows that your logic ability is clear and powerful. The second question is a mental calculation question, but it has to be combined with GDP calculation, which shows that your foundation is very solid. He said to Xianxia and Yang Jian separately. Xianxia confessed, Actually, I have seen this question in UC before. Li Linfeng was stunned. Yang Jian also confessed, I have seen IBM's interview question in a book. Li Linfeng laughed, being too honest is not a good thing. What is UC? He asked. This question was not easy to answer. Xianxia was thinking about the wording. Yang Jian covered his face and said, Boss, you don't need to ask. Everyone there is talented, and they speak well. Ordinary people can't get in. Xianxia almost spat out the wine in his mouth. There is such a place? Li Linfeng was excited. It's actually just a mobile browser. It's famous for its lack of integrity. Yang Jian was just joking. Xianxia said. Do you two have an answer to a recent question? Li Linfeng asked again. Both of them quickly shook their heads. Li Linfeng did not point it out. He laughed and drank. Li Linfeng was very talkative. This was not surprising. People who are successful in the workplace, regardless of their ability, must have a glib tongue. However, Yang Jian's ability to talk surprised Xianxia. The two of them talked from futures to the stock market, from the domestic stock market to the foreign stock market, and from the stock market to bonds. They also talked about the pros and cons of closed-end funds and open-end investment companies. Xianxia listened from the side and occasionally chimed in. Yang Jian suddenly laughed and said, "Boss, on the day of the interview, I saw a fairy sister. Damn, super awesome. Is she from our company?" Li Linfeng's face was strange. Xianxia turned to look at the door. His face was also strange. "Boss, that girl is really awesome. There is a beauty in the north, isolated from the world." "How do you say that?" "Yes, a secluded orchid in an empty valley." Yang Jian was enraptured. He poked Xianxia. "On the day of the interview, we met her at the elevator." "I don't remember." Xianxia saw a figure slowly approaching from the corner of his eye. He kicked Yang Jian under the table. "Why did you kick me?" Yang Jian glanced at him. He was still talking. She was dressed as an office lady. She was so stylish. The dress wrapped around her butt, round and perky. Her figure was hot, but her temperament was cold and quiet. It was a contrast between ice and fire. "Boss, I walked around our office this morning and did not see her." Li Linfeng, who was calm, suddenly became cautious. Then he stood up and said to the person behind Yang Jian, "Boss Su." Yang Jian also noticed that there was a shadow behind him. He turned his head blankly. After seeing the elegant, cool and exquisite office lady behind him, his face was filled with a very complicated and frozen expression. Cui, who probably met Xia Juiying, who was beautiful and red with peach blossoms. Guxiang first met Yang Gua, who was a gray-haired uncle at Fanglingdu. Amorous feelings rippled. Su nodded slightly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the managers of all departments will have a meeting. Don't be late. Li Linfeng nodded and bowed. Su glanced at Xianxia and Yang Jian. She paused on Xianxia's face for a few seconds and frowned slightly. The three watched Su take a seat in a small compartment not far away. A translucent screen separated her from the outside world. Yang Jian immediately turned his head. His eyes were like light bulbs. "Boss." "Boss Su?" Li Linfeng smiled. "She is the general manager of our company." Although Yang Jian's adjectives were exaggerated and out of tune, he had never seen a woman on the whole floor who could be compared with Boss Su. Yang Jian's body trembled. "My beautiful president, I didn't expect that I, Yang Jian, would encounter a plot in a novel in my lifetime." Suddenly his face changed. "I'm afraid she is not taken." Li Linfeng is a professional at this age. He has seen all kinds of demons and ghosts, and he has experienced the ways of the world. In the government, public institutions, and workplace offices, beautiful women who are too beautiful and have made achievements are bound to be surrounded by all kinds of rumors. They are said to be foxes who rely on their beauty to get to the top. It's not just people's hearts that are dark, but there are countless similar examples, so many that the onlookers have formed a habit of thinking. He naturally heard the meaning of Yang Jian's words, but he was too lazy to remind anything. There was no need for that. Yang Jian quickly restrained his frustration and cheered up. "As long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that can't be dug down." Xianxia laughed and said, "Brother, you are ambitious. I admire you." He regarded it as a big mountain between men and didn't think Yang Jian was serious. "She is the general manager of our company. Her name is Su Yu, the head of the company." Li Linfeng briefly introduced her and didn't want to say more. Although such a beauty is the best topic for men to talk about, it is different if she is the boss. Whether in ancient times or modern times, it is disrespectful to talk about the boss in private. Li Linfeng's cautious style in the workplace does not need to be explained to the two rookies. In the cubicle, Su Yu quietly took a photo through the gap of the screen and sent it to someone. "Xianxia?" Su Yu's few friends quickly replied. "Guess where I met him?" Su Yu's lips curled into a smile. Her expression was filled with the playfulness of a girl. "I can't guess." "Boring, it's our company's staff cafeteria." The other party was silent for a moment. What happened? Suyu's friend, who knows Xianxia, is naturally the mature woman sister Nan Man Pei who hasn't seen for a long time. Accident. I came to the company for an interview last week and was seen by someone. Suyu's smile was like a girl's. Incredible probability. Nan Man Pei sighed. I tell you, on the day of the interview, I deliberately asked my assistant to try. Suyu's fingers flew on the screen. 30 minutes, full score, really abnormal IQ. Nan Man Pei said, it's boring, aren't you worried about no one to use? Try him. A high IQ is a high IQ, work experience is another thing. Let's train for a while first. Up to you. Nan Man Pei said, let's have dinner together tonight. Invite him along too. Go ahead. I don't know him yet. After lunch, Li Linfeng glanced at his watch and said, lunch is at 12 o'clock, and work starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's treat is an exception. As the three of them left the restaurant, Li Linfeng suddenly patted Xianxia's shoulder. Your formal attire is very good. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Yang Jian held back his laughter. Xianxia's phone rang and a text message came in. Xianxia, do you want to have dinner together? Sender, Nan Man Pei. Xianxia thought to himself, let's eat, but I still have 2 sisters who need milk at home. So he replied, I don't have time tonight. How about tomorrow afternoon? Half an hour later, Nan Man Pei's belated reply came, forget it then, let's meet again when we have time. Xianxia just put down the phone, and there seemed to be a delicate fragrance floating around him. Suyu walked past him and nodded. On the first day of employment, there would be no work arranged. According to the rules of the workplace, this was to give the new employee sufficient time to adapt. Xianxia and Yang Jian each took care of their own things. One fiddled with stocks and exercised short-term operating ability. The other wore headphones and watched the program I Am a Singer. Every time Qin Baobao appeared, he would find Xianxia next to him to discuss whether Goddess Qin's chest was C or D. Xianxia said D. Yang Jian was like meeting a confidant and said, I think so too. Then he forced Xianxia to discuss whether it was 34D or 36D. Xianxia was impatient with his pestering and said 36D, go away. Yang Jian didn't believe him and said, how do you know? Xianxia thought to himself, although I don't know, I just know. Don't ask why. These words naturally wouldn't be said to this little red guy. Yang Jian continued to watch the variety show. He had already seen the penultimate episode. Half an hour later, he finally saw the last episode. He excitedly patted Xianxia on the shoulder and lowered his voice, the finals. Although I know that Qin Baobao won the championship, I'm still very excited. I heard that this episode was her brother's co-singer. It is said that a divine song appeared. Xianxia wondered, you really haven't paid attention to Qin Baobao? Yang Jian said, when the program was serialized, I hadn't resigned yet. I worked hard in a financial company. I worked overtime until 9 o'clock every day. When I went home, it was more than 10 o'clock. Hateful and scrupulous companies hurt people. I didn't cast a vote of love for my goddess. Since Yang Jian watched the program singer, he has been crazy about Qin Baobao. In his words, there are too many beautiful female stars in the entertainment circle these years, but such a hot figure is rare. My God, Wales's co-singer is actually Yang Lina. It's impossible. He can invite Yang Lina. Wales's votes are so high. It's hard to imagine that Qin Baobao can win the championship. It must be very wonderful at that time. Hateful. Hey, Qin Baobao came out. Gee, she is tall and beautiful. I feel that our boss Su is a little worse than her. Yang Jian chattered, but his voice was very low. He couldn't make a lot of noise in the office. In terms of face, Suyu is the only one that Xianxia has seen who can compare with his sister. They have their own characteristics and temperament, but lose in figure. Nan Man Pei and Wang Zijin win in temperament, but their appearance is slightly inferior to the previous two. Yang Jian mumbled to himself, talking non-stop. After a few minutes, he looked refreshed. Qin Baobao's brother came out. Live version of Opera 2. They are indeed siblings. Her brother is really handsome. Hey, why does he look so familiar? Xianxia smiled and said, familiar, right? Yang Jian looked at him for a while and nodded. Familiar. He looked at the video on his phone and whispered, I must be dreaming. Qinzhe smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Jian looked sad. Qinzhe, is it really you? Qinzhe continued to be calm. You called me Qinzhe. How can it be fake? Yang Jian's body shook. My God, my biggest gain from coming to this company is not meeting a beauty like Boss Su, but meeting you, my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Qinzhe squinted. Future brother-in-law. Yang Jian corrected himself. Qinzhe chuckled. Qinzhe. Yang Jian held his hand tightly. Please help me get your sister's autograph. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. That's all you've got? Yang Jian looked at Qinzhe, then turned his head to look at his phone screen. Damn, there's actually a god standing next to me. Fortunately, I don't chase after celebrities. To him, Qinzhe's fame was not as attractive as his identity as Qin Baobao's brother. Countless predecessors told us that the strategy to get a girlfriend started with the brother-in-law. Yang Jian didn't want to take his goddess to bed. He was satisfied to be in close contact with Qin Baobao. After silently watching I Am a Singer, Yang Jian stopped discussing Qin Baobao's big breasts and long legs with Qinzhe. He put away his phone and walked out of the office. At the door, he turned to look at Qinzhe, who was focused on the stock market. Then he went out. First, the girl at the front desk came to the investment department for no reason and chatted with Qinzhe. Then, a group of office ladies in high heels and black stockings came. They pretended to be calm and walked around the office. They secretly glanced at Qinzhe and pretended to be calm before leaving. After a few times, Qinzhe felt that something was wrong. He put down his phone and turned to look outside. 7 or 8 office ladies stood in the corridor outside the office and looked at him as if they were looking at a national treasure in the zoo. The demonesses stared at him calmly in the face of danger, watching from the sidelines. One of them was even more confused. She raised her phone and clicked on it. Oh my, he's looking at me. It's really Qinzhe. I'm going to send the photo to the group. Hee, they dispersed. Damn, what's going on? Qinzhe was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized. He grabbed his phone and sent a message to Yang Jian while gritting his teeth. Little bastard, you're making trouble, aren't you? Yang Jian knew that he and Qinzhe worked together day and night and couldn't avoid it. He immediately replied, didn't you notice that the girl at the front desk is very beautiful? Sure enough, high-end companies like to hire beautiful vases as receptionists. Qinzhe sent a despising emoji. Please start your speech. Yang Jian replied with a string of dog head. Of course I want to flirt with her. Although your sister is my goddess, it doesn't stop me from seeking a partner in reality. When talking about girls, there must be a topic. I said, you know the new handsome guy, right? He's Qinzhe, Qin Baobao's younger brother. The girl at the front desk was excited when she heard your identity. She immediately left me and went to watch you. Qinzhe sneered and replied, the girl at the front desk was not the only one watching me. Yang Jian sent a facepalm emoji. Women are all gossips. As soon as she turned around, she revealed it to the company's chat group. What a bad teammate. Qinzhe sighed. Fortunately, he didn't think he could hide his identity and was mentally prepared. Moreover, he wasn't Qin Baobao. After Singer ended, his attention plummeted. It didn't matter if his identity was exposed. Fortunately, this group of female demons were all elites in the workplace. They were self-aware and rational. They didn't scream in public or ask for autographs. Otherwise, what would the leaders think of him? He wouldn't be able to survive. In the following time until he got off work, Qinzhe expressionlessly sent away group after group of female demons and male demons. Everyone looked at him with a smiling but not speaking emoji. Those who were more outgoing only talked to him for a while. They didn't dare to stay for too long. The company rules were there. When it was time to get off work, he took his bag and left the office. Qinzhe, you sing so well. Qinzhe, why did you come to our company? In the elevator, the girls chatted with Qinzhe. Qinzhe smiled and responded. He felt that he was thinking too much. You're not a superstar. How could you be surrounded by fans? Unless Qin Baobao came. Qinzai took the subway home and turned the key to open the door. The smell of Chinese medicine hit his nose. He put the bag on the sofa and went to the kitchen. Chinese medicine was boiling on the gas stove and the light blue flame licked the bottom of the casserole. The boiling water gurgled and the smell of medicine filled the air. Qin Baobao moved a small stool to the side and played with her mobile phone. What's wrong? Why are you boiling Chinese medicine? Qinzai asked. My throat is uncomfortable. Qin Baobao pinched her throat and said in a hoarse voice, singing damaged my throat. I need to drink some Chinese medicine to nourish it. Don't drink Chinese medicine. Who told you to boil it? You might as well have a golden throat. Qinzai didn't have time to be surprised that his sister actually did it herself. He was afraid that Qin Baobao would drink Chinese medicine. Show me the prescription. A golden throat is not as good as this. Qin Baobao handed her mobile phone to her brother and opened the message. The message was sent by Li Yanhong. It was a Chinese medicine prescription. Qinzai glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a small prescription for treating hoarseness and discomfort. There was nothing wrong with it and the dosage was written clearly. My new album will be released in a few days. Qin Baobao complained, I'll release a single first. Practicing songs is very tiring. My throat hasn't stopped for a whole day. Sister, you've worked hard. Qinzai touched her head at the right time. Qin Baobao opened it with a paw sound and wanted to take it back. Qinzai lowered his head and stuck out his butt, instantly sending his sister flying. Qin Baobao was furious and wanted to use a deadly scissor kick. However, she didn't have the advantage at the moment. She pointed to the sofa in the living room and scolded, Come here. No. Come here quickly. Sister wants to teach you a lesson. Come here so you can suffocate me? Qinzai complained. What suffocate you? Qin Baobao was stunned. It's nothing. You can leave now. I'll look after the medicine for you. Qinzai waved his hand to chase him away. That was exactly what Qin Baobao wanted. She turned around and went back to her room. A moment later, she ran back in. He raised a black and gold brocade box as if he was presenting a treasure. Qinzai felt that the logo on the box was a little familiar. He asked blankly, What is it? Qin Baobao didn't say anything. She smiled and said, Open it and you'll know. Qinzai opened the box. There was a watch lying in the black cotton pad. It had a black leather strap and a rose gold body. It looked high-end and classy. You like it, right? It's a Hermes rose gold watch. It's for you, Qin Baobao said happily. You're giving me an early birthday present? Qinzai picked up his wristwatch and rubbed it with his finger. Of course not. Qin Baobao said, I'll play with you for a day on your birthday. Are you surprised by this reward? Are you surprised? Where's the car we agreed on? Qinzai said angrily, besides, I'm going shopping with Sister Ziwei on my birthday. Qin Baobao was so angry that she pinched her brother's ear. She gritted her teeth and said, Who's your real sister? Qinzai dodged and stared at her. You said you'd help me chase Sister Ziwei. Don't get in the way if you don't help me. Bah, who's getting in the way? You and Wang Zijin are not suitable. Find another girlfriend. Qin Baobao thought for a while and changed her words. I said you're not in a hurry to find a girlfriend. Don't forget that I still have your marriage capital. Qinzai sighed and said, What do I need this iron rod for? Qin Baobao said softly, All men need a watch to improve their taste and class. Ace also needs a watch. Oh right, how much is this watch? A Hermes watch shouldn't be cheap. It should cost at least tens of thousands. Qin Baobao smiled. Not much. This price. She made a 2 with her fingers. 20,000? Okay, 20,000 is acceptable. I'm considered to. Have some money now. Qin Baobao shook her head, her eyes shining. 200,000. A's, am I good to you? Qinzai felt like he was about to vomit blood. Did you F*** King use my wife's money again? Qin Baobao felt humiliated and said angrily, "Bullsh*t. I earned it from the commercials." "Your marriage capital is mine," she almost said the wrong thing in her agitation. She pursed her lips and pretended to wipe her tears. "I'm so good to you and you're still slandering me." "You're crazy, sob. I didn't say anything about you." Xianxia coaxed his sister. His sister's extravagant spending habits were all spoiled by their parents. She didn't know how to save money until she was in dire straits. She probably wouldn't change her habit in this lifetime. Fortunately, the Qin family had some money and his sister was outstanding. She wouldn't become a resentful wife. However, Xianxia felt that he was in no position to blame his sister. Other than instigating him to steal money to buy popsicles when they were young, scamming him of his pocket money when they went to school, Xianxia also took advantage of his sister when she went to work. Mobile phones, laptops, branded backpacks, clothes for the Four Seasons, and daily living expenses were all earned by his sister. Therefore, he didn't object to Qin Baobao's unreasonable decision to take over his marriage capital. "You black-hearted maggot," Qin Baobao complained. "Where did you learn that word? Black-hearted is black-hearted. How did you become a maggot?" Xianxia complained. "You are a maggot," Qin Baobao said loudly. "If I'm a maggot, what are you?" Xianxia found it funny and said, "A white and tender maggot." "You're still talking back?" Qin Baobao glared at him. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged my sister. It's my little maggot brother who has no conscience." Xianxia said, "I'll give you a kiss as a reward." He recklessly kissed Qin Baobao. He wanted to see his sister being shy. Who knew that Qin Baobao would hit him on the head and said, "Damn pervert, is my sister someone you can kiss?" She left the kitchen in a huff. After walking out of the door, her face changed in a second. She raised her mouth and jumped with her hands behind her back. Not long after, Wang Zijin came back. She pinched her nose and said, "What's that smell?" Xianxia just came out with a bowl of medicinal soup and said, "Qin Baobao's throat-soothing soup." When he passed by, he smelled Wang Zijin's faint perfume. It was completely different from his sister's. The smell of Chinese medicine in the house was too strong. Xianxia turned off the air conditioner and opened the windows for ventilation. As a result, the two sisters were sweating profusely from the heat. "Turn on the air conditioner." "Why do you have to turn it off?" Wang Zijin said. "That's right." Qin Baobao, who was a big spender, agreed. "Up to you." Xianxia threw the remote control and went into the kitchen to cook. After the meal, Qin Baobao carried her laptop and pattered into the living room. She said coquettishly, "Aze, play a few rounds with your sister." "I'm not free." "Are you playing or not?" His sister puffed up her cheeks. "Yes, yes, yes." Xianxia closed the finance website. He didn't have to watch the market at night. There was no work to do. Anyway, his time was free. Thinking back, he was the one who pestered his sister to play games. His sister, who was busy at work, would occasionally play a few rounds with him. Xianxia was overjoyed. There were always people bragging about their girlfriends playing games with them. He didn't have a girlfriend, so he used his sister to make up the numbers. "Did you drop in rank again?" Xianxia squinted. Qin Baobao nodded with tears in her eyes. He logged into the game. "Wait a moment. I'll change the runes," Xianxia said. "Okay." Qin Baobao drank a mouthful of milk and licked the white liquid at the corner of her mouth. Xianxia changed the runes. A chat window kept flashing. He opened it. "Guru, you're finally online? Please cozy up to me and start a game." Manuel starry eyes. The only one who kept calling him Guru was Guru. He clicked on her friend's profile picture. F***ck, this scammer dropped from silver to brass again. Other than the first few days when he played with her, Xianxia played less and less. Occasionally, they wouldn't see each other online. The probability of him playing with her was about once a week. For the past half a month, he hadn't logged into the game. Since he wanted to play with his sister, it didn't matter if he played with another noob. Matching. Counting down, in the chat room, Canton Waste laughed. Crossdresser? Guru, your friend is so funny. Rough guys like to use this kind of name. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows and was about to type a reply. Qin stopped his sister. She has a cheap mouth. Ignore her. Qin Baobao snorted. She was giving her brother some face. Entering the game. Qin chose Prince as the jungler. Canton Waste picked him instantly. The other two who didn't get him scolded him. Idiot, brass dog. Why did you choose to be the jungler? Let's take the bottom lane. Qin Baobao knocked his head unhappily. I'm tired of playing support. I want to try being the jungler. Jungler and support were the two positions that required the most attention to the big picture. Qin chose Prince as the jungler. Qin Baobao played policewoman. Canton Waste picked Annie. The support was the zither girl. The top lane was the barbarian king, who was known as a real man. The game started. The electronic female voice said, "The enemy will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them." Qin carried the battle flag and went straight to the enemy's jungler. He signaled Canton Waste and the top lane barbarian to help him. However, the top lane guy ignored him. His sister came all the way from the bottom lane to help. The three of them hid in the bushes and waited. As soon as the enemy appeared, he would know that it might not be Garen who came out of the bushes. It could also be the three salted fishes. The minions entered the battlefield slowly. There were only two possibilities if the enemy's jungler was still nowhere to be seen. Either the enemy was blue, or they were hiding in their own red zone. There was no point in dragging it out. Qin decisively took the enemy's red and ran to the top lane to catch the enemy. Canton Waste and Qin Baobao were smart enough to not take his experience. They all went back to the line. When Qin was hiding in the bushes in the top lane, he suddenly found two big men in the middle lane. They were the blind monk and Tribulation. They happened to intercept his sister and Canton Waste. He was shocked. Then, the electronic female voice said, "Double kill. Double kill at the beginning of the game. Annie, where's your stun?" Qin Baobao typed furiously. She pursed her lips and frowned, holding back her anger. "Don't you need to save up for my stun?" Canton Waste's tone was not polite. "Where's your clip? What's the difference between a policewoman and a salted fish if you don't use your clip? Ridiculous. Have you ever seen a policewoman learning clip? A primary school student." Qin Baobao sneered. F***CKU, trash. What did you say, idiot? The two of them started to curse at each other. Some profanities that they would never say in real life came out of their mouths without any pressure. Qin helped the top barbarian catch Nox on the opposite side. He typed to persuade him, "Don't play dirty and don't talk nonsense." Canton Waste's only advantage was that she was obedient. As expected, she played dirty under the tower and ate the economy. The blind monk caught her a few times but did not succeed. He was also afraid of her stun, so he caught the top lane instead. The bottom lane was a disgusting lineup of policewoman and Guqin girl. They had displacement and stun skills. In comparison, the brittle barbarian was easier to bully. Even if they could not catch him, they could force him to use his big move. Nox could then suppress his development in the lane. Qin helped Annie catch a Tribulation in the middle lane. Together with Annie's stun, he successfully helped Canton Waste get her first kill since the start of the game. Guru 666, Canton Waste said happily. Qin Baobao pinched her brother's arm and said jealously, "You're here to catch people? Is your sister not as important as this guy?" Qin argued, "Easy with Hammer Rock is not easy to catch. Besides, you guys are too strong." He squatted in the grass for a while and could not find an opportunity. The top barbarian king was killed by Nox and the blind monk. Qin focused on the top lane and ambushed in the grass. The electronic female voice rang in his ears again. "Double kill. What's going on?" The opponent's support got a double kill. He looked down and saw the policewoman and Annie bowing down. The Guqin girl, who only had a little health left, walked down the tower with her skirt fluttering. She scolded, "Two idiots." Just now, Annie had rushed over from the middle lane to catch them and was lying in ambush in the bushes. Zither girl was extremely excited. She thought to herself that someone had finally come to help catch them. That useless jungler. Then, he blinked over and successfully blocked the two of them. Qin Baobao was not to be outdone. The policewoman shot a rope net behind her, twisted her waist, and rushed toward the enemy, attacking as she walked. Annie saw that it was time. She jumped out of the bushes and summoned the bear aggressively. Tibbers descended from the sky and sat down beside Easy. This idiot had wasted his life. Hammer Rock was the first to react. He used his ultimate skill to slow down the enemy and blinked to the bottom of the tower. He then threw a lantern behind him. Scared out of his wits, Easy quickly lit it up and jumped into Hammer Rock's arms. He was already at critical health. Hourglass Waist was not willing to go for wool and come home shorn, so she blinked and chased after Easy, intending to kill him. Easy shot a cue to slow her down, but Hammer Rock followed up with a pendulum of misfortune to sweep her away. Then, he defended the tower and finished off Annie. Qin Baobao was not willing to give up either. She crouched under the tower and aimed her sniper rifle at Easy, intending to kill him under the tower. Hammer Rock turned around and shot a cue, hooking the policewoman and pulling her into the tower's attack range. Qin Baobao's ultimate skill was interrupted. She took 2 hits from the tower and sacrificed her life. One of the 3 biggest illusions in life, kill under the tower. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the zither girl slipped away alone. She swiftly typed and cursed, "Idiots, 2 brass dogs. Policewoman, are you an idiot? Crouching under the tower and using your ultimate? You're an actress, right?" One could imagine Hourglass Waist's anger in front of the computer. "Shut up, you brainless idiot." Qin Baobao was so angry that her nose was crooked. She typed and retorted. "Hourglass Waist, where's your brain? You don't use your brain when you play games. You're really a primary school student." Xianxia typed, "You're a middle school student. You're not much better." Hourglass Waist, "Guru, if you're helping your gay friend and not me, I can be your gay friend too." Qin Baobao, F***ck off, God. If you weren't so stupid, would you have given us a double kill? Qin Nu, MDZZ. Hourglass Waist, sis? Hee hee, you shitty ladyboy. Qin Baobao, hee hee, your sister. Look at your stats, 131. If you're not trash, what are you? Qin Nu, MDZZ. Hourglass Waist, that's still better than your 0 kills and 2 deaths. Trash. Qin Baobao, you're the trash who's second from the bottom in terms of finances. Your support is about to surpass you. Qin Nu, mother****, no one cares about me. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore and typed, "Shut up, all of you. What are you blabbering about? Can't you fight properly?" Only then did he turn off the engine. Qin Baobao threw the mouse and was about to cry. "Aze, you're making me so angry." Relax, relax, I'll take you flying." Xianxia comforted his sister. Qin Baobao and he were both competitive. If they lost, they would curse each other. Many times when they were defeated at the bottom lane together, they would push the blame to each other, and it would develop into pillow fights. Every time, his sister would be defeated and hide her head under the blanket like an ostrich. Xianxia would then use the pillow to hit her but again and again. At the 15-minute mark, Xianxia was already the king of kills. The energy training manual given by the system had changed his inner body bit by bit. His memory, concentration, reaction speed, all of them had improved significantly. The feedback to the game was that his control had become sharper. The top lane barbarian was caught again. This B***** relied on killing others all his life. He was the type who would never go home if he didn't kill himself. Xianxia paid more attention to him. He had become fatter. After he became fatter, he would kill others under the tower and wield his sword ferociously. Xianxia glanced at the map. The blind monk and Nox had disappeared. He thought that they had gone home to replenish their health. However, not long after, the opponent's mid laner also disappeared. "Oh no, they stole the dragon." Xianxia immediately gave the mid laner, Canton Waist, a signal. She carried the flag and rushed in the direction of the dragon. Canton Waist was very cooperative and sneaked over with him. Xianxia, who had been single for 23 years, typed quickly. Later, I'll rush in and send them flying. You follow me and stun them to snatch the dragon. Canton Waste's typing speed was not slow either. It was just that she had been single for many years. Okay, I have a big move. After waiting for a while, Xianxia estimated that it was about time. He flashed over and followed up with a double EQ combo to pick off the blind monk and Nox. Annie, it's all up to you now. With Annie's explosive power and his big move, it would be easy for him to kill 3 weaklings with low health. At this moment, a notification popped up on the screen. Then, his sister typed arrogantly. Damn trash mid laner, I have more kills than you. Qin Baobao was elated. Previously, her numbers were not as good as Canton Waste's and she was insulted by her. Now that she had the chance, she hurriedly retaliated. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked at Annie, only to see her standing in the bushes, motionless. At the same time, Canton Waste typed. You're the damn trash. Your whole family are all damn trash. Trash AD in the bottom lane for 10,000 years. Qin Baobao immediately complained. She's calling you a damn trash. How did you die? Xianxia looked at the screen that had turned black. He watched as Dalong struggled with his last bit of HP before being killed by the opponent. He then turned his head and looked at his sister who was typing furiously on the keyboard. He suddenly felt very tired. He would never bring a brass dog again in this life. Xianxia lost this round without any suspense. He ignored Canton Waste who was acting cute and coquettishly and logged out of the game. Qin Baobao said angrily, hey, this damn trash, he actually added me as a friend. She nodded in agreement. Canton Waste provoked her. Trash, solo me if you dare. Qin Baobao laughed and said, your friend asked me to solo you. I won't go easy on her. Xianxia waved his hand dispiritedly. As long as you guys are happy. He had a strong desire to win. At this moment, he felt like he was about to vomit blood. Qin Baobao and Canton Waste started. A solo match. Xianxia did not need to watch as he could already guess the outcome. His sister's skills were not bad. If it was a solo match, Canton Waste would definitely not be her opponent. Qin Baobao liked to study everything. She would watch videos, read guides, and read runes in order to train a hero well. When the two enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. As soon as they went online, they started arguing with each other. They were indifferent to life and death. Qin Baobao was playing Garen, while Canton Waste was playing Annie. His sister had learned from Xianxia. In a solo match, one did not have to choose the best hero, but they had to choose a warrior or a tank. At least it was safer. If they could not win, they could still escape. But it was not the same for Brittle Skin. If they were not careful, they would be insta-killed. Qin Baobao took the lead and killed her opponent 3 times. She looked up to the sky and laughed. She typed, damn trash, now you know how powerful a king is. She did not give the opponent a chance to retort and left the room. On the other side of the sofa, Wang Zijin took off her headphones and stretched. She said, I'm going to take a shower. She was watching some TV series. A woman's mournful voice came from the phone. Child, actually, your father is not your biological father. Xianxia looked at Qin Baobao, and his expression changed slightly. Qin Baobao did not realize it. She put on the most glorious posture of a working person and walked 2 rounds around the coffee table. Without saying anything, she pushed Xianxia down and sat on his waist. She smiled brightly. Hurry up and say that your sister is the best. Xianxia forced a smile and said perfunctorily, your sister is the best. Qin Baobao sat on her brother's waist and smiled brightly. Wang Zijin came out of the room with her pajamas. She was stunned. Hey, why are you sitting on him? Come down. She pulled Qin Baobao down. Qin Baobao was caught off guard and fell on her butt. She rubbed her butt and chased Wang Zijin to the bathroom. Wang Zijin, are you trying to kill me so that you can inherit my Aunt Flower? In the evening, Xianxia was not sleepy at all. He made a cup of strong tea and sat on the sofa to write notes. He wanted to make a summary of the separatist orders in the past few days and focus on self-reflection on short-term operations. He also wanted to build a simple mathematical model to evaluate each major board. There was an expensive desk in Xianxia's room. It was also bought by his sister, who said that she raised him with a handful of feces and urine. However, Xianxia had a psychological shadow of the study since he was a child. He did not like to study at the desk. The notebook was placed on his lap. It was very tiring to write. Maybe he should consider buying a mobile blackboard and place it in the living room. This way, whether it was building a mathematical model or analyzing a listed company's financial statements, weekly or monthly, there would be enough space. He did not need to condescend to a small notebook. Click. The door handle was twisted slightly. His sister carefully got out of the door and closed the door quietly. "Why are you still awake?" "I saw the light in the living room was on." Qin Baobao's hair was slightly messy, which made her look lazy and cute. "I can't sleep, so I wrote something." "Sister Ziwei is asleep?" Xianxia put a cigarette in his mouth. Qin Baobao rushed over from the coffee table and took away his cigarette. She said angrily, "I told you not to smoke. If you don't behave, I will hit you." Her bare pajamas were loose, and her breasts were too big. In this position, it was easy to see the deep cleavage in the collar. There was nothing in the pajamas. Xianxia looked away quietly. Qin Baobao took out a bag of snacks from the cupboard. She opened the chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth. Women love snacks, and Qin Baobao was no exception. There were snacks at home at all times. His sister suddenly turned her head and smiled. "Aze, do you want to eat Mimi?" Xianxia was stunned. He turned his head and looked at his sister's breasts. He asked in disbelief, "Can it be eaten?" "Of course it can be eaten. It is not expired." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and threw a bag of Mimi shrimp chips. The whole world suddenly became dull. Xianxia didn't take it. He lowered his head and wrote his notes. Qin Baobao lay on the sofa, munching on snacks and playing with her phone. She mumbled, "I'm under a lot of pressure, and I can't sleep. Aze, help me massage my waist." "I'm busy." Xianxia buried his head in writing. Qin Baobao whimpered, "Could it be that my body is no longer attractive to you?" Only then did Xianxia raise his head. He held up his notebook and pretended to type. "You used the word already well." His sister always liked to flirt in front of him. Qin Baobao propped herself up and moved her butt to Xianxia's side, saying, "Something's not right, something's not right." "What's wrong?" Xianxia was puzzled. Qin Baobao said faintly, "There's something wrong with Wang Zijin. She was just chatting with me. She said that she wanted to maintain her dignity as an elder sister. She can't joke around with you and can't be too intimate with you. She obviously can't stand A's being so nice to her." Qin Baobao raised her head and looked into Xianxia's eyes. She sneered, "Do you think she's jealous? My sister raised me with all her might. What's wrong with being intimate with her?" Xianxia smelled a faint scent of gunpowder and knew what to say at this time. Qin Baobao smiled and leaned her head on his shoulder. "That's right. How can a younger brother be considered a good younger brother if he doesn't get intimate with his sister?" Xianxia said, "There's nothing wrong with that." He chuckled at his sister. Qin Baobao knocked his head and stared at him. "Don't do that to my sister." Xianxia lowered his head and continued to write down his notes. Qin Baobao stared at him with all her might, causing Xianxia's hair to stand. He said, "What are you looking at?" Qin Baobao said, "Handsome." Xianxia harumphed. "You don't have to tell me that." Qin Baobao was puzzled. "It's a pity that you can't tell." Xianxia flicked her forehead. "Pa." Then, he was beaten up by his teary-eyed sister. "What do you think Wang Zijin sees in you?" Qin Baobao said in a depressed tone. "She's a lady from a rich family. There's no reason for her taste to be so bad. Other than being able to cook and compose songs, there's nothing special about you. Could this be the legendary blind white swan?" Xianxia had a good impression of Wang Zijin and believed that she did too. However, it wasn't to the extent of being rude. He wanted to, but he was afraid that he would be rude to Wang Zijin. Some feelings should just go with the flow. Qin Baobao said bitterly, "It's not easy for me to raise a pig. What's a lady like her thinking about?" Xianxia suddenly held his sister's hand. Sister, do you know the drama Sister Ziwei watches? Qin Baobao pretended to be calm. I know. I think it's called Mom Hit Me Again. Huh? Xianxia was stunned. Bah. Qin Baobao spat. She was nervous and said a popular joke on the internet recently. The main character in Mom Hugged Me Again is miserable. First, she was cuckolded by her boyfriend. Then, a domineering CEO fell in love with her and pursued her with all his might. The main character pretended to be reserved and then fell under the attacks of the domineering CEO. The two lovers finally got married, but when their parents met, her mother collapsed. It turned out that the CEO's father was her lover when she was young. Unfortunately, for the sake of the family business, he married a woman he didn't love and abandoned the mother and daughter. Her mother wailed, "Child, actually your father is not your biological father. Your boyfriend is your younger brother." Qin Bao laughed and rolled on the sofa. This scriptwriter is really talented. His brain is full of twists and turns. Qin's eyes were a little sad. Child, actually your father is not your biological father. Qin Baobao said again, the most miserable person in the whole drama is actually the main character's father. He raised his daughter for more than 20 years and suddenly found out that he was the one who took over her. His heart hurts so much that he can't breathe. Qin's eyes were even sadder. Old master, you have to hold on. Then, have you ever thought about what if this kind of thing happened in reality? For example, you. Qin Baobao was stunned and scolded, get lost. Sister is so beautiful. How can she not be your biological daughter? You are the one who was picked up. Her younger brother's words were a little abrupt, but they often quarreled with each other when they were young. Qin Baobao said her younger brother was unnecessary, and Qinxia said her sister was wrong. One overgave birth, and the other got pregnant before marriage. I don't want to quarrel with you. Qinxia waved his hand. If. It's quite good. Qin Baobao said with a smile. Good? Qinxia couldn't help but touch his sister's forehead. Could it be that his sister's worldview had collapsed? What's good about it? This kind of thing is popular in the eyes of onlookers. If it happens to you, it will be a disaster. Qinxia said. That's true. Qin Baobao felt that it made sense. She thought about it and muttered, you are even born from the same mother. What? Nothing. His sister was much more relaxed. She moved over to hold Qinxia's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder out of habit. Qinxia didn't hold his sister's waist. He sniffed the fragrance of her shampoo and focused on writing notes. Qin Baobao munched on her snacks. Sister, let me ask you something. You are not my biological daughter. No, I don't want to talk about this. Then ask. If a big shot in the entertainment industry wants to have sex with you, what will you do? You only ask such disgusting questions. Qin Baobao glared at him with dissatisfaction. Are you a psychopath? His sister pinched him as a punishment. The entertainment industry has its rules. You can't just have sex with whoever you want. People with a bit of business sense will put profit first. Anyway, there are many women who are willing to send themselves to your door. Why bother with one or two? As long as you can make money, everyone can sit down and talk. Of course, this is only the case for most people. There are also some lustful people who always want to get young and beautiful female stars. It is best to treat them as playthings. If they don't listen, they will be banned. They would rather make less money. One or two stars won't have much impact on the company. And stars have contracts and are controlled by others. Most of them will obediently compromise and not be willing to give up this career. Those who are unwilling to sell their bodies will choose to be banned. There are many stars in the entertainment industry who are short-lived. Not bad. You are very meticulous in your work. Qinxia was surprised. Of course. Qin Baobao said proudly. In addition to her pleasant appearance, she was also smart. She was not a useless vase. For her, work was the same as learning. How to absorb knowledge, how to think about difficult problems, the routine was the same. What if there are ignorant capitalists in the entertainment industry who are interested in you? After all, you are so beautiful. Xianxia said. For example, the CEO of Star Art. Qin Baobao looked pitiful and coquettish. Then I can only rely on A's to make the decision for me. Xianxia said helplessly, speak properly. Qin Baobao sighed. What else can I do? I have to quit at the last minute and endure until the contract ends. Dreams and reality are like fish and bear paws. I can't have both. I don't want to have sex with a pregnant man. Also, I am famous. I am a big star. Even if I quit the entertainment industry, I don't care. As long as I have A's money, I won't have to worry about food for the rest of my life. A few songs can feed me for the rest of my life. You make it sound like I don't want to get married. Xianxia complained. Qin Baobao was about to speak when Xianxia said, with such a beautiful sister, why would I want to get married? Qin Baobao heard her brother's sarcastic tone and said angrily, then you can marry Wang Zijin. I don't think you will mind if I take your money. Sister Xian is a legitimate second-generation heir. It shouldn't be a problem for her to use her connections to protect you, right? Let's talk about it later. I always feel that if friends owe too many favors, their friendship will change. Qin Baobao was a bit conflicted. Xianxia smiled and patted the dog's head. Don't worry, I will protect you. Qin Baobao didn't argue with him. She looked at him weakly and said in a low voice, A's, can you sing a song for me? A fairy tale? Time boils the rain. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The dream words of your young palm. Are you still holding it tightly? It was late at night. In the quiet living room, Xianxia's low voice floated. His face was pressed against his sister's hair. He looked straight ahead. His eyes were bright and deep, as if some kind of emotion was rippling. We agreed not to separate. We will always be together even if time is the enemy, even if the whole world is gone. Qin Baobao closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Xianxia's internship was like a salted fish that wanted to flop around but couldn't make a splash. Other than the 2 hours of training every day, he spent the rest of his time sitting in the office, listening to other colleagues talking on the phone and talking about business. Occasionally, Li Linfeng would come out of the office and give orders to his subordinates. At that time, Xianxia would prick up his ears to listen to this elite's judgment and experience of the market. Yang Jian was a lively joker who couldn't stay still. He loved to wander around the offices and flirt with the girls at the front desk, eager to meet the beautiful CEO. For a few days, he didn't even see a shadow of her. He wished he could go to the ladies' room and wait for her. Xianxia finally understood why this guy who claimed to be a science expert resigned from a big company. He often instilled his own theory in Xianxia. Big companies worry, small companies do the labor, and medium-sized companies fish in troubled waters. What a bullshit theory. He wasn't someone who was willing to work hard in his career. The reason for his resignation was that he couldn't stand his former employer's frequent overtime. Yang Jian said, anyway, I'm a local. I have a house, a car, parents, savings, medical insurance, and pension. What's the point of working hard? I might not succeed even if I rack my brains. I'll live a well-off life and be free. Xianxia thought, damn, isn't this the life I used to yearn for? What a bosom friend. This morning, Yang Jian didn't go out to play. Instead, he pounced in front of the computer and typed furiously on the keyboard. What are you doing? Xianxia saw that he didn't stop typing and it was a little noisy. I'm filling in the blanks. Yang Jian looked at the computer. I'm cheering for your sister. What do you mean? Xianxia leaned over to take a look. Qin Baobao released a single this week. There are a few popular idols at the same time. The competition is very fierce. Promotion, buying news, fans scolding each other. Yang Jian turned his head. Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. Xianxia denied. In fact, he didn't know that his sister only said that she was going to release an album soon. She didn't say the specific time, nor did she ask him for songs. When she was in singer, Qin Baobao needed good songs to support her appearance, so she pestered her brother. Now that she was famous, the company was willing to spend resources on her, so she didn't pester her brother anymore. What's the situation now? Xianxia asked. What's the situation? Yang Jian asked. Isn't it just fans who flame each other, and there's no clear winner? Among the celebrities who released their singles at the same time, there are two strong competitors for the chart. One is a young hunk, and the other is a veteran singer. What we fans need to do is to help our idols promote their singles and then go to their competitors' forums and Weibo to flame them. Yang Jian said, I've opened more than 10 alternate accounts to attack them. I see. It's just like how football fans fight over the team they support. Xianxia nodded. Xin Baobao's music video was released yesterday. Yang Jian suddenly complained, why didn't you write songs for your sister? The battle is very stalemate, and no one can suppress the other. Xianxia had never understood the difference between a single and an album. His sister explained that it was the difference between wholesale and retail. Generally speaking, a single was generally recognized as containing 1 to 3 songs, while an album had more than 7 songs and was sold as a package. It was no longer the era of CDs and records. There were very few celebrities who released big albums. Generally, they released singles, so singles could also be called albums. MVs were produced to promote singles or albums. In the era when the internet was not yet prosperous, CDs and albums were one of the most profitable channels for singers. But now, releasing albums was more for fame, and making money was secondary. Is this the legendary ranking? Xianxia asked. I'm not sure. Yang Jian said. There was a lot of water in the so-called ranking list. To a certain extent, it was to deceive consumers, such as falsifying data. Similar examples, the ranking in the book distribution industry. Publishers would buy back books to create the illusion that the books were popular and rushed to the ranking. Then it depended on the fans. Xianxia opened the website of the top Chinese music chart and clicked on the daily MV chart. He found that Xin Baobao's MV was at the top. The song was called Immature. He watched the MV. The female lead was Xin Baobao, and the male lead was a second-tier celebrity. They were both wearing high school uniforms. It was about a love that happened in school. They met on the basketball court, wrote letters to each other, fell in love in the storage room, and then their relationship was exposed. Under the pressure of the school and parents, this immature love ended. The only inconsistency was that his sister's breasts were too big, which made it a bit out of character. How could a high school student have such a big chest? It was not scientific. The MV was beautifully produced, and the singing was okay. It was definitely not a masterpiece, but the quality was good. Xianxia was relieved after watching it. The MV promoted a kind of immature and pure love. The male and female leads at most held hands, and did not kiss. He opened the Pleasant Music website. It was the same daily MV chart, but the top was Dragon of the East, a song by A Little Fresh Meat. Xin Baobao's Immature was in second place. He switched to another music website, and the top was Melancholy. It was a song by a Hong Kong old man. When this old man was active in the music industry, Xin Baobao was still in junior high school. The older generation of Hong Kong artists was excellent. They were experienced actors and had real talent. But there was no successor, and the new generation of artists could not take over. No wonder Yang Jian said the competition was fierce. He looked at the comments again. There were a lot of trolls and fans. The way my goddess looks in her school uniform really stimulated this uniform fetish of mine. As long as it's your song, I will support it. I'm waiting for the release of the single. Blue and White Porcelain single is still on loop. Xin Baobao's singing is good. It's not good. Looking forward to the release of the single. Love Xin Baobao. To be honest, after watching the MV, I feel that my standard has dropped. I looked at the composer. It's not your brother. If Immature is already a high standard for a single, then what else do I have to look forward to? I'll withdraw first and wait for your next album. I hope it's written by your brother. The other two people's comments were mixed. Some praised, some criticized. What Yang Jian said was right. If all the songs that Baby Qin sang on I Am a Singer were compiled and made into a digital album, it would probably sell well on the internet. However, Xianxia sold the internet rights, but he still had the CD album. It was said that it was selling very well, and there was also income from other channels. Therefore, his sister's coffers would definitely be full. At noon, Xianxia and Yang Jian agreed to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Before leaving the company, he received a message from Nan Manpei. She invited him for lunch and included the address. It was very close to the company. It only took 10 minutes to walk there. Wangxiang Restaurant, private room. Nan Manpei put down her phone and picked up a cold dish with her chopsticks. Her phone screen lit up. Xianxia's reply, okay, sitting next to her was an elegant woman. She twisted her neck and took a sip of watermelon juice. Her eyes never left her phone. The phone was playing an instructional video of a well-known game. The dynamic sound effects echoed in the small private room. How many days has it been? Aren't you tired of watching these things? Nan Manpei tapped her fingers on the table. You never watch these videos. It didn't matter before, as long as you were happy playing games. But I recently met a bitch. Suyu's gnashing of teeth destroyed her elegant temperament. She said, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I can endure for 3 days at most. I want to get back my face. Nan Manpei was speechless. How old are you? You only know how to play games in addition to work. Will you be single forever? Let's not call the kettle black. Suyu said, it's good to play games. Whoever you don't like, you can scold them. You don't have to consider the quality of your image. TSK, it's a good place. I like those people scolding me the most. I can scold them all day. Nan Manpei's eyes flashed helplessness and pity. She sighed. Well, don't watch it. I guess he will be here soon. You don't want to lose your image in front of your subordinates. Suyu followed her words and exited the video. Her sitting posture immediately became dignified and elegant. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. The waiter pushed the door in, followed by Xianxia. Xianxia thought that sitting next to Nan Manpei would be Pei Ziki and Li Donglai. When he saw the beautiful woman, he was stunned. Isn't this the beautiful president of their company? How can she sit with a mature woman's sister? What kind of secret deal do they have? Nan Manpei waved and smiled gently. Sit. Xianxia's puzzled eyes wandered between the two, guessing their relationship. The beautiful president didn't care about Xianxia's gaze and nodded with a smile. Nan Manpei dispelled his doubts. I'm one of the shareholders of Julie Company. Xianxia suddenly realized and felt incredible. What a coincidence. He suddenly woke up. Damn, I was wondering why the routine of doing test papers was so familiar. Nan Manpei asked the waiter to serve the dishes and said, when will you come to our house to play? Donglai and Ziki miss you very much. You are definitely being polite. Li Donglai thought that I can understand. Pei Ziki? She never looked at me. I've been very busy with work recently. Xianxia subconsciously evaded. Nan Manpei turned to ask Suyu, is the company so busy? Suyu smiled and said, maybe it's busy at home. Why does this sound strange? Xianxia thought it was wrong. Then they chatted a few words. Xianxia and Nan Manpei were not close or unfamiliar, but there was an orchid in the empty valley around them. Many topics were not easy to talk about. They talked about some suggestions about Li Donglai's study. Nan Manpei listened patiently and said that he would urge him later. The orchid in the empty valley occasionally inserted a few words, saying that the weather was hot and scary. Nan, let's go to the resort to avoid the summer. Xianxia smiled and said, which summer resort can compare to an air-conditioned room? Suyu glanced at him and did not speak. It's embarrassing. Nan Manpei deeply agreed. That's reasonable. When they were about to finish eating, Suyu took the initiative to talk to Xianxia for the first time. She showed a shallow, beautiful smile. Xianxia, you and Nan are acquaintances. I won't treat you as an outsider. I heard that you said in the interview that your stock profit is 100%. If I give you 5 million, can you double it in a month? Xianxia was stunned. What's the situation? Suyu saw that he didn't speak and smiled. No confidence? You have an indecent smile on your face. I suspect that you are playing with me. Xianxia thought. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Xianxia was shocked and rejected the bold idea of the beautiful president. Suyu and Nan Manpei looked at each other. The former had a wicked smile on her face, while the latter was blaming him. Nan Manpei said softly, she's joking with you. Suyu smiled and passed it by. Naturally, she couldn't let a rookie manage a 5 million project. No matter how big the family was, it would be squandered. She just wanted to test Xianxia and see how he would react. If he agreed excitedly, then he must have an arrogant personality that needed to be sharpened for a few more years. Xianxia refused without hesitation, which made her quite satisfied. Xianxia said in his heart, she really tricked me. When leaving the restaurant, the two women walked in front. Xianxia observed their buttocks from behind. It was really the two women's buttocks that were particularly charming. Nan Manpei's buttocks were more plump and naturally more attractive. Suyu's were a size smaller, but they were more perky. Looking left and right, it seemed that his sister's buttocks were more attractive. Xianxia waved his hand and slapped himself twice. Nan Manpei turned and asked, what's wrong with you? Suyu looked at him curiously. Xianxia said expressionlessly, I want to know if there's any medicine to save me. Nan Manpei didn't understand the deep meaning of his words. He didn't struggle and continued to walk forward. Suyu glanced at him with a smile. The parking space was 100 meters away. The parking spaces near the restaurant were full. In a first-tier city, parking spaces were always precious. There were too many people who could afford to buy a car. Even if they couldn't, they could save some money like his sister and buy a car. Xianxia suddenly remembered and asked the system, why didn't you issue the task just now? Is it because I didn't meet the requirements in my heart? The system responded, what do you want to show off? Xianxia snorted disdainfully. Nonsense. How can the matters of a cultured person be called pretentious? It's called showing off in front of people. The system said, don't joke, they said it was a joke. So what if you've issued a mission? They won't let you do it. Just wait for your points to drop to 0. Xianxia wondered, didn't you say that I wouldn't become a vegetable? The system asked, without me, what's the difference between you and 404? Xianxia was speechless. He asked, if I accidentally expose your existence, will you still kill me? The system said, it won't. So open-minded? Xianxia was elated. Unexpectedly, the system changed the topic, I will kill you. You black-hearted maggot. Xianxia saw Nan Manpei waving to him before he got in the car. He raised his hand and waved. Strangely, Suyu didn't go back to the company. He got into Nan Manpei's car and went together. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Suyu leaned back in her seat and stretched her body slightly. Her neck was white and her chest was neither tall nor small. An overseas doctor also has a problem that you can't figure out? Nan Manpei looked ahead and focused on driving. The most difficult thing in the world is the human heart and the most difficult feelings. Suyu winked. That kid is barely handsome. His temperament is in line with the word gentle in the book. His IQ may be terrifying. Other than that, I don't feel that he's too outstanding. How can you be entangled with him? Entangled? Nan Manpei shook his head and laughed. Sometimes I'm curious. At first glance, he looks ordinary. After getting along with him for a long time, I feel that he's quite shameless. But the deeper I understand him, the more I want to know where his limits are. Whether it's an exam paper, playing the piano, or even writing songs. He always gives people an unfathomable illusion. It makes people scratch at their hearts. You can't see the limits, so you feel that you can't control him. Suyu thought for a moment. Because of the abnormal desire for control? Nan Manpei didn't refute. Oh, I heard that when a woman is curious about a man, it's often the beginning of her fall. Suyu said, your ex-husband's matter hasn't been settled yet. Don't think about raising a gigolo. Only when she got along with Nan Manpei, Suyu shed her cold disguise and became active like a little girl. Nan Manpei turned his head and glanced at her. You read too many romance novels. After a moment of silence, Nan Manpei suddenly said, if you feel lonely, why don't you find a boyfriend? Suyu was stunned. Her smile faded. It was unclear whether it was a cold or melancholy look on her face. She stared blankly at the scenery passing by quickly outside the car window. On the other side, Xianxia heard a ding in his mind. The mission came. Show of Divinity, help Qin Baobao win the top single sales of this month. Success will reward 600 points. Failure will deduct the same amount of points. Why is Qin Baobao's mission messed up? Xianxia expressed his puzzlement. Your own psychological desire. Don't you understand? The system said. What are you talking about? Xianxia felt guilty. Host, please have a little more psychological desire to show off. Let me appear a few more times. The system said, please, sob sob sob. Sob your sister. Learn from Qin Baobao, don't you? Xianxia took out his phone and sent a message to his sister. When will your single be released? A few minutes later, his sister replied, Thursday. I heard that the promotional MV was released today? Qin Baobao sent a heya emoji. Work hard, fight for the championship. There are two strong competitors in the same period? His sister sent another heya emoji. It's okay. I'm a little fairy. I can kill them in minutes. I just want to ask, how much money can you make? Heya, I'm not telling you. Where did all these stupid emojis come from? Did Sister Ziwei spread it to you? Since Wang Zijin worked in an online media company, she had unlocked all kinds of internet knowledge. Recently, she was keen on using funny emojis. She would send a funny brother to Xianxia. When chatting, the frequency of her appearance was very high. Qin Baobao mischievously sent a series of heya emojis. Xianxia sent a message to Yang Jian to help him apply for leave. He hailed a taxi from the roadside. Driver, go to Yuanqing Road number 1168, Xingyi Building. At Xingyi Building, a few leaders of the marketing department gathered together for a small meeting while they were having their meal. Lunch was ordered at a nearby restaurant. The 6 of them had a sumptuous meal. Anyway, the company would reimburse them. Of course, low-level employees did not have such benefits. How's the publicity of Qin Baobao's MB? The deputy manager asked. It's okay. A group leader said. It's stable in the top 3. The deputy manager chewed and muttered, top 3. Is there any hope of crushing the singers in the same batch? The group leader was the person in charge of the marketing of Qin Baobao's single album. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, Boss, the top 3 is already not bad. In the same batch, there's a little fresh meat and an old singer from Shanjiang. They both have a huge fan base. It's already very good that Qin Baobao can compete with them. Another person in charge said, as long as it's stable in the top 3, the effect will be good. After the single is released, it will definitely make a lot of money. It's just a matter of how much money it earns. The deputy manager sighed. It's been a long time since the company's artists have won the sales title. The competition in the market now is too fierce. Little fresh meats are everywhere. The small leader who was once in charge of the promotion and marketing of Su Lu's album deeply agreed and expressed his opinion. The domestic market is popular to hype IP. Acting and singing are secondary. If a celebrity becomes popular, there will naturally be a lot of fans chasing after them. There's a good saying on the internet, good looks are justice. The deputy manager pointed out. This is a sick market. When I first entered this industry, the self-cultivation of an actor was the first and unshakable foundation. Now it's not like that. Some stars don't even need to remember their lines when they act. They just need to memorize the numbers. Some little fresh meats have to use dozens or hundreds of stand-ins to shoot a film. There are even more excessive ones who have to edit the film later. Having said that, star art itself was also hyping up IP, and also promoting little fresh meats with good looks but no acting skills. Including Qin Baobao, who was known to have great potential, they were also hyping it up. If it weren't for the popular little fresh meat and the old singer with a good reputation in Shanjiang, Star Art would have successfully hyped Qin Baobao to the top of the sales title. The small leader who was once in charge of Su Lu's album curled his lips and said, "Qin Baobao's foundation is still too thin. The company is so supportive, but the hope of winning the title is still slim." The leader in charge of the promotion of Qin Baobao's album retorted, "This result is already very good, and the company invested less money this time than Su Lu. But the results are better." "What are you saying? If it weren't for Qin Baobao being insensible and causing Su Lu to fail in the singer program, and the publicity effect wasn't achieved, would the sales have fallen so badly? Your words are even more unpleasant to hear. She doesn't have the strength, but she's right? Why else would it be said that the bigger the company, the more complicated the cliques?" The two almost quarreled. "Let's eat," the deputy manager tried to smooth things over. "I remember that the company talked to Qin Baobao before and wanted her brother to help write songs. She didn't agree? This girl has a personality. She refused such a good thing. She also refused the underwear advertisement last time. I've never seen such a stubborn newcomer. I heard rumors in the company that President Huang has an affair with her. I really don't know about this, but President Huang's secretary informed us to cancel the underwear advertisement." On the 25th floor, 3 floors away, Qin Baobao, Li Yanhong, and 2 assistants were eating in the lounge next to the sound recordist. As her status rose, her benefits gradually improved. Her meals and trips could be reimbursed. However, she didn't care about this small amount of money. Just relying on the copyright fees of the previous songs, she could live a well-off life for the rest of her life. While Li Yanhong was eating, she didn't forget to check the forum to pay attention to the situation of the music video. The competition is really fierce. Looking at the current situation, Baobao, it's already very good if you can hold on to the top 3. Qin Baobao buried her head in eating and hummed. She also lowered her head to play with her mobile phone, but she was chatting with her brother. Her agent, including the company's marketing department, were working hard to promote her single album, but she herself was calm and relaxed. Seeing her attitude, Li Yanhong was a little helpless. She had taken care of many stars. Not to mention a big hit like Qin Baobao, even a third-tier star was full of fighting spirit and worked hard, full of the aura of "I'm a model worker." Li Yanhong hadn't been in contact with Qin Zhe. Otherwise, she would have sighed with emotion. If you weren't a family, you wouldn't enter the same house. Qin Baobao actually had her own plans. Qin Ma had a good saying, "The more you get, the more you lose." She had just emerged in the entertainment industry and wanted to ride a rocket to climb up. It didn't matter if she didn't have any connections. She could only rely on stripping. It was widely known that Qin Baobao was President Huang's henchman and had the president's protection. However, Qin Baobao herself knew that when the company's high-level meeting ended a few days ago, Qin Baobao happened to pass by and saw the president from afar. That was all. Li Yanhong was still nagging, asking why she didn't ask her brother to help her write a song. Qin Baobao impatiently frowned, "My brother doesn't have time. He's busy. He's amazing." Li Yanhong had been in the management industry for 7 to 8 years. The highest star she managed was a C-list star, and it took years of hard work to get there. She thought that the hard work was finally over, but who knew that the female star who relied on underhanded means to get to the top would fall in love with a rich second generation. With the dream of marrying into a rich family, she would wash her hands of the industry. It's said that once you enter a rich family, it's as deep as the ocean. But how could it be so easy to enter a rich family? In the end, she couldn't escape the fate of abandoning her. If she wanted to return to the entertainment industry, her popularity and youth would no longer be at the peak. The 2 female assistants couldn't hold back their laughter. Qin Baobao's title of brother bragging crazy demon was well known in the entertainment industry. In fact, she really liked to brag about her brother. For example, right now, Qin Baobao's phoenix eyes narrowed, and the 2 female assistants quickly lowered their heads. The door to the lounge was pushed open and the receptionist came in. "Miss Qin, your brother is here. I told him to wait in your office." This recording area was off-limits to non-staff members. "You guys eat first." Qin Baobao threw her chopsticks and ran out in her low heels. This was Qin Zhe's 3rd visit to his sister's office. He could clearly feel the changes here. The interior decoration was much more elegant. There were two huge ink paintings hanging on the wall. One was the Clivia, and the other was the famous banana crane painting. There was a row of glass pots for flowers and plants by the floor-to-ceiling window. There were also a few brown sofas across the desk. Xianxia closed the door and sat on his sister's chair. He wanted to experience the pleasure of having his own office. In Star Art Entertainment, all the artists who debuted had their own office. The only difference was the size. He seemed to have touched something by his feet. He looked down and saw a black sports bag. He recognized it. Qin Baobao carried this thing out every day. The office was so big. Why did she put the bag on the floor? Xianxia bent over and picked up the bag. He placed it on the desk and opened the sports bag. The bag was stuffed with a messy dance costume and a 36D bra. Xianxia knew that his sister was 36D a long time ago. As a normal younger brother, he shouldn't know about his sister's private matters. However, 1 year and 1 month, his sister's online shopping account was unexpectedly frozen, so she used her younger brother's account to buy some underwear. That was how Xianxia found out about his sister's size. That year, Xianxia had just entered university and had yet to explore the world of experienced women. Naively, Chinese women were almost all of the same size. It was only when he had maxed out his experience and was promoted to an experienced woman that he realized how terrifying a 36D was. There was also a pair of black underwear made of translucent ice silk, the kind that was very mature and attractive. The point is, my sister doesn't have a boyfriend. There were suspicious wet stains. The door of the room was pushed open, and his sister's excited voice could be heard. "Little pervert, why didn't you tell your sister?" The elder sister, who had just pushed the door open, saw this scene, and her voice stopped abruptly. In the office, Xianxia stared fiercely at his sister's underwear. Qin Baobao blushed, trotted over, grabbed the sports bag, zipped it up, and said angrily, "Don't touch my things." Although there were n pairs of underwear hanging on the balcony at home, but looking at her naked body like this still made her feel embarrassed. Xianxia asked suspiciously, "Why did you bring 2 sets of underwear to work?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes, "I don't want to practice dancing. It's so hot and sweaty." "Do you want to wear it all day?" Xianxia suddenly understood, "Then I'm relieved." So it was just sweat. Relieved about what? His sister's eyes seemed to flash. Nothing. Xianxia took out a cigarette, but before he could light it, a fair and tender hand snatched it away and threw it into the trash can. Qin Baobao rummaged through her brother's pockets. "I told you not to smoke, but you bought it again. Hand it over." Xianxia was annoyed by her and said angrily, "That's enough. Are you my mother or my sister?" "An elder sister is like a mother," Qin Baobao said. "I'm doing this for your own good. Why smoke at such a young age? When you get married in the future, it will affect your fertility." "None of your business." Qin Baobao choked. "Anyway, you're not allowed to smoke." Xianxia's cigarettes that he bought in the morning were confiscated. He made up his mind not to smoke in front of her. "Why did you come to Star Art? Aren't you working? You only know how to slack off." Qin Baobao was happy that her brother came to play with her, but her mouth was unforgiving. Xianxia thought, "The system already gave me a task, how could I not come? That's why people say bitches are pretentious." He actually wanted to help his sister win. "I heard that the ranking competition for your MV is very fierce." "What ranking? Do you think it's a game?" Qin Baobao ridiculed, "Fighting for the rankings. Is there any hope of winning this month's sales?" "I'm not sure, it's a bit difficult." "Useless thing, it seems like I have to do it myself." The office door was pushed open again. Li Yanhong carried Qin Baobao's leftover food over. "Baobao, I brought it over for you." She looked at Xianxia and smiled. "Have you eaten?" Xianxia said he had eaten. He turned his head and said to his sister, "I wrote a few songs for you. Is it too late to change songs now?" Li Yanhong's eyes widened. "You wrote songs? I thought you didn't have time." Xianxia looked at her strangely. "Who told you I didn't have time?" "I don't want too much time, okay," Qin Baobao whispered. "Weren't you busy with interviews a few days ago? Writing songs is very taxing on your mind and brain. It affects your energy. Qin Baobao had no choice in the past, so she pestered her brother to write songs. Now that the business was barely on the right track, she didn't pester Xianxia endlessly. Of course I have songs. I'm just afraid that you can't change the songs you've already decided on, Xianxia said. We can change it, Li Yanhong answered quickly. I'll go to the marketing department and tell them. She was overjoyed. Xianxia's name was a golden signboard in the entertainment industry. The songs he wrote were definitely top-notch. With his help, Qin Baobao's sales #1 was guaranteed. I'll go and talk to them now. Li Yanhong ran out with a smile. You really have songs? Qin Baobao blinked and looked at Xianxia. Don't lie to me. When have I lied to you? Quality assurance? It should be no problem. Qin Baobao put her arms around Xianxia's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Good boy, I'll reward you with a kiss. Xianxia turned his face to one side. I want one here too. Get lost. His sister slapped him on the head. She only had one wave of hooliganism. She couldn't stand it anymore. Li Yanhong found several small leaders of the marketing department. They were still eating, and there were a few bottles of beer on the table. They were usually busy with work and only had an hour at noon to rest. It was most suitable for drinking and chatting. Naturally, the door of the lounge was not closed. Li Yanhong came in directly and said to the deputy manager of the marketing department, Manager Yang, I want to discuss something with you. The tracks of Qin Baobao's album need to be changed. Manager Yang frowned. Group leader Su, who was in charge of the promotion of Qin Baobao's album, said unhappily, haven't the tracks been set? They can't be changed. First, there is no guarantee of quality. The company has invested so many resources in promotion and publicity. If the sales volume is ruined, who will be responsible for the loss? Second, there is no way to change the songs for you in a short period of time. Li Yanhong was about to speak when Manager Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, Yanhong, I know you are worried that Qin Baobao won't be the sales champion this time. There is nothing we can do about it. Speaking of which, we joined the company in the same year. You haven't brought up a successful artist in all these years. You are a little anxious for quick success. I understand. At least there is hope for the top 3. It is already very good. Why change the songs? Another group leader said. Li Yanhong finally seized the opportunity to speak. Qin Baobao's brother is here. He wants to change the songs. Group leader Su said unhappily, so what if her brother is here? Why does he care about our company's business? After saying that, his eyes widened. He sent the songs? Li Yanhong nodded. Group leader Su looked at Manager Yang. Boss, what do you say? Manager Yang said, change it. Of course, we have to change it. But I have to go take a look. When the other leaders heard this, they also joined in the fun. The group left the lounge and rushed to the recording area. When the leaders of the marketing department arrived, Xianxia was already practicing with his sister in the recording studio. Qin Baobao was indoors, and Xianxia was outside the soundproof glass, monitoring with the recording studio. There were a few computers and tuning equipment in front of him. The structure of the recording studio reminded Xianxia of the interrogation rooms on TV. The prisoners were locked in a small room, and one wall was a one-way glass. The police observed the prisoners through the one-way glass. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time cannot catch up with the white horse. The dream words of your young palm. Are you still holding it tightly? Qin Baobao was wearing headphones and standing in front of the microphone stand. She was tall, her hair was like a waterfall, and her voice was soft. The leaders of the marketing department stood silently, listening carefully. No one said a word. After the song was finished, Xianxia said into the microphone, rest for 5 minutes. You can feel it now. Time can't catch up with the white horse. Don't say the word catch up. Qin Baobao's singing talent was indeed high. She could basically grasp the essence of the song on the second try. It was also related to her pestering Xianxia to sing to her. Her sister didn't like to listen to fairy tales anymore. She would ask Xianxia to sing Time Boils the Rain for her. As she listened, she became more proficient. Qin Baobao just came out and didn't give her time to show off to her brother. Li Yanhong stepped in between the siblings and said happily, "Bao Bao, this song is too good. Let's change it." The leaders of the marketing department all agreed. Manager Yang coughed and asked, "Qin Bao Bao, do you want to insert a song or change it completely?" Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother. Seeing him nod, she said, "Of course, we'll change it all." Team leader Su frowned. "This is not easy. The MV has already been released. Changing the song at the last minute has never been like this." Qin Bao Bao muttered, "How about this, the MV song will be included in the single. The other two songs will be changed." To be able to be made into a MV for publicity, of course, it was the best song. The standard was not too bad. Manager Yang probed, "Miss Qin, are you selling the copyright of your song?" This question was directed to Qin Zhe. There was no problem with changing the song, but after changing the song, who would the copyright belong to? This was very problematic. After all, it was related to the sales after the album was released. If Qin Zhe sold the copyright, then the sales of the album would belong to the company. Qin Zhe was a little amused. "Do you think I'm still a virgin? We'll split it according to the copyright. It's the same as the previous songs." Manager Yang said disappointedly, "Okay, let's sign a contract." Qin Zhe didn't want to sell the copyright because he had another layer of concern. Even though he could raise the copyright fees by a lot with his current popularity, a one-time deal was definitely not as good as a long-term deal. Also, the copyright had become the company's. To put it bluntly, if Qin Bao Bao wasn't with Star Art in the future, she wouldn't be able to sing these songs for profit, such as holding a concert. After discussing the details and signing the contract, the matter was settled. The people from Star Art asked Qin Zhe to make a copy of his bank card so that they could transfer money after the album was released. Qin Bao Bao silently handed over his bank card. Qin Zhe glared at her, and she responded with teary eyes. "Didn't we agree to let me take care of your dowry?" Qin Bao Bao said weakly. "When did we agree on this? Don't imagine it yourself." Qin Zhe protested. "Then isn't it right for me to take care of your dowry?" Qin Bao Bao looked like she was about to cry. Qin Zhe was so angry that he wanted to spank her, but when he saw the two assistants next to him, he gave up resentfully. Okay, you keep it first." Qin Zhe had a headache. Qin Bao Bao showed a sly look like a little fox. In the next few days, Qin Zhe activated his crazy leave attribute. Every day, he worked half a day. After eating, he took a taxi and went straight to Star Art. In the eyes of the old people in the workplace, a new rookie who asked for leave so frequently was a road to death. As a result, they were surprised. Li Linfeng waved his hand and approved it. The colleagues in the office speculated that Qin Zhe was a rich second generation who hid his identity and pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Linfeng was actually instructed by President Su's secretary. Qin Zhe asked Nan Manpei for Suyu's mobile phone number, and Queen Bei happily gave it to him. He thought that he had some relationship with Nan Manpei, so he sent a text message to the beautiful president to ask for leave. He didn't call her rashly. The text message sank into the sea, and there was no response. Near Friday, Star Art strongly promoted Qin Bao Bao's single album on the internet. Several other singers of the same period were also hot, buying news and appealing for fan support on Weibo. In this issue of the album, except for Qin Bao Bao, who was known as the Queen of Love Songs, as well as Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat and the mainland's Little Fresh Meat, the others were accompanying. The fans were busy fighting on the internet. One said that Qin Bao Bao was trash, and the other said that the Little Fresh Meat was a sissy. It blew up Weibo and blew up the forums. However, in the vast and boundless internet world, this was just a small wave, and only the hardcore fans were fighting. The passers-by fans at most helped to forward and like it. The industry maintained a high level of attention to the market. Every time a star's album hit the charts, they watched the fun with great interest, acting as melon eaters and market analysts. They were all guessing which of the top three would win the sales title. Xia Huayan was a little fresh meat who became popular in recent years. He was discovered by a talent scout when he was studying in Japan. After that, he rose rapidly and was once popular in the Japanese entertainment industry. After a few years, his career encountered a bottleneck and he returned to China to develop. Under the packaging of his agency and the addition of his delicate face, in about 2 years, he was almost in the A-list. He had countless fans under his command. Xiaohuan Studio. Xiaohuan sat on the leather sofa in the office, opposite his agent, a middle-aged woman who was still charming. Sister Lu, is my chance of winning the sales title this time big? According to the current level of praise for the MV, Hong Kong's is ranked first. After all, he is a veteran with many well-known works and a big fan base. You and Qin Baobao are not much different. The fan base is the same, but according to the quality of the songs, you still have the advantage. Well, there are many people online who expressed disappointment with Qin Baobao's songs. Oh, that's all because the company hired the Water Army to lead the rhythm. Don't we also have people scolding us? Star Art also does the same. There were 2 kinds of star studios. One was independent, and the other was set up internally by the company to serve a certain star. The former required a huge network of contacts, while the latter had the advantage of resources and high efficiency. Xiaohuan belonged to the latter. He had only developed in China for 2 or 3 years, and the network of contacts he had accumulated was not large enough to support him to set up his own studio. On the other side, in the studio of a certain Hong Kong Old Cured Meat. Old Cured Meat picked up a cup of coffee and paced in the studio. Under his feet was a soft carpet. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the quiet flowing Huangpu River. Everyone has worked hard. After the album hits the shelves today, let's go out for a meal. Old Cured Meat smiled at the employees. Long live President Xin. Long live President Xin. Old Cured Meat smiled. He was not afraid of Qin Baobao and Xiaohuan, who were following closely behind, because he had enough confidence. Although Hong Kong's glory had long been a thing of the past, he had debuted for more than 10 years and had more than 20 solo albums, not counting the highlights and concert albums. His qualifications, reputation, and fan base were higher than Qin Baobao and Xiaohuan. Don't look at the MV's popularity lead. When the real album hits the shelves, the gap will be widened. We have to believe in the strength of the hardcore fans. The only thing his fans were not satisfied with was that they wanted him to sing Cantonese instead of Mandarin. But the peak of Cantonese songs had passed. Artists from Taiwanese and Hong Kong had entered the mainland. He also went with the flow and came to the mainland to develop. Living in that corner, there were too many limitations. The mainland market was really vast. Not to mention Hong Kong and Taiwanese, any second or third-rate star in Korea could occupy the mainland market. It was too good to make money. The fans screamed excitedly while throwing $100 bills at you. Well, that was probably the scene. Friday, 12 o'clock in the morning. All the major music websites and mobile apps were updating the latest albums. The hardcore fans who stayed up late bought their idols' albums one after another. Each album cost 5 yuan, and they could buy it repeatedly without a limit. Except for the change from CDs and records to digital albums and the change in marketing channels, other changes were not big. For example, there were crazy fans who could spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy their idols' albums repeatedly. Now it was even simpler. They just needed to increase the number of albums purchased. Since the release of digital albums, the annual sales record was 2 million, not money, but the number of albums. Starting from 12 o'clock, the album sales of major stars rose geometrically, 10, 100, 1,000. Then the gap between the stars widened. After the sales reached 10,000 units, the momentum stagnated and the growth slowed down. Only 3 albums were leading the pack, namely Qin Baobao, Xiaohuan, and Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat. But they were also divided into front and back. The leading one was Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat, followed by Xiaohuan, and Qin Baobao temporarily ranked third. Late at night, Old Cured Meat Xingui was lying in bed with a laptop on his belly. He repeatedly switched and refreshed the major music websites, watching the sales of his albums continue to grow. His wife propped herself up and leaned her head against the headboard. She smiled and said, "How is it?" Xingui said, "For the time being." He switched several music websites one by one to show his wife. The total sales reached an astonishing 30,000 albums, each for 5 yuan. It's only been more than an hour, and you sold so many? His wife said happily, "This is more profitable than selling CDs before." Xingui smiled at his wife's mistaken understanding. In the era when CDs ruled the market, reaching 1 million sales was almost the peak. At first glance, it seemed not as good as digital albums, but considering the prices at that time and the current monetary inflation, the value of CDs absolutely exceeded that of digital albums. Moreover, there were many people who bought albums in that era, and CDs and records had collectible significance. "This time, the sales champion is safe, right?" his wife asked. The sales champion is an important reference standard for fame and popularity. Xingui smiled and said, "It's very close behind. Whether we can establish the sales champion position or not, the first week is the most important. It's not clear now." Although he said that, his tone was particularly relaxed. He closed the laptop and hugged his wife. "Go to sleep." In a luxurious 5-star hotel suite, Xianxia was lying on the sofa, wearing a bathrobe, with a laptop on his lap, browsing the major music websites attentively. He was chewing gum in his mouth, and the silver male earring on his left ear was sparkling. On the big bed a few meters away, his female companion was sleeping soundly. Her light brown hair was spread out on the white pillowcase, and her snow-white and round shoulders were faintly discernible. After a while, he saw that the gap between him and Xingui was gradually widening, and Qin Baobao was closely following behind him. It was possible that she could overtake him at any time. His delicately trimmed brows furrowed. No, it wasn't safe to continue like this. He had to fight for one. The title of the sales champion in the same period could give him a layer of gold. Xiaohuan logged into Weibo and turned on the camera function. He glanced at his female companion and adjusted the angle to prevent anything suspicious from entering. "Gotcha, it was a selfie. I can't sleep at night. My new album is online. Please support me." Immediately, a fan replied on Weibo. Nowadays, there were too many people cultivating in the middle of the night. "Anan is so handsome. Hurry up and take off the bathrobe. I've been buying. I've already bought 20. Ditto. I've already bought 50. My pocket money has already died. The upstairs is useless. This money is nothing. I've already invested next month's pocket money. You must make Anan the champion. It's a bit difficult. Xingui's fans are crazy. Anan, take off the bathrobe. I'll buy 1,000. It depends on whether you give me benefits or not. Like. Only with benefits can you be motivated. Take off that hateful bathrobe. Puff, want benefits? Why does this look so familiar? I just came from Qin Baobao's Weibo. Her fans are shouting for benefits. Haha, her fans have no integrity at all. Xiaohuan was excitedly browsing through the comments. When he saw this, he shook his head and laughed. Qin Baobao rose to fame in just 3 months. The speed of her climb was simply terrifying. It took her 2 years to get to where she was today. It was already very fast, thanks to the unspoken rules of the market. If it was more than 10 years ago, if she wanted to become popular quickly, she could only rely on Works, a TV series that swept the same time slot with ratings, or a golden song that was popular all over the country. Instead of buying news, brushing her face, and appearing on a few variety shows, she could reach the top of the A-list. Qin Baobao's skyrocketing promotion speed was due to her looks, the best model for hyping up IP, and those few excellent songs that had lasted for a long time. It could be said that she had both IP and Works in one. Fortunately, Qin Baobao's single album this time was not her brother's work. Late at night, Qin Baobao was suddenly awakened by the ringtone of her mobile phone. She half closed her eyes and fumbled around the pillow. Ouch. She didn't touch the phone, but she scratched Wang Zijin's face. "It's here, under my pillow." Wang Zijin frowned and handed the phone to her. Qin Baobao replied with an "oh." She was sleepy and answered the phone with a confused face. "Who is it?" "Baobao, did you forget to post a photo?" Li Yanhong's voice came from the loudspeaker. She was very anxious. "What photo?" Qin Baobao said blankly. "My great-aunt, did you really forget?" Li Yanhong said, "Didn't I ask you to post on Weibo to call for fan support?" It's already past 12 o'clock, and you haven't posted on Weibo. I said that this ranking is unscientific. You are now third. The fans still don't know that Xianxia wrote songs for you. The publicity is not in place. Qin Baobao remembered that she had originally planned to post on Weibo to call for fan support before the album was released. The photo was ready. It was a photo of Xianxia monitoring the sound engineer. Netizens all knew that Qin Baobao's family had a golden signboard. Many fans said that we won't listen to songs not written by Xianxia. But Qin Baobao couldn't hold on until 11 o'clock and fell asleep. Oh, don't worry. Gold will always shine. It's just released. You are calmer than me. Li Yanhong muttered. Newcomers were the most likely to be worried about gains and losses, and then eager for quick success and instant benefits. They would be very worried when they saw a bad review. When they saw that the ranking was behind, they would feel that the world was coming to an end and that life was desperate. Li Yanhong had this kind of mentality. Although she was not a newcomer in the workplace, it was the first time that she had brought up such a popular singer as Qin Baobao. I'll post it now. Qin Baobao said and hung up the phone. Wang Zijing groaned and raised her hand to hit Qin Baobao's butt. She complained, "You woke me up in the middle of the night. I'm a light sleeper. It's hard for me to fall asleep." She was very angry when she got up. Qin Baobao hugged her best friend's head and pressed it on her plump chest. Be good. I'll coax you to sleep. Be careful, I'll bite you. Wang Zijing struggled out of her chest and snorted. I don't want to sleep with you. Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and said gloomily, Little bitch, you've been exposed. Exposed what? Wang Zijing was at a loss. You clearly want to sleep with A's. Qin Baobao said angrily. Of course not. Can I sleep in the living room? Wang Zijing complained. Qin Baobao flipped over and straddled her best friend's slender waist. She pressed down on her shoulders and lowered her face. The tips of their noses touched and she said, Say it. We've been friends for so many years. If you really like my pig, I'll give him to you. Wang Zijing turned her head away and refused to admit it. Nonsense. I don't like Xianxia. Qin Baobao's eyes flashed with joy. The corner of her mouth rose and she said patiently, Don't deny it. Look at my A's. He's handsome, knows how to write songs, cooks well, and has earned so much money from the stock market. Look, where can you find such an outstanding man these days? If you like him, just say it. We're sisters. How can I not help you? Wang Zijing said in her heart, When did you change your personality? The smart Wang Zijing immediately realized that she had been led astray by her best friend. She chuckled. Since he's so good, why don't you marry him? Qin Baobao felt that her best friend's sharp sword had pierced her vital point. She was about to be squeezed out of her skin. Panic flashed through her moist black eyes. She scolded, Bah, you old witch. He's my little brother. Wang Zijing joked, Ioyo, you're guilty. Shut up. Watch me tear your mouth. Qin Baobao reached out to tear Wang Zijing's mouth. The two wrestled on the bed. The sound of panting and shouting intertwined. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce knocking on the door was accompanied by Xianxia's shout. Are you crazy? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? The two were instantly silenced. Qin Baobao shouted, Why are you being so fierce? I'm going to sleep now. Hey, you haven't posted the photo yet. Wang Zijing reminded her. Oh, I almost forgot. Qin Baobao lay down and logged into Weibo with her phone. She uploaded the photo and wrote, Thank you for your help. Mwax. Xia Huayan was woken up by a call from his manager. Huayan, have you seen the album sales? The manager said loudly on the phone, You've dropped to third place. Xia Huayan frowned and looked at the time. It was 1 a.m. He had only slept for half an hour. According to the manager, Qin Baobao's sales had caught up with his? What's the big deal? He and Qin Baobao weren't that far apart, so it was normal for the rankings to change. I'll catch up tomorrow. Don't worry. Xia Huayan said unhappily. No one would be happy to be woken up in the middle of the night. No, no, no. You can't catch up. The manager insisted. Damn, whose manager are you? Xiaohuan had a bad premonition. What happened? I sent the link to Qin Baobao's Weibo to your phone. Go take a look. The manager didn't say much and let him look at the Weibo himself. Xiaohuan clicked on the link and entered Qin Baobao's Weibo page. He saw her latest Weibo post. Thank you for your help. Love you. In the picture, there was a tall young man's side profile. He was wearing headphones and listening to a song attentively. The background was a recording studio. Xianxia, Xiaohuan's pupil shrank. In the entertainment industry, there might be many stars who didn't know Xianxia. But in the music industry, there were very few who didn't know Xianxia. Singers who relied on singing to make a living were familiar with the name Xianxia. He was a super awesome person who could casually come up with a song and it was a masterpiece. He was a talented music genius. Any of the songs he had written could make a depressed singer famous. Qin Baobao had only debuted for a short time. In just 2 months, she had achieved what others would have taken 5 or even 10 years to achieve. Who knew how many singers struggling at the bottom dreamed of one of his songs? Female stars who had bad intentions towards him could form a cheerleading team. Didn't he not write songs? Didn't they say that Qin Baobao's songs were written by Star Art's internal composers? Damn. The little soul in Xiaohuan's body was roaring. His female companion muttered and leaned over like a lazy cat. She coyly asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaohuan ignored her. He closed Weibo, lifted the blanket, and walked to the glass table by the window. He turned on his laptop, which was still in standby mode. He opened the browser and went to all the major music websites. Then, he clicked on the album chart and the daily chart. Xiaohuan's eyes widened. He doubted his eyes. The number 1 spot on the daily sales chart was no longer that piece of Hong Kong bacon, but Qin Baobao. Moreover, the sales had reached a shocking 100,000. The sales volume of Hong Kong's aged cured meat was less than 50,000 pieces, which was half of the original sales volume. What the hell? Such sales in the middle of the night? Were there so many cultivators nowadays? Of course, it was impossible for 100,000 people to buy the album online, but they could buy it repeatedly. The sales volume was real. Xiaohuan said, "I don't believe you, I don't believe you." He bought Qin Baobao's album and tried it out. There were 4 songs in the single album. He had heard Immature before. It was not bad, but it was still a little far from a premium product. The other 3 songs were Time Boils the Rain, Taste, and The Most Familiar Stranger. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The sleep talk in the palm of your youth. Are you still holding it tightly? After listening, Xiaohuan fell silent. He thought to himself, this is another premium product. It must be a premium product. No wonder the album can sell so well. The second song was Taste. There are few stars tonight. I don't know where they went. The naked sky. The stars are so lonely. The corner of Xiaohuan's mouth twitched. Very good. This was very Xianxia. It was also an excellent song. The third song was The Most Familiar Stranger. Do you still remember? The ocean outside the window died by the moonlight. Do you still remember? It's love that makes each other light up the night. Why we replaced dependence with silence later. Xiaohuan decided that he couldn't just sit still and wait for death. He opened his Weibo and wanted to call for fan support again. At this time, he saw the fan comments below his Weibo. Damn, Qin Baobao has gone crazy? RNN has actually been surpassed by her. This doesn't make sense. I'll bet all my pocket money this year. Let's do it together. If the person above dares to bet this year's pocket money, I'll go all out and take out next year's pocket money. Xiaohuan was very touched. These were all hardcore fans. He continued to look. Hey, look at Qin Baobao's Weibo. Her single album was written by her brother. What? My husband wrote it? Then I'll go and support it. I just came from over there. I'm just telling you. Damn, it's so good. The 3 songs are on loop. It's so good. I plan to listen to Qin Bao Bao single until I fall asleep. Good night. I must support Qinze. I like him so much. Xia Huiyan wiped away his bitter tears. Damn, this guy is cheating. The next day, Hong Kong's old cured meat woke up from his dream and had a morning kiss with his wife. The old cured meat liked to do things like foreign devils. In the morning, he also ate peanut butter on toast, mashed potatoes, poached eggs, and milk. The old cured meat accompanied his wife to have breakfast. His wife was 10 years younger than him. She was a 30-year-old young woman who liked to play with her mobile phone while eating. Husband, what do you think of this bag? His wife put the mobile phone in front of him and said coquettishly, buy me one. I'll definitely look good when I carry it. The old cured meat said helplessly, didn't you just buy an LV last week? Buy another one this week? His wife said, it's just Chanel. I liked it at first sight. She spoke Cantonese. She was a model in Hong Kong. She was tall and beautiful. After marrying Xingui, who was 10 years older than her, she quit the entertainment circle and became a carefree rich wife. Husband, you're the champion of the album sales chart this time. Buy a bag to celebrate. His wife said, opening the clients of several music websites, and said with a smile, I'll help you see how much the sales are. The smile on her face suddenly froze. She was stunned and switched to another music client to check the album sales chart. She was stunned again, and couldn't wait to open the last client. What's wrong? Xianxia old cured meat asked. His wife looked at him in a daze. Husband, you fell to second place. It's quite fast, old cured meat frowned. Did you spend money to increase the sales? There's no need for that. But it doesn't matter. The difference shouldn't be big. It was 12 o'clock yesterday. Many fans have already gone to bed. You rushed back to the champion in just one day. Xingui was a veteran of hundreds of battles. A temporary drop in the ranking was nothing. There would be a change in the ranking on the first day the album was on the shelves. But it didn't matter. The ranking after a week was the final result, because the fans couldn't support it endlessly. There would always be a day when the popularity would fade. At most, it would last for a week. This was the experience of the market. It's a bit difficult to catch up with this, isn't it? His wife's face didn't look very good, and she handed the mobile phone to him. Xingui looked at it and lost his voice. 110,000? Qin Bao Bao. Star Art Entertainment. Li Yanhong smiled from ear to ear. Bao Bao, 110,000, 110,000 albums sold in one night. God, maybe you can break the record. Although she was mentally prepared, there was still a sense of happiness like a pie falling from the sky. How much was 110,000 albums? Her income was closely related to Qin Bao Bao, and so was her reputation. An artist who was popular for half of the sky, the most direct beneficiary, besides herself and the management company, was the agent. How did the gold medal agent come about? It was brought out by the stars. Qin Bao Bao sat on the sofa with her legs curled up, revealing her curves. Holding a small notebook, she happily browsed the original music website. Looking at her own sales and favorable comments, her eyes curved into crescent moons. She grabbed the mobile phone and sent a moi to Qinze. A moment later, Qinze replied, pa pa pa. Qin Bao Bao replied with the word get lost, but the smile on the corner of her mouth spread. Qin Bao Bao's album sales were hot, and it quickly spread to the middle and senior management of Star Art. The marketing department also specially held a small meeting to discuss whether it was possible to break the digital album record, as well as the evaluation of this income. The answer was very gratifying. The accounting manager who accompanied the meeting estimated that this investment would be the company's biggest income in music investment this year, provided that the sales volume would not be bad. Group leader Su, who was in charge of promotion and marketing, was overjoyed. Because he could get a big bonus. Then, the discussion on Qin Bao Bao's IP plan was launched. Taking advantage of this wave of sales, Qin Bao was hyped up to the A-list, increasing advertising and commercial performance fees, and actively contacting Qinze to authorize the use of other copyrights of this album. The music genius just had to sit back and wait to collect the money, and the legwork was left to Star Art. Everyone earned money together. Group leader Su even suggested that the company should find a professional writer to write an autobiography for Qin Baobao. The title would be The Rise of a Top Singer, but it was rejected by manager Yang. Manager Yang said in his heart, F***ck, you've already inflated to the Pacific Ocean. The superstar didn't even write an autobiography, are you trying to kill Qin Baobao? Rejected, group leader Zhao, who didn't get any benefits, was the one who helped Su Lu promote the album. He said sourly, Manager Yang, this time Qin Baobao's album promotion were actually not done well enough. Next time, why don't you let our group do it together? The more the merrier. Manager Yang said, okay, we still have to see how the sales will go. Everyone dispersed first. On the internet, Qin Baobao's forums, Tieba, and Weibo were full of enthusiasm. Fans exchanged their feelings about the song and expressed their love for the single album. Time Boils the Rain is very nice. The lyrics have a slightly hipster temperament. The tune is quiet and has a sweet feeling of childhood sweethearts. I have to say that Qin's products are definitely the best. The song taste reminds me of my ex-boyfriend. Miss your smile, miss your coat, miss your white socks, and the faint smell of tobacco on your fingers. I cry every time I listen to it. The Most Familiar Stranger is nice. Although it's a sad love song, it's not as sad as Taste, not as hipster as Time Boils the Rain. Instead, it sounds a little hot. And the lyrics are very deep. Is it really that nice? Someone expressed doubt. Damn, are you a fan of Qin Baobao? You didn't buy her album? I'm here to take Qin's photo and make it into my desktop. I'm not a fan of Qin Baobao. Then you're a fan of Qin's? Bastard, don't you know that Qin's products are all the best? Hurry up and buy it for me, laughing emoji. Xiahuayan Studio. Sister Lu, the gap is a bit big. How do we catch up? Xiahuayan looked at the growing sales gap and felt a little helpless and anxious. Huayan, this is an accident. I asked someone to find out. It was Qin's brother who came to Star Art. Everyone was caught off guard. If we knew that he was in charge of Qin Baobao's album, we would have released the single next season. Can you let the company increase the sales? Xiahuayan was unwilling to give up. Don't think about it. Releasing the album is for profit. The company doesn't care whether it's first or third place. We helped you before because we wanted to make you popular. It's a marketing strategy. Now that your popularity has reached a bottleneck, there's no point in buying votes. Xiahuayan sighed. The management company prioritized profit and aimed to make profits. For a celebrity, fame came first, followed by profit. Although making money was the ultimate goal, fame was the foundation. Xingui's studio. Compared to Old Cured Meat's calmness, the employees of the studio had a very intense reaction. Some of them said that they wanted to increase sales and take back the champion's throne. Others said that they wanted to spend money to buy news and increase publicity. Xingui waved his hand, asking everyone to be quiet. He told them to do their own things and not to talk nonsense. His assistant was unwilling to give up and followed him into the office. Boss, are you sure you don't want to refresh it? Xingui opened the cigar box and picked up a cigar. The assistant took it and helped him dry the cigar. When the cigar was ready, Xingui bit it in his mouth and his assistant helped to light it. He exhaled a mouthful of choking smoke and said slowly, "Isn't releasing albums to make money? My sales growth is gratifying, and the profits are within my expectations. Why should I invest money to increase sales? Since my debut, I have released 32 albums and won the sales champion 4 times. Even if I win one more time, it will be useless to me." In other words, his resume was so thick that the glory of being the sales champion was not of much use. Are you saying that Qin Baobao is boosting sales? The assistant asked. I didn't say that. Xingui shook the cigar. The songs are all good songs. How many are the sales? Your sales are 50,000. Qin Baobao's sales are 120,000. 120,000. Xingui clicked his tongue. It broke the first day sales record of 100,000. Entertainment news. Qin Baobao's album sold 120,000 on the first day. Qin Baobao's single album breaks the daily sales record. Qin Baobao's single may be expected to set a new record for digital albums. Major online media platforms pushed news related to Qin Baobao's album. Most of the news was bought by Star Art and took the opportunity to hype up the album. But it was certain that Qin Baobao's single album was popular. It was so popular that no one had any friends. On the first day of release, 120,000 copies were sold, which broke the daily sales record for digital albums. The Weibo post she posted in the early morning was liked by more than 100,000 people. Su Yunhan reposted her Weibo and said with emotion, "It's good to have a younger brother. The country owes me a younger brother." Then, Huang Yuding silently reposted and angrily attacked Su Yunhan, "You at least got a song. I've been asking for it until now, and there's not even a reply." Fans laughed and scolded in the comment section, saying that they would seek justice for their idol. After I Am a Singer, Qin Zhe became popular again. What was funny was that a certain search engine actually updated his encyclopedia. The entry introduced him like this: Qin Zhe, born in Shanghai, China in 1995, graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics during internship, and is suspected to live with Qin Baobao. He is the exclusive lyricist and composer of Qin Baobao, the queen of love songs. He is known as a music genius and the fastest shooter in the history of the music industry. At the same time, he is jokingly called by netizens, the man behind Qin Bao. His lyrics and music style are strange and changeable. He is proficient in love songs, China style, rock and roll and other musical elements. In July 2017, he composed the piano song to Qin Baobao. From July to August 2017, he composed several fine songs and 2 gold songs for Qin Baobao. He helped Qin Baobao to win the second season of I Am a Singer. Representative works: Blue and White Porcelain, Exaggerated, Can't Fall in Love, Fairy Tale, Opera 2, Character Relationship, Sister Qin Baobao. His personal resume is very thin, certainly not comparable to those big shots in the entertainment industry, but the gold content makes most of the seniors in the entertainment industry ashamed. There is a lot of speculation in the industry. Where can Qin Baobao's album sales go? The first day sales are broken, but what about the weekly sales? Is it possible for Qin Baobao to break the weekly sales? The hope is great, but there is no guarantee. There are many examples of albums that break out on the first day, then decline and dry up by the third. There is no possibility of lack of stamina. Don't forget who the lyricist is. Moreover, Qin Baobao's popularity is very strong and is at its peak. Qin Zhe. What a talented ghost. Someone sighed. Saturday. Qin Baobao's album sales reached 220,000. Sunday. Qin Baobao's album sales reached 300,000. At 4 o'clock next week, Qin Baobao's album sales reached 500,000, breaking the weekly digital album sales record. The original record was 440,000 sales in a week. At this point, the sales finally cooled down. According to the market, the new album's hot-selling period was a week. After that, it would slowly increase or even stagnate. There was no possibility of Qin Baobao's album stagnating. It just depended on whether she could break the annual sales record. The entertainment industry was not a sensation, but the music industry was shaken. People in the industry were paying attention to Qin Baobao's album sales. With the development of the times, piracy was rampant, and CDs were gradually withdrawn from the market. The profit model of singers has been changing. Selling albums can no longer make much money, which was one of the important sources of income for singers in those days. One must know that in the glorious era of CDs, the status of singers was equal to that of movie stars. Nowadays, releasing albums and singing songs were to make a name for themselves, so that they could take on commercials, commercial performances, and concerts. The amazing sales of Qin Baobao's album undoubtedly gave singers a shot of confidence. The 2 million sales record was not accidental. Look, there was another amazing person who was expected to break the album record. At 10 o'clock on Friday night, Qin Baobao returned home. She had just had a celebration party with several leaders of the marketing department, her agent, Li Yanhong, the sound engineer, her assistant, and others. Although she refused to drink with the big boss, Qin Baobao would not refuse such a celebration party. It was a good thing to keep oneself clean. It would be too independent if she refused all social engagements. Qin Baobao's face was red, and her eyes were misty with drunkenness. Xianxia was still in the living room, holding his laptop and fiddling with his career. Seeing his sister turn around, he did not even raise his head. "You're back." "Yes." Qin Baobao changed into slippers, put her bag on the single sofa, and sat beside Xianxia. She hummed and said, "I can't eat with A's." "A's, don't blame me." Originally, she had said that if she broke the weekly sales champion, she would invite Xianxia and her best friend to dinner. "Yes, yes." Xianxia said perfunctorily and did not care. Qin Baobao drank a little too much. She boldly closed her brother's laptop, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. "I'm the sales champion." "Thank you, A's. You're really my good brother." There's nothing new in the routine. Xianxia had reached the point of indifference to his sister's kiss. "Then what do you want?" Qin Baobao stared and said, "Do you want to have sex?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xianxia was shocked. Seeing his sister's slightly drunk posture, he said, "Go back to your room and sleep. Don't act crazy with me here." Qin Baobao held Xianxia's arm, swayed her head, and narrowed her long and narrow eyes. "Wait, I'll give you a reward soon." Xianxia did not take it seriously. She went back to her room, took her clothes into the bathroom, and swayed her butt. Qin Baobao was obviously slightly drunk and forgot to close the door. He looked into the room. Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, playing with her mobile phone. Her exquisite curves were highlighted under the thin quilt. Wang Zijin also noticed that the door was not closed. She glanced and happened to see Xianxia admiring the beauty's sleeping posture. Miss Wang hurriedly lifted the quilt, jumped out of bed, and ran to close the door. She glared at Xianxia and slammed the door. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Xianxia was not distracted. While his sister was taking a shower, he watched today's news broadcast. Before the stock market, he followed dramas, movies, and novels. After the stock market, he only followed the local news broadcast. And it was a never-ending one. When he got older, he would lie on the bed and say, "Son, when the news broadcast ends, burn some joss paper to inform your father." Then his son would say the same to his grandson, and the cycle would repeat from generation to generation. Qin Baobao was famous for her slow showers. Xianxia used to wake up late and was often blocked by her at the door of the toilet. He had to hold his pee until he went crazy. Xianxia almost finished watching the news broadcast when she came out. Her hair was wet, and she was wearing a bathrobe. She swayed her butt to the sofa, her fingers stroking her snow-white long neck. She winked at Xianxia. "Want to see? I'll give you a reward." "I don't want to see." Xianxia pretended to be disdainful and said something against his will. "You really don't want to see? You don't dare to take it off." Sister snorted. She grabbed the sides of the collar with both hands and slowly tore the bathrobe apart. Xianxia looked at her with disdain and squinted at her sister. He guessed that she would stop halfway and did not dare to go all the way. The bathrobe was slowly torn from the neck. First, it was her slender neck, then her delicate collarbone, and then her voluptuous cleavage. Xianxia went from squinting to looking straight at her. He felt that he could not control his eyes. Qin Baobao suddenly paused. Then, she used all her strength and tore the bathrobe apart. The bathrobe fell to the ground. What was revealed was not his sister's fair and tender body. She was still wrapped in a bath towel. F***ck, it was his sister's trick again. Xianxia wanted to shout, "I've already taken off my pants, and you're showing me this?" But he was afraid that Wang Zijin would hear him, so he held back. "Stupid face." Qin Baobao gave him a disdainful look and walked back to her room. Xianxia shouted unwillingly, "Didn't you say there's a reward? Can't you be less scheming and more sincere?" End of chapter 168. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.